You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of the Collected Works, Volume 155 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Christ and the Human Soul, composed of 3 sections. The first of 2 lectures is The Meaning of Life. The second, I believe, is 4 lectures entitled The Spiritual Foundation of Morality. And the rest of the lectures are entitled Anthroposophy and Christianity. And that's 10 lectures in total, translated by Agnes Schneeberg de Stoor. Lecture 1 is given in Copenhagen on May 23, 1912. In these 2 evening lectures, I would like to speak to you from the viewpoint of spiritual research about a question people ask repeatedly and deliberately about the question, what is the meaning of life? If in these 2 evenings we are to draw near to what can be said about this meaning of life, then we shall first have to create a kind of foundation, a kind of basis on which we can build the edifice of knowledge, as it were, that will provide an answer to our question, even if only a brief and sketch-like one. When we initially contemplate the things around us, things that are present in everyday life and can be observed through the senses, and then turn to look at our own life, we can at best only come to the formulation of a question, a difficult, puzzling, disquieting question. We see how the creatures of external nature come into being and die away. Every year in spring, we can observe how the earth, stimulated by the forces of sun and cosmos, bestows on us the plants that sprout and blossom, bearing fruit throughout the summer. As autumn approaches, we see how these creations decay and fade away again. Some indeed remain with us for several years, some for very many years, such as our long-lived trees. But even if, in many cases, they may outlive us, we know that they also pass away, disappear, sink down into that part of the great natural world that is the realm of the lifeless. We know above all that growth and decay govern even the greatest phenomena of nature. We know that even the continents that provide the foundation for our developing civilizations have not always existed in times past, for they have only arisen in the course of time, and we know for sure that they will one day lie in ruins. All around us, then, we see growth and decay. We can observe it, this growth and decay, in the plant and mineral kingdoms and also in the animal kingdom. What is the meaning of it all? All around us, there is always something coming into being, always something decaying. What is the meaning of this becoming and this fading away? When we contemplate our own life and observe how we have lived through the years and decades, we can recognize that there too we have seen this growth and decay. When we think about our early childhood, we find that it has vanished and has left only memories behind. And what remains as memories can actually give rise to anxious questions about our life. Having undertaken one thing or another, we ask, what did it lead to? What has resulted from my having done it? The most important thing is that we shall have progressed somewhat, that we shall have learned something as a result of it. What usually happens, however, is that only after we have done it do we realize how it ought to have been done. It is only when we are no longer in a position to do something about it that we know how much better it might have been done, so that our mistakes actually become a part of our life. But it is precisely through our mistakes and errors that we gain our most wide-ranging experiences. A question confronts us, and it seems as if what we can capture through our senses and comprehend with our intellect cannot provide us with an answer. This is the position we human beings are in today. Everything that surrounds us presents us with a perturbing problem, with the question, what is the meaning of the whole of existence? And particularly also the question, why have we human beings been placed into this existence in the way we have? This is the question that initially presents itself to us. A most interesting legend of Hebrew antiquity tells how in this old Hebrew civilization there was an awareness that this perturbing question, the question we described regarding the meaning of life, and especially the meaning of being human, occurs not only to human beings, but to other beings as well. This legend is inordinately instructive and runs as follows. When the Elohim were preparing to create the human being in their own image and likeness, beings called ministering angels, that is, spiritual beings ranked lower than the Elohim themselves, asked Yahweh or Jehovah, quote, why are human beings to be made in the image and likeness of God, close quote. Then, so the legend continues, Yahweh gathered the animals and the plants that had already sprung forth on earth before human beings existed in their earthly form, and he also gathered the angels, the ministering angels, those in his immediate service. He showed them the animals and plants and asked them what these animals and plants were called, what their names were. But the angels did not know the names of the animals, nor did they know the names of the plants. Then the human being was created, as he was before the fall. And again Yahweh gathered the angels and also the animals and plants, and having instructed the animals to pass by in succession for the human being to see, Yahweh asked the human being in the presence of the angels what the names were of the animals, what they were called. And, lo and behold, the human being was able to answer, quote, this animal has this name, that animal has that name, this plant has this name, that plant has that name, close quote. Then Yahweh or Jehovah asked the human being, quote, and what is your own name, close quote. And the human being said, quote, I must actually be called Adam, close quote. Parenthesis, Adam is related to Adama, meaning from earthly mud, creature of the earth. This is the translation, in quotes, of Adam, close parentheses. Yahweh then continued, asking the human being, quote, and what shall I myself be called? Close quote. The human being replied, quote, you shall be called Adonai. You are the Lord of all created beings on the earth. Close quote. Now the angels had an idea of the meaning of human existence on the earth. Religious traditions and religious writings often express the most important of life's riddles in the simplest terms. Yet there are many difficulties in understanding them. For we must first learn to recognize what lies behind their simplicity. If we succeed in doing so, great wisdom and deep knowledge are revealed, as will also be the case with this legend. For now we shall simply keep it in mind, for these two lectures will give us, in one form or another, an answer to the questions it raises. Now, you know that there is a religion that has put the question about the meaning and value of life by placing it in a staggeringly wonderful form into the very mouth of its own founder. You all know the stories of the Buddha that indicate how he left the palace in which he was born, how he came face to face with the real facts of life, of which in that incarnation he had as yet no inkling, while still in the palace, and how he was most deeply dismayed about life and pronounced the judgment, in quotes, life is suffering. This declaration, as we know, comprises four elements. Quote, birth is suffering, illness is suffering, old age is suffering, death is suffering, close quote, to which are then added, quote, to be united with those we do not love is suffering. To be separated from those we love is suffering. Not to be able to achieve the things we aim for is suffering, close quote. And we also know that for those observing this religion, the meaning of life can then be captured in the words, quote, life, which is suffering, only acquires meaning if it is overcome, if it is transcended, close quote. In essence, all the various religions, and also all philosophies and views of life, are attempts to answer the question, what is the meaning of life? Now, rather than approach this question in a philosophically abstract manner, we shall here review some of the phenomena of life, some of the realities of life, from a more esoteric point of view. We shall endeavor to look more deeply into these facts in order to discover whether a more profound, a more spiritual view of life can bring us something that can help answer this question regarding the meaning of life. Let us take up our subject again at the point where we spoke of the annual growth and decay in sense-perceptible nature, of the life, growth, and decay in the plant kingdom. In spring, we see the plants sprouting up out of the earth, and all this germinating, budding life calls forth our joy and delight. We become aware that the whole of our existence is bound up with the plant world, for without it we could not exist. We sense that everything springing up from the earth at the approach of summer is related to our own life, and how in the autumn that which in a certain sense belongs to us is fading away again. It is quite natural to compare our own life with the growth and decay we observe around us. To external observation, based solely on what can be perceived by the senses and judged by the intellect, it is quite natural to compare the vernal sprouting of the plants out of the earth with our waking up in the morning, and the autumnal withering and decaying of the plant world with our falling asleep in the evening. But such a comparison would be quite superficial, because it would leave out of account the real circumstances, which can be grasped by means of even the more elementary truths of esoteric science. What happens when we fall asleep at night? We know that we leave our physical body and etheric body behind in bed, and that with our astral body and our I, capital, we withdraw from our physical and etheric bodies. During the night, between our falling asleep and our waking up, we are in a world of spirit with our astral body and our I. From this spiritual world, we gather the forces we need. However, it is not only our astral body and our I, but also our physical body and our etheric body that undergo a kind of restorative process, a regeneration, as they lie in bed, separated from the astral body and the I during our sleep at night. If with clairvoyant vision, one looks down from the I and the astral body to the etheric body and the physical body, one can see what has been destroyed by our daytime life. One sees that what expresses itself as fatigue is actually a destructive process, and that it is restored during the night. As a matter of fact, our conscious daytime life as a whole, seen in its connection with human consciousness and in its relation to the physical body and the etheric body, is actually a kind of destructive process with respect to the physical and etheric bodies. We always destroy something with our consciousness. And this fact, the fact that we destroy something, manifests as tiredness. What has been destroyed is restored again during the night. Now, if one looks at what happens when we have departed with our astral body and I from the etheric and physical bodies, then it is as if we left behind a field laid waste. But the moment we have gone, the moment we have left the physical and etheric bodies, this field gradually begins to restore itself. It is then as if the forces belonging to the physical and etheric bodies were beginning to bloom and sprout, and as if a whole vegetation were arising on the scene of destruction. The further the night advances and the longer we sleep, the more does the budding and sprouting continue in our etheric body. The closer we get to morning, and the more we enter our physical and etheric bodies again with our astral body, the more does a kind of withering and wilting begin again with respect to our physical and etheric bodies. In short, when the eye and astral body look down from the spiritual world on our physical and etheric bodies as we go to sleep at night, they see the same manifestation as the one we observe in the great world outside, when the plants germinate and sprout in spring. Therefore, if we want to make a true comparison, one that is more on an intimate level, then we must compare our falling asleep and the earlier part of our sleeping state at night with springtime in nature, and the time of our waking up, the time when our eye and the astral body are entering the physical and etheric bodies again, with autumn in nature. This, not the opposite, is the correct comparison to draw. The opposite one is drawn from an external point of view. In human beings, springtime corresponds to falling asleep, and autumn to waking up. But how does this matter appear when a clairvoyant observer, someone who can truly look into the spiritual world, directs his gaze to external nature and observes what takes place there in the course of the year? What then presents itself to spiritual vision teaches us that we must not compare things in an outer, but rather in an inner sense. What clairvoyant observation shows is that just as the physical and etheric bodies of the human being are connected with the astral body and the eye, so the earth is connected with what we call its spiritual aspect. The earth too is a body, a vast body, and looking at it only in relation to its physical part is like looking at a human being only in relation to the physical body. We only see the earth in its completeness when we regard it as the body of spiritual beings. Just as in the case of the human being, we see the spirit as belonging to the body. There is, however, one difference. A human being is a single, unified entity governing the physical and etheric bodies. A single, unified soul and spirit entity is connected with the human physical and etheric bodies. But there are a great many spirits belonging to the earth's body. The sole spiritual element in the human being is a unity, whereas with respect to the earth, it is a multiplicity. This is the most obvious distinction. Having acknowledged this difference, we shall find everything else, in a certain sense, analogous. What spiritual vision observes in spring is that the earth spirits, for this is what we call them, withdraw from the earth to the same degree as the plants sprout forth from the earth and greenery spreads. But again, it is not quite the same as with the human being, for rather than withdrawing completely, as is the case with the human spirit, the earth spirits reposition themselves, in a certain sense moving around to the other side of the earth. When it is summer in one hemisphere, it is winter in the other. What happens is that the spirit and soul part of the earth moves from the northern to the southern hemisphere when summer is approaching in the north. That does not alter the fact, however, that a clairvoyant observer experiencing springtime anywhere on the globe sees the spirits withdrawing from the earth. He observes how these spirits rise up and move out into the cosmos. Rather than seeing them move to the other side, he sees them withdrawing. Just as he sees the eye departing together with the astral body when a human being falls asleep, just in that same way, the clairvoyant observer sees the earth spirits departing from what they had been tied to, bound up with. During the winter, when the earth is covered in ice and snow, the spirit forces are directly united with the earth. During the autumn, the opposite occurs. Then clairvoyant vision sees the earth spirits approaching and reuniting with the earth. In actual fact, something then arises in the earth that resembles what takes place in a human being, namely a kind of self-consciousness. During the summer, the spiritual part of the earth knows nothing of what goes on around it in the cosmos. But in winter, the spirit of the earth knows what is occurring all around it in the cosmos, just as a human being on waking up knows and sees what is taking place around him or her. The analogy is entirely valid, except that it is the reverse of what outer consciousness comes to. However, if we want to consider this matter in its entirety, we cannot simply say, quote, when the plants sprout and burst forth from the earth in spring, the earth spirits depart, close quote. For in fact, with the budding and sprouting of the plants, mightier spirits rise up as though out of the depths, out of the interior of the earth. Consequently, the mythologies were right to distinguish between the higher and the nether gods. And when people spoke of the gods who leave the earth in spring and return in autumn, they meant the higher gods. But there are mightier, older gods. The Greeks called them the chthonic gods. Readers aside, spelled Chthonic, chthonic gods. End of readers aside. These arise in summer, when everything is budding and sprouting, and they sink down again in winter, when the real earth spirits unite once more with the body of the earth. These are the facts. And I would now like to mention that a certain idea taken from spiritual nature research is of immense importance for our lives as human beings. For this research reveals that when we consider an individual human being, we actually have something before us that is like an image of the great earth being itself. What do we see when we observe the plants as they begin to bud and sprout? We see exactly the same as what is taking place within the human being while asleep. We see how the one corresponds exactly with the other, how individual plants are related to the human body, what their significance is for the human body. This can only be recognized when such connections are understood. For it is indeed a fact, if one watches closely as a human being goes to sleep, one sees how everything begins to bud and sprout in his physical body and his etheric body, how a whole vegetation springs up in him, and how the human being is in truth a tree or a garden with plants growing in it. Someone following this with clairvoyant vision sees how the sprouting and budding within the human being corresponds to what is sprouting and budding in outer nature. And so you may be able to form a picture of what may come about in the future when spiritual science, which for the most part is still regarded as nonsense today, is applied to life and made fruitful. Let us take the example of a person in whom some life processes are not functioning properly. Then let us observe, when this person falls asleep, which kinds of plant are missing when his physical and etheric bodies begin to unfold their vegetative growth. Now, when we turn to the earth and notice that whole species of plants are absent at some location on the earth, we know that something must be wrong with the life being of the earth. And it is the same when certain plants are missing in a person's physical and etheric bodies. In order to remedy the deficiency in that person, we need only search on the earth for the plants that are missing in the person in question and use their juices either in dietary form or as medicine. We shall then, from their innate forces, find the relationship between medicine and illness. This example shows us how spiritual science will be able to intervene directly in life, although at present we are only at the beginning of these things. With this example I have given you, in the form of a comparison, some nature-inspired thoughts about how human beings, through their whole essential makeup, are related to the environment in which they are placed. Let us now look at the matter from a spiritual point of view. And here I would like to begin by calling attention to something rather important. In its endeavors to decipher the meaning of life, spiritual science provides a view of the evolution of humanity from the esoteric perspective, without according any outer preference to one particular creed or worldview over another. Within our spiritual movement, it has often been emphasized that we can identify what our earthly humanity experienced and developed immediately after the great Atlantean catastrophe had befallen the earth. The first great post-Atlantean civilization we then come across is the ancient sacred culture of India. Here in your city, we have already spoken about this too, stressing the exaltedness of this sacred Indian culture by pointing out that what has survived in the Vedas or in other written traditions are merely echoes of it. It is only in the Akashic record that we can catch a glimpse of the primeval teachings that issued forth from that time. There we look upon heights never since regained. The subsequent cultural epochs have quite different tasks. We also know that a descent has taken place since then, that there will be a new ascent, and, as already mentioned, that spiritual science has the task to prepare for this ascent. We know that in the seventh post-Atlantean cultural epoch, there will be a kind of renewal of the ancient sacred Indian civilization. In this sense, then, we do not give preference to any religious view or creed, for all are measured with the same yardstick. Each one is described in all its characteristics, and the deeper truths in all of them are sought. The important thing is to focus on the essentials. We must not allow ourselves to stray off course in contemplating the essential nature of every religious creed. And if we keep this in mind in approaching the various worldviews, we can identify one fundamental difference. We recognize that there are worldviews of a more Eastern nature and others that have permeated the cultures of the West. Once we clearly identify this difference, we will find that it provides insights into the meaning of existence. We discover that the ancients already had something which will cause us a considerable effort to regain, namely, teachings about reincarnation. The Eastern streams possessed this knowledge as something springing from the profoundest depths of existence. You can still see how these Oriental streams shape their whole life on the basis of these teachings. When you look at the relationship Oriental people have with their bodhisattvas and their Buddhas. If you keep in view how reluctant Oriental people are to select any one single figure with a definite name as the ruling power in human evolution, then you understand at once how they attach much greater importance to focusing on the individuality who passes from one life to the next. Orientalists say that there is such and such a number of bodhisattvas, high beings who sprang from humanity and then gradually evolved to an exaltedness that can be described by saying, quote, a being has lived through many incarnations and then become a bodhisattva, as did Gautama, the son of King Suddhodana. He was a bodhisattva and then became a Buddha, close quote. The name Buddha, however, is given to many after they have lived through many incarnations, then become a bodhisattva, and thereafter ascend to the next stage of eminence, that of a Buddha. The name Buddha is a general designation. It denotes a degree of human worthiness and is meaningless without taking into account the being of spirit and soul who has lived through many incarnations. Brahmanism fully agrees with Buddhism in that it focuses on the individuality who lives through the many successive personalities rather than on the single personalities. For it amounts to the same thing whether a Buddhist says, quote, a bodhisattva is destined to ascend to the highest possible degree of human worthiness and has to live through many incarnations in order to attain it. And for me, the highest is the Buddha, close quote. Or whether the adherent of Brahmanism says, quote, the bodhisattvas are indeed highly developed beings who ascend to Buddhahood, but they spring from the avatars, who are higher spiritual individualities, close quote. For you see, what is inherent in both these Eastern points of view is the knowledge of a spiritual entity who lives through many incarnations. Now let us look at the West and see who are considered the great and mighty there. In order to gain a deeper insight into this, we have to consider the ancient Hebrew point of view and consider the personal element. When we speak of Plato, Socrates, Michelangelo, Charlemagne, or others, we are always speaking of a person. We point to the well-defined life of a personality and what that personality represented for humanity. In our Western culture, we do not focus on a life that has moved on from person to person, for it has been the task of Western culture, at least for a time, to pay attention to the single earth life. When people speak of a Buddha in the East, it is understood that the designation, in quotes, Buddha, is a title of eminence applicable to many personalities. But when the name Plato is spoken of, we know that this designates a single personality. This has been the education in the West, where, to begin with, the personal aspect had to be esteemed and respected. Now, let us take a look at our own time. How should we evaluate this whole sequence of events today? For a certain period of time, Western culture has trained humanity to pay attention to the personality. But now the time has come to augment the personal element with the individual aspect, with the individuality. We must reclaim the individual element, but now strengthened, enlivened by an understanding of the personal. Let us take a specific case and, in this connection, begin by looking back to the ancient Hebrew worldview that preceded the Western view of the world. Consider a mighty personality such as the prophet Elijah, 1 Kings 17 to 2 Kings 2:14. We may indeed initially describe him as personality, for in the West he is seldom regarded in any other way. If we look at the personality as such, leaving all details aside, we see Elijah as being very important in world evolution. He gives the impression of something like a forerunner of the Christ impulse. Looking back to the time of Moses, we see something being foretold to the people. We see the God in man being proclaimed. Quote, I, the God who was, who is, and who shall be, close quote. In the I, capital, he must be grasped. But among the ancient Israelites, he was perceived as the folk soul of the people. Elijah went beyond that. He could not yet make it clear that the I lives in the single human individuality as the highest divinity. For he could not elucidate more to the people of his time than the world was ready to receive. Nevertheless, it can be seen as a forward leap in evolution. Whereas the Mosaic culture of the ancient Israelites was conscious of the fact that, quote, the highest lies in the I, close quote, and this I found expression in the folk soul of the people in the time of Moses, we find Elijah already pointing to the individual human soul. But a further impulse was needed, and once more we see a kind of forerunner appearing in the personality of John the Baptist. And again, it was in significant words that the forerunner quality of John the Baptist found expression. What do these words mean? An important esoteric fact is indicated by these words. They express the fact that human beings, once as primordial humanity, possessed an ancient clairvoyance which enabled them to look into the spiritual world, into divine activity. Then, however, they turned more toward the material world, and the ability to see into the spiritual world was closed off. John the Baptist alludes to this fact when he says, quote, change the attitude of your soul. Look no longer to what you can gain in the physical world. Be watchful. A new impulse, close quote, he meant the Christ impulse, continue quote, is at hand. Therefore I say unto you, seek the spiritual world in your very midst, close quote. This is where the spiritual element enters, with the Christ impulse. And with these words, John the Baptist became a forerunner of the Christ impulse. Now we turn our attention to another personality, to the remarkable personality of the painter Raphael, who upon some reflection appears unusual to us. We need only compare Raphael as a painter of the Italian people with painters of a later period. For example, Titian. Anyone with an eye for such things, even with only reproductions available for comparison, will soon discover the difference. Look at Raphael's paintings and at Titian's paintings. Raphael painted in such a way that he put Christian ideas into his pictures. He painted for European people as Western Christians. His pictures are comprehensible to all Western Christians and will become more so as time goes on. Compare this with the later painters who painted almost exclusively for the Roman Latin people, so that even the schisms of the church found expression in their pictures. Which were Raphael's most successful paintings? The ones in which he was able to proclaim the impulses inherent in Christianity, where he was able to express some aspects of the relationship of the Jesus child to the Madonna, where he was able to present the Christ relationship to the Madonna as something that is an impulsive feeling. That is where he is at his best. These are also essentially the things he painted best. We do not have a crucifixion by him, for example, but there is a transfiguration. Wherever he could paint the budding, the germinating aspects, the things to be proclaimed, there he painted with joy and made his greatest and best pictures. It is essentially the same with the effect his pictures produce. If you have a chance to come to Germany someday and see the Sistine Madonna in Dresden, it is even said that Germans may rejoice to have such a celebrated painting in their midst, one which may actually be regarded as the flower of the art of painting. Then you will realize that this work of art reveals a mystery of existence. Goethe, in his time, having traveled from Leipzig to Dresden, heard something quite different about the painting of the Madonna. Officials at the Dresden Art Gallery said something like this to him, quote, "One of the pictures we have is by Raphael, but it is nothing special. It is badly painted. The child's glance, actually the whole child itself, everything about it, is common. The same has to be said about the Madonna. One can only assume that a dauber painted her. And then there are these figures at the bottom. One can't tell whether they are meant to be children's heads or angels." Close quote. This uncouth opinion is what Goethe heard at that time, so that initially he failed to appreciate the painting properly. Everything we now hear about the picture was not commonly acknowledged until later, and the fact that reproductions of Raphael's pictures began their triumphal march around the globe is a direct result of this new appreciation. We need only call to mind what England in particular has done for the reproduction and circulation of Raphael's pictures. However, the real outcome of the efforts made in England with respect to reproducing and circulating Raphael's pictures will only be recognized when people have learned to look at these things more from the point of view of spiritual science. And so through his pictures, Raphael can be seen as an early forerunner of a Christianity that will become cosmopolitan. For a long time, Protestantism speculatively regarded the Madonna as something specifically Catholic. But today, the Madonna has permeated all the Protestant countries too, as we rise to a more spiritual interpretation, to a higher interdenominational Christianity. This will more and more be the case, and if we may hope for such results in the realm of interdenominational Christianity, then what Raphael has done will also benefit the realm of spiritual science. Remarkably, we have now encountered three personalities, and all three have something of the quality of being a forerunner of Christianity. Let us now look at these three personalities with a spiritual view. What does it teach us? Spiritual observation teaches us that the same individuality lived in Elijah, in John the Baptist, and in Raphael. However impossible it may seem, it was the same soul who lived in Elijah, in John the Baptist, and in Raphael. When spiritual observation, through investigative research, not outer theoretical comparisons, reveals that it is the same soul who is present in Elijah, in John the Baptist, and in Raphael, we now have to ask, how can it be that Raphael the painter became the vehicle of the individuality who had lived in John the Baptist? Can we imagine that the remarkable soul of John the Baptist lived in the forces that existed in Raphael? Again, esoteric research can come in here, in such a way, however, that it does not merely put theories out into the world, but that it describes things as they really are, as they are embedded in life. How do people write biographies of Raphael today? Even the best, this can be seen anywhere, simply mention that Raphael was born on Good Friday of the year 1483. Yet, it is not for nothing that Raphael was born on a Good Friday. Even this birth date proclaims his exceptional position in Christianity, showing how profoundly and significantly he is connected with the Christian mysteries. It was on a Good Friday, then, that Raphael was born. His father was Giovanni Santi. He died when Raphael was 11 years old. When he was 8 years old, his father apprenticed him to a painter who was, however, not of any special eminence. But if one realizes what lived in Giovanni Santi, Raphael's father, one receives a particular impression that is further strengthened when the matter is investigated in the Akashic records. What becomes apparent then is that much more lived in the soul of Giovanni Santi than he was able to express as a personality. Thus we can agree with the Duchess who spoke these words at the time of his death. Quote, "A man full of light and truth and purest faith has died." Close quote. As a spiritual researcher, one can say that a far greater painter lived in him than could come into full effect outwardly. His outer capacities, those dependent on his physical and etheric organs, were not developed in Giovanni Santi. For that reason, he could not bring the capabilities of his soul to full expression, although a truly great painter lived in his soul. Giovanni Santi died when Raphael was 11 years old. Now, if one investigates these circumstances, then one sees how true it is that although the human body is lost at death, the longings, the aspirations, the impulses of the soul continue to exist and continue to be active where they have the closest connections. A time will come when spiritual science will be made fruitful for life, as it can already be made fruitful today by those who have made this knowledge alive in themselves and have not really grasped it theoretically. Permit me to interpolate something here before continuing with Raphael. The examples I give do not involve mere speculation. On the contrary, they are always taken from life itself. Suppose you have children to bring up. If you watch the children's capabilities, you soon notice the individual element in each child. But such things can really only be noticed by the person bringing up the children. Now, if a child's mother or father dies while the child is still young, leaving only one parent still living, one may notice that certain inclinations become apparent in the child that were not there before and are therefore difficult to explain. But if we are educating children, we have to concern ourselves with such things, and would do well to say to ourselves, quote, "Even though people generally consider the content of spiritual scientific books as foolishness, I will endeavor not to take it as such, but rather keep an open mind and explore whether it might be correct after all." Close quote. Looking at things in this way, we would soon discover that some forces were already there in the child, and that other forces are now working into those the child already had. Let us suppose, then, that once the father has passed through the gate of death, certain qualities that had lived in him now begin to show up in the child, with a certain intensity. If we make this assumption and look upon the matter in this way, then we will have applied insights coming to us through spiritual science in a sensible way. And as we will soon discover, we will then be able to find our way in life, whereas before we did not. So the one who has gone through the gate of death remains united through his forces with those who were close to him in life. People do not observe things closely enough. Otherwise, they would notice more frequently that children change after the death of their parents, that they are very different from how they were before. Not enough attention is paid to these things at present, but a time will come when people will notice these things. Let us now look at Raphael again. Giovanni Santi, the father, died when Raphael was 11 years old. And even though the father had not achieved any special perfection as a painter, a powerful imagination remained his, and this then permeated the soul of Raphael and was further developed there. Having observed this soul, we do not belittle or undervalue Raphael. If we say that Giovanni Santi lived on in Raphael's soul, and that this is why Raphael appears to us as someone whose personality has reached completion, as someone incapable of reaching any higher, because a man who has died gave life to his works. We now understand, since the vibrant forces of John the Baptist are reborn in Raphael's own soul, and the forces of Giovanni Santi now also live in his soul, that these two elements together were able to bring about the result that stands before us as Raphael. It is true that at the present time we cannot yet speak publicly of such extraordinary things, but it may be possible in 50 years' time, for evolution is progressing quickly, and current attitudes are rapidly nearing their decline. If we really consider these things, then we will find that in spiritual science it is our task to look at all aspects of life from a new perspective. Just as in future times, healing will take the form I have indicated, so will people then also reflect on the remarkable miracles of life by incorporating into these reflections the deeds that come out of the spiritual world from human beings who have passed through the gate of death. Incidentally, while speaking about the riddles of life, I would like to draw your attention to two more things that can really epitomize the meaning of life. One has to do with the fate that is befalling the works of Raphael. When you look at reproductions of his pictures today, you are not seeing what Raphael painted. The same applies whether you travel to Dresden or to Rome, for even the originals have already deteriorated so much that you cannot claim to be looking at the pictures of Raphael. It is easy to see what will become of them when you consider the fate of Leonardo da Vinci's title Last Supper, which is increasingly deteriorating. Anyone contemplating this realizes that these pictures will eventually fall to dust, and that, sadly, everything that has ever been created by great human beings will disappear. And since these things are doomed to vanish, we may well ask, what is the meaning of this creation and decay? We shall see that ultimately nothing remains of what any single personality has created. The other fact I would like to put before you is this. If aided by spiritual science, we wish to understand and must understand Christianity today, Christianity as an impulse that works for the future, in the way I have explained earlier, then we shall need certain fundamental concepts that can give us insight into how the Christ impulse will continue to work. We need these concepts. It may seem strange that we are confronted by the fact that we must speak about a developing Christianity. This is, however, a fact, and we need spiritual science to point this out. Now, there is a personality in whose work we find the truths of spiritual science expressed in a special form, namely in the form of short, pointed sentences. When we occupy ourselves with this personality, we find in him much that is significant for spiritual science. This person is the German poet Novalis. A study of his writings reveals that he is able to describe the future of Christianity from the esoteric truths contained in it. And spiritual science shows us that his is the same individuality as Raphael's, the same individuality as John the Baptist's and Elijah's. What we have here again is a foreseeing of the further development of Christianity. This fact is of an esoteric nature, for no one can infer this through ordinary reasoning. Let us look at the various images again. We are confronted by the tragic circumstance of the disintegration of the creations and works of single personalities. Raphael appears and lets his interdenominational Christianity flow into human souls. Yet, we have the foreboding that his creations will eventually disintegrate, that his works will fall to dust. Then Novalis appears in order to bring a renewed effort to the task and to continue what he had worked on, what he had begun. And now, the idea is no longer so tragic, for we see that even as the personality in all its aspects dissolves, and even as the created works disintegrate, the core of its being lives on and continues the work it had begun. Here, once again, our attention is directed to the individuality. And because we have so firmly adhered to the Western view of life and hence concentrated only on the personality, we are now all the more able to grasp the full significance of the individuality. We can see then how significant it is that the East directed its attention to the individuality, to the bodhisattvas, who go through many incarnations, and how significant it is that the West initially turns its attention to the single personality, in order to then eventually be able to come to an understanding of the individuality. Now, I suspect that there are many anthroposophists who will say, quote, well, this is something we will simply have to accept when we are told these things about Elijah, John the Baptist, Raphael, and Novalis, close quote. This will indeed be the case for many, that they initially will have to take it on trust, just as is the case for most of us when scientific statements are made about the findings of spectrum analysis as regards particular metals or the Orion Nebula. Some people have certainly made such investigations themselves, but the others, the majority, have to believe what they are told. This, however, is not the essential point at all. The important thing is that spiritual science is now at the beginning of its development and will increasingly bring souls to the point where they develop their own insight into such matters as we have discussed today. In this respect, spiritual science will take human evolution forward very rapidly. I have set out certain aspects arising from the spiritual scientific view of life. Take only the 3 points we have considered, and you will see that by understanding how life is related to the spirit of the earth, the art of healing can be given a new direction and a new impulse, and that Raphael can only be understood in the right way when not only the forces of his own personality are taken into account, but also those forces that came from his father. The third point is that we can bring up children when we understand what the situation is regarding the interplay of forces working in them. People readily acknowledge that in their outer lives they are surrounded by countless forces which continually affect them, that they are continually influenced by atmosphere, temperature, and other climatic conditions in their environment. And we all know that these things do not interfere with our freedom. These are all factors that are already taken into account today. But that we are also permanently surrounded by spiritual forces, and that these spiritual forces should be investigated, this is what human beings will learn through spiritual science. We shall learn to take these forces into account, and shall have to reckon with them in important cases of health and disease, in situations regarding education and life. We shall have to be mindful of influences that come from our surroundings, from the supersensible world, when, for instance, someone's friend dies and that person then begins to display sympathies and ideas that were characteristic of the friend. What has just been alluded to applies not only to children, but to people of all ages. People are not necessarily aware how the forces of the supersensible world are working in them, but their general frame of mind, as well as their state of health or illness, can show us the effect of these forces. And even wider is the range of circumstances indicating a connection between human beings and their life on the physical plane and the realities of the supersensible world. Let me put before you a simple fact that will demonstrate the nature of this connection, a situation that is not invented but has been observed in many cases. At a specific point in time, a person begins to notice that he has feelings different from those he is used to, that he has sympathies and antipathies he had never known before, that he now succeeds in doing things that caused difficulties before. He has no explanation for this. Those around him cannot explain it to him, and even the circumstances of life itself cannot offer an explanation. Once we have noticed this phenomenon, and then carefully observed the person in question, and it is true that one needs to have an eye for such things, EYE, we shall find that this person now knows things he did not know before, and does things he could not do before. If we examine the matter further, and have familiarized ourselves with the teachings of spiritual science, then we shall hear something like this from him, quote, "I am feeling peculiar and very strange. I keep dreaming of someone I've never seen in my life, someone who keeps coming into my dreams, although I have never had anything to do with this person." Close quote. When we pursue the matter further, we will find that until now he has had no reason to concern himself with this person, but that the person has now died and has begun to approach him in the spiritual world. This person, having come sufficiently close to him, even appeared to him in the form of a dream that was actually more than a dream. And it is from this person, whom he had not known during his lifetime, but who after death has now gained influence on his life, that the impulses arose which he had not known before. It is not a question here of saying, quote, "What we are dealing with in this case is nothing but a dream," close quote. The important thing, rather, is to find out what the dream signifies. It may actually be something which, although it appears in the form of a dream, is closer to reality than our external consciousness. Does it matter, after all, whether Edison invented something in a dream or with his daytime waking consciousness? What matters is whether the invention is true, whether it is practical and useful. In the same way, it does not matter whether an experience takes place in dream consciousness or in external physical consciousness. What is of importance is whether the experience is true or not. Let us now summarize what has become clear from these considerations. We have come to understand that if we learn to approach life with the insights gained from esoteric science, then life presents itself in quite a different light from the way it would be understood without esoteric science. In this respect, people who are very learned in materialistic ways of thinking are rather naive, as can be seen at almost any time. On my way here in the train today, I picked up a pamphlet by a German physiologist that had just been published in its second edition. The author maintains that we cannot speak of, in quotes, active attentiveness in the soul, of the soul directing its attention to anything, that everything, rather, depends on the functioning of the various ganglia of the brain, that since these tracks have to be made by the thoughts, everything depends on how the individual brain cells function, and that no intensity of soul, no matter how strong, can intervene, because everything depends entirely on whether or not a particular connecting link has been set up in our brain. These learned materialists really are oddly naive. When you get hold of something like this, you cannot help thinking how simple-minded these people are. The same pamphlet mentions the fact that the centenary of Darwin's birth has recently been celebrated, and that both qualified and unqualified people spoke at the ceremony. Naturally, the author of the pamphlet considers himself to be especially qualified. And this is then followed by the whole brain cell theory and its application. But where is the logic in all this? If one is used to considering things from the standpoint of truth, and then sees what these, in quotes, grown children have to say regarding the meaning of life, and one cannot help thinking that these statements do not amount to much more than saying that it is nonsense to claim that human intentions have had any impact on the way the railway systems are laid out across the face of Europe. For this would be the same as taking all the locomotives with their various parts and functions at any given point in time and claiming that each one has this or that function and runs in this or that direction, but that since all the tracks meet at certain junctions, all the locomotives can be diverted to run in any direction. The result would be a great disarray of locomotives and trains on European railway lines. And it is just as nonsensical to claim that what takes place in the brain cells in the form of living human thoughts depends entirely on the condition of the cells. When such learned scholars then end up listening to a lecture about spiritual science, they regard what they hear as downright foolishness. They are firmly convinced that human intention can never have anything to do with the mode and manner in which the European locomotives run, that it depends rather on how they are stoked up and driven. This is where we stand today with regard to the question about the meaning of life. On the one hand, it is very much obscured, and on the other, the spiritual facts are pressing in upon us. Bringing together what has been said today, and with this as our basis, we are now able to put the following question before our soul and formulate it in a manner befitting spiritual science. What is the meaning of life and existence, and especially of human life and human existence? The end of Lecture 1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 155 by Rudolf Steiner, 10 lectures in 3 parts, entitled Christ in the Human Soul, translated by Agnes Schneeberg de Stoor. This is the first part, The Meaning of Life, Lecture 2, given in Copenhagen on May 24th, 1912. It would be a serious mistake to imagine that the question about the meaning of life and existence could be introduced in such a way as to simply ask, quote, what is the meaning of life and existence, close quote, and that someone then would be able to give a simple answer in a few words, possibly saying, quote, this or that is the meaning of life, close quote. In that way, one would never be able to gain a real sense, a conception of the magnificence, majesty, and power that lie hidden behind this question about the meaning of life. It is true that an abstract answer might be given, but you will sense from what I shall be saying later on how unsatisfactory such an answer would be. One might say, quote, the meaning of life is that the spiritual beings to whom we look up as divine beings shall gradually bring humanity to the stage where it participates in the evolution of existence, so that human beings who were imperfect in the beginning of their development and were incapable of taking part in the whole building of the universe might in the course of evolution gradually be trained to participate more and more in this evolution, close quote. That would, however, be an abstract answer, telling us very little indeed. In point of fact, what we need to do in order to receive even just an indication of an answer to a question of such far-reaching importance is to familiarize ourselves with certain secrets of existence and life. Let us therefore continue our considerations, which will be based on those already presented yesterday, and in this way penetrate a little more deeply into the mysteries of existence. When we observe the world around us, we should actually not be content just to see growth and decay. We have already pointed out yesterday that our souls are mysteriously affected by growth and decay when we search for the meaning behind all this growing and decaying. But there is something that poses an even more difficult, more enigmatic question. As we look more closely at growth and decay, things become even more mysterious. What we observe in growth itself is something very remarkable, something that gives us a feeling of sadness and of tragedy, if we look at it only superficially. If, with the knowledge gained from the physical world, we look at the widths of the ocean or at any other field of existence, we know that countless eggs, countless seeds come into being, but that very few of these grow into fully developed beings. Think how many eggs the various fish species lay in the sea every year that disappear before ever reaching their goal of becoming fully grown fish. Think how only a very small number of these eggs reach maturity. Yesterday we considered the fact that everything that comes into existence has to perish again. Now we are forced to consider the other fact, namely that in the infinite domain of incalculable possibilities, only a few become realities. That, therefore, even in the actual process of becoming, there is already something enigmatic, inasmuch as what strives to come into existence cannot quite accomplish this process of becoming. Let us look at a specific case. If we sow a field with wheat, we see myriads of ears of wheat springing up. We know quite well that out of every single grain in those ears of wheat, a new ear can come into existence. We can then ponder the question: how many of all those grains of wheat that we see in the field will actually reach this potential? Think of the infinite number of grains that go in a direction different from their actual purpose, namely that of developing into ears of wheat in their turn. Here we have a specific concrete example of something that can be seen in all of life's seeds. And we cannot but come to the conclusion that this life that is all around us only comes into being because, in this process of becoming, it seems to plunge myriads of its seeds into an abyss of non-fulfillment. Let us keep this in mind. Let us contemplate the fact that what exists everywhere around us is built on a groundwork of infinitely rich potential, which never becomes reality in the ordinary sense of the word. Let us keep in mind that it is from such a foundation of possibilities that realities arise. And think of this as one side of the mysterious life existence that presents itself to us. Now, let us turn to the other side of the picture, which also exists, but which we only become aware of when we enter more deeply into esoteric truths. The other side is the one that presents itself to us when we follow the path to spiritual knowledge. As you know, this path to spiritual knowledge is sometimes described as dangerous. Why? For the simple reason that when we want to follow the path to spiritual knowledge, we enter a realm that cannot, as a matter of course, be accepted in the form in which it presents itself to us. Suppose someone were following the spiritual path by the methods known to you, which are described in my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, and reached the point where imaginations, as they are called, arose from the depths of that person's soul. We know what image formations these are. They are visionary images that confront us when we are following the spiritual path, as a world entirely new to us. If we follow this path with real earnestness, then we reach a stage where the whole physical world around us grows dim. In place of this physical world, there arises a world of rising and falling images, a world of surging impressions of a sound, smell, taste, and light-like nature. This world presses and whirls into our field of spirit vision, and we then experience what may be called imaginative visualizations, which surround us on all sides and constitute the world in which our soul then lives and weaves. Now, if we were to assume that the visionary world appearing to us in this way is something entirely real, then we would be gravely mistaken. And this is also the point where the danger begins. The realm of visionary life is immeasurable and will remain so unless we rise from imagination, for it is imagination that conjures up this visionary world, to inspiration. It is only inspiration that tells us which image we must concentrate on, which image we must turn to with our spirit vision in order to experience truth. That all the countless other images surrounding this one image must vanish into a, quote, beingless nothingness, close quote, German wesenloses Nichts. And that this one image will then emerge from the countless others and will prove itself to be an expression of the truth. Accordingly, when we follow the spiritual path, we enter a realm of innumerable vision possibilities and must develop the ability to select from this realm of infinite possibilities those images that truly express a spiritual reality. No other guarantee is possible than the one just mentioned. For suppose someone were to come and say, quote, as one is entering a realm that is infinitely rich in visions, which are true and which are false, can you not give me a rule whereby I can distinguish the true from the false? Close quote. No genuine esotericist would reply to these questions by giving that person a rule. Instead, every esotericist would have to say, quote, if you wish to learn how to make such a distinction, you must go on developing yourself. Then you too will get to the point where it will be possible for you to focus on those images that stand firm as you view them, for the images that endure are the ones that are compatible with the level of vision you have reached, whereas those that you extinguish are merely secondary images, close quote. And the danger now lies in the fact that many people feel extraordinarily comfortable and happy in the realm of visions, and once they are surrounded by a visionary world, are therefore reluctant to develop themselves further, to continue striving, because this visionary realm pleases them so much. But it is impossible to attain to truth in spiritual life when we simply surrender to this feeling of bliss and, as it were, revel in this visionary world. This impedes our ascending to reality, to truth. We must go on striving with all the means at our disposal, for only then will the spiritually real set itself apart from all the countless possibilities of vision. Let us now compare the two things I have described. On the one hand, there is the outside world that lets countless possibilities of life be generated, but allows only a few to attain their goal. On the other hand, there is the inner world, to which we are led by the path of knowledge. The inner world with an infinite world of visions that must be compared to the outer world with its infinite possibilities of life seeds. We ultimately attain only to a few of the visions, and these can indeed be compared to the few real lives that actually arise from among the numerous life seeds. These two things correspond exactly. These two things certainly belong together in the world. Now, let us carry this thought a little further by asking, quote, would it be useful to be disturbed and sad about life and existence because this outer life lets myriads of seeds only partially come into being? Because it lets only a few seeds reach their goal? Close quote. Should we opt to be sad about these things? Should we opt to say, quote, all around there is a wild struggle for survival, which only a few evade by accident, close quote. Consider the earlier example of the wheat field. Suppose all the grain kernels growing there were to achieve their goal and become new ears of wheat. What would be the result? The world could not exist, since the creatures for whom the grains provide nourishment would have no food. In order for these creatures so well known to us, to reach their present stage of evolution, other living things must fall short of their goal and sink into the abyss, as it were, with respect to achieving their own goal. Despite this, we have no reason to be sad, unless we wanted to claim that the world means nothing to us. And if the world does mean something to us, and since it consists entirely of living creatures, then we also know that it must be possible for these beings to find nourishment. If they are to find food, then other beings must sacrifice themselves. Therefore, only a few seeds of life can actually reach their final goal, while others must go another way. They must go another way because the world has to remain in existence, because this is really the only way in which the world can be wisely ordered. The only reason, then, that we are surrounded by a world such as ours is that certain creatures sacrifice themselves before they reach their potential goal. If we follow the course taken by the ones that have sacrificed themselves, we find them in other beings that are more highly organized, beings that need this sacrifice in order to be able to exist. Here, then, we have grasped one corner, so to speak, of the meaning of this seemingly so mysterious existence, which can come into being and yet can also sink into annihilation. Yet we have also discovered that it is precisely in this reality of life that wisdom and meaning of existence are revealed, and that it is only our understanding that is not comprehensive enough when we lament that so many things must sink into the abyss in such a seemingly pointless manner. Let us now turn once more to the other side, the spiritual side, and look at what we have called the limitless world of visions. We shall, in fact, have to explore what the real meaning is of this infinite world of visions. This world is not wrong, in the sense of simply saying that what falls away is wrong and what remains in the end is right. This world of visions is not wrong in that way. Such a judgment would be as short-sighted as claiming that the seeds that do not reach their potential goal are not really seeds at all, or that the imaginations which from our perspective disappear in infinity are not real imaginations. Just as we are confronted in external life by the fact that only a few beings reach their potential goal, so can only a small part of the immeasurable spiritual life enter our horizon. Why? Contemplating this question can teach us a great deal. Suppose you were to simply give yourself up to the immeasurable variety of visions streaming in on you. Once this visionary world had opened up for you, you would then have these visions streaming into you continually. One after another, they would come and go and surge and flow into one another. It would be quite impossible to shut yourself off from the images and impressions pulsating around you in the spiritual world. On closer observation, however, we find something very peculiar in someone who thus simply surrenders him or herself to this visionary world. When we encounter such a person who has no desire to develop further, but would rather remain in the visionary realm, we discover to begin with that this person has experienced something, has had certain experiences. Very well, we say. You have had spiritual experiences. You have experienced things that are realities to you. Excellent. That is a manifestation from the spiritual world. But when another person then comes, who is no more developed than the first one, we will soon find that what he tells us about his visions concerning the same subject is quite different. And so it is quite possible to have two differing statements about the same subject. We may even find that things can get worse still. We may discover that people who wish to stay with a merely visionary world say differing things about a particular subject at different times. That on one occasion they tell us one thing, and on another occasion something else. It is unfortunate indeed that visionaries usually have a bad memory and tend to forget what they mentioned the first time. They are not conscious of what they have already told us. In short, we are dealing here with an immeasurable variety of phenomena. If, as ordinary human beings, with our earthly I, capital, we wanted to form correct judgments about all the things that present themselves in the visionary world, then we would have to compare an infinite number of visions, but this would lead nowhere. The basic principle that applies here is that although this visionary world is indeed a manifestation of the Spirit, it does not have any value as an attestation. No matter how many visions may come to us, they are manifestations of the spiritual world, but they are not truths. If they are to become truths, we would first have to take the various visions one person has, compare them against one another, and then also against those that many others have, and that is impossible. Or, alternatively, there is the possibility of further development and reaching the stage of inspiration. Once people have reached that stage, we will find that all their statements about a particular subject are alike. Then there are no more differences, nothing that appears differently to different persons. The experiences are then actually the same for all those who have reached the same stage of development. Now, we return to the other situation, the one that to some extent parallels this one, the situation that we find in the outer world. In that case, we placed the few seeds of life that reach their potential goal in the context of the many that sink down into the abyss. We know that this loss is necessary so that the outer world can continue to exist. But what is the comparable situation with regard to the spiritual world and these visions and inspirations? With regard to this realm, we must be absolutely clear that what we have before us, once we have selected the visions, stands before us as true spiritual realities. That what we have before us are not merely images that show us something in the ordinary sense of the word. This is not the case, and I shall now clarify the reason for this with the help of a very meaningful example. I shall explain how the selected visions stand in relation to the world, just as we previously clarified for ourselves how the life seeds that have reached their goal stand in relation to the life seeds in general, which serve as nourishment for others. What then is the situation regarding the selected visions, those that live in human beings as real visions? I must draw your attention to something here. You must not believe that those who have reached the stage of clairvoyance have the world of the Spirit living in them, while the others do not. You must not picture clairvoyance in such a way that you say something like, quote, "Here is a clairvoyant, and there is another person. In the soul of the clairvoyant there lives an expression of spiritual reality, but not in the soul of the other." Close quote. That would not be right. Instead, if you wish to articulate this correctly, you would have to say, quote, "Here we have two people. The one is clairvoyant, the other is not. Whatever the clairvoyant sees also lives in the other person. The same things, the same spiritual impulses, live both in the non-clairvoyant and in the clairvoyant. These things are also present in the soul of the non-clairvoyant." Close quote. The clairvoyant differs from the non-clairvoyant only in that he sees them, whereas the other does not. The one bears these things within him and sees them, whereas the other also bears these things within him, but does not see them. If we were to believe that a clairvoyant has something within him which others do not, then we would be making a great mistake. Just as the existence of a rose does not depend on whether someone sees it or not, so it is with clairvoyance. Reality lives in the soul of the clairvoyant and in the soul of the non-clairvoyant, although the latter does not see it. The only difference then is that the one sees it and the other does not. And so it is indeed a fact that all the things a clairvoyant perceives by means of his clairvoyance live in the souls of all human beings on earth. Let us impress this firmly onto our souls before we continue. We shall now turn to a seemingly very different field of observation, which will, however, later lead us back to what has already been said. Let us turn our attention, shall we say, to the animal world. The world of animals surrounds us in a wide variety of individual shapes, and those of lions, bears, wolves, lambs, sharks, whales, and so on. We distinguish between these animal forms, developing outer concepts of them by forming the concept lion, the concept wolf, the concept lamb, and so on. Now, it is important not to confuse the concept we have formed with what a lion or a wolf really is. You know that in spiritual science, I just want to remind you of this, we speak of the so-called group souls. All lions share a common lion group soul. All wolves, a wolf group soul. It is true that some abstruse philosophers maintain that what the animals have in common only exists in concepts, that, in quotes, wolfhood does not exist in the real world. But this is incorrect. Whoever believes that wolfhood as such, in other words, that which is factually present in the spiritual world as group soul, does not exist except as a concept, should consider the following. In the world outside us, there are creatures we call wolves. Let us assume for a moment that the soul nature and characteristics of the wolf result from the type of substance that forms the wolf's body. We know that the substance of an animal's body changes continually. The animal takes in new substance and discards the old. In this way, the material comprising the substance changes continually. However, the important thing is that there is something in the wolf that transforms the substance it absorbs into wolf substance. Let us suppose that with all the means and methods available to science, we had determined how long it takes for the wolf to renew its whole material substance. Then let us suppose that we isolate the wolf for that duration and feed it nothing but lambs, so that for the time it takes the wolf to completely renew its bodily substance, its food consisted only of lamb substance. If the wolf were nothing but the physical substance from which its body is built up, then it ought to have turned into a lamb by that time. Yet you would never believe that the wolf, having eaten nothing but lambs for that whole time, would now have changed into a lamb. You will see from this that the concepts we form about the various animal shapes correspond to realities, realities that are of a supersensible nature, as opposed to what exists in the sense-perceptible world. The same applies to all the animals. The group soul, that which underlies each animal species as a whole, is what makes one animal a wolf, another a lamb, one a lion, and another a tiger. We clarify for ourselves what the group soul is in the concepts we form. The concepts we generally form, especially of the animal world, tend to be rather incomplete. Our concepts are incomplete because in our present condition, we do not enter very deeply into realities, but really only cling to the surface of things. If we were to penetrate more deeply, then we would be able, upon forming the concept wolf, to have in our soul not merely the abstract concept, but also the mood of feeling that corresponds to this concept. In this way, a specific feeling would be generated together with the concept, and we would then, in forming the concept wolf, experience what wolf existence really is like. We would feel the, quote, ferocious nature of the wolf, close quote, or the, quote, patience of the lamb, close quote. That this is not the case today is due to the fact, I can only put this symbolically for the moment, but you already know the corresponding realities, that the human being, after having been exposed to the Luciferic influence, was prevented by the gods from also attaining life, in quotes, in addition to, in quotes, knowledge. The human being was not to eat of the tree of life. Consequently, the human being has only knowledge and cannot experience the real essence of life. This one can only do by accessing this realm as spiritual researcher, through spiritual science. Then one does not merely have an abstract concept, but one actually lives in what is expressed by the terms, quote, the ferocious nature of the wolf, close quote, or the, quote, for the patience of the lamb, close quote. You will now understand how great the difference is between these two situations, how all these things are in conflict within us when the concepts are filled with the inmost essential soul substance. But those striving for spiritual science and clairvoyance must form these concepts for themselves. They must rise to the level of these concepts. Once a clairvoyant has risen to that level, it can be said that some of these aspects are already living in him. And indeed, a living image of the whole external animal world is now alive in him. We might be tempted to think that those who have not become clairvoyants are rather fortunate in this respect. But I have already pointed out that in this sense, there is no difference between a clairvoyant and a non-clairvoyant. What is in the one is also in the other. The only difference is that the one sees it and the other does not. In reality, the whole world of which I have been speaking is in every human soul. Only an ordinary person does not see it. This is the world that surges up from the hidden depths of the soul, making us uneasy, dragging us down into doubt, pulling us hither and thither, and producing this play of desires and instincts within us. The things that do not rise above a certain threshold, that express themselves only in weaknesses, are nonetheless present. Those with a mental disposition of this sort are connected to the world in a way that makes these feelings take hold of them, grabbing them in their struggles and in life, and bringing them into troublesome relationships with human and other beings. This is how things are, but why? If this were not so, then the evolution of our earth would, in a certain sense, have come to an end at the animal stage. The animal kingdom as it now is would then have become a kind of final stage. It would not have progressed any further. All the group souls of the animals living around us would be unable to develop beyond the present stage and into future embodiments of our earth. This would be a strange situation. For these group souls of the animals would be in a position resembling, please forgive the comparison, but it will clarify what is meant, a nation of Amazons into which no male is allowed to enter. Without men, this nation would die out. It is true that it would not die out spiritually, but the souls would pass over into other realms. But as an Amazon community, that would be its fate. In the same way, the community of the animal group souls would have to die out if nothing else existed. For what lives in the animal group souls must be fertilized. It will be unable to get beyond this stumbling block in earthly evolution and move on into the next embodiment of the earth, the Jupiter existence, unless it is fertilized by what I have been describing. In this way, the animals in their outer earthly form die out, but the animal group souls are fertilized and appear on Jupiter, having been prepared for a higher state of being, and thus attain the next stage of their evolution. What is it then that human beings bring about by inwardly forming living concepts of these group souls? In doing this, they create the fertilizing seeds for the group souls, which would otherwise be unable to evolve any further. Keeping this in mind, we can come to realize that it means something for the animal kingdom when human beings, stimulated by outer observations of the animal kingdom, develop certain inner impulses, which become fertilizing seeds for the animal group souls. These impulses that arise as fertilizing seeds for the animal group souls come into being through stimulus from outside. But it is not through external stimulus that the visions of the clairvoyant come into being, and neither do those visions that are selected as the real ones. These visions exist directly in the spiritual world and live in the souls of human beings. But you must not believe, when many cereal grains are consumed and only a few can develop into new ears of wheat, that nothing comes to pass in the spiritual world. When the cereal grains are consumed, the spiritual element that is connected with them passes over into the human being. What actually takes place can be seen best by someone with clairvoyant vision when he looks out over the ocean and observes how out of the many fish eggs, only a few develop into fully grown fish. He can then see that the ones developing into fully grown fish have tiny flames inside them, whereas those that do not develop physically, those that disappear into the abyss physically, have mighty flaming light forms. In them, the spiritual element is all the more considerable. And the same applies to the wheat and other cereal grains that are consumed. The material part is eaten, and as it is being pulverized, there arises out of these cereal grains that have not reached their goal a spiritual force that fills the space all around. This is what the clairvoyant sees. Also, when he observes someone eating rice or something similar, as the person takes in the material part, unites with it, the spiritual forces that were connected with the grain sparkle forth in great streams. None of this is very straightforward for spiritual observation, however, especially when the food eaten is not of plant origin. But I do not intend to say more about this today, since it is not for spiritual science to lobby on behalf of any party ideology, including that of vegetarianism. And so it is that spiritual beings are joining forces. Everything that appears to perish relinquishes its spiritual essence to the surroundings. This spiritual essence, which is given up to the surroundings, actually unites with what inside human beings lives in their visionary world, whether they become clairvoyant or not. And the visions selected by means of inspiration are the ones that fertilize the spiritual essence, which is pressed out of the life seeds that do not reach their goal, and bring it to further evolution. In this way, that is, through what is developed inwardly, our inner being maintains a continual relationship with the outer world, working in cooperation with it. This outer world would be doomed to perish, and would be incapable of developing further if we were not to bring those fertilizing seeds to it. There is spirituality, German Geistigkeit, out there in the world as well. But it is only half a spirituality, as it were. If this spirituality outside of us is to have offspring, then that other spirituality living within our inner being must come to meet it. What lives within us is not by any means a mere reflection, a mentally perceived copy of what is outside. Rather, it is what belongs to it. It unites with what is outside us and continues to develop. Just as a north and south pole must come together as magnetism or electricity if something is to happen, so must that which is being formed in our inner being, in the world of visions, come together with what flashes forth from things that seemingly perish. These are wonderful mysteries, riddles that are gradually solved, and show us how the inner is related to the outer. Now, let us look at what surrounds us in the outer world, and at what we have as selected visions, at what is singled out from the immeasurable possibilities of visions. The visions we select as the ones relevant to us serve our inner development. The ones that disappear, sink down from among the immeasurable field of visionary life, do not sink down into nothingness. Rather, they merge with the outer world and fertilize it. The visions we have selected serve our own further development. The other ones leave us and unite with what is around us, with all the life that has not achieved its goal. Just as living creatures must assimilate the things that have not attained their life potential, so must we absorb the things that we do not hand over to the outer world for its fertilization. There is purpose in this. Everything that is continually coming into being spiritually in the world would have to perish if we did not let go of our visions and did not select only those perceived as relevant by means of inspiration. Now we come to the second point of danger regarding visionary life. What happens when a person simply takes all the innumerable and varied visions as truth, does not select what is relevant for him or her, and does not extinguish the far more plentiful number of visions? What happens when a person does this? It would be the spiritual equivalent of what would happen in the physical world when someone, confronted with a field of wheat, would not use the greater part of it as food, but rather would use all the grains as seeds to be sown anew. By comparing this with a situation in the physical world, you can immediately see the implications. Before long, there would be no more room on the earth for all that wheat. This could not go on, for everything else would die out. There would be no food left. It is the same with the person who takes everything as truth, who does not discard a single vision, and inwardly holds on to everything. Inside that person, it would then be as though he were gathering all the grains of wheat and sowing each one anew. Just as the world would soon be saturated with wheat fields and cereal grains, so would such a person be overloaded with visions, if he were not to single out the relevant ones. I have described the worlds that surround us, both physically and spiritually, the animals and also the concepts we form about these things. I've also shown how human beings must assign a specific purpose to their visions, and how this visionary world must be united with the outer world so that evolution can advance. But what is the situation when we turn our attention just to the human being? We consider an animal, contemplate its group soul, and we say wolf. In other words, we have formed the concept wolf. And as we say this word, the image has sprung up in us, an image which, for a non-clairvoyant, however, lacks a soul and feeling association. It is only an abstract concept. That which lives in the inner soul and feeling substance unites with the group soul and fertilizes it when the human being articulates the name wolf. If we were not to pronounce the name, the animal kingdom as such would die out, and the same is true for the plant kingdom. What I have just described with regard to the human being applies only to human beings, not to animals, and also not to angels and other beings. These have quite other tasks. Only human beings have the task and are called upon to meet the external world with their essential being, so that fertilizing seeds can arise, which then find expression in quotes, names. And so what has been implanted into the inner nature of the human being is the possibility for the animal and plant kingdoms to keep evolving. Let us now return to the starting point we chose yesterday. Yahweh, or Jehovah, was asked by the ministering angels why it was specifically the human being he wanted to create. The angels could not understand this. Then Yahweh gathered the plants and the animals and asked the angels what were the names of these beings. They did not know. The angels had tasks other than that of fertilizing the group souls. The human being, however, was able to tell the names. This is how Yahweh showed that he needs human beings, because otherwise creation would die out. For it is in human beings that those things evolve further which in creation have reached their end and need a renewed stimulus so that evolution can continue. This is why it was necessary for the human being to be created and join creation, so that those fertilizing seeds could come into being that are expressed in names. And so, we see that it was not without purpose that human life was given a place inside creation. Think human beings away from the scene, and the transitional kingdoms would be unable to evolve any further. They would meet the fate that befalls a plant world when it is not fertilized. Only because of the fact that human beings were given a place in earth existence is the bridge built between the world that was there before and the world that comes afterward. And human beings take for themselves, for their evolution, that which lives as name amid the mass of created beings, thus securing their own ascent together with the whole of evolution. Here we have, albeit not in a simple abstract way, the answer to the question, what is the meaning of life? Although the abstract answer is actually contained in it as well. Human beings have become the helpers of the spiritual beings. We have become this through our whole being. What we hold within us has become the fertilizing seed for the whole creation. Human beings must exist. Without them, creation could not exist. Knowing ourselves to be in the midst of creation, we feel that we are participants in divine spiritual creativity. And now we also know why our inner life is as it is. Why outside us there is the world of the stars, the clouds, the kingdoms of nature, and everything that belongs spiritually to these, and why inside us there is a world of soul life. For we now see that these two worlds belong together, and that evolution only advances because these two worlds mutually affect one another. Outside us, the infinite world spreads out in space. Inside us is our soul world. We do not notice that what lives within us flashes forth and unites with what is outside us. We are not aware that we are the arena in which this union takes place. What is inside us is the one pole, as it were, and what is outside us in the world is the other pole. These two must unite so that the evolution of the world can advance. And our meaning, the meaning of our human existence, is that we are allowed to participate in this. With the everyday knowledge of our normal consciousness, we know little of these things. But as we continue the process of gaining insight into them, we become increasingly aware that the site where the exchange takes place between the opposite forces, the North Pole and the South Pole of the world, if I may use this comparison, where they unite with one another, so that evolution can continue, is inside us. We learn from spiritual science that the place where the world's forces are brought into equilibrium is in us. We feel how the divine spiritual world lives in us, as though in a central point, how it unites with the outer world, and how in this way the two mutually fertilize one another. When we begin to sense that we are the arena where this takes place, and know that we play a part in it, we will find our right place in life, grasp the whole meaning of life, and realize that by furthering our understanding of spiritual science, we will become more and more conscious of what, to begin with, is unconscious in us. Any development of higher spiritual forces is based on this. While it is beyond the scope of our normal consciousness to know that something within us unites with something outside, our higher consciousness is empowered to see these things. It actually develops that which has a connection with the outer world. Hence, it is necessary to have reached a certain degree of maturity, so that we do not indiscriminately mix what is within and what is outside. For as soon as we ascend to a higher stage of consciousness, what lives in us becomes reality. It is semblance only as long as we live in the ordinary normal consciousness. We shall be participating in divine spiritual activity. But why is it that we participate in this way? Is there meaning in this whole endeavor at all, if we are merely a kind of balancing apparatus for these opposing forces? Would these forces not be able to balance each other without us? A very simple consideration can show us what the situation is in this regard. Let us take a quantity of force. One part is inside, the other outside. The fact that these parts stand opposite each other has emerged without human involvement. Initially, we keep them apart, but their coming together at all depends on us. We bring them together within ourselves. This is a thought that rouses the very deepest mysteries within us if we think it in the right way. The gods have presented us with the world as a duality. Objective reality is outside, soul life inside us. We are confronted with this, and we are the ones who close the circuit, so to speak, thus bringing the two poles together. All this takes place inside us. It takes place in the arena of our consciousness. This is where our freedom comes into play, and it is at this point that we become independent beings. We must regard the whole structure of the universe not merely as a stage, an arena, but rather as a domain of collaboration. It is true that this notion raises a thought that is not easily understood by the ordinary world, not even when it is presented in philosophical terminology, for this is what I tried to do a number of years ago in my booklet titled Truth and Science. In it, I showed how initially there is the activity of the senses, and after that the inner world, and how union, collaboration, between them is necessary. There, this thought is developed in philosophical terminology. In those days, I did not yet attempt to show the esoteric mysteries behind all this, but people did not even understand the philosophical approach at that time. Now it is becoming clear how we should understand the meaning of life. It takes on meaning inasmuch as we are to become collaborators in the world processes. What is inherent to the world is divided into two opposing camps, and we are placed in the midst in order to bring them together. However, we should not think of this as a task that is confined within narrow limits. I know an amusing gentleman in Germany who often writes in German periodicals. Recently, he wrote in a newspaper that it would be better for world evolution if human beings were to forever remain unable to solve the typical problems of the world, and that it would not be right if human beings were to succeed in grasping and solving them intellectually. For if they were to solve all these problems, then there would be none left, and nothing more for them to do. Apparently, there must always be doubts as regards an intellectual understanding of these problems, and imperfect things must forever go on happening. Obviously, this gentleman has no idea that normal consciousness actually progresses of its own accord once it has reached its limits, that a new polarity then arises, which represents a new task, because these poles must be reunited again. How long will this process of uniting have to continue? Until we have actually reached the stage where divine consciousness is repeated, reenacted in our own human consciousness. Having gained some idea of this riddle's vast dimensions, we may now move beyond the abstract answer, since we now realize that springing up within us, there are fertilizing seeds for a spiritual world that cannot progress without us. Now we can once again inquire after the meaning of life, for now we are working from a broader base. This is what we must now say. Once upon a time in our evolution, there was divine consciousness. It was there in all its immenseness. With it, we are at the beginning of existence. This divine consciousness initially forms copies. How do these copies differ from the divine consciousness? They differ in that there were many, whereas the divine consciousness is one. They also differ in that they were empty, whereas the divine consciousness was full of content. Consequently, these copies initially exist as a multiplicity, but they are also empty. Just as we had an empty I, capital, over against a divine I that was filled with the whole world. But this empty I has become the arena where the divine content, which is divided into two opposing camps, is continually being united. And inasmuch as the empty consciousness continually creates balancing adjustments, it is gradually being filled with what was originally in the divine consciousness. And so evolution proceeds in such a way that the individual consciousness becomes filled with what the divine consciousness had as content in the beginning. This is brought about by the continuing balancing adjustments within individual human beings. Does the divine consciousness need this for its own evolution? This question could be raised by many who do not quite understand the meaning of life. Does the divine consciousness need this for its own perfection, for its own evolution? No, the divine consciousness does not need this, for it has everything within itself. But the divine consciousness is not egoistic. It chooses to grant its own content to an infinite number of beings so that they too may have it. But for this to happen, these beings must first acquire all of it so that they have the divine consciousness within them. And as a result, the divine consciousness shall be multiplied. What once existed as a unity at the beginning of world evolution will then appear in great numbers, but will in the course of time decrease again as the individual consciousnesses gradually become entirely permeated with the divine. This evolution, such as it has been described here, has actually always been part of human existence. It was there during the Saturn phase and similarly during the Sun and Moon phases of evolution. With respect to our Earth existence, it has now clearly developed. On Saturn, the first rudiments of the physical body experienced this development, bringing about a fertilizing process in an outward direction. On the Sun, something similar happened with the rudiments of the etheric body, and so on. The process is the same, only it becomes ever more and more spiritual. Less and less remains on the outside, waiting to be fertilized. As human beings evolve further, more and more will live within them, while less and less will remain outside, waiting to be fertilized. And so ultimately, human beings will increasingly have within them what is now outside. The outer world will become their inner being. Internalization, the German Verinnerlichung, is the other side of an advancing evolution. To unite what is inside with what is outside, to make inward what is external, these are the two elements through which human beings progress in evolution. They will increasingly come to resemble the divine and ultimately become ever more inward. When the Vulcan existence arises, everything will have been fertilized. Everything external will have become internal. To become inward is to become divine. That is the goal and the meaning of life. However, we can only get at the truth of the matter when we do not merely build up abstract concepts, but rather go more thoroughly into all the details. We must delve into the matter and go into the details in such a way that when we form the name of an animal or a plant, something is generated within our inner being that unites the essence of the word with what lies at the base of that particular animal or plant seed, and then lives on in the spiritual world. Our view of the world needs a revision with regard to evolution. For what has Darwinism done in this respect? It speaks of the struggle for existence, but fails to take into account that what is defeated in this struggle, and therefore perishes, is also subject to further evolution. A Darwinist sees only beings that achieve their goal, and others that perish. It is a fact, however, that spirit flashes up from the beings that perish, meaning that further development is occurring not only for those who win in the physical struggle. The ones who seemingly perish go through an evolution in the spirit. That is the important thing. This is how we get closer to uncovering the meaning of life. Nothing perishes, neither that which is defeated, nor that which is eaten, for it is all fertilized spiritually and springs up spiritually again. Much has perished throughout the whole evolution of Earth and humanity, without human beings having anything to do with it directly. Think of the whole of pre-Christian evolution. We know how this pre-Christian development had evolved. In the beginning, human beings came forth out of the spiritual world and gradually descended into the physical sense-perceptible world. Everything they had in the beginning, everything that lived in them has vanished, just as the life seeds that did not achieve their goal have vanished. We see that ever since the beginning and all throughout human evolution, countless things sink down into the abyss. While innumerable things sink down in the external evolution of human culture and of human life, up above the Christ impulse is developing. Just as in the human being, the fertilizing seeds develop for the world around us, so does the Christ impulse develop for the sake of all that seemingly perishes in the human being. Then the mystery of Golgotha takes place. This is the fertilizing from above, the fertilizing of all that has perished. And with this, a real change takes place in what has seemingly fallen away from the divine and sunk into the abyss. The Christ impulse takes effect and fertilizes it. And from the mystery of Golgotha onward, we see a renewed blossoming and a new continuation in the course of earth evolution through the fertilization received with the Christ impulse. And so what we have come to know about this polarity also proves to be true even for this greatest event in earthly evolution. In our time, the seeds of culture that were lost with the decline of the ancient Egyptian civilization are coming to life. They are contained in the evolution of the earth. The Christ impulse has descended into them and fertilized them, and as a result of this fertilization, a repetition of the Egypto-Chaldean cultural epoch is taking place in our time. In the cultural epoch that will follow ours, the ancient Persian epoch will come again, fertilized by the seed of the Christ impulse. And in the seventh cultural epoch, the ancient Indian epoch, that lofty spiritual culture emanating from the holy rishis, will reappear in a new form, fertilized by the Christ seed. In this continuous development, we will be able to see that what we have learned to identify in the human being can become a process of reciprocity, inner and outer, spiritual and physical, continually fertilizing one another. Up above, there is the Christ impulse, and down below, the fertilizing with the Christ seed. Down below, earthly culture as it is gradually progressing, and from above, the Christ impulse as it descends through the mystery of Golgotha. Now we can also understand what it means to witness and experience the Christ event. The earth has to experience the cosmic mysteries, just as the individual human being has to witness and experience the divine mysteries. Through this, polarity was implanted in human beings, as it is in the earth. Two things have evolved like opposing poles, the earth itself and that which is above it, and has only become united with the earth through the mystery of Golgotha. Christ and the earth belong together. They needed to evolve separately as polarities first, so that it would become possible for them to unite. We see then that for things to come to true fruition, to become a reality, it is necessary for them to differentiate into polarities first, and that the polarities then unite again, so that life may progress. That is the meaning of life. If we see things in this light, then it is true that we feel ourselves to be in the midst of the world, feel that the world would be absolutely nothing without us. The mystic Angelus Silesius, a profound mystic indeed, made a remarkable statement which people may well find perplexing at first. Quote, "I know that without me, God could not live for one instant. If I come to nothing, he must of necessity give up the ghost." Close quote. Christians who, based on confessional principles, denounce a statement like this fail to take into account the historical fact that Angelus Silesius, even before he became a Roman Catholic, which he did in order to stand on what in his opinion was the firmest ground of Christianity, was a profoundly pious man, and yet pronounced this dictum. Anyone familiar with Angelus Silesius knows that this statement was not prompted by irreverence. All things in the world stand in opposition to other things, like polarities that could never meet if the human being were to be imagined away. The human being stands at the center and belongs there. When the human being thinks, the world thinks in him. The human being is the arena. The human being brings the thoughts together. And it is the same when the human being feels or uses his forces of will. We can now understand what it means to turn our gaze toward the widths of space and say, quote, "It is the divine that fills it, and it is the divine that must unite with the earth seed," close quote. The human being can indeed say, quote, "The meaning of life is within me," close quote. The gods have set themselves certain goals, and they have also chosen the arena in which these goals are to be achieved. The human soul is that arena. Therefore, if the human soul looks deeply enough into itself and does not only want to solve the riddles of far-off spaces, then it finds within itself the arena in which gods are carrying out their deeds, and the human being is collaborating. This is what I tried to express in words that can be found in my mystery drama titled The Soul's Probation, namely, how the gods work inside human beings, how the meaning of the world comes to expression in the souls of human beings, and how the meaning of the world will live on in the souls of human beings. What is the meaning of life? It is that this meaning will live in human beings themselves. This is what I try to express in words which the soul can say within itself. Quote, "Within your thinking, cosmic thoughts hold sway. Within your feeling, cosmic forces weave. Within your willing, cosmic beings work. Lose yourself in cosmic thoughts. Experience yourself through cosmic forces. Create yourself from beings of will. In worlds' far reaches, do not end through thinking's play of dreams. Begin within expanded spirit spheres and end in depths of your own soul. You'll find the aims of gods when you can know in you yourself." Close quote. If we wish to say something that is true, rather than something that merely occurs to us, then it must always be spoken out of the mysteries of the Spirit. This is extremely important. Therefore, you must not think that words used in esoteric works, whether in prose or poetry, can be in the same style as the wording developed in other literary works. Esoteric works, which genuinely spring from truth regarding the world and its mysteries, come into being when the soul lets cosmic thoughts resound within it, when it lets itself be set aflame by cosmic feelings rather than by its own personal feelings, and when it has truly created itself out of world beings of will. It is an inherent part of the mission of our spiritual movement that we learn to distinguish between what streams out from the mysteries of the cosmos and what our own fantasy invents arbitrarily. Our culture will gradually evolve to the point where arbitrary inventiveness will be replaced by what is living in the human soul in such a way that it forms a polarity to the spiritual component that corresponds to it. Things created in this way become, in their turn, fertilizing seeds that unite with the Spirit. They have a purpose in the world process. And this insight can give us quite a different sense of responsibility toward the things we do, for now we know that the things we bring about are fertile seeds, not sterile ones that simply fizzle out. Accordingly, we must allow these seeds too to come into being from out of the depths of the world soul. Now you might ask, quote, "But how can this be achieved?" Close quote. By patience, by gradually getting to the point where any kind of personal ambition is killed off. Personal ambition, as it grows ever stronger, tempts us to produce what is merely personal, instead of allowing the divine, that which is an expression of the divine in us, to speak to us. How are we to know that the divine is speaking in us? We must obliterate everything that comes merely out of ourselves. And above all, we must put an end to any kind of ambitious aspiration. This will then engender the right polarity in us and will create truly life-giving seeds in our soul. Impatience is the worst guide in life. It is what ruins the world. If we succeed in this, you will see, as has been explained earlier, that the meaning of life is found in the manner described, through the fertilization of the outer with the inner. We will then also understand that if our inner being is not right, we scatter the wrong kind of fertilizing seeds in the world. What is the result of this? The result is that deformities are born into the world. Our present culture is filled with such deformities. All over the world, prose and poetry is written today. One could almost say by steam power, and in the near future, maybe even by the power of hot air balloons. While as early as the 18th century, a well-known author wrote, quote, "These days, a single country produces 5 times as many books as the earth requires for its good," close quote. And the situation has become much worse since then. These are things that surround present-day culture, with spiritual entities not fit for life, beings that should not and would not have come into existence if human beings had the necessary patience. But there is something else, too, that will arise in the human soul, like a kind of opposite pole. Patience will develop, so that the soul does not madly scatter around what is merely a product of ambition and egoism. This must not be taken as a kind of moral sermon, but as a statement of fact. It is a fact that ambitious aspirations in our souls give rise to the kind of fertilizing seeds that generate deformities in the spiritual world. To suppress these and to gradually transform them will be a fruitful task in a distant future. It is the mission of spiritual science to accomplish this task. And it is the meaning of life that the spiritual scientific worldview shall thereby be integrated into the whole meaning of life. That meaning in life shall flow into us from everywhere, and that everywhere in life things shall be full of meaning. This is what spiritual science wants to teach us human beings, that we are in the midst of meaningfulness, and can truly express it in these words. Quote, "Within your thinking, cosmic thoughts hold sway. Within your feeling, cosmic forces weave. Within your willing, cosmic beings work. Lose yourself in cosmic thoughts. Experience yourself through cosmic forces. Create yourself from beings of will. In worlds' far reaches, do not end through thinking's play of dreams. Begin within expanded spirit spheres and end in depths of your own soul. You'll find the aims of gods when you can know in you yourself." Close quote. This, my dear friends, is the meaning of life as human beings must understand it at present. This is what I wish to consider together with you. If we understand it fully and make it entirely our own, then the souls that have become divine will let it become effective in your souls. You must ascribe the fact that these lectures are so difficult to understand to the circumstance that karma has imposed by restricting a subject as important as, in quotes, the meaning of life, to 2 short lectures, and to the fact that much could only be hinted at, which can then only become fully alive in your own souls. And this is also something that can be contemplated as a polarity, that a suggestion can be given which is then to be worked on further through meditation, that this continued individual work then gives content and meaning to our collaborative work, and that this can then become so meaningful that our souls begin to interact with one another. This is the essence of genuine love, and at the same time a balancing of polarities. At the point where anthroposophical thoughts find entrance into souls, there they should stimulate the other poles, and in meeting these other poles, find their own balance. This then is what can work like an anthroposophical music of the spheres. If in keeping with this principle we work in harmony with the spiritual world, and if we truly live in anthroposophy, then we shall also be united in this anthroposophical life. This is how I would like you to understand our coming together here for these lectures. These spiritual matters have been an expression of the spirit of love and are dedicated to the spirit of love among us as anthroposophists. Then this love, through the stimulating spark that is ours, will be instrumental for our mutual exchange of spiritual content. It will become something that helps us not only to receive, but also to become more and more active in our anthroposophical efforts. Then anthroposophy will become a means of spreading a love that touches the inmost depths of the human soul. Such love will live on. Then, as human beings who have to be separated in space, we shall attain within our anthroposophical movement love that endures, from the times when karma has brought us together, and onward to those times when we have to be separated again on the physical plane. In this way, we shall remain united and know that the true reason for remaining united within the better part of our souls lies in the fact that with the best of our spiritual faculties, we have together risen to divine spiritual heights. In this way, my dear friends, let us continue to be united with one another. The end of Lecture 2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 155 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Christ and the Human Soul, 10 lectures in 4 sections. This is section 2, entitled The Spiritual Foundation of Morality. And the first lecture in this section, I'm going to number also as lecture 3 of the total of 10, translated by Agnes Schneeberg de Stoor. And this lecture 3 is given in Norrköping on May 28, 1912. Following an impulse that has presented itself to me, and we may perhaps be able to say more about this later, we will in the coming days be taking up one of the most important, one of the most significant subjects in our anthroposophical understanding of life. We are indeed often reproached for wanting to study far distant cosmic developments in their connection with the human being, for preferring to lift ourselves up into spiritual worlds, and for only wishing to contemplate far distant events of the past and far-reaching perspectives of the future, while almost completely disregarding the realm that should be of more immediate interest, the realm of human morals and human ethics. It is quite true, and those reproaching us see this correctly, that we must regard the realm of human morals as one of the most essential. But what must also be said in answer to the reproach that we are less concerned with this important realm of human soul and social life than with more distant spheres, is that we feel able to approach this subject only with the greatest reverence and respect, particularly if we feel the full significance and the implications of the anthroposophical conception of life. For we realize that if this subject is to be considered in the right way, it concerns us as closely as anything can, and that it therefore calls for the most serious and worthy preparation. The reproach that is made against us, in the sense described above, could perhaps be expressed in the following words. What is the use of making extensive studies of the universe? Why talk about all these reincarnations of many beings, or about the complicated conditions of karma, when surely the most important thing in life is what was repeatedly said by a certain wise man to his followers after he had attained the apex of a life rich in wisdom. Indeed, after he had grown so ill and weak that he had to be carried. Quote, "Children, love one another." Close quote. As you know, these words were uttered by John the Evangelist when he was a very old man. And it has often been emphasized that these 4 words quote, children, love one another, close quote, represent the essence of the deepest moral wisdom. And so many might ask, why do we need anything else if goodness, if sublime moral ideals can be fulfilled in such a simple way, as implied by these words of John the Evangelist? One thing is lost sight of when people conclude from the above statement, which is absolutely correct in itself, that it is sufficient to know that they should love one another. What is overlooked, namely, is the fact that the individual who is quoted as having borne witness to these words articulated them at the close of a life utterly rich in wisdom, a life which included the writing of the most profound and important of the Gospels. What is overlooked is the fact that he who uttered these words acquired the right to do so only at the end of this wisdom-rich life, a life that led him to great and mighty experiences. Someone who has lived a life such as this is justified in distilling everything people can experience through the deep wisdom contained in the Gospel of John into the above-mentioned words of epitomized wisdom, words that flow out of unfathomable depths of soul and can then also flow into the depths of other hearts and souls. But someone who is not in such a position must indeed first earn the right to express the highest moral truths in such a simple manner, by seriously contemplating the foundations of the world's secrets. The often heard saying, quote, when two persons say the same thing, it is not really the same, close quote, may be trivial, but it is especially valid in this case. If someone who simply declines to know or understand anything of the world's mysteries says, quote, it is really quite simple to describe the highest moral life, close quote, and uses the words, quote, children, love one another, close quote, then this is quite different from the evangelist John's uttering these words, even more so at the close of a life so rich in wisdom. For this reason, someone who understands these words of John ought to draw from them a quite different conclusion than is usually done. The conclusion to be drawn from this should be that at first one ought to remain silent about profoundly significant words such as these, and that one may speak such words only if one has gone through the necessary preparation and reached the necessary maturity. But now that we have made this statement, which certainly will have touched the hearts of many of you, something quite different will come to mind, something of profound importance. You might say to yourself, quote, it may be true that the deepest significance of moral principles can be understood only at the end of a life of wisdom, but despite this, people speak of them all the time. How then would it be possible to foster any kind of moral community or social endeavor if one has to wait until one has developed insight into the highest ethical principles, wait until the apex of one's striving for wisdom has been attained? Morality is what is most necessary for human social life. Yet here it is asserted that moral principles can be acquired only at the end of a path of striving for wisdom. Close quote. At this point, you might reasonably say that you would begin to doubt the wisely structured order of the world, if this order were such that what one needed most could be gained only at the conclusion of one's human striving. The answer to what has just been characterized is abundantly given by life itself. You need only compare two cases, which are undoubtedly well known to you in one form or another, and you will see immediately that both statements can be correct, that we attain to the highest ethical principles and to insight into them only at the conclusion of our striving for wisdom, and also that moral and social communities and endeavors cannot exist without morality. You will see this at once if you bring to mind two situations which you will certainly have encountered in one form or another. For who has not known someone who is highly developed intellectually, possibly even someone who may not only have had a clear intellectual grasp of natural science, but also a good theoretical and practical understanding of many esoteric and spiritual truths, and yet was not a particularly moral person? Who has not seen clever and spiritually well-developed people going morally astray? And yet, who has not also experienced the other situation, from which we may learn so much? Who has not known someone with a more restricted intellectual horizon and more limited knowledge? For example, a nanny who raised not her own children, but those of other people, her employers. She may have nurtured those children, one after the other, from the very first weeks of their physical existence, contributed to their education, and sacrificed everything for them in an absolutely loving, selfless way, perhaps right up to her death, with the utmost devotion imaginable. And yet, if anyone had come to her with moral axioms derived from the very highest stores of wisdom, she probably would not have been particularly interested. She probably would have found them quite unintelligible and useless. But with her moral actions, she accomplished more than she would have by merely acknowledging moral axioms. And what such a case often accomplishes as well is that it causes us to bow down in awe before what streams from the heart into life and creates so much goodness. Facts such as these often answer the riddles of life far more clearly than do theoretical explanations. For we can recognize from these facts that the wisdom-filled creator powers of evolution did not wait until human beings had discovered moral principles before imparting moral conduct to the world. Therefore, if we temporarily disregard immoral acts, whose root cause we shall also get to know in these lectures, we may say that there is something embedded in the human soul as a divine heritage, something given to us as original or, in quotes, instinctive morality, which makes it possible for humanity to wait until it can discover moral principles. But perhaps it is actually not necessary to trouble ourselves so much about exploring moral principles. For might it not be said that it is best if people trust their original moral instincts and do not get tangled up with theoretical explanations about morality? That this, too, is not the case is just what these lectures are meant to show. They are meant to show that, at least in the present stage of humanity, we must seek for an anthroposophical understanding of morality, and that developing this morality must be a task that arises as a fruit of our whole anthroposophical striving and our anthroposophical science. There is a modern philosopher who, notwithstanding the fact that his philosophy also contains many errors, made a correct observation. Schopenhauer, a philosopher who undoubtedly is also known here in Northern Europe, said something which, particularly with respect to the principles of morality, is quite correct. He has said, quote, "To preach morality is easy, but to found morality is difficult," close quote. This statement is very true, for there is almost nothing easier than to pronounce in a manner that speaks to the broadest human sentiments what a person ought to do or leave undone in order to be a good person. Some people will no doubt be offended when this is said to be easy, but easy it is. And anyone who knows life, anyone who knows the world, would have to agree that there is hardly anything more discussed than the correct principles of ethical conduct. And it is especially true that a speaker meets with almost universal approval when talking about these general principles of ethics. It makes the audience feel so good, one might say, for they feel so strongly that they can agree with what the speaker is saying when he comments on the very broadest principles of human morality. Moral teaching and moral preaching, however, do not establish morality. They truly do not. If morality could be established by teaching and preaching morals, then there would be no immorality at this time. Then humanity would be overflowing with moral actions. For undoubtedly everyone has had many opportunities to hear the most beautiful moral principles, especially as people are so fond of preaching them. However, knowing what one ought to do, what is morally right, is of least importance when it comes to establishing a moral basis. What is of most importance for a moral foundation, on the other hand, is that there should be impulses living within us. Impulses which, through their inward strength, their inward power, are converted into moral actions, and thus become moral realities in outer life. As is well known, moral sermons do not produce this result. This means that morality can be established only if we are guided to the sources from which the impulses are to be drawn that supply us with the forces that lead to moral conduct. Just how difficult it is to find these sources is shown by the simple fact that there have actually been innumerable attempts, for example from the philosophical side, to found a system of ethics, a code of morals. Just think how many different answers have been given to the question, what is the good? Or what is virtue? Try collecting all that the philosophers have said, beginning with Plato and Aristotle, passing through the Epicureans, the Stoics, the Neoplatonists, and the whole succession of philosophers, down to the modern philosophical viewpoints. Bring together all that has been said about the nature of goodness and virtue, say from Plato to Herbert Spencer, and you will see how many different approaches there have been in trying to penetrate to the sources of moral life and the sources of moral impulses. In these lectures, I hope to show that only by deepening our spiritual understanding of life, by immersing ourselves in its esoteric secrets, can we get insight not merely into the moral doctrines, but also into the moral impulses, the moral sources of life. A quick glance will show, however, that this issue of morality is by no means such a simple matter as might be conveniently supposed. Let us for the moment leave aside what is usually regarded as moral and instead consider certain human realms of life that may contribute significantly toward developing a moral conception of life. One thing, and certainly not the least, among the many things we learn through esoteric science, is the knowledge that very diverse conceptions and impulses existed among the various peoples in the different parts of the earth. Compare, for example, two seemingly very separate regions of humanity. Let us go back to the venerable life of ancient India and observe how it gradually unfolded right up into more recent times. For as you know, the characteristic features of such ancient times still have validity right into modern times. And this is especially true with respect to ancient India and several other Asiatic cultures, even more so than for any other regions of earthly life. The feelings, the sentiments, the thoughts, the views that were found in this region in ancient times have continued into modern times. It is remarkable how in these modern cultures an image of primordial times has been preserved, and how, when we consider what has been maintained up to our own day, we are at the same time, as it were, looking into the remote past. Now, we will not be able to come to a real understanding of the different peoples on earth if we must presumptively apply our own moral standards. For this reason, let us for the moment leave out what could potentially be said about the morality of those times and ask only, what has evolved from these distinctive characteristics of the ancient, venerable Indian culture? What we initially find there, as seemingly highly revered and sanctified, is what we may call devotion or surrender to the spiritual. And this devotion to the spiritual is the more highly valued and held sacred, the more people are able to retreat into their inner self, live within their own quietude, and direct the best in themselves to the heights of the spiritual world, while disregarding everything related to their existence in the physical world. We find that this devotional surrender of the soul to the foundations of existence is the uppermost duty of those who belonged or belong to the highest caste of Indian life, the Brahmins. All the things they do All their impulses are directed toward this devotion, and nothing impresses the moral sensitivities and feelings of these people more than this turning to the divine spiritual, in a mood of deep introspection and self-renunciation, with a devotion that dismisses anything physical. And the extent to which this attitude permeates the ethical life of this culture can be gauged from another fact. The fact, namely, that those who belonged to the other castes, especially in ancient times, considered it quite natural for the caste committed to devotion, religious life, and ritual to be regarded as something that stood out and was worthy of veneration. Accordingly, their whole culture was permeated with devotion to the divine spiritual, and all of life was placed in service to this impulse. The reasons for this cannot be understood by means of general moral principles laid down by any particular philosophy, because in the period when these things were developing in ancient India, it was as yet impossible for such feelings and impulses to develop among other peoples. In order for these impulses to develop with this kind of intensity, both the temperament and fundamental character of precisely the Indian people were required. In the course of civilization, these impulses then radiated out from India and spread over the rest of the earth. If we wish to understand what is meant by the divine spiritual, then we must go to this primal source. Let us now turn our attention away from the Indian culture and direct it toward another culture. Let us consider the peoples of Europe in the beginning, when Christianity had not yet permeated, but was just beginning to enter European culture. You all know that the Christianity, spreading into Europe from the east and south, came up against quite definite impulses, quite definite inner values and forces that were living in the peoples of Europe. And anyone who studies the history of the introduction of Christianity into Central Europe, and also here in the north, especially someone who studies this with spiritual methods, knows what price had to be paid for Christianity to find a balance through a variety of different Christian impulses with what it came up against from Northern and Central Europe, a price that affected various realms of life. And now let us ask, as we have also done in the case of the Indian people, what were the preeminent ethical impulses encountered by Christianity as the moral treasures, as the moral heritage of those peoples whose descendants make up the present European population, especially the population of the north, of Central Europe, and of England? We need only mention a single one of the principal virtues, and we know at once that we are speaking about something that is truly characteristic of these Northern and Central European peoples. We need only mention the terms courage or fortitude, or, quote, activating all one's strength in accomplishing one's innermost intentions in the physical world, close quote. And we will have characterized the chief virtue brought by the Europeans to Christianity. The other virtues are basically derived from this one principal virtue, and the further back we go in time, the more we find this to be the case. If we consider the fundamental nature of true fortitude or courage, we find that it encompasses an inner fullness of life that is practically inexhaustible. This abundance of life was the most striking characteristic in these olden times, particularly among the peoples of Europe. They had within themselves more of this quality than they could use, and so quite instinctively they followed the impulse to dispense what they had in superabundance. One could even say that they were more wasteful in letting their moral abundance, their competence, their fitness, their life impulses pour out into the physical world than they were with respect to anything else. It really was as if the human beings, every single one, belonging to the ancient European peoples, had been given an excess of forces, more than they needed for their own personal use. They could use this superfluity of forces to pour out, be wasteful, and perform their warlike deeds, those deeds of ancient virtue that are actually classed as vices in modern times, but also, for example, to be chivalrous and generous. Acting out of magnanimity was characteristic of the people of ancient Europe, just as acting out of devotion was characteristic of the people of ancient India. Theoretical moral principles or axioms would have been of no use to the people of ancient Europe. They would have displayed little understanding for such principles. Preaching morality to ancient Europeans would have been like giving those who do not like math the advice to accurately record their receipts and expenditures. If they prefer not to do this, and if their circumstances are such that they have enough to cover their expenses, then they do not need to keep records. If their source is inexhaustible, then they can dispense with precise bookkeeping. This circumstance is not insignificant. In theory, it applies to everything that a person considers of value in life, and to how competently a person stands and acts in life. And with respect to circumstances on earth, it also applies to the moral feelings of the inhabitants of ancient Europe. Each individual had, as it were, received a divine legacy, felt as though filled with it, and spent it in service to family or tribe, or also in service to larger folk group settings. That was how people worked, labored, and went about life. We have now characterized two great regions of humanity that are quite different from one another. For the feeling of devotion natural to the Indian people did not exist at all among the European peoples. This is why Christianity found it so difficult to bring this feeling of devotion to the Europeans. Entirely different predispositions prevailed. And now, keeping these considerations in mind, and leaving aside all the objections that might be raised based on moral concepts, let us inquire into their moral effect. It does not take much reflection to see that when these two worldviews, these two predispositions encountered each other in their purest form, the moral effect was immense. The world has received infinitely much from what could be gained only through the existence of a people like the ancient Indians, where all feeling was focused on devotion, where everything was directed toward the highest. But the world has also been given infinitely much, and it would be possible to show this in detail, through the effects of the courage and the fortitude developed by the European peoples of early pre-Christian times. Both of these qualities had to cooperate, and together they have yielded a specific moral result. We shall see how this moral effect is working even today, how, coming from both sides, it has benefited not just a portion of humanity, but all of humanity. And how, in everything that humanity today regards as the highest, we can still see the effect from the Indian people, as well as the effect from the ancient Europeans. Can we now simply say, then, that what is generating this moral effect for humanity is the good? Yes, we can say that, without a doubt. We can say that in both of these culture streams, it must be the good, and that something must exist that we can designate as the good. Yet, if we were to ask, what is the good? Then we are once again confronted by a riddle. What is the good that has worked in the one case, and what is the good that has worked in the other? I do not wish to give you moral sermons, for I do not consider this to be my task. Rather, I regard it as my task to present facts to you which can lead to an anthroposophical conception of morality. This is why I have, to begin with, placed before you two sets of known historical facts, and I ask you to note, nothing more than just this for now, that the fact of devotion and the fact of courage generate moral effects in the cultural evolution of humanity. Let us now turn our attention to a different time period. If you look at your life today and its moral impulses, you will realize, of course, that today, at least in Europe, we cannot conform to what the purest ideals of ancient India require, because European culture cannot be fostered with the Indian form of devotion. But it would be just as impossible for us to attain to our modern European culture with the old, highly praiseworthy virtue of fortitude, displayed by the ancient European peoples. We see at once that there is still something else, something different, lying at the roots of the moral sensibilities of the Europeans. We must search still further, then, to be able to answer the question, what is goodness? What is virtue? I have often pointed out that we have to distinguish between the period we call the Greco-Latin or Fourth Post-Atlantean cultural epoch and the period we call the Fifth Post-Atlantean epoch, which we live in at the present time. And what I shall have to say at this point regarding the nature of morality is really meant to characterize the origin of the Fifth Post-Atlantean epoch. Let us begin with something which you may consider controversial, since it is taken from the world of poetry and legend, but which is still characteristic of the way in which new moral impulses became active and flowed into humanity as the Fifth Post-Atlantean epoch gradually began to unfold. There was a poet who lived around the end of the 12th century and the beginning of the 13th. He died in the year 1213. His name is Hartmann von Auer. This poet created his most noteworthy poem, Der arme Heinrich, Poor Henry, out of the mode of thinking and feeling prevalent at that time, and in consonance with its conditions and its view of life. This poem expresses exceptionally well how certain moral impulses were regarded in particular circles and regions at that time. This is what the poem describes. Poor Henry once lived as a rich knight, for originally he was not poor Henry, but a rich and well-appointed knight, who did not take into account, however, that the sense-perceptible things of the physical world are but transient and fleeting. He lived only for worldly pursuits, and rapidly generated unfavorable karma as a result. In consequence of this, he was stricken with a form of leprosy. He consulted the most celebrated physicians in the world, but since none of them could help him, he gave up his life for lost and sold all his possessions. Because he was not allowed to live in human society on account of his disease, he lived apart on a solitary farm where he was well cared for by an old devoted servant and the servant's daughter. One day the daughter and the whole household learned that there was only one thing that could help a knight who had a destiny such as his, that no physician, no medicines could help that knight, and that only if a pure virgin were to sacrifice her life for him out of love would his health be restored. In spite of all the exhortations of her parents and of the knight Henry himself, something came over the daughter which made her believe that she was the one who should sacrifice herself. And so she went with the knight to Salerno, the most celebrated school of medicine of the day, and did not shrink from what the physicians required of her. She was ready to sacrifice her life. But the knight did not let it come to that. He prevented it from happening and returned home with her. The poem then tells us that when the knight returned home, he gradually began to recover, and that he lived for a long time and spent a happy old age with the one who had wished to become his savior. You may now say, of course, that this is a poem, after all, and we need not take the facts described here literally. But this matter can be regarded differently when we compare what Hartmann von Auer, the medieval poet, wrote in his Poor Henry, with something that we know actually happened. When we compare what Hartmann von Auer wanted to express in his poem with the life and deeds of an actual well-known person living in Italy at that time, Francis of Assisi, who was born in 1182. Now, in order to describe what developed as personal moral essence, concentrated, as it were, in the single personality of Francis of Assisi, let us consider the matter as it appears to the spiritual investigator, even if people would consider us foolish and superstitious. Let us take these things seriously, for this is how they were taken in that time of transition. We know that Francis of Assisi was the son of the Italian merchant Bernardone and his wife. We also know that the father, Bernardone, traveled a great deal in France, where he conducted his business, and that he was a man who placed great value on social standing. The mother of Francis of Assisi possessed the virtue of piety and had other fine qualities of the heart. She lived devoutly according to her religious feelings. Now, the things that are recounted in the form of legends and sagas about the birth and life of Francis of Assisi are fully consistent with the esoteric facts. Even if history frequently veils esoteric facts in pictures and legends, these legends correspond to the esoteric facts. Thus, it is quite true that before the birth of Francis of Assisi, quite a number of people developed an insight, a perceptive knowing through visionary revelations, that an important person was about to be born. History records that one of the many people who dreamt, that is to say, who saw in prophetic vision that an important personality was about to be born, was Saint Hildegard. Parenthesis, at this point, I must emphasize once more the truth of these facts, which can be corroborated by investigations in the Akashic record. Close quote. She dreamt that a woman appeared to her, whose face was scratched and covered with blood, and that this woman said to her, quote, "The birds have their nests here on the earth, the foxes have their holes in the earth, but at present I have nothing, not even a staff to lean on." Close quote. When Hildegard awakened from this dream, she knew that this personality represented the true form of Christianity, and many other persons dreamt in a similar manner. From what they were able to know at the time, they realized that the outer established institution of the Church was unfit to be a receptacle, a sheath, for the real Christianity. They came to this insight. One day, while Francis's father was on business in France, this again is a fact, a pilgrim came to the house of Donna Pica, the mother of Francis of Assisi, and candidly said to her, quote, "The child you are expecting must not be born in this house, where there is abundance. You must give birth to him in the stable, for he must lie on straw in order to follow his master." Close quote. This directive was actually given to the mother of Francis of Assisi, and it is not legend but truth that because the father was in France on business, the mother was able to carry this out, so that Francis of Assisi was actually born in a stable and on straw. And another anecdote is also true. Some time after the child was born, a strange man came into the village, a man who had never been seen in that village before and was never seen there since. Again and again he went through the streets saying, quote, "An important person has been born in this town," close quote. And there were also people, those who could still lead a healthy visionary life, who heard bells ringing at the time of the birth of Francis of Assisi. A whole series of phenomena could not yet be mentioned, but we will restrict ourselves to these, which have been mentioned only to show the meaningful way in which everything coming from the spiritual world was concentrated toward the manifestation of a single personality of that time. And all this becomes especially interesting when we consider one further thing. The mother had the peculiar impression that the child ought to be called John, and he was therefore given this name. It was only when the father returned that he gave his son the name Francis, because he wished to commemorate his successful business journey to France. But originally, the child was named John. Now we need to bring out just a few details from the life of this remarkable man, especially from his youth. What sort of a human being do we encounter in Francis of Assisi when we observe him as a young man? He appears as someone who conducted himself like a descendant of the ancient European warriors, which did not strike us as remarkable, considering how the peoples had intermixed after the immigrations from the north. Brave, warlike, filled with the ideal of winning honor and fame with the weapons of war. This is what he was. This is what existed like a heritage, like an ethnic characteristic in the personality of Francis of Assisi. And one could say that the qualities which now appeared in him in a more external way were the qualities that had existed as a more inward soul condition in the ancient Europeans. For Francis of Assisi was simply what one calls a spendthrift. He squandered the possessions of his father, who was at the time a rich merchant. At every opportunity, Francis squandered the fruits of his father's labor and squandered them generously wherever he went. He lavished everything on all his comrades and playfellows. Little wonder, then, that his comrades chose him to lead their youthful, warlike expeditions, and that as he grew up, he was looked upon as a truly warlike young man, for such was his reputation throughout the whole town. Now, there were all sorts of quarrels between the youths of the towns of Assisi and Perugia, and Francis took part in these various feuds. Thus it came to pass on one occasion that he and his comrades were taken prisoner. And it was Francis who not only bore his own captivity patiently and in knightly fashion, but also reassured and encouraged the others to do the same, until, after a year, they were able to return home. Later on, when a military expedition against Naples was about to be undertaken, which those in the knighthood were required to take part in, it happened that this young man had a dream vision. He saw a great palace, with all kinds of weapons and shields stored in it. He, who prior to this dream had only seen a great variety of cloths in his father's house and place of business, now saw what amounted to a building filled with parts of weapons. And so he said to himself, quote, "This is a summons for me to become a soldier," close quote. And thereupon decided to join the expedition against Naples. But as he was preparing to do this, and even more so after he had joined the expedition, he received spiritual impressions, spiritual messages. He heard something like a voice which said, quote, "Go no further. You have wrongly interpreted this dream image, which is of great significance for you. Go back to Assisi, and you will learn how to interpret it correctly," close quote. He obeyed these words, went back to Assisi, and lo and behold, had something like an inner dialogue with a being who spoke to him spiritually and said, quote, "It is not in external service that you must seek your knighthood. You are destined to transform all the forces at your disposal into powers of soul, to transform them into weapons to be used by your soul. The weapons you saw in the palace signify your soul spiritual weapons of mercy, compassion, and love. The shields signify the reasoning powers you must exercise in order to withstand the trials of a life dedicated to mercy, compassion, and love," close quote. Thereafter he had a short but dangerous illness. He recovered from this and then went through something like a review of his whole life, in which he dwelt for several days. The young knight, who in his boldest dreams had only longed to become a hero in battle, was reforged, one might say, into a man utterly dedicated to finding the moral impulses of mercy, compassion, and love in every last thing. All the forces that he had intended to use in service to the physical world were transformed into moral impulses of the inner life. We see here how a moral impulse is induced in one single person. It is not insignificant that we are here specifically considering a moral impulse of this magnitude. For even if any one person cannot always attain to the greatest ethical heights, it is only where moral impulses manifest most radically, and where we see them expressed with the greatest forcefulness, that one can learn from them. It is precisely by turning our attention to what is radical, and by seeing lesser things in the light of these radical, greater things, that we come to a correct conception about the moral impulses of life. But what happened next to Francis of Assisi? It is not necessary to describe the disputes he had with his father when he became prodigal in an entirely different manner. The earlier extravagance, which had actually been advantageous to the father's house because it brought this house fame and esteem, this was something the father could understand. But he could not understand how his son could cast off his best clothes down to his necessities and give them to those in need. Nor could he understand what had come over his son when he said, quote, "It is remarkable how little respect is given to those who have done so much for the Christian impulse in the West," close quote. Or why Francis of Assisi then proceeded to make a pilgrimage to Rome and laid a large sum of money at the graves of the apostles Peter and Paul. These things his father did not understand. I need not describe the disputes that took place. I need only indicate that for Francis of Assisi, all the impulses of morality became fully consolidated through these disputes. These concentrated impulses transformed his fortitude into soul forces and developed in such a way that they underwent a further strengthening in his meditations, and then appeared before him as the cross with the crucified one. While in this condition, he felt an interpersonal relationship to the cross and to the Christ. And from this relationship, forces then came to him, through which he could so immeasurably intensify the moral impulses that were now flowing through him. Francis of Assisi found a remarkable way of using what was now unfolding within him. In those days, the horrors of leprosy had spread over many parts of Europe, and the institutionalized church had found a strange kind of cure for the lepers, who were then so numerous. The priests would call the lepers and say to them, quote, "You are stricken with this disease in this life, but it is precisely because you are now lost to this life that you have been won for God, that you are consecrated to God." Close quote. But the lepers were then sent away from other people to isolated places where they had to spend the rest of their lives alone and shunned. I do not want to attribute blame for this kind of cure. People did not know another or better cure, but Francis of Assisi knew a better one. These things are mentioned here because they will guide us through actual experiences to the sources of morality. And you will see in the next lectures why we are dealing with these things. They also impelled Francis of Assisi to go everywhere and search out all the lepers and not to shy away from associating with them. And in fact, the leprosy, which none of the remedies of the time could cure, and therefore made it necessary to exclude these people from human society, was healed by Francis of Assisi in numerous instances. He was able to do this because he went to the lepers with the power coming from his moral impulses, which made him not shrink away from anything, but instead gave him the courage not only to carefully cleanse the leper's sores, but also to live with them, to nurse them conscientiously, even to kiss them and to permeate them with his love. What we encounter in the form of a poetic story, such as the one about the healing of poor Henry by the daughter of his faithful servant, is more than just a poem. It expresses what actually occurred in a great number of cases at that time through the historically well-known personality of Francis of Assisi. Note carefully what took place there. Within a human being, someone like Francis of Assisi, a tremendous pool of soul force was present, very much like something which had existed as courage and fortitude in the ancient peoples of Europe, but which in his case had been transformed into something soul spiritual, and thereafter worked on the soul spiritual level. Just as the inner force, which in ancient times had been active as generosity and fortitude, had led to expenditure on a personal level, and had also still manifested in a young Francis of Assisi as compulsive extravagance, so did this now lead him to become prodigal of moral force. He was full to overflowing with moral force, and this actually passed over to those to whom he gave his love. Try to feel that this is a reality, that this moral force is just as much a reality as the air we breathe, and without which we could not live. Try to feel that what flooded the whole being of Francis of Assisi and from there streamed into every heart he turned to is equally a reality. For Francis of Assisi lavished an abundance of forces streaming forth from him. This is what has flowed into and mingled with the whole developing life of Europe. This is what transformed into a force of soul and worked in this way in the world of external reality. Try to reflect on these facts, which at first may seemingly have nothing to do with the actual question of morality. Try to grasp what constitutes Indian devotion and Nordic courage. Try to evaluate the healing effect of such moral forces as were exercised by Francis of Assisi. Then tomorrow we shall be able to speak about what real moral impulses are, and we shall see that it is not merely words but realities that are at work in the soul and that establish morality. The end of Lecture 3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English, and they've given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 155 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Christ in the Human Soul. And these lectures are translated by Agnes Schneeberg de Stur. This is Lecture 4, given in Neuköping on May 29, 1912. I mentioned yesterday that what is to be said here about anthroposophical moral principles and impulses should be built on facts. And it was for this reason that I endeavored to bring forward a number of facts, which, in a most remarkable way, can testify to moral impulses. What stood out most, what became quite evident, was that mighty moral impulses must have been at work in a personality, such as Francis of Assisi, in order for him to have been able to do the deeds that he did. For what kind of deeds were they? In the case of Francis of Assisi, these were deeds that demonstrated morality in the very highest sense of the word. He was, to begin with, surrounded by people afflicted with very serious diseases, for which the rest of the world knew no cure at that time. The way his moral impulses worked was such that they did not merely give comfort to the souls of these critically ill people, and in many cases that was all that could be achieved, but that the moral impulses, the moral forces streaming out from Francis of Assisi actually had healing, health-giving effects for those patients who had developed a sufficiently high level of faith and trust. Now, in order to be able to penetrate even more deeply into the question regarding the origin of moral impulses, especially in the case of such an outstanding personality as Francis of Assisi, we must ask, how did it come about that he could develop such forces? What took place within him? To be able to understand what was active in the soul of this extraordinary human being, we must cast our gaze somewhat further afield. Let us go back to the ancient culture of India. Recall that in this civilization there were certain divisions, that the people were divided into 4 castes, and that the highest of these was the caste of the Brahmins, the cultivators of wisdom. The separation of the castes in ancient India was so strict that, for example, the sacred books could only be read by the Brahmins and not by members of the other castes. The members of the second caste, the warriors, were only allowed to hear, not read, the teachings contained in the Vedas, or in the compendium of the Vedas, the Vedanta. The Brahmins alone were allowed to explain any passage from the Vedas, in other words, interpret the meaning of the Vedas. Everyone else was strictly forbidden to have an opinion about the treasures contained in the sacred books. The second caste consisted of those pursuing the warrior skills and those administering the country's affairs. Then there was a third caste of people who were responsible for trade and commerce, and a fourth, a laboring caste. And last of all, there was an utterly despised segment of the population, the pariahs. They were so despised that a Brahmin who so much as stepped on a pariah's shadow already felt contaminated, and even had to undergo certain purification rites as a result of having stepped on the shadow of such an unclean, in quotes, human being. For that is how pariahs were looked upon. We see here then the peculiar division of human beings into 4 recognized castes, and one caste that was utterly unacknowledged. And if we ask, is it really the case that such severe rules were observed in ancient India? Then the answer must be, they were indeed observed, and strictly so. And even during the time when the Greco-Latin cultural epoch had already begun in Europe, no member of the warrior caste in India would ever have dared to have a personal opinion about what is contained in the sacred books, the Vedas. Now, how could it have happened that such a division of human beings arose? Why had this kind of division come into the world? Is it not remarkable that we find this caste system precisely among the most advanced people of antiquity, in the very people who already in comparatively early times had migrated from ancient Atlantis over to Asia? In the very people who already in comparatively early times had migrated from ancient Atlantis over to Asia, in the people who had preserved the greatest wisdom and knowledge treasures from the ancient Atlantean era? This seems strange indeed. How are we to understand, to comprehend something like this? It almost seems as if it were to contradict all the wisdom and goodness of the world order and the world guidance, that one group alone should be separated off and be appointed to preserve the highest treasure, while others should be predestined by the mere fact of their birth to occupy subordinate positions. This can be understood only by looking into the secrets of existence. Evolution, existence is possible only through differentiation, through segmentation. If all people had wished to attain the degree of wisdom attained in the Brahmin caste, then no one would have been able to reach it. It would therefore not be right to say, quote, if all human beings cannot in the same way attain to the highest wisdom, then this contradicts the divine world order, the divine world guidance, close quote. This would make no more sense than to demand that an omniscient and omnipotent God should make a triangle with 4 corners. No God can make a triangle other than with 3 corners. For what is ordered and determined according to inner rules of the Spirit must also be adhered to by the divine regulators. The laws governing special boundaries are just as strict, as for example in determining that a triangle can only have 3 corners, as are the laws of evolution in determining that development must come about through differentiation, that certain groups of human beings must be separated off so that a particular quality can develop in human evolution. And for this to happen, some human beings must be excluded for a time. This is not just a law of human evolution, rather it is a law of all evolution. Consider the form of the human body. You will have no problem recognizing that the most perfected and valuable parts of the human form are the bones of the head. But how could these particular bones have become skull bones and envelop the noble organ of the brain? Seen from their rudimentary structure, all human bones could potentially become skull bones. But in order for some of the bones of the whole skeleton to actually develop to this higher level, to become protective casings for the front and back of the head, the hip bones and joint bones had to remain at a lower stage of development. For the hip bones and joint bones do indeed have the innate possibility of becoming skull bones, equally as much as the bones that have actually done so. This is how it is everywhere throughout the world. Progress is possible only because of the fact that some remain behind while others advance further, and even overshoot a certain point of development. Accordingly, one might say that the Brahmins advanced beyond a certain midpoint of development, while the lower castes remained behind this point. As the Atlantean catastrophe was taking place, groups of people wandered from Atlantis, the ancient continent located where the Atlantic Ocean is today, and gradually migrated eastward, populating the lands now known as Europe, Asia, and Africa. Parenthesis, we shall not consider today the groups who migrated westward, whose descendants were later discovered in America. Close parenthesis. After the event of the Atlantic catastrophe, the body of people who migrated eastward consisted not just of the 4 castes who settled in India. There were actually 7 castes migrating eastward from ancient Atlantis, and the 4 who settled in India were in fact the 4 higher castes. Apart from the 5th caste, the pariahs, who constituted, as it were, an intermediate element, German Zwischensubstanz, of the population in India, there were also other castes who did not join those migrating to India, but who remained in various places in Europe, Asia Minor, and also in Africa. What actually happened here was that only the most select castes migrated to India, and that those who remained behind in Europe had essentially quite different qualities from those who went on to India. Indeed, we can only understand what later took place in Europe if we also know that the more advanced segment of humanity of that time went on to Asia, and that the main body of the population left behind in Europe consisted of people who provided the possibility for very special incarnations. If we wish to understand the nature of the special incarnations of those souls in the midst of the general mass of the ancient European population, then we must call to mind a specific event that took place in Atlantean times. At a certain time during the Atlantean age, it happened that great secrets of existence, great truths about life were betrayed, secrets that were much more profound than anything that post-Atlantean civilization has been able to ascend to. These secrets should have been limited to small circles, kept within dedicated schools, as would have been required in those times, but were instead betrayed to large segments of the Atlantean population, who thereby acquired knowledge of the mysteries and of esoteric truths for which they were not yet mature enough. As a consequence, their souls were, to a large extent, driven into a condition of moral decline, and only those who later migrated to Asia remained on the path of goodness, the path of virtue. But here again, you must not imagine that the whole European population would have consisted only of people whose souls were inhabited by individuals who had suffered a moral downfall as a consequence of the temptations they had been exposed to during Atlantean times. For, scattered throughout this European population, were others who had not migrated to Asia, but who had remained behind and had taken on leading roles. Thus, all over large areas of Europe, Asia Minor, and Africa, there were human beings who, one might say, simply belonged to castes or ethnic groups that yielded the requisite conditions for fallen souls to live in their bodies. But there were also those human beings who had remained behind, who had not migrated to India, and could now take over the leadership. These were the better, more highly developed souls. The best regions for those souls who had to assume the leadership in these olden times, the times during which the Indian and Persian civilizations developed, were the more northerly parts of Europe, the regions where the oldest European mystery centers also flourished. Now, a kind of protective arrangement had been instituted to guard against what had happened earlier in ancient Atlantis. In Atlantis, temptation had arisen for the above-described souls because they had been given mystery wisdom and esoteric truths for which they were unprepared. It is for this reason that in the European mystery centers, the wisdom treasures had to be protected and guarded all the more. Accordingly, those who were the actual teachers of wisdom in Europe in the post-Atlantean period remained completely on the outside and preserved what they had received as a strict secret. One can say then that even in Europe, there were persons who might be compared to the Brahmins of Asia, but that these European Brahmins were not outwardly known as such by anyone. They kept, in the strictest sense of the word, the sacred secrets absolutely secluded in the mystery centers, so that for the general population, among whom these leaders were scattered, there would be no repetition of what had already happened once in the Atlantean era. Only through the most careful protection and guardianship of the wisdom treasures was it possible for the fallen souls to be able to elevate themselves in a certain sense. For indeed, differentiation does not occur in such a way that one portion of humanity is destined from the outset to occupy a lower rank than another. Rather, what is lowered at one time is to rise higher again at a later time. For this to happen, however, the requisite conditions must be created. Thus it came about that there were souls in Europe who had fallen into temptation, who had lost their moral cohesion, but that, at the same time, there was a wisdom at work among them that came from deeply hidden sources. Now the other castes who had migrated to India also had left members behind in Europe. It was primarily the members of the second Indian caste, the warrior caste, who took on positions of power in Europe. Whereas the wise teachers, that is to say those who were equivalent to the Brahmins in India, kept themselves completely secluded and gave their counsel from hidden stations, the warriors ventured out among the people to help them advance, based on the counsel of those ancient European priest teachers. They were the ones who, with military bearing, went out to the people. The second caste wielded the greatest power in Europe in primeval times, but in their way of life they were guided by the wise sages who remained hidden. This is how it came about that precisely those who distinguished themselves with the qualities we spoke of yesterday, courage and fortitude, were the ones who became the prominent personalities of Europe. Whereas in India, wisdom was exalted, and the Brahmins were revered because they interpreted the sacred writings. In Europe, it was bravery and fortitude that were held in highest esteem. And the only thing the people knew was where they had to go to obtain these divine secrets, with which they then had to imbue their courage and fortitude. When we look upon the course of European culture over thousands and thousands of years, we see how the souls gradually became more advanced and elevated. But as Europe was inhabited by souls who, strictly speaking, were descendants of a population that had fallen into temptation, no suitable appreciation for the caste system of India could develop. The people were all mixed together. A differentiation, a division into castes, as in India, did not occur. The only division that arose was between those who were in a leading position, an upper class, which later established itself in the most varied ways as the leading class, and those who were being led, a class of people who were led. This class consisted mainly of souls who had to struggle to uplift themselves. If we look for those souls who gradually struggled upward out of this lower class, who raised themselves from their fallen state into a higher one, then we find them chiefly in a segment of the European population of which history tells but little, of which little is mentioned in today's history books. Century after century, this population developed itself in order to rise to a higher stage, in order to recover, as it were, from the heavy blow it had received in the Atlantean period. And so what we see in Asia is a culture that progressed continuously, whereas in Europe it was more a process of restoration, of transformation from a moral downfall into a gradual moral improvement. This is how things remained for a long time, and improvement came about only because there was an extraordinary impulse to imitate in the souls of these people. Those who displayed bravery in living and working among the people were regarded as the ideals, as shining examples. They were looked upon as the first, in quotes, in German Ersten, were called sovereigns in German Fürsten, and were imitated by the others. And in this way, through these human beings who mingled with the people as leaders, the morality of all of Europe was raised. With this, however, something else became necessary in European evolution, and to understand this, we must make a clear distinction between individual soul development and the evolution, the development of a whole race. The two must not be confused. A human soul can develop in such a way that in one incarnation it embodies itself in a particular race. If, as a result, it acquires certain qualities, Then, in a later incarnation, it can re-embody itself in an entirely different race. Accordingly, within the European population of today, it is quite possible to find souls whose previous incarnations were in India, Japan, or China. Souls do not by any means stay with the same race. Soul evolution is something quite different from racial evolution, which proceeds at its own steady pace. Now, in the case of the evolution of ancient Europe, the situation was such that there were souls incarnated in the European races because they could not pass over into the Asiatic races. For that reason, these souls were obliged at that time to incarnate repeatedly in the European races. But as they advanced and improved themselves, they gradually passed over into higher races. Souls previously incarnated in the more subordinate races raised themselves to a higher level and could then incarnate in the bodily descendants of the leading population in Europe. The bodily descendants of the leading people became more and more numerous because more and more souls advanced. Having progressed in this way, they incarnated among the leading people of Europe. And what happened eventually was that the bodily form in which the bulk of the ancient European population had originally incarnated died out as a physical race. The souls, one could say, abandoned the bodies that were formed in a particular way, and these then died out. This was the reason that the lower races had fewer and fewer descendants, while the higher races had more and more. Gradually, the lowest levels of the European population completely died out. This is a very specific process, which we must understand. The souls developed further, but the bodies died out. That is why we must distinguish so carefully between soul development and racial evolution. The souls reappeared in bodies stemming from higher races. Such a process, however, does not occur without having certain effects. When something like this occurs, when something disappears, as it were, something involving large geographical regions, it does not disappear into nothingness, but rather disperses and then exists in a different form. You will understand what form this took in these primeval times if you consider that with the dying out of the inferior segments of the population of which I have been speaking, the whole region gradually became filled with demonic beings, beings that represented the products of decay, the products of disintegration, of what had died out. And so the whole of Europe and also Asia Minor were filled with the spiritualized products of decay from the dying out of the inferior segments of the population. These demons of decay endured for a long time and eventually also affected the people. What happened was that these demons of decay, which remained present in the spiritual atmosphere, as it were, gained an influence over human beings at a later time, and exerted that influence by permeating people's feelings and sensations. This influence can best be seen from what happened at the time of the Great Migrations, when large masses of people, including Attila and his hordes, came over from Asia, causing great terror among the people in Europe. And it was through this state of terror that the population became susceptible to the influences of the demonic beings that still persisted from earlier times. Through the influence of these demonic entities, and therefore as a consequence of the terror produced by the hordes coming over from Asia, there gradually developed what then manifested as leprosy, the epidemic disease of the Middle Ages. This disease was nothing other than the consequence of the state of fear and terror that the people experienced at that time. But these conditions of fear and terror could have had this effect only in the souls of people who had been exposed to the demonic forces of former times. I have now described to you why it was possible for people to succumb to a disease that was later practically eradicated in Europe, and why it was so widespread, especially during the period I identified for you yesterday. And so, We see how certain races have died out as they needed to because they did not develop to higher levels, but also how we still have the after effects in the form of diseases that can affect human beings. The disease in question, leprosy, emerges as the result of soul spiritual causes. This whole situation had to be counteracted. Further development could come about only if that which I have just described to you were to be entirely removed from the European scene. An example of how it was removed was given in the last lecture, where I showed that while the after effects of immoral intent continued to exist as the demons of disease, strong moral impulses arose as well, as in Francis of Assisi. Because Francis of Assisi had such strong moral impulses, he also gathered around him others who worked in the same way, albeit to a lesser degree. At that time, there were actually a great many who worked in this way, but it did not last for long. How then did such a soul power arise in Francis of Assisi? Since we are not gathered here to study external science, but rather to understand human morality from its esoteric foundations, we must now take a closer look at some esoteric truths. Let us ask then, where did such a soul as Francis of Assisi's come from? A soul such as we encounter in Francis of Assisi can be understood only if we observe it a little bit more from the inside, if we take the trouble to investigate what was hidden in its depths. Here I must remind you that the old division into castes in India actually received its first blow, its first upheaval, through Buddhism. For among the many other things that Buddhism introduced into Asiatic life was the fact that it saw no justification for the caste system. That as far as this was possible in Asia, it recognized each person's power to reach for the highest that can be attained by human beings. We know that all this was only possible through the outstandingly great and mighty personality of the Buddha. We also know that the Buddha became a Buddha in the incarnation we are usually told of, that previously he was a bodhisattva, which represents the rank just below that of a Buddha, and that this son of King Suddhodana, by experiencing in his 29th year, deep within himself, the great truths about life and sorrow, had acquired the greatness to proclaim the teaching known as Buddhism in the Asiatic world. There is something else, however, that we must not overlook, something that is also connected with this progression from bodhisattva to Buddha. When this individuality, who had passed through many incarnations as a bodhisattva, advanced to the rank of a Buddha and thus became the Buddha, this incarnation also marked the last time he had to dwell on the earth in a physical body. This means that a person who is raised from bodhisattva to Buddha has thereby entered an incarnation which for him will be the final one. From that time onward, such an individuality only works down from spiritual heights, only works spiritually. Accordingly, we are faced with the fact that since the 5th century BC, the individuality of the Buddha has worked exclusively down from spiritual heights. Buddhism, however, has continued. It was able to influence not just Asiatic life, but also in a certain way, the cultural, spiritual life of the whole of the then known world. We know how Buddhism has spread in Asia and how many followers it has there. But in a more hidden and veiled form, it has also spread within the cultural, spiritual life of Europe. In particular, we must point out that the part of the Buddha's great teaching that is related to the equality of human beings was exceptionally suited to be taken up by the population of Europe, because that population was not arranged according to a caste system, but instead was based on the idea of the homogeneity and equality of all human beings. Some centuries into the Christian era, a kind of mystery school was founded on the shores of the Black Sea. This mystery school was led by people who had set as their highest ideal the part of the Buddha's teachings that has just been described. But in this mystery school, they were able to illuminate, to shine a new light, as it were, in these early centuries of Christianity, on what Buddha had given to humanity, because of the fact that they had absorbed the Christian impulse at the same time. If I were to describe this school on the Black Sea as it is viewed by the spiritual researcher, and you will understand me best if I do so, then I must characterize this school in the following manner. The people who gathered there initially had teachers on the outer physical plane. There they were instructed in doctrines and principles which had originated in Buddhism, but which were infused with the impulses that came into the world through Christianity. Then, when the pupils were sufficiently prepared, they were led to the point where the deeper forces within them, the deeper wisdom forces, could be brought forth, so that they acquired a clairvoyant vision of the spiritual world and were then able to see into the spiritual worlds. The first thing attained by the pupils of this mystery school, after the teachers on the physical plane, that is, teachers incarnated in physical bodies, had accustomed them to it, was the ability to recognize those who no longer descended to the physical plane. In this way, they came to know the Buddha, for example. These mystery pupils actually learned to know the Buddha face to face, in quotes, if one may speak in this way of his spiritual presence. This is how the Buddha continued to work spiritually in the mystery pupils, and how, through his power, he worked down to the physical plane, since he himself no longer descended to physical incarnation on the physical plane. The pupils in this mystery school were subdivided into two groups, consistent with their degree of maturity. The pupils who were thus selected had already gone through the preparatory stage and were more advanced, so that most of them had developed their clairvoyance to such a level that they could perceive a being who strove with all his might to bring his impulses through to the physical world, even though he did not himself descend to the physical plane, that they could get to know the Buddha in all his secrets and in all that he wished to accomplish. A fairly large number of these pupils remained clairvoyants on that level, but there were some who had, in addition to the capacities of knowledge and of soul clairvoyance, also developed to a remarkable degree the spiritual element that cannot be separated from a certain humility, a certain highly evolved capacity for devotion. These pupils then became able, precisely in this mystery school, to receive the Christ impulse to a tremendous degree. They could also become clairvoyant in such a way that they became the specially selected successors of Paul and received the Christ impulse directly into their life. One could say then that two groups went out from this school. One group, which had the impulse to spread the teachings of the Buddha everywhere, albeit without using his name in that context, and a second group, which in addition received the Christ impulse. Now, the difference between these two groups did not appear very strongly in that particular incarnation, but only in the next. The pupils who had come as far as the Buddha impulse, but who had not received the Christ impulse, became the teachers of human equality and brotherhood. The pupils, however, who had received the Christ impulse, developed in such a way that in their next physical incarnation, the Christ impulse continued to work in them, so that they could not only teach, and they did not in fact regard this as their principal task, but could work predominantly through their moral power. One such pupil of the mystery school on the Black Sea was later born in his next incarnation as Francis of Assisi. No wonder then that in him lived the wisdom he had received, the wisdom knowledge about human fellowship and equality of all, about the need to love all human beings equally. No wonder that this knowledge pulsated through his soul, and that this soul was strengthened through and through by the Christ impulse. How did this Christ impulse work further in Francis of Assisi in this subsequent incarnation? It worked in such a way that when he was placed in a population in which the old disease demons were especially active, The Christ impulse reached these diseased demons through him and absorbed their evil substance into itself, thereby removing it from the people. Before this could happen, however, the Christ impulse had embodied itself in this substance in such a way that it first became a vision in Francis of Assisi, the vision in which he saw the palace and the vision in which he was called upon to take up the burden of poverty. At that time, the Christ impulse had again become alive in him, and it then streamed out from him and took hold of the diseased demons. This caused his moral forces to become so strong that they could remove the harmful spiritual substances that accompanied the above characterized disease. It was only because of this event that the possibility was created to bring to a higher development what I have described as the after effect of the old Atlantean element, to sweep the evil substances away from the earth and to purify the European world from these substances. Look at the life of Francis of Assisi and notice the remarkable way in which it unfolded. He is born in the year 1182. We know that the first years of life of a human being are largely devoted to the development of the physical body. What develops in the physical body are principally those things that manifest through external heredity. Hence, what initially manifests in Francis of Assisi are the things he inherited from the European people. Certain qualities gradually appear as his etheric body develops, just as in any other human being, between the ages of 7 and 14. And it is from this etheric body that, above all, the quality emerges that had worked directly in him as the Christ impulse in the mystery center on the Black Sea. Then, as his astral life begins to develop at age 14, the Christ force becomes particularly enlivened in him, because that which has remained united with the atmosphere of the earth since the mystery of Golgotha now enters his astral body. Francis of Assisi's personality was such that it was also permeated by the outer Christ force, because in his previous incarnation he had sought the Christ force where it could be found, in that special mystery center of initiation. Here we see how the process of differentiation works in humanity. Differentiation must come about. But what is driven downward to a lower level as a consequence of earlier events is later uplifted again through very special events taking place in the course of human evolution. There was another occasion when a particularly important instance of a, in quotes, lifting up took place in the evolution of humanity, one which will always remain incomprehensible from an exoteric point of view. In reality, people have given up trying to understand it, but from an esoteric point of view, it can be fully explained. It has to do with those who had raised themselves up most quickly from the lowest strata of the Western population, who had gradually overcome having to pass through the lowest strata, but had not risen very far in intellectual development and had remained relatively simple people. And the most select, the most outstanding among them, who only needed to be uplifted at a specific point in time by a mighty impulse reflected in them, were the ones who are known to us as the 12 apostles of Jesus. They were the extract of the lower castes who were diverted and had not continued on to India. The substance required for the disciples of Christ Jesus had to be taken from these castes. What has been said here does not refer in any way to the previous or subsequent incarnations of the apostle individualities, only to the physical ancestry of the bodies in which the apostle personalities were incarnated. One must always distinguish between the lineage of successive incarnations and the lineage of physical heredity. And with this, we have now found the source of the moral power of that unique personality, Francis of Assisi. Do not say that Considering the usual caliber of human capacities, it would be too much to expect people to adopt such extraordinary ideals as lived in Francis of Assisi. What has been said here was certainly not intended to imply that anyone could be advised to become a Francis of Assisi. Not at all. The intention was to point out, by means of a particularly striking example, how moral power can enter into a human being, where such power can originate from, and how it must be understood as something very special, something that was originally present in human beings. However, from the whole spirit of what has been said up to now, you may take away one thing in particular, which we have already emphasized regarding other forces in human evolution, namely that humanity has gone through a descent and is now beginning an ascent. When we go back in human evolution, we pass through the post-Atlantean age to the Atlantean catastrophe, then into the Atlantean age, and then further back into the Lemurian age. Having thus arrived at the starting point of earthly humanity, we find there a time when humanity, with regard to its spiritual aspects, was much closer to the divine. A time when humanity evolved not only from a life of spirit, but also from morality. Accordingly, what is shown to exist at the beginning of Earth evolution is morality, not non-morality. Morality is a primordial divine gift, part of the original composition of human nature. Just as spiritual power was present in human nature when humanity had not yet descended as far earthward. Essentially, a large part of immorality entered human evolution in just the way described, through the betrayal of higher mystery secrets during the ancient Atlantean age. Thus, we cannot speak about morality as if it were something that would only have developed in humanity over time. Rather, morality is something that lies at the foundation of the human soul, something that has been hidden and suppressed only by later civilization. When we look at the matter in the right light, we cannot even say that immorality came into the world through folly. Rather, it came into the world because the mystery secrets were betrayed, disclosed to human beings who were not sufficiently mature to receive them. It was through this, in particular, that people were tempted and then succumbed and degenerated. Therefore, in order for them to rise again, you can gather this from today's presentation, something was needed that would clear away everything that had positioned itself in opposition to the moral impulse in the human soul. Let me put this another way. Suppose we have before us a criminal, someone we call immoral in the most obvious sense of the word. On no account must we think that this immoral person is devoid of moral impulses. They are there, and we shall find them if we look into the foundation of that person's soul. There is no human soul, with the exception of black magicians, who are not our concern here, in which there is not a foundation of moral goodness. If a person is bad, it is because what has arisen in the course of time as spiritual error has overlain, covered the moral goodness. Human nature is not bad. Originally, it truly was good. An objective observation of human nature shows us that in its deepest nature it is good, and that it was the subsequent spiritual errors that diverted people from the moral path of goodness. Therefore, these moral errors must, in the course of time, be corrected in human beings. The errors themselves and also their consequences must be rectified. However, where the consequences of evil, of immorality, are so severe that disease demons are already present, then super-moral forces, like those of Francis of Assisi, must also be active. The betterment of human beings always must have its foundation in eradicating these spiritual errors. But what is needed for this? Take everything I have now told you and condense it into one basic mood or feeling. Let the facts speak. Let them speak to your feelings and perceptions. Try to gather them together into one fundamental feeling. You will then be able to say, quote, what attitude does a human being need to have toward another human being? This is precisely what is needed, the belief in the original goodness of humanity as a whole, and of each single human being in particular, close quote. The first thing we must say about morality, if we want to put it into words at all, is that there is an immeasurable goodness at the foundation of human nature. This is what Francis of Assisi realized. And when he was approached by some of those afflicted with the dreadful disease of leprosy, then as a good Christian of that time, he said somewhat the following to himself, quote, a disease such as this is in some respects the result of sin, but because sin is spiritual error, because the disease is the consequence of spiritual error, it must therefore be invalidated and eradicated by a strong opposing spiritual power, close quote. In this way, Francis of Assisi saw how, in some respects, the consequence, the punishment of sin showed itself outwardly on the sinner. But he also saw the goodness of human nature. He saw what has been placed as divine spiritual forces at the foundation of each human being. This tremendous faith in the goodness of every human being's essential nature, even of the one being punished, was what especially distinguished Francis of Assisi. This made it possible for the contrasting power to appear in his soul, the power of a love, which out of its moral essence gives, helps, and indeed even heals. And no one who has fully transformed this faith in the original goodness of human nature into an all-encompassing impulse can come to any other decision than to love this human nature as such. These are, to begin with, the two fundamental impulses that can establish a truly moral life. First, the faith in the divine that is at the foundation of every human soul. And second, the boundless love for humanity that springs forth from this faith. For it was only this boundless love that could lead Francis of Assisi to the infirm, the crippled, and those stricken with the plague. And then a third aspect may be added, one that is necessarily founded on the first two impulses. A person who has built a firm foundation of faith in the goodness of the human soul, and who has this kind of love for human nature, can only come to the realization, quote, what we see arising from the collaboration of the original goodness of the human soul and love that works in deeds justifies a perspective on the future wherein every human soul, no matter how far it may have descended from the height of spiritual life, can be led back to this spiritual life again. Close quote. This is the third impulse. This is the hope for every human soul, that it can find its way back to the divine spiritual. We can say that Francis of Assisi heard these three impulses expressed countless times, that they repeatedly appeared before his mind's eye during his initiation into the Colchian mysteries on the Black Sea. We can also say, however, that in the life he had to take up as Francis of Assisi, he preached very little of faith and love, that instead he was himself the personification, the embodiment of this faith and this love. One could say that these were embodied in him, and that in him they appeared as a living symbol before the world. But in the center of this there was, of course, that which really worked. For it was not faith that worked, and neither was it hope. These one must indeed have, but only love works. Love stands in the center, and it is love which in that single incarnation of Francis of Assisi carried the actual moral development of humanity toward the divine. And this love, which we know was the result of his initiation in the Colchian mysteries, how have we seen it become part of him and unfold in him? We saw that the knightly virtues of the ancient European spirit appeared in Francis of Assisi, that he was a chivalrous youth. We saw that courage and fortitude were transformed in his individuality, permeated by the Christ impulse, into active, practical love. And with this we see the ancient courage, the old fortitude resurrected, as it were, in the love that we encounter in Francis of Assisi. Spiritualized ancient courage transformed into the spiritual, and fortitude transformed into the spiritual. This is love. It is interesting to notice how much of what has just been said also corresponds to the outer historical development of humanity. Let us go back a few centuries into pre-Christian times, into the fourth post-Atlantean cultural epoch. Among the people whose culture, in particular, has lent its name to this Greco-Latin epoch, we find the Greek philosopher Plato, who wrote, among other things, about morality, about human virtues. From the way he described them, we can recognize that Plato was reticent with respect to the highest things, the actual secrets, but that he was able to put the things he permitted himself to say into the mouth of Socrates. Plato, addressing a time in European culture in which the Christ impulse was not yet active, describes what he recognized as the highest virtues, the virtues regarded by the Greeks as those which a moral person should have above all else. To begin with, Plato describes three primary virtues. There is a fourth one, which we shall also get to know. The first virtue is that of wisdom. Wisdom as such is a virtue, according to Plato. And we have seen that in the most manifold ways, wisdom indeed lies at the foundation of moral life. In India, the wisdom of the Brahmins was at the basis of human life. In Europe, the wisdom receded more into the background, but it lived in the northern mysteries, where the European Brahmins had the task of remedying what had been corrupted through the betrayal in ancient Atlantis. Wisdom does indeed stand behind all morality, as we shall see in tomorrow's lecture. Then, in keeping with the mysteries he was connected with, Plato also describes courage as a virtue, that is to say, the very quality we find above all in the European population. As a third virtue, he designates temperance or moderation, in other words, the opposite of the passionate fostering of lower human drives. Those are the three primary virtues of Plato: wisdom, courage or fortitude, and temperance or moderation, the curbing of the sensual drives active in human beings. And finally, Plato describes the harmonious balancing of these three virtues as a fourth virtue, which he calls justice or righteousness. Here, then, we have a description given by one of the most eminent European minds in pre-Christian times of what were regarded then as the most important qualities of human nature. Among the later European population, courage and fortitude becomes permeated by the Christ impulse and by what we call the I, capital. What Plato refers to as the virtue of courage is thereby spiritualized and thus becomes love. What is most important is that we see how new moral impulses enter into humanity, how what formerly existed in the form we have described later becomes something quite different. Thus, unless we wish to disparage Christian morality, we may not list the virtues as wisdom, fortitude, temperance, and justice, for then we might receive the response, quote, "If you had all of these and yet had not love, never would you enter the kingdom of heaven," close quote. Let us bear in mind the epoch in which, as we have seen, a current was poured into humanity, an impulse that caused wisdom and courage to be spiritualized and then to reappear as love. In the next lecture, we shall consider how wisdom, moderation, and justice have continued to develop. And in exploring this question, we shall come to understand the particular moral mission of the anthroposophical movement for our present time. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 155 by Rudolf Steiner. 10 lectures entitled Christ and the Human Soul, translated by Agnes Schneeberg de Stur, and this is lecture 5, given in Norrköping on May 30th, 1912. From what was presented in yesterday's lecture, it became clear that moral impulses are inherent to human nature. Based on the facts presented earlier, we tried to demonstrate that the foundation of morality, the foundation of goodness, lies at the base of the human soul, and that it was only in the course of evolution, in the passage from incarnation to incarnation, that human beings have strayed from their original, almost instinctive predisposition toward the good, and thereby made it possible for evil, error, and immorality to enter into humanity. If this is true, however, we should be all the more astonished that evil can exist at all, that it can come into existence, and should feel impelled to ask, how then has evil become possible in the course of evolution? A comprehensive answer to this question can be obtained only by exploring the elementary moral teachings that were given to people already in ancient times. The pupils of the mysteries, whose highest ideal was to gradually penetrate to complete spiritual knowledge and truth, were always obliged to work from a moral foundation, wherever work was done in the true spirit of the mysteries. The specific character of the moral nature of the human being was illustrated for the pupils in a very special manner. If we are to describe briefly how this took place, we may say, the pupils of the mysteries were shown that human nature can bring about destruction and harm in two directions, and that human beings are in a position to develop free will only because of this possibility of causing harm, of erring in two directions. They were then shown that life can take a favorable course only when these two ways of deviation are regarded as two sides of a balance, where at any moment either the one side or the other side can go up or down, and true balance is achieved only when the crossbeam is in the horizontal position. In this way, the pupils were shown that the right conduct of a human being cannot at all be described by saying that one thing is correct and the other incorrect. That right conduct is achieved only through the fact that human beings, at every moment in their lives, are placed in the position of being pulled either to the one side or to the other, and that they themselves must establish the balance between the two. Consider the virtue of fortitude or courage described earlier. With respect to it, human nature may swing to the one side, toward recklessness, that is, toward unrestrained activity in the world with full application of all of a person's available forces. That is the one side, the side of recklessness. The other side of the scale, is cowardice. The human being can veer to either side, as it were, and the pupils in the mystery centers were shown that if we veer toward recklessness, then we lose ourselves. We lay aside ourself and become crushed by the wheels of life. Life tears us apart if we err in this direction. If, on the other hand, we err toward the side of cowardice, then we become hardened in ourselves and torn away from other things and beings. Then we become self-enclosed beings who fall away from our connection with the world because our actions cannot be brought into harmony with the whole. This was shown to the mystery pupils with regard to all human actions. Either we regress because we become crushed and torn apart by the objective world, and thus lose ourself, or we regress because we have gone in the other direction, not just with regard to fortitude, but with any action, in such a way that we become hardened within ourselves. Accordingly, right at the top of the moral code in any of the mystery centers stood the important ground rule. You must find the mean, so that through your deeds you do not lose yourself to the world, and the world does not lose you. These are the two possible directions human beings can be drawn into. Either we become lost to the world and are gripped and worn down by the world, as is the case with recklessness, or the world is lost for us because we harden ourselves in our egoism, as is the case with cowardice. Accordingly, the pupils in the mystery centers were told that there is no such thing as a conclusive, fixed goodness for which one can strive. That goodness, rather, arises solely because the human being, like a pendulum, can continually swing to one side or to the other, and must, through personal inner force, find the possibility of balance, the central mean between the two. You can see that with this, you have everything that makes it possible for you to understand the freedom of will and the significance of reason and wisdom in human conduct. If it were appropriate for human beings to abide by eternal moral principles, then we would only need to adopt these principles, and we could then march through life in a straight line. But life is never like that. Instead, freedom in life consists in always having the opportunity of erring in the one direction or in the other. And because of this, the possibility of immorality, of evil, also arises. For what is evil? Evil is what develops when we either lose ourselves to the world or the world loses us. What we call the good consists in avoiding both of these. Evil has become possible in the course of evolution because in passing from incarnation to incarnation, human beings have erred either in the one direction or in the other, and because they did not always find the balance, were required to create karmic compensation at a future time. What cannot be achieved in one lifetime in terms of finding the mean is achieved in the course of evolution and through several lifetimes, inasmuch as a person who has erred to the one side is then obliged, perhaps in the next life, to swing to the other side and thus create compensation. What I have just told you was a golden rule in the ancient mysteries. As is so often the case, we can again find an echo of this mystery principle among the early philosophers. We find that where Aristotle speaks of virtue, he gives a characterization that can be understood only if we know that what has just been referred to here was indeed an ancient mystery principle, a principle which Aristotle received through tradition and then incorporated into his philosophy. That is why Aristotle gives this remarkable definition of virtue. Virtue is a human ability guided by rational insights, which in relation to the human being holds the mean between the too much and the too little. And with this, Aristotle has indeed given a definition of virtue, such as has not been achieved by any subsequent philosophy. Because Aristotle had the tradition from the mysteries, he could arrive at the precise truth. This then is the famous mean, which must be maintained if the human being is to be virtuous, if moral power is to pulsate through the world. We can now also answer the question of why morality must exist at all. For what happens when morality is absent, when the too much or the too little governs, when either the human being is lost to the world by being crushed, or the world is lost for the human being? In each case, something is always destroyed. Everything evil, everything immoral, is a process of destruction. And the moment we recognize that when we do evil, we are actually destroying and eliminating something from the world, in that moment, an impulse of goodness overwhelmingly takes effect in us. And it is especially the task of the anthroposophical movement, which is now only beginning to enter the world, to show how all evil brings about a destructive process and how it eliminates something that is urgently needed in the world. If we now, in the sense of our anthroposophical world conception, adhere to the principle that has just been brought forward, then what we know about the nature of the human being leads us to a particular understanding of good and evil. We know that the sentient soul was specifically developed in the ancient Chaldean cultural epoch during the third post-Atlantean epoch. People today have little notion what this epoch of evolution was really like, for external history does not reach back much beyond Egyptian times. We know that the intellectual or mind soul developed during the fourth epoch, the Greco-Latin cultural epoch, and that now, in our epoch, we are developing the consciousness soul. The spirit self will only come into full effect in the sixth cultural epoch. Let us now ask, in what way can the sentient soul stray from the good, either to the one side or to the other? The sentient soul is what enables the human being to experience the world of objects, to perceive this world, to take part in it. And rather than to remain ignorant about the things encountered in this world, to come into a relationship with them. All this is brought about through the sentient soul. We will be able to find the one direction in which a human being can stray, with respect to the sentient soul, when we ask ourselves, what is it, in fact, that enables us to have a relationship with our surroundings? It is what we may call our interest in things. This word interest, in quotes, expresses something which, in a moral sense, is extremely significant. It is much more important to consider the moral significance of interest than to devote oneself to thousands upon thousands of moral axioms, which, although beautiful, may well be petty and hypocritical. Our moral impulses are, in fact, never guided better than when we take proper interest in objects or beings. Please think about this. Because of the way I spoke in yesterday's lecture about the deeper meaning of love as an impulse, I trust that I will not now be misunderstood when I say that even the usual oft-repeated saying of, quote, love, love, and love again, close quote, cannot replace the moral impulse that is contained in what is indicated in the word, in quotes, interest. Suppose we have a child before us. What is the prerequisite for our devoting ourselves to this child? What is the precondition for our being able to guide this child in its development? The precondition is that we take an interest in it. The soul contains an unhealthy element if a human being pulls away from something in which he or she should take an interest. The more we get beyond the mere preaching of morals and advance to the real foundations of morality, the more we will recognize that in a moral sense, the impulse of interest is an especially golden impulse. When we extend our interests, when we find opportunity to meet the objects and beings of the world with understanding, forces are called forth within us, also in encountering human beings. Even our compassion is awakened in the right manner if we take an interest in another being. If, as anthroposophists, we set ourselves the task of increasingly extending our interests, of increasingly widening our horizons, then this will also enhance the universal fellowship of humanity. It is not through the mere preaching of universal love that progress is made, but rather by extending our interests further and further, so that we increasingly come to be interested in and develop an understanding of people with the most diverse temperaments and personalities, with the most diverse racial and national characteristics, with the most diverse religious and philosophical views. Right understanding, right interest elicits from the soul the right moral conduct. Here too we must hold the mean between two extremes. One extreme is apathy, indifference to things, which is the cause of immense moral catastrophes in the world. Apathy makes us indifferent to the world, causes us to live only in ourselves and to stubbornly insist on our own viewpoint. In a moral sense, this insistence on a viewpoint is never a good thing. What is essential is that we be open to all that is around us. Apathy pulls us away from the world, whereas interest places us within it. Through our apathy, the world loses us, and we become immoral. Thus we see that apathy and lack of interest in the world are morally bad to the highest degree. Anthroposophy, however, is something that makes the mind ever more active, helps us to better think the spiritual, and to take it into ourselves. Just as it is true that warmth arises when we light a fire in a stove, so it is true that interest in everything human and in all beings arises when we take in anthroposophical truths. Wisdom is the fuel for interest. And we can say, even if this may perhaps not be immediately obvious, that anthroposophy causes this interest to be reignited in us when we study those more remote subjects, such as the teachings about Saturn, Sun, and Moon, or about karma, and so on. It is absolutely the case that what arises as the transformed product of anthroposophical knowledge is interest, whereas materialistic knowledge gives rise to what is unfortunately so very prevalent today, and what in a radical sense must be designated as apathy, which, if it alone were to prevail, would have to cause tremendous harm. Just notice the way in which many people move through the world, how they may meet this or that person, but do not really get to know this other human being because they are quite shut up in themselves. How often do we find that two people have been friends for a long time and then suddenly experience a rift in their friendship? This happens because the impetus of their friendship had a materialistic foundation, and it became apparent only after a longer time that they had not, until then, noticed their mutually unsympathetic character traits. Very few people today have an open eye, EYE, a clear sense for what speaks from one human being to another human being. But this is just what spiritual science should bring about. It should bring an expansion of our perceptions so that we acquire a clear sense and an open soul for all human aspects around us, so that we do not pass through the world apathetically, but rather with true interest. And we avoid the other extreme here as well, inasmuch as we distinguish between genuine, proper interest and false interest, and thereby keep to the mean. Throwing ourselves forthwith into the arms of everybody and everything we meet is ardent loss of self, not genuine interest. If we do this, we lose ourselves to the world. Through apathy, the world loses us. Through meaningless passion, through woozy abandon, we lose ourselves to the world. Through healthy interest, we keep firmly and morally to the middle, to the state of balance. In the third post-Atlantean cultural epoch, the Egyptian Chaldean epoch, a certain force still existed in the majority of the Earth's population. One can call it the impulse to hold the balance between apathy and passionate, intoxicating surrender to the world. This is what in ancient times, and even still with Plato and Aristotle, was called wisdom. The people regarded this, however, as the gift of superhuman beings, for in those times the ancient impulses of wisdom were still active. Therefore, from this point of view, that is to say, with respect to moral impulses, the third post-Atlantean epoch may be called the epoch of instinctive wisdom. Hence, in looking back at this particular time period, we may then also experience the truth of what was said last year, albeit with different intent in my Copenhagen lectures, which are now available in the booklet titled The Spiritual Guidance of the Individual and of Humanity. The truth of what we expressed by saying that people at that time still were closer to the divine spiritual powers. And what made it possible for human beings to be nearer the divine spiritual powers in this third post-Atlantean epoch was the instinctive wisdom. Thus, in that time, it was a divine endowment that made it possible for people to find, in a manner proportionate to that time, the right mean between apathy and passionate surrender. This mean, this balance, was still maintained through external traditions and customs. The complete intermingling of peoples, which came to pass through the great migrations in the fourth epoch of the post-Atlantean civilization, had not yet begun. Humanity was still divided into ethnic groups and tribes, and there the interests were regulated through wisdom and in consonance with nature. These interests were active to the extent that on the one hand the right moral impulses could penetrate, while on the other hand the blood relationships existing within the tribes provided an obstruction to mindless passions. Even in observing our lives today, one cannot fail to acknowledge that interest develops most easily where blood relationship or common ancestry is involved, and also that what is called mindless passion is not present in such settings either. And as people lived in relatively small territories during the Egyptian Chaldean epoch, the wisdom-filled mean was easily maintained. But the real meaning of the advancing evolution of humanity is that what was originally instinctive, what was spiritual and divine, shall gradually disappear, and that human beings shall become independent of the divine spiritual powers. Hence, we see that already in the fourth post-Atlantean cultural epoch, the Greco-Latin era, the philosophers, Plato and Aristotle, but also Greek public opinion, regarded wisdom as something to be acquired, as something that was no longer a divine endowment, but as something to be striven for. The first virtue for Plato is wisdom, and according to him, anyone who does not strive for wisdom is immoral. We are now in the fifth post-Atlantean epoch. We are still far from the time when the wisdom instinctively implanted in humanity as a divine impulse will become fully conscious in human beings. Accordingly, in our time, people are especially susceptible to the possibility of straying in both the directions we have indicated. This is why it is especially necessary that the great dangers associated with this possibility be counteracted by a spiritual, by an anthroposophical worldview, so that what humanity once had as instinctive wisdom can now become conscious wisdom. The very essence of the anthroposophical movement is that we must now attain as conscious wisdom what people once had as instinctive wisdom. This essence can also be expressed thus. The gods once gave wisdom as something instinctive to the unconscious human soul, whereas now we must first take in the truths about the cosmos and about human evolution and make them fully our own. The customs and mores in ancient times also conformed to the thoughts of the gods, and we understand anthroposophy rightly if we regard it as the study of those divine thoughts. In the past, they flowed instinctively into human beings. Today, we have to study them and make this knowledge our own. In this sense, we must regard anthroposophy as something coming from the gods. We must be able to create a mood of reverence when we consider that the thoughts conveyed to us through anthroposophy are really something divine, something we are privileged to think. That we are able to rethink the thoughts that were once the divine thoughts, according to which the world has been structured. When we relate to anthroposophy in this manner, we have the kind of approach that allows us to recognize that this knowledge has been given to us so that we can carry out our tasks. Tremendous truths are disclosed to us when we study what has been imparted concerning the Earth's evolution through the stages of Saturn, Sun, and Moon, concerning the development of the various races, concerning reincarnation, and so on. But we only approach this in the right way if we realize the thoughts we are exploring are the thoughts according to which the gods have guided evolution. We think the evolution of the gods. If we truly comprehend this, then something arises in us that is deeply moral. This cannot fail to appear. We then say to ourselves, quote, in ancient times, people had instinctive wisdom from the gods. The gods gave them the wisdom, according to which they had fashioned the world. This enabled human beings to act morally. But now we acquire this wisdom consciously through anthroposophy. Therefore, we can also be confident that this wisdom shall be transformed in us into moral impulses, so that what we take into ourselves are not just anthroposophical wisdom truths, but moral impulses as well. Close quote. Now, into what kind of moral impulses will our spiritual scientific striving be transformed, especially with respect to wisdom? We touch here on a point whose further development may well be foreseen by those striving for spiritual science, a point whose profound moral weight and significance indeed must be foreseen. It is a point of development which is far removed from what is prevalent today, namely that which Plato still called the ideal of wisdom. Since he used a word that was commonplace when wisdom still lived instinctively within people, it would be good to replace it with a different word. It would be good to replace it with the word truthfulness, because we have become more individualized, because we have distanced ourselves from the divine and must therefore find our way back to it. We must learn to feel the full weight and significance of the word truthfulness. And with respect to morality, this will be an outcome of the anthroposophical worldview and disposition. People will learn to perceive and experience truthfulness through anthroposophy. Those striving for spiritual science today will understand how necessary it is to develop a comprehensive feeling for the moral dimension of truthfulness in an age when materialism has advanced to the point where people may indeed still speak of truth, but where life in general is far removed from sensing, from experiencing it in the right way. Today, this cannot be otherwise. Truth is something that, to a large extent, must be lacking in contemporary culture, because of the fact that a specific trait has taken root in contemporary society. I ask you, do people still feel anything today when they read something in a newspaper or another publication, and then learn later that what they had read simply wasn't true? I would ask you to ponder this seriously. It cannot be said that it happens at every turn, but it must be said that it really happens at every quarter turn. Wherever modern life extends, untruthfulness has become a trait of our present cultural epoch. And it is simply not possible to claim that truthfulness is a characteristic of our epoch. For instance, take a person whom you know has written or said something untrue, and then place the facts before him or her. You will find as a rule today that this person has no feeling at all for the wrongness of this. The immediate response will be, quote, well, I said it in good faith, close quote. Anthroposophists should not regard it as moral when someone says that an incorrect statement ought to be excused because it was said in good faith. People will increasingly learn to understand that they must first ascertain whether what they articulate has actually happened. In other words, people should only say or report something after they have felt and acted in accordance with the obligation to test with all the means at their disposal whether it is actually so. It is only when a person accepts this obligation that truthfulness can be experienced as moral impulse. Then people will no longer say, after having placed an incorrect statement into the world, quote, "This is how I thought it was. I said it in good faith," close quote. They will then learn that one is obliged not merely to say what one believes to be correct, but to say only what is true and correct. There is no other way. In this respect, a radical change must gradually come about in the life of our culture. The rapid pace of life, people's craving for sensations, everything that happens as a consequence of a materialistic age, all these are opponents of truthfulness. In the realm of morality, anthroposophy will be an educator of humanity in the obligation toward truthfulness. It is not my task today to discuss to what degree truthfulness has already been realized within the Anthroposophical Society, but rather to point out that what has been said today must, in principle, be a high anthroposophical ideal. The moral development within the anthroposophical movement will have enough of a task if the moral ideal of truthfulness is felt, perceived, and thought through in all its aspects. This moral ideal of truthfulness will be what produces virtue in the sentient soul of human beings in the right manner. The second member of the soul that we have to distinguish in anthroposophy is what we usually call the intellectual or mind soul, in German Verstandes oder Gemütsseele. You know that this part of the soul came into its own, particularly during the fourth post-Atlantean cultural epoch, the Greco-Latin epoch. We have already described the virtue that is particularly fundamental for this part of the soul, namely courage, fortitude, bravery. In its extreme forms, this becomes recklessness or cowardice. Bravery, courage, fortitude form the mean between recklessness and cowardice. The German word Gemüt expresses, even in its sound, that there is a connection. The word indicates this middle part of the human soul, the part that is full of courage, mutvoll, strength and force. This was also the middle virtue for Plato and Aristotle. It is the virtue which, in the fourth post-Atlantean epoch, was still present in human beings as a divine legacy, whereas wisdom was still present only as something instinctive during the third post-Atlantean epoch. Instinctive fortitude and courage, you will have gathered this from the earlier lectures, existed as a gift of the gods among the people who met the northward expansion of Christianity during the fourth cultural epoch. They showed that bravery still was present among them as a divine legacy, whereas wisdom and a wisdom-filled understanding of the secrets of the starry worlds were present among the Chaldeans as a divine endowment, as something inspired. So were fortitude and courage present among the people of the fourth post-Atlantean age, particularly the Greeks and Romans, and also among the peoples who later took on the task of spreading Christianity. This courage was lost later than this wisdom. If now, in the fifth post-Atlantean epoch, we look around us, then we must say that in regard to fortitude and courage, we are in a similar position compared to the Greeks, as the Greeks were in regard to wisdom compared to the Chaldeans and Egyptians. We look back at what was a divine endowment in the epoch immediately preceding ours, and which in a certain way we are able to strive for again. But the two previous lectures have shown us that in connection with this striving, a certain transformation must take place. We saw how a divine endowment, which had a more external character as fortitude and courage, became transformed in Francis of Assisi. We saw that this transformation came about as the result of an inner moral force, which we were able to identify in yesterday's lecture as the force of the Christ impulse. The transformation of courage and fortitude then brings about pure love. This pure love, however, must be guided by the other virtue, by genuine interest in the being toward whom we direct our love. In his title Timon of Athens, Shakespeare shows how even love and kind-heartedness can cause harm if manifested too passionately, if they appear merely as an attribute of human nature without being guided by wisdom and truthfulness. In this play, we find a personality depicted who squanders his possessions in all directions. Generosity is a virtue, but Shakespeare also shows us that what is squandered produces nothing but parasites. Therefore, we have to say that just as the ancient fortitude and courage were guided from the mystery centers by the European Brahmins, the wise leaders who kept themselves hidden in the background, so too in human nature must virtue be guided by and be in harmony with interest. Our interest that brings us into relation with the outer world in the right way must lead and guide us when we turn to the outer world with our love. Essentially, this is also what can be seen in the characteristic, albeit radical, example of Francis of Assisi. The compassion and pity that Francis of Assisi had for human beings was not of the type that easily becomes obtrusive or offensive. For those who want to smother others with their compassion are not always motivated by the best moral impulses, and there are in fact many people who will not accept anything given out of pity. Approaching someone with understanding, however, is not offensive. Under certain circumstances, pity is something that must be rejected, but being approached with understanding is something that no healthy person can reject. This is why another person's actions cannot be faulted either, as long as these actions are in accord with this understanding, with this principle. It is this understanding that can guide us with respect to the second virtue, love. This is the quality which, through the Christ impulse, has become the special virtue of the intellectual or mind-soul. It is the virtue that can be characterized as human love, accompanied by human understanding. Compassion, empathy, is the virtue which in the future will produce the most beautiful and glorious fruits in the social life of human communities. In a certain way, this sympathy and love, this compassion and empathy, will arise in an appropriate way in those who truly grasp the Christ impulse, for it will then develop into a feeling. And it is precisely through the anthroposophical understanding of the Christ impulse that this will become a feeling. Christ has descended into earthly evolution through the mystery of Golgotha. His impulses, his deeds are here. They are everywhere. Why did he descend to this earth? In order that through what he can give the world, evolution may go forward in the right way. In order that the evolution of the earth, having received the Christ impulse into itself, may be fulfilled in the right way. And if, now that the Christ impulse is in the world, we corrupt something through immorality, through a lack of real interest in our fellow human beings, then we take away a portion from the world into which the Christ impulse has flowed. This means that we directly destroy a part of the Christ impulse, since it is now here. But inasmuch as we give to the world what can be given through virtue, which is a creating force, we help build the world. We build it through our giving. It is not without reason that it has often been said that Christ was first crucified on Golgotha, but that he continues to be crucified again and again through human deeds. Because the Christ impulse has flowed into earthly evolution through the deed on Golgotha, we add to the suffering and pain inflicted on the Christ who came to the earth through our immoral actions, through our lovelessness and apathy. This is why it has been said again and again that Christ is continually crucified anew as long as immorality, lovelessness, and apathy exist. Because since the Christ impulse has permeated the world, it is this that bears the suffering. Just as it is true that through destructive evil we withdraw something from the Christ impulse, thus as it were continuing the crucifixion on Golgotha. So it is also true that where we perform deeds of love, wherever we act out of love, we support the Christ impulse and help bring it to life. Quote, "Verily I say to you, inasmuch as you have done it to one of the least of these my brethren, you have done it unto me." Close quote, Matthew 25:40. This is the most significant testimony of love, and this statement must become the deepest moral impulse. Once it will be fully understood through anthroposophy. We do this when we meet our fellow human beings with understanding and give them something through our actions, our attitude, our conduct that is based on an understanding of their essential being. Our bearing toward our fellow human beings is our bearing toward the Christ impulse itself. It is a powerful moral impulse, a real foundation for morality, to feel the mystery of Golgotha was fulfilled for all human beings, and from it an impulse has spread out into the whole world. When you encounter other people, try to understand them and all their differences, whether it be of race, color, nationality, religious belief, or worldview. When you meet people and you do something to them, you do it to the Christ. Whatever you do to your fellow human beings in the present stage of Earth evolution, you do it to the Christ. The statement, quote, "I say to you, inasmuch as you have done it to one of these my brethren, you have done it unto me," close quote, will at the same time become a powerful moral impulse for those who understand the fundamental meaning of the mystery of Golgotha. Then we will be able to say, as the gods of pre-Christian times gave humanity instinctive wisdom, instinctive courage, and fortitude, so does love stream down from the symbol of the cross. Love that is built upon the mutual interest between one human being and another. In this way, the Christ impulse will work in powerful ways in the world. When the time comes where the Brahmin understands and loves not only the Brahmin, the pariah, not only the pariah, the Jew, not only the Jew, the Christian, not only the Christian, but when the Jew understands and has empathy for the Christian as a human being, the pariah for the Brahmin, the American for the Asian, then one will know how deeply Christian it is to say, there must be fellowship among human beings without distinction of any outer confession. We should attach less value to what otherwise binds us. We should not hold father, mother, brother, sister, even our own life, in higher esteem than that which speaks from one human soul to another. Quote, "Whoever in this sense does not despise such distinctions, whoever does not despise the things that adversely affect the connection to the Christ impulse, which balances and compensates human differences, cannot be my disciple." Close quote. This is the impulse of love that flows from the mystery of Golgotha, which in this respect we experience as a renewal of what was once given to humanity as original virtue. At this point, we still have to consider what may be called the virtue of the consciousness soul, temperance or moderation. In the fourth post-Atlantean cultural epoch, this virtue was still instinctive. Plato and Aristotle spoke of it as the chief virtue of the consciousness soul, inasmuch as they considered it to be the state of balance, the mean of what exists in the consciousness soul. The consciousness soul exists inasmuch as the human being becomes conscious of the outer world by means of the physical body. The physical body is, to begin with, the instrument of the consciousness soul. And the physical body also makes it possible for the human being to come to full I, capital, consciousness. The physical body must therefore be sustained. If the human physical body were not sustained for the mission of the earth, then that mission could not be fulfilled. But here too there is a limit. If people used all of their forces only to satisfy themselves, they would shut themselves up in their own inner being, and the world would lose them. Those who merely enjoy themselves and use all their forces just to give themselves pleasure cut themselves off from the world. Thus thought Plato and Aristotle, and the world loses them. On the other hand, people who deny themselves everything increasingly weaken themselves and eventually are taken hold of by the external world processes, are crushed by the outer world. People who overtax the forces allotted to them as human beings, who carry them too far, are seized by the world processes and lose themselves to the world. Thus, what human beings have developed in order to cultivate the consciousness soul can be crushed, putting them in a situation where they lose their connection to the world. The virtue that enables the human being to avoid both these extremes is temperance. Temperance or moderation is neither asceticism nor self-indulgence, but rather the proper mean between the two. This is the virtue of the consciousness soul. With regard to this virtue, we have not yet progressed beyond the instinctive stage. A little reflection will show you that on the whole, people are very much given to sampling the two extremes, to swinging back and forth between them. If you disregard the few who are endeavoring already now to bring some consciousness into this realm, you will find that most people live very much according to a particular pattern. First, they overindulge in all sorts of delicacies and treats, and then they go to a health resort, where by means of the other extreme, they correct the harm they have done to themselves. Here you have the tipping of the balance, first to the one side and then to the other. This is a radical case, of course, but even if it is not happening to that degree in all cases, this alternation between indulgence and deprivation is present everywhere. That is sufficiently clear. The people themselves cause the excess to the one side, and then let their doctors prescribe a so-called withdrawal program, that is to say, the other extreme, in order to repair the damage. You will see from this that in this area, people are still very much of an instinctive disposition. And we have to realize that it is indeed something like a divine gift when people still have an instinctive feeling for not going too far in the one direction or in the other. But just as the other instinctive capacities of human beings have been lost, so too will this one be lost in the transition from the fifth post-Atlantean cultural epoch to the sixth. As a natural ability, this will be lost. And now you will be able to judge how much the anthroposophical world conception will have to contribute toward developing more and more consciousness in this realm. Very few anthroposophists today, even those who are more advanced, recognize that anthroposophy provides the recipe toward attaining the right consciousness also in this area. When anthroposophy comes into full effect in this area, something will come about that I can only describe in the following way. People will gradually develop more and more longing for the great spiritual truths. And even though anthroposophy may still be mocked today, it will not always be so. It will spread. It will overcome all the outer opposition and everything else that still runs counter to it. And anthroposophists will not be content to merely preach universal love. People will understand that one cannot assimilate anthroposophy in one day any more than a person can eat enough in one day for a whole lifetime. That it rather is an ongoing process of taking in more and more of anthroposophy. And it will become increasingly rare within the anthroposophical movement that people will say, quote, "These are our fundamental principles, and if we have these principles, then we are true anthroposophists," close quote. Instead, what will become more and more prevalent is the feeling of always being part of a community, of experiencing the vitality of anthroposophy, of experiencing this together with others. Now, what happens when people inwardly work through the characteristic thoughts, the characteristic feelings and impulses that come from anthroposophical wisdom? We all know, of course, that anthroposophists can never have a materialistic view of the world, that they have just the opposite. The materialistic way of thinking would state, quote, "When a person thinks a thought, the molecules or atoms of the brain are in motion, and because this motion is taking place, the person has the thought. Thoughts arise from the brain like a thin smoke, just as a flame from a candle," close quote. That is the materialistic view. The anthroposophical view is exactly the opposite. In an anthroposophical view, it is the thoughts, the experiences in the soul that set the brain or nervous system into motion. The way and manner in which our brain moves depends on the thoughts we think. That is exactly the opposite of what materialistic thinkers believe. If you wish to know how a person's brains are constituted, then you must investigate what thoughts he or she has thought. For just as written characters are nothing else than the result of thoughts, so too are the motions of the brain nothing else than the result of thoughts. Wouldn't it also be reasonable then to say that the brain must be affected differently when it is filled with anthroposophical thoughts than when it is occupied with playing cards in a club? The processes taking place in our souls while pursuing anthroposophical thoughts are different from those that occur when you are playing in a card club or watching a movie. There's nothing in the human organism that is isolated or functioning on its own. Everything is interrelated. One thing acts upon another. Thoughts act upon the brain and nervous system, and this is connected to the entire human organism. Even though most people are not yet aware of it, once the inherited tendencies that still exist in our bodies are overcome, the following will take place. Thoughts will be communicated from the brain to the stomach, and the result will be that things that still taste good to people today will no longer taste good to those who have absorbed anthroposophical thoughts. After all, the thoughts that anthroposophists take into themselves are divine thoughts, and these act upon the whole organism in such a manner that it develops a taste for what is good for it. What is not good for the organism will not smell good, and the human being will then experience it as unsympathetic. This is a peculiar perspective, a perspective that may perhaps be called materialistic, but it is exactly the opposite. This kind of appetite, one whereby you like and prefer to eat certain things and dislike and do not want to eat other things, will develop as a consequence of anthroposophical work. You can also test this on yourself. When you notice that you perhaps have an aversion to certain things, which you did not have before you had anthroposophy. Such things will become more and more widespread if people work selflessly on their higher development in such a way that the world can receive from them what is right. Only one must not play hide and seek with the words selflessness and egoism. It is indeed very easy to misuse these words. A person is not altogether selfless when he or she says, quote, "I only want to work in the world and for the world. Why would I be concerned about my own spiritual development? I only want to work, not strive egoistically," close quote. It is not egoism when people work on their higher development, because in so doing they actually make themselves more qualified to actively partake in the further development of the world. If we neglect our own further development, then this renders us unfit for the world. We withdraw our strength from the world. Here too we must do the right thing, so that we develop in ourselves what the Godhead intended for us. Through anthroposophy, a humanity will develop, or to put it correctly, a nucleus of humanity will develop, that will not just instinctively embrace temperance as a guiding ideal. Instead, it will have a conscious affinity for what makes the human being a building stone of the divine world order in a worthy manner. And it will have a conscious aversion to what destroys the human being as a building stone of the world order. And so we see that moral impulses are present also in what is generated when human beings develop themselves. And in this way, we find what we might call wisdom of life, life wisdom, German Lebensweisheit, as the transformed temperance. The ideal of life wisdom, which is to become the concern of the next, the sixth post-Atlantean epoch, will be the virtue which Plato called justice, that is, the harmonious conformance of the virtues. Since the virtues have somewhat shifted in humanity, what was regarded as justice in pre-Christian times has changed as well. A single virtue of this sort, one which brings about a harmonious accord, did not exist in those times. Such harmonization was a distant future ideal. We have seen that courage was transformed into the moral impulse of love. We have also seen that wisdom became truthfulness. Truthfulness is, to begin with, the virtue that can place the human being into everyday life in the right way and in a worthy manner. But how can we come to truthfulness with respect to spiritual things? We come to truthfulness, to that which, as virtue, can set our sentient soul aglow through right understanding, right interest, and appropriate involvement. What then is interest with regard to the spiritual world? If we want to meet the physical world, or in particular a human being, then we must open ourselves to and have an open eye, EYE, for the nature of this other being. But how do we acquire an open eye for what relates to the spiritual world? We can do this by developing a very particular kind of feeling, a mode of feeling that also emerged in history when the old instinctive wisdom had sunk down into the depths of the life of the soul. It is the kind of feeling that we often find described by the Greeks in the words, "All philosophy begins with wonder, with astonishment." By referring to wonder and astonishment as the starting point of our relationship to the supersensible world, something essentially moral has indeed been expressed as well. The average unsophisticated person is not at first transposed into a state of wonder by the great phenomena of the world. It is exactly through spiritual development that human beings come to discover the riddles in everyday phenomena, and to have an inkling of something spiritual behind them. Wonder leads our souls upward into the spiritual realm, so that we can enter into the knowledge of that world. And we can only enter into that knowledge if our souls feel an attraction for the things to be known. This attraction is what elicits wonder, astonishment, and also faith. It is actually always wonder and astonishment that guide us to the supersensible, and this also applies to what one usually calls faith. Faith, wonder, astonishment are three soul forces that lead us beyond the ordinary world. If we approach another human being with wonder, then we are seeking to understand that person. Through understanding a person's being, we come to the virtue of human fellowship, and we can best implement this virtue by approaching others with reverence. Then we shall see that reverence is something that we must bring toward every human being. If we do this, we will come to be ever more truthful. Truth will then become something we feel obliged to commit ourselves to. Once we begin to sense it, the supersensible world becomes something that we want to draw closer to, and through this awareness, we shall attain to the supersensible wisdom that has sunk into the unconscious realms of the soul. It was only after the wisdom of the supersensible had disappeared that the statement arose which says that philosophy begins with wonder and astonishment. This saying clarifies and confirms for you that wonder and astonishment first entered evolution in the age when the Christ impulse had come into the world. Since we have already spoken about the second virtue, about love, let us now turn our attention to what is still instinctive temperance in our time, but which, as we pointed out earlier, will become life wisdom in times to come. With respect to these virtues, temperance and life wisdom, we are concerned with ourselves. Consequently, we act in such a way that through our actions in the world, we attend to ourselves. For this reason, it is necessary that we acquire a more objective standard as well. Now, there is something we see gradually arising and developing in the Greek civilization, in the fourth post-Atlantean epoch, something which I have often spoken about in other settings, namely conscience. One can clearly trace how in the old Greek tragedies, such as those of Aeschylus, the Erinyes or Furies play a role, which then in Euripides appears transformed into conscience. From this we see that what we call conscience did not at all exist in earlier times. Conscience is, above all, something that stands as a norm, a standard for our actions when we go too far in our entitlements, when we are primarily seeking our own advantage. Conscience acts as a norm that places itself between our sympathies and antipathies. And through this we acquire something that is more objective, something that acts more in an outward direction compared to the virtues of truthfulness, love, and life wisdom. Love stands in the middle in this respect and acts as something that must permeate and regulate all of life, also all social life, just as it regulates everything that human beings have developed as inner impulses. What we have developed as truthfulness, on the other hand, will manifest as faith in supersensible knowledge, and life wisdom, in other words, that which applies to ourselves, we must experience as a divine spiritual regulator, one that leads us securely along the path to the true mean, similarly to what conscience does. If we had time, it would be very easy to respond to the various objections that could be raised at this point. We shall take a closer look at one only. For instance, people could object to the assertion that conscience and wonder are qualities that have appeared only gradually within humanity, and instead maintain that these are eternal characteristics of human nature. As a matter of fact, they are not. And those who maintain that they are only show that they do not know the relevant circumstances. As time goes on, people will come to recognize that in ancient times human beings had not descended as far toward the physical plane, and therefore still retained a connection with the divine impulses, that they were in a condition which human beings will be able to reacquire consciously, when in regard to matters of the physical plane, they become guided more by truthfulness, love, and the art of life. And when, in regard to spiritual knowledge, they become guided by faith in the supersensible world. This need not be a faith that leads directly into the supersensible world. It will, however, ultimately be transformed into knowledge of the supersensible. And as it is with faith, so too it is with love that works outwardly. And conscience is what will work as a regulating force into the consciousness soul. Faith, love, conscience. These three forces will become the three stars of the moral forces that will enter into human souls, particularly through the anthroposophical worldview. A moral perspective of the future can open itself only to those who think of these three virtues as becoming ever more intensified. Anthroposophy will regard moral life in the light of these virtues, and these virtues will be constructive forces for the future. Before closing our observations, there is something still to be considered, something that I can only touch on briefly, although lengthier explanations would do more justice to it. We have seen that the Christ impulse entered human evolution through the mystery of Golgotha. We know that at that time, a human organism, consisting of physical body, etheric body, and astral body, received the I impulse, capital, from above, as the Christ impulse. That this Christ impulse was then absorbed by the earth and flowed into the life of earthly culture, and that it is now within it as the I of Christ. We know too that the physical body, etheric body, and astral body remained with Jesus of Nazareth, that the Christ impulse had been like the I within these bodies, that on Golgotha, Jesus of Nazareth separated himself from the Christ impulse, which then flowed into earthly evolution, and that the evolution of this impulse signifies the evolution of the earth itself. Please take these things with all seriousness, especially the things that are mentioned repeatedly, so that they may be better understood. We have often heard that the world is Maya, or illusion, but that human beings must gradually attain to the truth, to the reality of this outer world. The evolution of the earth is basically a process in which, as far as all the outer things are concerned, everything that was formed in the first half of the earth's development will be dissolved in the second half, the half we are now in, meaning that everything physical we see around us will fall away from human evolution, just as the human physical body falls away at death. One might well ask, what will then still remain? What remains are the forces which, as real forces, were incorporated into human beings through the process of humanity's evolution on Earth. And the impulse that is the most real in this process is the one that flowed into earthly evolution through the Christ impulse. But this Christ impulse cannot find anything on Earth with which to clothe itself. It must, therefore, only in the course of the progressing evolution of the Earth, receive a protective sheath. And when the Earth has reached its culmination, the fully developed Christ will be the last, in quotes, human being, parenthesis, as Adam was the first human being, close parenthesis, around whom humanity in its manifoldness will have grouped itself. The words, quote, I say unto you, inasmuch as you have done it to one of these my brethren, you have done it to me, close quote, contain a significant indication for this. What is it that has been done for the Christ? Deeds that are done in the spirit of the Christ impulse, guided by conscience, guided by faith, and in accord with knowledge, are deeds that stand apart from earthly life thus far. And inasmuch as through moral deeds and moral conduct we give something to our fellow human beings, we also give to the Christ. This is how it must be put as a guiding principle. Everything that we create as forces, through deeds of faith and trust, through deeds done out of wonder and astonishment, is something which, because it is at the same time offered to the Christ I, envelops the Christ like a sheath, comparable to the astral body of a human being. We help build the astral body for the Christ I impulse through all moral deeds done out of wonder, trust, reverence, faith. In short, through everything that founds the path to supersensible knowledge. Through all these deeds, we foster love. This is entirely in accord with the above-mentioned words, quote, I say unto you, inasmuch as you have done it to one of these, my brethren, you have done it to me, close quote. We build the etheric body of the Christ through our deeds of love, and through everything that is created in the world through the impulse of conscience, we build for the Christ impulse that which corresponds to the physical body of the human being. When the earth eventually reaches its goal, when human beings understand the true moral impulses that bring about all that is good, then shall the Christ impulse be fulfilled, which through the mystery of Golgotha flowed into human evolution as an I. It will be enveloped by an astral body built up through faith and through all human deeds of wonder and astonishment, by something like an etheric body built up through human deeds of love, and by something enclosing it like a physical body built up through human deeds of conscience. In this way, the future evolution of humanity will come to pass through the collaboration of moral impulses of human beings with the Christ impulse. Seen from a future perspective, we see humanity as a great organic structure. As human beings learn to integrate their actions into this organism, and through their actions create impulses that form a sheath around it, humanity will, in the course of Earth evolution, build a foundation for a mighty community that can be thoroughly permeated by the Christ impulse. And so we see that morality does not need to be preached, that instead it can be founded by showing what has really happened and what is still happening, thereby confirming these things to be true, as spiritually sensitive people feel them to be. It cannot fail to affect us emotionally. When we see how Goethe, after having lost his friend Duke Karl August, wrote a lengthy letter in which he described several things, and how he then, this was in 1828, just 3.5 years before his own death, that is almost at the end of his life, wrote down a wonderfully curious sentence, quote, "The world of reason should be regarded as a great immortal individuality who continually brings about what is necessary and thereby becomes master even of the accidental." Close quote. How else could such a thought be made ever more concrete for us than by imagining this individuality working and creating among us, and by thinking of ourselves as united with it in our working and in our creating? Through the mystery of Golgotha, the greatest individuality entered into human evolution. And by deliberately conducting their lives in the way described, human beings shall organize themselves around the Christ impulse, so that something will be formed around it that will become like a sheath around its being, around its core. There is indeed much more that could be said about virtue from the perspective of anthroposophy. It would be possible in particular to include extensive and important considerations regarding truthfulness and its connection with karma. For it is through anthroposophy that the idea of karma will increasingly have to enter into human evolution. Through it, people will increasingly have to learn to regard and conduct their lives in such a way that their virtues are in accord with their karma. And it is particularly through the idea of karma that people shall have to learn to recognize that they should not disown their earlier deeds on account of their later deeds. A certain awareness of the effects in our life, a readiness to take on the consequences of what we have done. This will have to come about as a result of human evolution. If we look more closely, then we see how far removed human beings still are from this ideal. It is a well-known fact that people undergo a certain development as a result of their deeds. But once the consequence of a deed is no longer apparent, people still do what they might have done if that first deed had been left undone. That human beings feel responsible for their actions as a result of developing a greater awareness of karma, this is what a further elaboration of our studies could have shown. You will, however, be able to discover much for yourselves in the guidelines given in these 3 lectures. You will find how fruitful these ideas can be when you develop them further, such as that human beings will pass through repeated incarnations during the remainder of Earth evolution because of the task they have, the task of rectifying through their own free will everything that they have neglected with respect to the above-mentioned virtues, in the one direction or in the other, so that the balance, the middle condition, may arise, and the goal may gradually be reached of forming the protective sheath for the Christ impulse, as was described earlier. Thus we see before us not merely the abstract ideal of universal human fellowship, which will of course also receive a strong impulse if it is founded on anthroposophy, but we see that our Earth evolution contains something real, that there is an impulse in it that came into the world through the mystery of Golgotha. And then we also see ourselves confronted with the need to work upon the sentient soul, the mind soul, and the consciousness soul, in such a way that this ideal being may be made real, and that we may become united with this being as with a great immortal individual. The thought that the only possibility for the further progress of evolution, for achieving the Earth's mission, lies in forming a unified whole with this great individuality, this thought is actualized in the following moral axiom. What you do as though it concerned only yourself, this separates you from this great individuality, and you thereby destroy something. But what you do to build up this great immortal individuality, in the way described, this you do toward the further development, the continuing life of the entire world organism. We need only place these 2 thoughts before us to see that their effect is such that they do not just preach morality, but give it a foundation. For the thought, quote, "You are destroying through your deeds that which you ought to build up," close quote, is appalling and horrifying, and suppresses all divergent desires. On the other hand, the thought, quote, "You are building up this immortal individuality. You are making yourself a member of this immortal individuality," close quote, spurs us on to good deeds, even to intensive moral impulses. In this way, morality has not just been preached, but thoughts have been indicated that can themselves become moral impulses, thoughts that can found morality. The more truthfulness is cultivated, the more rapidly will this kind of morality be taken up in the anthroposophical worldview and ethos. I have made it my task to speak of this in these 3 lectures. Although some things could only be alluded to, your own souls will be able to broaden the thoughts we have touched on in these 3 evenings. In this way, we shall also remain most closely united over all the earth. When we meet together in common study, as we have done here as anthroposophists of Northern and Central Europe, and allow the thoughts that have arisen in us to keep resounding in us, then this will be the very best way of carrying out anthroposophy's aim of founding real spiritual life, even already at the present time. And even though we must now part ways, we know that we are most closely united with each other in our anthroposophical thoughts. And this knowledge is at the same time a moral impulse. Knowing that we are united by the same ideals with others who are normally separated over long distances, but with whom we can meet from time to time on special occasions, this is a stronger moral impulse than always being together. And it is especially at the end of these lectures that my soul too is filled with the idea that we can think about our gathering in this way, that we can contemplate our common endeavors in this way. With this thought in mind, I would like to express my farewell greetings to you. I am convinced that if it is understood in the right light, anthroposophical life that unfolds in this way will also become spirituality grounded. And with these thoughts and these feelings, let us now bring our contemplations to a close. The end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are 2 publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 155 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Christ and the Human Soul. It's in 4 parts. This is the beginning of the 3rd part, Christ and the Human Soul. And it's the first lecture in that set, but I'm numbering it as Lecture 6. These are all translated by Agnes Schneeburg de Stur. This Lecture 6 was given in Norrköping on July 12, 1914. Let me begin by extending a very warm welcome to you. Our friends in Norrköping have expressed the wish that on this occasion I should speak about a topic pertaining to the being who, more than anything else, is so central to us in spiritual science, the Christ being. I've tried to comply with this wish by planning to speak about how the Christ being comes to life in the human soul, and about the significance of this. And it is especially in the context of this theme that we shall have the opportunity to speak, from the standpoint of spiritual science, about the meaning of Christianity and how it intimately involves and touches human beings. Let us consider the human soul. Speaking in the sense of spiritual science, we have a short word which, even if it does not embrace everything that the human soul signifies for us, nevertheless points to what for us as earthly human beings fills and permeates our soul nature to its farthest limits. We have the short word I, capital. Insofar as we are earthly beings, our I being reaches only as far as our soul nature. And in citing the name of this I being, we recall at the same time that with this I being, we are referring to one of the four most immediate members that make up the human being. We speak, to begin with, of four members of the human being: the physical body, the etheric body, the astral body, and the I. There are a few things we need to recall in order to have a starting point for what we shall be considering in these lectures. We need to recall that we should not view the human physical body as though its laws, that is, the real essence contained in it, could be explained in terms of our present earthly surroundings. We know that if we want to understand the human physical body, we must go back to the three preceding incarnations of our Earth, the Saturn, Sun, and Moon phases of evolution. We know that in a remote primordial past, during the Saturn phase, the seed of the physical body was already brought into existence. That during the Sun phase, the seed of the etheric body was formed, and during the Moon phase, the seed of the astral body. Essentially, our Earth evolution, in all its phases and in all its epochs, is what creates the possibility for the I to achieve its fullest, broadest potential. We can say that just as the physical body had reached a significant stage of its evolution at the end of the Saturn phase, the etheric body at the end of the Sun phase, and the astral body at the end of the Moon phase, so will the I have reached a significant point in its evolution at the end of the Earth phase. We also know that our I develops through three soul members, through the sentient soul, the intellectual or mind soul, and the consciousness soul. Every realm, every field that is covered by these three soul members also stands in a certain relation to our I. And it is these three soul members which, in the course of our Earth evolution, first prepared for themselves the three external bodily members, the physical body, the etheric body, and the astral body, through long periods of the Earth evolution. It is these three soul members which, in successive post-Atlantean cultural epochs, continued to develop in certain ways and will, in future Earth periods, adapt themselves again to the astral, etheric, and physical bodies, so that the Earth can be prepared to pass over to the Jupiter evolution. If we take the term, quote, Earth evolution of human beings, close quote, comprehensively enough, it would also be possible to speak of the, quote, soul evolution of human beings, close quote. It may be said that when the Earth began, the soul element also began to stir in human beings, in keeping with the laws of evolution. That, at first, it began to work on the outer sheaths, then worked on itself. It is presently preparing itself to work again on the external sheaths, so that the groundwork can be laid for the Jupiter evolution. Now, we must keep before our mind's eye, EYE, what human beings are meant to become in their souls during the Earth evolution. The human being must become what may be denoted by the word personality. This personality requires, to begin with, what may be called free will, but it needs at the same time the possibility of finding within itself the way to the divine in the world. On the one side, free will, the possibility of choosing between the beautiful and the ugly, the good and the evil, the true and the false. On the other side, laying hold of the divine in such a way that it penetrates our soul, and that we know ourselves to be inwardly filled with it. Free will on the one side, knowing ourselves to be filled with the divine on the other side, these are the two goals of the soul evolution of human beings on the Earth. Now, in order to support this human soul evolution, in reaching these two goals, it has received two sacred gifts. One of these gifts is intended to establish forces in the human soul that lead to freedom, to the ability to distinguish between the true and the false, the beautiful and ugly, the good and bad. And another sacred gift had to be given to the human being during the earth evolution so that a seed could be planted in the human soul, a seed that will empower the soul to feel the divine within itself, to feel united with it. The first sacred gift is what comes to meet us at the beginning of the Old Testament as the mighty picture of the temptation and the fall. The second sacred gift is what comes to us in everything that is encompassed in the term, the mystery of Golgotha. And just as the temptation and the fall have something to do with what implanted freedom into the human being, that is, the gift of being able to distinguish between good and bad, beautiful and ugly, true and false, so does the mystery of Golgotha have something to do with enabling the human soul to find the path to the divine again, and to know that the divine can flash up within it and can penetrate it. One could say that these sacred gifts include everything that is most important in the earth evolution, everything proceeding from the earth evolution that is connected with what the soul can experience in its deepest depths, what is intimately associated with the being and becoming of the human soul. To what extent is there a connection between what is indicated by these two sacred gifts and the being and becoming of the human soul, the inner experience of the human soul? I do not want to describe in an abstract way what I have to relate to you, and I would therefore like to begin with a very real concrete situation. I would like to start from a specific scene related to the mystery of Golgotha as it stands before our eyes in historical tradition, and as it has been imprinted, and should in fact become imprinted even more, onto the hearts and souls of human beings. Let us assume for the moment that in Christ Jesus we have the being before us of whom we have often spoken in the course of our spiritual scientific contemplations. Let us assume that in Christ Jesus we have before our spiritual eyes that which must appear to us human beings as the most important factor in the whole universe. And then let us place in contrast to this perception and this feeling the shouting and the furious rage of the agitated multitudes in Jerusalem before the crucifixion at the time of the sentencing. Let us then place before our mind's eye the fact that the high court of Jerusalem thought it important, above all else, to question Christ Jesus about his deportment toward the divine, and whether he claimed to be the Son of God. And let us thereby bear in mind that the high court considered such a claim to be the greatest blasphemy that Christ Jesus could have uttered. Let us further bear in mind that we have here an historical scene before us, a scene whereby the people cry out and clamor for the death of Christ Jesus. And now let us try to picture to ourselves what this shouting and this raging of the people signified historically. Let us ask the question, what should these people actually have recognized in Christ Jesus? They should have recognized in Christ Jesus the being who gives meaning and significance to life on earth. They should have recognized in Christ Jesus the being who had to accomplish a deed, and that without this deed, earthly humanity would not be able to find the way back to the divine. The people should have understood that without this being, earthly humanity would have no meaning. Humanity would have to erase the word, in quotes, human being from earth evolution if it wanted to erase the Christ event. Now let us picture in our minds that this multitude condemned and raged against the being who actually causes human beings on earth to become human beings, who is meant to give the earth its purpose and meaning. What are the implications of this? It clearly implies that humanity had to come to a point in its development that can be illustrated by saying that those who, at that time in Jerusalem, were regarded as the representatives of the knowledge of the true nature of the human being had actually lost this knowledge, that it had been obscured in them, that they did not know what the human being is, nor what humanity is meant to accomplish on the earth. What is depicted here implies nothing less than that humanity had reached a point where it had lost itself, where it condemned the very being that gives purpose and meaning to Earth evolution. And what could really be heard in the cries of the agitated multitude were not words spoken out of wisdom, but words spoken out of folly. Quote, "We do not wish to be human. We wish to cast away from us that which gives us continuing meaning as human beings." Close quote. When we reflect on all this, something else takes on a different perspective as well, namely the way we understand the relationship of the human being to sin and guilt, in the sense of Pauline Christianity. Paul said that in the course of their development, human beings could fall into sin, which they themselves would not be able to wash away again, and that in order to make it possible for human beings to be cleansed of sin and guilt and of everything arising from sin and guilt, Christ had to come to the earth. That is Paul's view. And one could say that if this view needed any confirmation, then it certainly is there in the fury and clamoring of those who cried, "Crucify him." For this cry implies that the people did not know the significance of their own existence on earth, that they did not know that it had been the aim of the earlier human development to spread darkness over the essential nature of the human being. And with this, we have also come to what may be referred to as the preparatory mood of the human soul for the Christ being. This mood of preparation of the human soul consists in the following. Even though the soul may not be able to express it in words, it feels through what it is able to experience within itself, quote, "Since the very beginning of the earth, I have developed in such a way that due to what I have within me, I cannot fulfill the aim of my evolution. Is there something that I can hold on to, something that I can take into myself so that I can reach my goal?" Close quote. To sense that the true nature of the human being extends far beyond anything that the soul can achieve through its own strength on account of its evolution on the earth until now, that is the Christian mood of preparation. And when the soul finds that which it knows must necessarily be linked to its essential being, but which it lacks the power to find on its own strength, when the soul finds what actually bestows this power, then what it finds is the Christ. The soul then develops its connection with the Christ in such a way that it says to itself, quote, "At the very beginning of the earth, a certain essential being had been preordained for me, which, however, in the course of earth evolution has been darkened in me. And when I now look into this darkened soul, I lack the power to bring this true essential being to fulfillment. But I turn my spiritual gaze upon the Christ who gives me this power." Close quote. This is what the human soul experiences. On the one hand, it feels this way, and on the other hand, it feels the approach of Christ and finds itself standing as though in a direct personal relationship to him. The soul seeks Christ and knows that it would not be able to find him if he were not to give himself to humanity through human evolution, if he were not to approach humanity from beyond. There is a well-known Christian church father who did not shy away from speaking of the Greek philosophers, Heraclitus, Socrates, and Plato, as, quote, "Christians who lived before the founding of Christianity." Close quote. Why does he do this? As we know, the doctrines professed today obscure much of what was at first an illuminating Christian teaching. It was indeed St. Augustine who said, quote, "All religions contained elements of truth, and the element that is true in all religions is what is Christian in them, before there was a Christianity in name." Close quote. St. Augustine was still permitted to say that. Nowadays, one would be regarded a heretic if one were to say something similar within certain Christian settings. We shall most readily come to understand what this church father wished to convey in calling even the old Greek philosophers Christians if we try to put ourselves into the hearts and minds of those souls who in the first Christian centuries tried to establish a personal and cognitive relationship to the Christ. These souls did not think of Christ as having had no relation to the earth evolution before the mystery of Golgotha. Christ has always had something to do with the evolution of the earth. Through the mystery of Golgotha, however, his task, his mission, with respect to the earth evolution, has changed compared to earlier times. It is actually not Christian to only seek Christ in the evolution of the earth since the mystery of Golgotha. True Christians know that Christ has always been connected with the evolution of the earth. Let us now turn to the Jewish people. Did the Israelites know Christ? I am not asking whether the ancient Israelites knew the name of Christ or whether they were conscious of all the things I will be speaking about to you. I am asking whether those who really understand Christianity are justified in saying Judaism had Christ. Judaism knew Christ. It is certainly possible to have someone in one's midst and to see this person's external form without being able to recognize or characterize his essential being, because one has not aspired to know him. In the true Christian sense, ancient Judaism had Christ, only it did not recognize him in his true being. Is it Christian to speak in this way? It is Christian, as truly as it is Pauline. Where was Christ for ancient Judaism? It is said in the Old Testament that when Moses led the Israelites out of Egypt into the wilderness, a pillar of cloud went before them by day and a pillar of fire by night. It is said that the Israelites passed through the sea, that the sea parted so that they might pass through it, while behind them the Egyptians were drowned, for the sea closed in on them. It is also said that the Israelites murmured because they had no water, but that at the command of God, Moses was able to go to a rock and strike it with his staff, and that water poured forth for the Israelites to drink. If we wanted to describe this scene of Moses guiding the ancient Israelites in a way that brings it to a level of human understanding, then we would say Moses led the Israelites, while he himself was led by his God. Who was this God? Let us, to begin with, not answer this ourselves. We will let Paul answer the question. Quote, "Who was the God who led the Israelites through the desert?" Close quote. In the first epistle to the Corinthians, 10:1-4, we read Paul's words. Quote, "Moreover, brethren, I would not that all of you should be ignorant, how that all our fathers were under the cloud." Close quote. He means the pillars of cloud and of fire. Continue quote. "And all passed through the sea, and all were baptized unto Moses in the cloud and in the sea. And all drank the same spiritual food, and all drank the same spiritual drink. For they drank of a spiritual rock that followed them, and the rock was Christ." Close quote. Who was it then, according to Paul, who led the Israelites and who spoke with Moses? Who was it who caused water to flow out of the rock and who turned away the sea from the path of the Israelites? Only those attempting to declare that Paul was not a Christian would have reason to claim that it is unchristian to behold Christ in the guiding God of the Old Testament, in the Lord of Moses. There is a passage in the Old Testament which I think must present great difficulties for anyone aiming for a deeper understanding. It is a passage which anyone who does not read the Old Testament mindlessly, but rather wants to understand its deeper connections, would want to come back to again and again. And such a person might be wondering what this passage could possibly mean. The passage in question reads as follows: "And Moses lifted up his hand, and with his rod he struck the rock twice, and the water came out abundantly, and the congregation drank, and their beasts also. And the Lord spoke unto Moses and Aaron, because all of you believed me not, to sanctify me in the eyes of the children of Israel, therefore all of you shall not bring this congregation into the land which I have given them." Numbers 20:11-12. Look at this passage in its context in the Old Testament. When the people murmured, the Lord commanded Moses to strike the rock with his staff. Moses strikes the rock with his staff, and water flows out. Everything that the Lord commanded is carried out by Moses and Aaron, and yet, shortly thereafter, we are told the Lord reproves Moses, if indeed it is a reproof, for not having believed in him. What does this mean? Examine all the Bible interpretations of this passage and try to understand the passage with the help of what has been written in these commentaries. It is understood in the same way as most things in the Bible are understood. That is to say, really not at all. For behind this passage, a great mystery is hidden. What is hidden in this passage affirms that he who led Moses, he who appeared to Moses in the burning bush, he who led the people through the wilderness and caused water to flow out of the rock, he was the Lord, Christ. But the time had not yet come. Moses himself did not recognize him. Moses mistook him for another. This is what is meant by Moses not having believed in the one who had commanded him to strike the rock with his staff. How did the Lord, Christ, appear to the Jewish people? We are told that it was, quote, "in a pillar of cloud by day," close quote, and, quote, "in a pillar of fire by night," close quote. That it was by his dividing the waters for their deliverance, and through many other deeds we can read about in the Old Testament. It can indeed be said that he was active in the manifestations of cloud and fire, in the air, in the elemental events of nature, but that the ancient Israelites never realized that what appeared to them in the pillar of cloud and in the pillar of fire, what worked miracles such as the parting of the waters, that this appears also in its purest archetypal form in the human soul. Why did the ancient Israelites not recognize this? Because as a consequence of the course taken by human evolution, the human soul had lost the power to feel its deepest essence within itself. Thus the Jewish soul was able to behold nature. It was able to let the glory of the elemental processes work upon it. It was able to divine the existence of its God and Lord in all these things. But directly, within its inner self, as it was constituted at that time, it could not find its God and Lord. We do indeed have Christ in the Old Testament. He was there working, but human beings did not recognize him. How did the Christ work? Can we discover how he worked by consulting the Old Testament? The most significant thing Moses had to impart to his people, through the mouth of Yahweh, was the Ten Commandments. He received them out of the power of the elements. Yahweh spoke to him from out of this power. And Moses did not descend into the depths of his own soul. He did not ask in solitary contemplation, quote, "How does God speak in my own heart?" Close quote. Instead, he went up the mountain, and there, through the power of the elements, the will of the divine revealed itself to him. Will is, in fact, the fundamental nature of the Old Testament. This fundamental nature is often spoken of as the law, as the character of the law. Will works through the evolution of humanity and is expressed in the law, for example, in the Decalogue, the Ten Commandments. And it is will, his divine will, that God proclaims to humanity through the elements. Will holds sway in the evolution of the earth. This is, in fact, the significance of the Old Testament. And in the full sense of this significance, the Old Testament calls for human beings to submit to this will. If we hold before our souls what we have just been considering, then we can bring everything together in these words. The will of the Lord was given to human beings, but they did not perceive the Lord. They did not perceive the divine. They did not know the divine in such a way as to connect it with their own human souls. Now let us turn from the ancient Israelites to the heathens, the pagans. Did the pagans have Christ? Is it Christian to say that the pagans perhaps also had Christ? The pagans had their mystery centers. Those to be initiated in the mysteries were brought to the point where the soul left the body, where the tie connecting body and soul was loosened. And when the soul was outside the body in the spiritual world, it perceived the secrets of existence. Much was connected with these mysteries. Much varied knowledge arose in the candidates for initiation in the mysteries. But if we examine the highest that was attainable for pupils of the mysteries, then we find that the highest they could experience was to be placed before the Christ while they were outside their bodies. As Moses was placed before Christ, so was the pupil in the mysteries placed before Christ while his soul was outside his body. Christ was there for the pagans too, but for them he was there only within the mysteries. He revealed himself to them only when their souls were outside of their bodies. And even if the pagans did not recognize the Christ in this being any more than the Israelites did, this being of whom we have spoken, and before whom the pupils of the mysteries were placed, nevertheless, Christ was there for the pagans. One could say that mysteries were instituted for the pagans. Those who were suitable and mature were admitted into the mysteries. Christ worked upon the pagan world through these mysteries. Why did he work in this way? Because the soul of the human being, in the course of its development, since the beginning of the earth, had lost the inherent power to find its true essential being through itself. This true being could only reveal itself to the human soul when it was unhampered by the bonds of its human nature. That is to say, when it was not bound to the body. For this reason, Christ had to lead human beings through the fact that as initiates of the mysteries, they were as though stripped of their human nature. Christ was there for the pagans too. He guided them in the configuration of the mysteries. But it was never so that the human being could have said, quote, "When I develop my own forces, I can find the meaning and purport of the earth," close quote. This meaning was lost, obscured in darkness. The forces of the human soul had been pressed too far down into deep regions, too deep for the soul to have been able to find of itself, through its own powers, the meaning of the earth. If we allow ourselves to be receptive to that which was given to the pupils and the candidates for initiation in the pagan mysteries, then it proves to be wisdom. Will was given to the Israelites through the law. Wisdom was given to the pupils of the pagan mysteries. And if we consider what characterizes this pagan wisdom, would it not be possible to summarize it by saying that the ordinary earthly human being could not, through wisdom alone, recognize his God, but only by becoming a pupil of the mysteries, by leaving his body? The divine could not be revealed to human beings any more through wisdom than it could through will. Indeed, we find that there was an admonition that famously sounded all through Greek antiquity, like a mighty appeal to humanity. But this admonition stood at the entrance to the sanctuary of Apollo. In other words, at the entrance to the mystery center, in the words, in quotes, "Know thyself." What does it tell us that these words, "Know thyself," stood at the entrance to the sanctuary, like a summons to humanity? It tells us that in the external world, where the human being remains what he has become ever since the beginning of the earth, there is nowhere where he can fulfill the supplication, "Know thyself." It tells us that as a human being, he must become something else, must develop beyond that level, that in the mysteries, he must loosen the ties that bind the soul to the body so that he can know himself. These words, standing like a powerful admonition at the sanctuary of Apollo, point at the same time to the circumstance that darkness had fallen upon humanity. In other words, that God could not be reached through wisdom any more than he could reveal himself directly as will. And just as the individual human soul feels that it cannot muster within itself the forces that can unveil the meaning of the earth to it, so do we see the human soul in the time of the Israelites at a stage where even Moses himself, the leader of the Israelites, did not recognize who was leading him. Among the pagans, we see that the admonition, "Know thyself," could be fulfilled only in the mysteries, because the human being, as he had developed with respect to the cohesion of body and soul in the course of earth evolution, was unable to unfold the power through which he could know himself. Quote, "It is not through will, and neither is it through wisdom, that God can be known." Close quote. These are the words that resound to us from those times. Through what, then, must God be known? We have often characterized the essential nature of that special point in time when Christ entered into the evolution of earthly humanity. Let us now take a very precise look at what is meant by the statement that a certain darkening of the human soul had set in, that the true divine could be revealed neither through will nor through wisdom. What is the real meaning of this? Indeed, people speak of many different relationships between the human and the divine. When they speak of the relationship between the human and the divine, and of the significance of the human within the divine, they often speak in such a way that it is impossible to distinguish how the human relates to the divine, or how, for example, any other earthly thing relates to the divine. We find that even today, philosophers still endeavor to rise to the divine through pure philosophy. However, through pure philosophy, one cannot rise to the divine. Certainly, we can come to know through pure philosophy that the divine holds sway in the world. We can come to feel that we are connected to the universe, and certainly we come to know that the human being must, in some way or other, be connected with the universe at death. But how we are connected with the universe, this we cannot come to know through pure philosophy. Why not? If you take the full significance of what we have considered today, then you will be able to recognize that what is initially disclosed to the soul of the earthly human being between birth and death is too weak with respect to its forces to perceive anything that transcends the earthly, anything that leads to the divine spiritual. In order to make this quite clear to ourselves, let us investigate the meaning of immortality. Today, many people no longer have any knowledge of the real meaning of human immortality. Many people speak of immortality today, even when they can do no more than acknowledge that the human soul, with its essential being, passes through the gate of death and then finds some place or other in the universe, in the all. But this is something that every being does. The element that unites with a crystal passes over into the universe when the crystal is dissolved. A plant that fades away passes over into the universe. An animal that dies passes over into the universe. But for the human being, it is different. Immortality has meaning for human beings only if they can uphold their consciousness beyond the gate of death. Picture an immortal human soul that is unconscious after death. Such immortality would have no meaning, absolutely no meaning at all. The human soul must carry its consciousness through death if it wants to speak of its immortality. Because of the way in which the soul is united with the body, it cannot find anything within itself of which it could say, quote, "Here is something that I carry consciously through death," close quote. For human consciousness is enclosed between birth and death. It reaches only as far as death. Consciousness, as it incipiently belongs to the human soul, extends only as far as death. Into this consciousness shines the divine will. For example, in the Ten Commandments. Read the book of Job and try to evaluate whether this illumination could have brought a human being to the point where his consciousness would have been stimulated enough to awaken the kind of inner forces that would have enabled him to say to himself, quote, "I pass as a conscious being through the gate of death," close quote. Oh, how these words touch us. The words that were spoken to Job, Job 2:9, quote, "Renounce God and die," close quote. We know that he was not certain at all whether he would pass with consciousness through the gate of death. And now place beside this the Greek statement that expresses the dread felt by the Greeks in the face of death, quote, "Better a beggar in the upper world than a king in the realm of the shades," close quote. Here we have also from the pagan side more confirmation of how uncertain people had become regarding human immortality, and how uncertain are many people even today. All those who say that the human being, after going through the gate of death, passes into the all and is united with some universal being or other, do not take into consideration what the soul really ought to ascribe to itself, if it is to speak of its immortality. We need only mention one word, and we shall be able to recognize how human beings ought to view their immortality. It is the word love. We can now bring everything that has been said with respect to the word immortality into connection with what is meant by the word love. Anything that we acquire for ourselves through will is not love. Anything that we acquire for ourselves through wisdom is not love. Love dwells in the realm of feelings, but we know and must acknowledge to ourselves that the human soul would fall short of its true nature if it could not be filled with love. Indeed, if we penetrate into the nature of the soul, then we come to realize that our human soul would no longer be a human soul if it could not love. But now let us imagine for a moment that on passing through the gate of death, we were to lose our human individuality and were to be united with some universal divineness. We would then be within this divineness. We would belong to it. We would no longer be able to love God because we would be within this God. Love would have no meaning if we were within the Godhead. We will have to admit that if we could not carry our individuality through death, we would have to lose love in death. That love would have to cease as soon as our individuality ceased to be. One being can only love another if it is separate from that other being. If we are to carry our love of God through death, then we must carry our individuality through death. Then we must carry through death that which kindles love within us. In order for the meaning of the earth to be brought to human beings, they had to be given knowledge of human immortality, but it had to be given in such a way that they would think of the essential nature of the human being as being inseparable from love. Neither will nor wisdom can give human beings what they need. Only love can give human beings what they need. What was it then that became darkened in the course of human evolution on earth? Take the Israelites or the pagans, and we can see that for them consciousness beyond death had become obscured. Between birth and death, there was consciousness. Beyond death and birth, there was darkness. And nothing remained of the consciousness of the earthly body. Know thyself stood at the entrance to the Greek sanctuary as a sacred appeal of the Greek mysteries to humanity. And the human being was only able to answer, Quote, indeed, if I remain bound to my body with my soul, as is the case in earthly human beings, then I cannot identify in myself an individuality who could love beyond death. I cannot do it. Close quote. The knowledge that one can love as an individuality beyond death, this is what had been lost for human beings. Death is not merely the cessation of the physical body. Only a materialist can say that. Suppose for a moment that our consciousness was such that in every hour of life, within our bodies, we would know what lies beyond death as assuredly as we know today that the sun will rise tomorrow to take its journey across the heavens. In that case, death would have no sting for human beings. Death would not be what we now call death. We would know, while living in our bodies, that death is only a phenomenon leading from one form to another. For Paul, too, death did not mean the cessation of the physical body, but rather the fact that consciousness extends only as far as death, and that human beings, insofar as they are united with their bodies during life on earth, are only able, while in their bodies, to extend their consciousness as far as death. Wherever Paul speaks of death, we could add, quote, lack of consciousness beyond death, close quote. What did the mystery of Golgotha give to humanity? Was it a series of natural phenomena, a pillar of cloud, a pillar of fire that stood before humanity with the mystery of Golgotha? No. A human being stood before humanity, Christ Jesus. Was something fulfilled with the mystery of Golgotha that would have drawn on the mysterious realms of nature so that a sea divided and the people of God could go through? No. A human being stood before humanity, a human being who caused the lame to walk and the blind to see. These things came from a human being. The Israelites had to look into nature when they wished to see the one whom they called their divine Lord. Now, there was a human being, and people could see him and could say of him that God dwelt in him. The pagans had to be initiated. Their souls needed to be withdrawn from their bodies so that they might stand before the being who is the Christ. They had been unable to divine the Christ on earth. They could know only that the Christ was outside the earth. But the one who had been outside the earth had come down to earth and taken on a human body. In Christ Jesus, a being stood as a human being before humanity, a being who once, in the mysteries, had stood before the soul when it was freed from the body. And what came to pass as a consequence of this? It was the start of a course of action whereby the powers that human beings had increasingly lost since the beginning of Earth evolution, powers that safeguarded immortality for human beings, were to be restored to humanity through the mystery of Golgotha. In the overcoming of death on Golgotha lies the origin of the forces that can rekindle in the human soul the powers that had been lost. And from now on, humanity's path through Earth evolution will be such that inasmuch as human beings gradually take the Christ into themselves, they will discover the inner power that is capable of love beyond death. In other words, that the human being will be able to stand before God as an immortal individuality. Therefore, it is only since the mystery of Golgotha that the saying has become true, quote, love God above all, and your neighbor as yourself, close quote, Luke 10:27. Will was given from out of the burning bush. Will was given through the 10 Commandments. Wisdom was given through the mysteries. But love was given when God became human in Christ Jesus. And the guarantee that we can love beyond death, that through the powers restored in our soul, a community of love can be founded between God and humanity, as well as between all human beings among one another. This guarantee proceeds from the mystery of Golgotha. In the mystery of Golgotha, the human soul has found what it had gradually lost since the primal beginning of the earth, inasmuch as its forces had become ever weaker and weaker. Three forces in three human soul members: will, wisdom, love. In this love, the soul experiences its relation to Christ. I wanted to put these things before you from a certain perspective. Whatever may have seemed aphoristic in the explanations given today will find its context in the next few days. But I believe that we can inscribe deeply into our souls that progress in the knowledge of Christ is a real gain for the human soul, and that when we consider the relationship of the human soul to Christ, it again becomes clear to us how before the mystery of Golgotha there was a veil, as it were, between the human soul and Christ, how this veil was broken through by the mystery of Golgotha, and how we can be justified in saying, through the mystery of Golgotha, a cosmic being streamed into earth life, an extra earthly being united himself with the earth. I hope you will allow me at this point to make some other remarks. The accusations made against spiritual science are becoming stronger and stronger and are often lacking in truth. Just recently we have heard it said again that it is unchristian to claim that in Christ a cosmic being became an earthly being, that, quote, this anthroposophical doctrine does not realize how unchristian it is to speak of a cosmic being, while the important thing surely is that human beings gained something from the human element of Jesus, as the Gospels describe it, close quote. Such people who believe they are upholding Christianity against spiritual science think that it is unchristian to speak of a Christ whose significance as a cosmic being is said to extend beyond the earthly realm to the cosmos. We also heard it said that, quote, Christ as we see him, that is, without considering all these cosmic aspects, will live in human souls as long as the earth exists, close quote. People don't seem to realize how, in quotes, unevangelical this standpoint is. But this is how people oppose and in fact condemn spiritual science. Our anthroposophy, or rather our anthroposophical Christianity, is thought to be unchristian. But do those who are so ready to attack us really have an understanding of Christianity? For a truly Christian soul would never say, quote, as long as the earth exists, Christ will be in human hearts, close quote. Why not? Because such a person would have forgotten the words in the gospel, quote, heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away, close quote. Luke 21:33, Matthew 24:35. With these very words, Christ stands before us as a cosmic being. And anyone who makes these words come true speaks as a Christian. But those who say, quote, we want a Christ who works as long as the earth exists, close quote, do not understand the true Christianity, which is not only written in books, but also in the stars. It is necessary from time to time to make ourselves aware of the spirit of the attacks leveled against anthroposophy and its understanding of Christianity. What the human soul can experience in itself with its Christ, this we shall then speak of in the following lectures during the next few days. The end of Lecture 6, the first lecture in this section, Christ and the Human Soul. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 155 by Rudolf Steiner, 10 lectures entitled Christ and the Human Soul in 4 sections. This is section 3. The second lecture in that section, which I am numbering number 7. These are all translated by Agnes Schneeberg de Stoor. This is given in Norrköping on July 14, 1914. As we live our daily lives and have an awareness, for example, of everything that we owe to the sun, and to what extent the tasks of life are connected with the sunlight, we do not give much thought to the fact that there is something that runs like a thread through all the enjoyment and satisfaction we derive from the sunlight, namely the sure knowledge that on the following morning, after we have rested through the night, the sun will rise again. This is an indication of the confidence that lives in our soul, confidence in the lasting reality of the world order. We may not always carry it in our consciousness, but if asked, we would surely respond in this sense. We devote ourselves to our work today because we know that the fruits of our work are guaranteed for tomorrow, that after the night's rest, the sun will reappear and the fruits of our labor can ripen. We look out over the vegetation covering the earth. We cherish this year's display. We nourish ourselves with the plants and fruits of the earth. We know that it is inherent to the reality of the world order that the plants and fruits for next year will arise from the seeds of this year. And again, if asked why we live our lives with such a sense of security, we would respond in similar fashion, namely that the reality of the world order seems guaranteed to us, that it seems certain that what has been ripening in the old seeds will reappear in the world of reality. But if we ponder this kind of guarantee given through external reality, then there is also something for which we need another kind of support. It is something of quite special significance for our soul life. Only one expression need be mentioned here, and we will realize right away that this is something in life for which we need such support, because for those who genuinely think and feel, it does not immediately carry such support within itself. This expression is our ideals. So much is contained in this expression, our ideals. Our ideals belong to those things which, if we think and feel in a higher sense, are more important to our souls than external reality. It is our ideals that set our souls aflame inwardly and make life valuable and precious for our souls in a variety of ways. And when we look at outer life, when we look at what guarantees the reality of life for us, oftentimes we are troubled by the thought, is there anything embedded within this reality that guarantees in particular this most precious thing in life, the realization of our ideals? Innumerable conflicts of the human soul result from the fact that people have doubts, to a greater or lesser extent, about the realization of precisely that which they would want to depend upon with every fiber of their soul being, that is to say, the realization of their ideals. We need only consider the world of the physical plane in an unprejudiced way, and we shall find innumerable human souls going through the strongest, bitterest inner conflicts because of what they could not achieve, the realization of what they most cherished as ideals. For we cannot deduce, let us say, from the evolution of external reality, that our ideals in life will prove to be the seeds of a future reality in the same way as, for example, we can count on this year's plant seeds to become next year's plant cover. If we consider these plant seeds, we know that in them is contained what next year will become a reality in the broadest sense. But if we consider our ideals, we may indeed harbor the belief that they will have some significance, that they will have some value for life. But we cannot have certainty in the same sense with regard to our ideals. As human beings, we would like our ideals to be the seeds of a time in the future, but we look in vain for anything that can give them this certain reality. As a result, we find, looking even just from the physical perspective, that our souls with their ideals are often in a state of distress. Now, let us pass from the world of the physical plane into the world of the esoteric, into the world of hidden spirituality. Someone who has become a spiritual investigator learns to know and observe souls during the stage in which they have to experience the time between death and the new birth. And it is very revealing to look spiritually at those souls who in their earthly life were overflowing with high ideals, with ideals that were conceived out of the fire and light of their hearts. When a human being has passed through the gate of death and experiences the well-known life tableau, which represents a memory picture of one's past life on earth, then the world of ideals is also interwoven in this life tableau. This world of ideals can appear in such a way to a human being after death that it evokes certain feelings, which may be put into the following words. Quote, "These ideals, which have fired and illumined my heart and my inmost being, and which have been the dearest, most intimate treasure of my heart, these ideals now have taken on a strange, unfamiliar aspect. They look as though they would not rightly appertain to all that I remember as actual earth experience on the physical plane." Close quote. And yet the dead person feels as though magnetically attracted to these ideals that were his. He feels as though spellbound by these ideals. They can be strangely captivating to the dead person. But they may also contain something that gives him a mild fright, something which he feels may be dangerous for him, which may alienate him from the earth evolution and from what is connected with earth evolution in the life between death and the new birth. In order to express myself quite clearly, I would like to connect what I have said to actual experiences, to concrete events. These events are already familiar to some of you sitting here, but they will need to be illumined from a specific side this evening, so that they may be brought into connection with what I have said about the nature of human ideals. In the last 2 years, an individuality with great poetic talent had joined us. Coming from a life dedicated to a purist idealism, and having previously experienced a mystical deepening, this individual joined our anthroposophical movement. Despite the fact that his soul dwelt in a frail, declining body, he devoted himself heart and soul to our spiritual movement. In the spring of this year, we lost him from earthly existence. He passed through the gate of death. He has left us a series of wonderful poems, published in a volume that came out shortly after his death. Owing to the difficulties of living within this body, he was physically separated from our movement for long periods, either in an isolated spot in the Swiss mountains or in some other place recommended for his health. But even from afar, he remained attached to our movement, and his poems, which in certain anthroposophical circles have, especially of late, been recited over and over again, are the poetic reflection, as it were, of what we have been developing in anthroposophy for more than 10 years. Now he has passed through the gate of death, and something very remarkable becomes apparent through spiritual investigation of this soul. And it may be said that the significance of this soul's life in that disease-stricken body has become apparent only since death. While working with us in a spiritually true fashion toward the progress of our movement, this soul absorbed something that developed a greater power below the surface of the gradually dying body. This power was concealed by the ailing body as long as the soul dwelt within it. But now, when we meet this soul after death, it can be observed that something lights up, as it can light up only in the spiritual life, the life content which this soul assimilated. The cloud-like realm in which our friend now lives, after having passed through the gate of death, presents itself as a mighty cosmic tableau. For the spiritual observer, this is a most striking sight. People could perhaps say at this point that the spiritual observer can indeed let his gaze wander round the whole wide sphere of the cosmic world of the spirit. It is, however, something else to let one's gaze wander round the whole sphere of the cosmic world of the soul, and then to observe something separated out from a particular human soul that appears like a mighty tableau. like a painting of what otherwise shows itself in the spiritual world. Just as we have the physical world around us, and then see it portrayed in the magnificent paintings of painters like Raphael or Michelangelo, so it is in the spiritual world, with respect to the case that has been mentioned here. Just as we would never say, standing before a painting of Michelangelo or Raphael, that such a painting has nothing more to offer us because we have the real world available to us, so we would not say, with regard to observing the tableau that mirrors in a soul what otherwise can be seen when observing spiritual reality, that the mighty lighting up of this soul tableau is not an infinite enrichment, and it may even be said that there is infinitely more to be learned when we have before us our friend who has died, and whose soul after death contains a reflected image of everything that could be described from out of the spiritual world over the course of many years, then can be learned from direct contemplation of the vastness of spiritual reality. This is an esoteric fact, a fact that I have repeatedly described to our friends in various other cities as well. I have now taken certain aspects from it that will be important for our considerations today. And this spiritual fact, as it manifests in Christian Morgenstern, shows me something else. In the face of all the current opposition to the revelations of spiritual teachings, as we understand them, the question may well be asked, I will not call it doubt, but rather a question to be asked, quote, what kind of progress will this esoteric teaching bring about in the hearts and souls of human beings? Close quote. And, quote, is there any guarantee, any assurance that what we are inwardly working with in the Anthroposophical Society will have a continuing influence on the course of the spiritual evolution of humanity? Close quote. The sight of what the soul of our friend has become is one such assurance from the spiritual world. Why? Our friend who has bequeathed to us the collection of poems titled We Have Found a Path dwells in a mighty cosmic tableau that is like a kind of soul body for him after death. Furthermore, while he was connected with our anthroposophical movement, he took into his being all the things we were able to say about the Christ. Inasmuch as he absorbed this anthroposophical teaching, inasmuch as he united it with his soul in such a way that it truly became the spiritual heart-blood of his soul, to that extent did he absorb it into his soul, in a way that for him this anthroposophical teaching contained Christ as its very substance. He assimilated the Christ being together with this teaching. The Christ, as he lives in our movement, simultaneously passed over into his soul. Now, in contemplating this esoteric fact, the following presents itself. A human being who goes through the gate of death can indeed live in a cosmic tableau of this kind. It will accompany him through the life that lies between death and a new birth. It will work in his whole being. It will be embodied in his whole being, or better to say, be ensouled in his whole being. And it will permeate his new life on earth when he descends once more to that earthly life. As such, it contributes something that enables the soul itself to receive a germ of perfection for its own life, and thus to progress in the evolution of the earth's existence. All this comes to pass because a soul absorbed something like this teaching into its being. But in the case of this particular soul, as described above, it absorbed this teaching, saturated and spiritualized through and through by the Christ being, and by the concepts of the Christ being that we can make our own. And because of this, everything that such a soul absorbs is not merely a treasure that serves the further development of this single soul. Rather, it is a treasure which, through Christ, who is there for everyone, in turn has an effect upon all of humanity. And the soul tableau, which, as perceived by clairvoyant vision, is developing in the soul of the individuality who recently passed through the gate of death, this soul tableau, as it presents itself, filled through and through with Christ, is for me an assurance that what can be spoken of today from out of the spiritual world will, through Christ's love, radiate down into souls that will come later. These souls will be set on fire. They will be inspired by it. It is not only in his own life and toward his own further development that our friend will go on carrying this Christ-filled anthroposophy, but because he absorbed it, permeated with Christ, it will become an impulse from the spiritual world for the souls who will live in the coming centuries. Into them will stream the rays of everything that is Christ-permeated. What your souls receive from a Christ-filled anthroposophy as their most precious treasure, this they can receive not just for themselves, but bear it through epochs of civilization yet to come. If your souls permeate it with Christ, it will stream forth as a seed into the whole of humanity, because the Christ being is the being who belongs to all of humanity. Where Christ is present, the treasures of life are not isolated. They remain fruitful for individuals, but at the same time take on the character of a treasure for all of humanity. This is what we must place clearly before our souls. We see then what a significant difference there is between taking in wisdom that is not imbued with Christ and taking in wisdom that is illumined by the light of Christ. When we come together in smaller settings within our society, we are not there for the sake of engaging in abstract considerations, but in order to put forth true spiritual science, undaunted by what today's world has against it. This is why we can touch on things here that can be made known to us only through spiritual research. A second example shall be mentioned. In recent years, we have had occasion in Munich to present what we call the mystery dramas, and Swedish friends have also frequently been present for these performances. What I shall be talking about has already been mentioned as well. It was indeed the case that in performing these mystery dramas, several things had to be done differently compared to other performances in many respects. There had to be a certain sense of responsibility to the spiritual world. We could not approach these mystery plays as if they were ordinary theatrical performances. Indeed, whatever is done in such a case must be done out of one's own soul forces. However, we must be clear about the fact that even in our physical life, when we want to accomplish something through the will of our soul, we have to rely on the use of our muscular power, which is supplied from outside and yet belongs to us. If we lack this muscular power, which comes to us from outside, then there are some things we cannot do. In a certain sense, muscular strength belongs to us, and yet in a way it does not. This is how it is with our spiritual faculties. Only there, things are such that our physical power, our muscular strength, is of no help to us if these spiritual faculties are to be active in the spiritual realm. There, things are such that the powers of the spiritual world itself must come to our aid, that the forces that stream from the spiritual world and enter into our physical world must illuminate and penetrate us. And indeed, even when such new undertakings as our Munich mystery plays may initially begin out of another kind of awareness, it was always clear to me that our project could only be carried out over the course of years, and that the various initiatives could only be fully embraced if very specific spiritual forces supporting these aims flowed into our human forces, if spiritual guardian angel forces flowed into our human forces, as it were. It was in the early days of our spiritual scientific work, still in a very small circle, that we came together in Berlin at the beginning of the century, a group so small that it was always easy to count the number present. For a short time, a devoted soul was always among them, a soul who, through her karma, was endowed with a very special talent for beauty and art. Even though it was for a short time only, this soul worked with us, especially in connection with the most intimate work that needed to be done in the spiritual scientific realm at that time. With an inner intensity and a serene inner fire, the soul worked among us, and particularly took in the teachings that could be given through spiritual science at that time about certain cosmological interrelationships. And I still remember today how at that time a fact came before my soul, which may perhaps seem unimportant, but shall be mentioned here. When our movement began, a start was also made with a periodical, which for carefully considered reasons at that time was called Lucifer. I wrote an article for it with the title Lucifer, which was meant to give an initial indication of the guidelines for our future work. This article, even if it did not say so in the actual words used, followed the course which the Anthroposophical, then Theosophical Society should uphold. And I think I can say that this article too is Christ imbued. Those who read that article absorb what is actually the lifeblood of Christianity. I may perhaps also mention here that at the time this article met with heated opposition, even among those few who had joined us from the old Theosophical movement. This article was considered by many to be entirely untheosophical. But the personality of whom I have been speaking took up this article with the warmest heart and the deepest inner feelings. And I was able to say to myself, quote, when it is a question of the actual truth, this person's acceptance carries more weight for the progress of our movement than all the opposition put together. Close quote. In short, the soul was deeply interwoven with all that was to flow into our spiritual stream. She died soon thereafter. Already in 1904, she passed through the gate of death. After her death, it took her a little while to grapple in the spiritual world with what she really was. But then, starting from the time of our mystery plays in Munich, not quite as early as 1907, but from 1909 onward, and then to an increasing degree as time went on, it was this soul who was always standing there, safeguarding and elucidating what I had to undertake in connection with the Munich Festival plays. Everything that this soul, because of her talent for the beautiful, was able to give toward the artistic realization of our spiritual ideals, worked down out of the spiritual world, as though coming from the guardian angel of our mystery plays. It worked in such a way that one felt the strength in oneself to take on those initiatives that were necessary. Because just as our muscular strength supports us in the physical world, so does the spiritual force that is streaming down from the spiritual worlds flow into one's own spiritual force. This is how the dead work with us, how they are present with us. This was yet another case, and now comes the point that I more specifically must speak about today. Another case where everything that this personality had absorbed from the field of anthroposophy did not just benefit her own life and her own progress in an obvious way, but where it flowed back to us into the project that we initiated for the whole movement. Two things could have potentially occurred. One is that this personality had taken in everything that she could, that she kept it in her soul, and that she could then apply it toward her further progress through life, and also through the life after death. And this is quite right. This is how it ought to happen. For if the human soul is to attain its divine goal, then it must become ever more and more perfect. Then it must do all it can to contribute toward this process of reaching perfection. But because this soul had also taken into herself the whole inner disposition of, quote, being permeated with Christ, close quote, what she had absorbed could work not merely for herself, but could flow down to us and become a kind of common possession, become effective as a common possession for us all. This is what Christ does when he permeates the fruits of our knowledge. He does not take away what these fruits of knowledge represent for us as individuals. The Christ, however, died for all souls. And if we aspire to the insight which all true earthly human beings must come to, quote, not I, but Christ in me, close quote, if we are conscious of the Christ in us, in all that we ourselves know, And if we attribute to Christ the forces that we ourselves employ, then what we take into our being works not for ourselves alone, but for the whole of humanity. Then it becomes fruitful for the whole of humanity. Wherever we see human beings, human souls, all over the earth, Christ died for them all. And what they receive in his name, they receive for their own progress toward perfection, but also as a most precious possession that is working for all humankind. Now let us return to our introductory words this evening. It was said that when we look back in our life tableau after death, upon everything that we have lived through, it appears to us as though our ideals might have something unfamiliar about them. What we sense and experience is the following. We feel that our ideals do not connect us to the general life of human beings, that they carry no inherent assurance of reality in the general life of human beings, that they lead us away from it. Lucifer has a powerful influence, especially over our ideals, because they well up so beautifully from the human soul, only from the human soul, however, but are not rooted in external reality. This is why Lucifer has such power, and it is actually the magnetic pull of Lucifer that we experience in our ideals after death. Lucifer approaches us, and it is precisely when we have ideals that these ideals are valuable to him, because he can draw us to himself through the indirect route of these ideals. But if we imbue with Christ what we grasp spiritually, if we feel the Christ in us, if we know that what we receive is also received by the Christ in us, quote, not I, but Christ in me, close quote, then when we pass through the gate of death, we no longer look back upon our ideals as though they wanted to alienate us from the world. Instead, we will then have committed our ideals to Christ, and we will know that it is the Christ who makes our ideals his own concern. He takes our ideals upon himself. And the human being can say, quote, I alone cannot take my ideals upon myself in such a way that they are guaranteed seeds for humanity on earth, in the same way as the plant seeds of the present summer are guaranteed seeds for the plant cover of the following summer. But the Christ in me can do this. The Christ in me imbues my ideals with the reality of substance, close quote. Ideals that we nurture in such a way that we say, quote, yes, as earthly human beings we have them, these ideals, but in us lives the Christ, and he takes them upon himself, close quote. These ideals are true seeds of a future reality. Christ-imbued idealism is permeated with the seed of reality. And if we truly understand Christ, then we look upon these ideals in such a way that we say, quote, ideals do not, to begin with, have something within them that guarantees their own reality, their own quality of realness, in the same way as this year's plant seeds contain a guarantee for the coming year. But if we uphold our ideals in such a way that we commit them to the Christ within us, then they are real seeds, close quote. If we develop a true Christ consciousness, if we make the words of Paul, quote, not I, but Christ in me, he is the bearer of my ideals, close quote, into our life substance, then we are able to say, quote, yes, out there are the ripening seeds with their germinating potential. There are the streams and seas, the hills and valleys. And alongside this, there is the world of idealism. Christ has taken on this realm of idealism, and now it has, in the present-day world, become like the seed of the future world, because Christ bears our ideals into the future world in the same way as the God of nature bears this year's plant seeds into the coming year, close quote. This brings reality to our idealism. It removes from the soul those bitter, gloomy doubts that can creep in from our feeling. Quote, what will become of those ideals that are intimately linked with external reality, that are connected with everything that I must value most? Close quote. If we take the Christ impulse into ourselves, then we feel that what is ripening in the human soul as idealism, as wisdom treasure, is permeated, saturated through and through with reality. And I have cited the two examples in order to show you, from the esoteric perspective, how a soul is affected when it is entrusted with what is Christ imbued, and how differently a soul is affected when it is entrusted with wisdom that is not permeated with Christ. Truly, everything that a soul permeates with Christ in this earth life flows down to us quite differently from what is not Christ imbued. It is indeed a shocking impression for someone with clairvoyant consciousness, looking out into the spiritual world, to observe souls in whom full Christ consciousness has not developed during their last incarnation, to see these souls fighting for what is dearest to them, because in their ideals, Lucifer has power over them, so that he can separate them from those fruits which as their real fruits ought to be enjoyed by the whole world. Quite different is the impression when observing souls who have let their wisdom treasures, their soul treasures, become Christ imbued. Souls who, as though evoking an afterglow in us, work down upon our bodies already in this life, vitalizing our souls. What can be felt in this way as most precious inner soul warmth, as comfort in the most difficult conditions of life, as support in the blackest abysses of life, is precisely this quality of being permeated with the Christ impulse. And why? Because if we are truly permeated with the Christ impulse, we find that in the conquests of our soul, however imperfect they may appear in the face of earthly life, is contained this Christ impulse as the assurance and guarantee of their fulfillment. That is why Christ is such a comfort for our doubts in life, such a support for the soul. There is so much that remains unfulfilled in the life of souls on earth. There is so much that seems precious to them, even though they are unable to regard it in any other way than what in the outer physical world is like the frequently ruined hopes of spring. But whatever we genuinely feel in our soul, whatever we can unite with our soul as a valued possession, all this we can commit to Christ. And whatever the prospects may be of actually fulfilling it, if we have committed it to Christ, then He carries it on His wings into reality. It is not always necessary to be aware of this, but the soul that feels the Christ within it, as the body feels its blood as a life-giving element, senses the warmth, the promise of fulfillment in this Christ impulse, as compared to everything that cannot be brought to reality in the external world, even though the soul justifiably longs for it to be actualized. The fact that clairvoyant consciousness sees these things when it observes souls after death is actually proof of how justifiable it is when the human soul, in everything that it does, in everything that it thinks, feels itself permeated with Christ and takes the Christ into itself as comfort, as support, and as the very factor about which it says during its life on earth, quote, "Not I, but Christ in me," close quote. One should indeed say, quote, "Not I, but Christ in me," close quote, in this earthly life. I would like to remind you of a passage in the beginning of my book titled Theosophy. It is meant to identify one of the points where, at a certain stage of spiritual life, that which fills the soul in the realm of earthly life becomes a reality. In a certain passage in my Theosophy, I pointed out that the, quote, "tat twam asi," close quote, "thou art that," as it is meditated by the Eastern sages, appears to them as a reality. precisely at the moment when the transition from the so-called soul world into the spirit world takes place. Please look up the passage in question. But there is something else that can become a reality in a way that is of immense human significance. Something of what a human soul who feels itself imbued with Christ can say in this life. That is, the Pauline words, quote, "not I, but Christ in me," close quote, can become a reality. If one succeeds in thinking, "not I, but Christ in me," in such a way that it really is an inner truth, then it becomes a reality after death in a most powerful, significant manner. For what we receive in this world, inspired by this view of life, through the life perspective of not I, but Christ in me, this becomes our possession, becomes our inner nature between death and a new birth. And to the extent that it has become our inner nature, we may dispense it as its fruit to all of humanity. What we take into ourselves in such a way that it is done from the perspective of, in quotes, "not I," this is what Christ makes into a common possession for all humanity. What I take up from the perspective of, in quotes, "not I," will make it possible for me after death to say and feel, quote, "not for me alone, but for all my fellow human beings," close quote. And only then may I say the words, quote, "yes, I have loved him above all, even above myself. And this is why I have lived by the command, love thy God above all," close quote. Not I, but Christ in me. Quote, "and I have fulfilled that other commandment, love thy neighbor as thyself. For whatever I have attained for myself will, through the fact that Christ carries it into reality, become the common possession of all of humanity," close quote. We must let things such as these work upon us, and then we experience what Christ is meant to signify in the human soul. How Christ can be the bearer and supporter, the comforter and illuminator of the soul of human beings. And in this way, we gradually get a sense of what may be called Christ's relationship to the human soul. We will then continue our studies tomorrow, the end of Lecture 7. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 155 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Christ in the Human Soul. It's in 4 parts. This is part 3. These 10 lectures are translated by Agnes Schneeberg de Stur. This is the 3rd lecture in the 3rd part. I am numbering it number 8 in the whole set of 10, given in Norrköping on July 15th, 1914. One of the concepts that must come to mind when we speak of Christ's relationship to the human soul is undoubtedly that of guilt and sin. We know what incisive significance the concepts of guilt and sin had, for example, in Paul's view of Christianity. We have to acknowledge, however, that our present age is less inclined to develop a really deep inner understanding of the broader connections between the concepts guilt and sin and death and immortality, as they are found in Paul's writings. This can be attributed to our materialistic times. We only need recall what I said in the first lecture of this course, that there can be no true immortality of the human soul without a continuation of consciousness extending to the conditions after death. Assuming that consciousness ends with death would be tantamount to having to accept a specific fact, the fact that the human being is actually not immortal. For if the human being's essential nature were to have an unconscious continuance after death, then this would mean that our most important aspect, that which makes us into human beings, would not exist after death. assuming that an unconscious human soul lives on after death, would amount to little more than claiming, as materialism also does, that a sum of atoms remains, even when the human body is destroyed. For Paul, it was still a rock-solid fact that one can speak of immortality only where individual consciousness is maintained. And since he had to think of individual consciousness as being subject to sin and guilt, it was quite natural for Paul to think, quote, if a human being's consciousness is obscured after death by sin and guilt, or by the effects of sin and guilt, in other words, if consciousness is disrupted after death by sin and guilt, then this means that sin and guilt really kill the human being as soul, as spirit, close quote. The modern materialistic way of thinking is, of course, far remote from this, including that of many modern philosophical thinkers who are content to be able to speak of a continuance of the life of the human soul, when in fact human immortality can really only be identified by a conscious continuance of the human soul's existence after death. Now, this may, of course, easily lead to a difficulty, especially for those with an anthroposophical worldview. To perceive this difficulty, we need only look at the mutual relationship between the concept of guilt and sin and the concept of karma. Many anthroposophists deal with this difficulty simply by saying, quote, we believe in karma. It means that a human being who has incurred guilt in an earlier incarnation now bears this guilt along as part of his or her karma, and then makes amends for it later. And so in the course of incarnations, a compensation is brought about, close quote. This is where the difficulty begins. For then one could say, quote, how can this be reconciled with what has been adopted as a Christian concept, for example, of forgiveness of sins through Christ, close quote. And yet, at the same time, the idea of the forgiveness of sins is obviously closely connected with true Christianity. We need only think of the example of Christ on the cross between the two malefactors. The malefactor on the left mocks Christ. Quote, if you be Christ, save yourself and us, close quote. The malefactor on the right responds to this by saying that the other ought not to speak in that way, that both had deserved this fate of crucifixion, which was consistent with their deeds, whereas he was innocent and yet had to undergo the same fate. The malefactor on the right then goes on to say, quote, Lord, remember me when you come into your kingdom, close quote. And Christ answers him, quote, verily I say unto you, today you shall be with me in paradise, close quote. Luke 23:39-43. One cannot simply dismiss these words away from the gospel, nor dispute them away, for they are very important and significant. However, someone familiar with anthroposophy is now confronted with a predicament arising from the question, if this malefactor on the right is meant to clear away the karma he has incurred, then what does it mean when Christ, as though pardoning and forgiving him, says, quote, today you shall be with me in paradise, close quote. For at this point, one could say that the malefactor on the right will have to wash away his karmic debt, just as the one on the left. Why does Christ make a distinction between the malefactor on the right and the one on the left? There is no doubt at all that this question presents a difficulty for the anthroposophical conception of karma, a difficulty that is not easy to solve. It can be solved, however, when we, precisely with the help of spiritual scientific research, delve more deeply into Christianity, when we try to enter more deeply into Christianity. And I would now like to approach the subject from quite another side, a side whose essentialness is already known to you, but one that can make certain related circumstances more accessible. You will remember how we have often spoken of Lucifer and Ahriman. Please recall in particular how Lucifer and Ahriman are represented in my mystery dramas. As soon as we begin to look at this matter in what could be called a human anthropomorphic sense, and simply make of Lucifer a kind of inner criminal, and of Ahriman a kind of outer criminal, difficulties arise with respect to finding our bearings. For we should not forget that it must also be said that Lucifer, besides being the bringer of evil in the world, the inner evil that arises through human passions, is also the bringer of freedom, that Lucifer plays an important role in the universe. And similarly, it must be said of Ahriman that he too plays an important part in the universe. When we first began to speak more extensively of Lucifer and Ahriman, it was our experience that many of those familiar with spiritual science became uneasy. They still had a feeling of what people have always thought about Lucifer, that he is a fearful criminal in the world, against whom one must be on guard. Naturally, those familiar with anthroposophy cannot unite themselves unreservedly with this feeling, because they also know that they must assign to Lucifer an important role in the universe. And yet at the same time, Lucifer needs to be seen as an opponent of the progressive gods, as a being who, in a certain sense, thwarts the plan of evolution, as an enemy of those gods to whom reverence is rightly due. And so, when we speak of Lucifer in this way, we are in effect ascribing an important role to an enemy of the gods, a role in the universe as a whole. And we must do this in a similar manner in the case of Ahriman. From a certain point of view, it is quite understandable that this feeling would cause people to ask, quote, what approach should I take, then, when it comes to Lucifer and Ahriman? Should I love them or hate them? I do not rightly know what to do with them, close quote. How does all this come about? When we speak of Lucifer and Ahriman, it should become quite clear from how we speak of them that they are spoken of as beings who, by virtue of their whole essential nature, do not rightly belong to the physical plane, that they have their mission and task in the cosmos outside the physical plane, in the spiritual worlds. In the lectures given in the summer in Munich, I strongly emphasized that the essence of this matter lies in the fact that Lucifer and Ahriman have their role, assigned to them by the progressive gods, in the spiritual world, and that there is a discrepancy and disharmony only when they transfer their role into the physical plane, and then claim rights for themselves that are not strictly allotted to them. But we must allow for one fact, which the human soul does not readily allow for when these things are spoken of, namely the fact that our judgment, our human judgment as we use it, holds good only for the physical plane. And that, right as this judgment may be for the physical plane, it cannot simply be transferred to the higher worlds. It is for this reason that we must find our way into anthroposophy slowly and gradually, in order to broaden our judgments and to widen our world of concepts and ideas. And it is also for this reason that people today, accustomed as they are to the materialistic way of thinking, have such difficulty in understanding anthroposophy, although all of it can be understood. They do not want to broaden their judgment, but instead prefer to hold on to judgments that are only valid for the physical plane. If we say, quote, one power is hostile to another, close quote, then from the standpoint of the physical plane, it is quite right to say, quote, enmity is something that is offensive. It ought not to exist, close quote. But the same thing does not hold good for the higher planes. There, our judgment needs to be widened. In order for the world as a whole to be able to exist, it is necessary, just as it is necessary, for example, in the domain of electricity, for there to be positive and negative electricity, that there is spiritual opposition as well. It is necessary that the spiritual beings oppose one another. Here the truth of a saying of Heraclitus becomes evident, that not only love but also strife constitutes the universe. It is only when Lucifer works upon the human soul, and when, through the human soul, strife is brought into the physical world, that this strife is wrong. But this no longer holds good for the higher worlds. Their opposition between the spiritual beings is actually something that belongs to the whole fabric, the whole evolution of the universe. This implies that as soon as we approach the higher worlds, we must apply different standards, adopt different color nuances with respect to our judgments. That is why it can be shocking for people when we have to speak of Lucifer and Ahriman on the one hand as the opponents of the gods, and then again, on the other hand, as beings that are necessary for the whole course of the cosmic order. Hence we must, above all else, bear firmly in mind that human beings are bound to come into collision with the cosmic order if they allow judgments that apply to the physical plane to hold good for the higher worlds as well. Now, and this lies at the root of the whole matter, what must again and again be emphasized is that Christ, as the Christ, does not belong to the other beings of the physical plane. That from the moment of the baptism in the Jordan, a being who had not previously existed on earth, a being who does not belong to the ranks of earthly beings, entered into the body of Jesus of Nazareth. And so what we encounter in Christ is a being who could rightly say to the disciples, quote, "I am from above, but you are from below," close quote, John 8:23, which means, quote, "I am a being of the heavenly domain, but you are of the earthly domain," close quote. And now let us consider what this implies. It implies the following. Must the earthly judgment, which is entirely justifiable in its own right, and which everyone on earth must uphold insofar as he or she is an earthly being, must this judgment also be the judgment of that cosmic being who, as Christ, entered the body of Jesus? The being who entered into the body of Jesus at the baptism in the Jordan does not apply an earthly but a heavenly judgment. He must judge differently from the way human beings must judge. And now let us consider the full significance of the words spoken on Golgotha. The malefactor on the left believes that in the Christ we encounter merely an earthly being, not a being of a different realm, a realm that is beyond the earthly domain. But with his death imminent, the malefactor on the right comes to the awareness, quote, "Your kingdom, O Christ, is another. Think of me when you are in your kingdom," close quote. At this moment, the malefactor on the right shows that he has an inkling of the fact that Christ belongs to another kingdom, where a power of judgment holds sway that is very different from that on earth. Then from out of the consciousness that he stands in his kingdom, Christ is able to answer, quote, "Verily, because you have an intimation of my kingdom, this day, that is, with death, you shall be with me in my kingdom," close quote. Here we have an indication of the extra earthly Christ power that lets the human individuality ascend into a spiritual kingdom. Earthly judgment, human judgment, obviously must say, quote, "As regards his karma, the malefactor on the right will have to compensate for his guilt, just as the one on the left," close quote. With respect to a heavenly judgment, however, something else applies. But this is only an initial way of looking at this matter, for obviously people can now say, quote, "Yes, then it is simply a case of the heavenly judgment contradicting the earthly judgment. How is it that Christ can forgive where earthly judgment demands karmic justice?" Close quote. This is indeed a difficult question, but we will try to approach it more closely in the course of this lecture. I would like to point out expressly, however, that we are touching here on one of the most difficult questions of esoteric science. We shall need to make a distinction which the human soul would prefer not to make, because it may not be eager to follow a specific subject matter to its ultimate consequences, due to the fact that it may involve certain difficulties. And so I would like to point out that we have a difficult contemplation ahead of us, and that you will perhaps have to turn this matter over in your minds many times in order to get to its real essence. We must begin by making a distinction. We must first consider one of the aspects involved, namely what happens when objective justice is carried out through karma. Here we must be quite clear that human beings are indeed subject to karma, that they have to make karmic compensation for wrongdoings. And anyone who gives this some deeper thought would not really want this to be otherwise. For suppose a person has done something wrong. The moment this wrong has been done, the person in question is less perfect than he was before, and the former grade of perfection can only be regained when the person has made up for the injustice. A human being, therefore, must want to make amends, for only through this compensation and in working through this deed of compensation can he regain the stage of perfection that had been reached before the wrong was done. Thus, for the sake of our own progress, we can really only wish that there is karma as objective justice. For strictly speaking, if we truly grasp the meaning of human freedom, we would have no desire to have a particular sin forgiven, in the sense that we would no longer need to make amends through our karma. For example, a person who puts out the eyes of another is more imperfect than someone who has not done this, and a subsequent karma must bring it about that this person will perform a proportionate, corresponding good deed. For only then will this person be again the human being he was before he committed the sin. So if we really reflect on the nature of the human being, then we would never entertain the thought that if one has put out the eyes of another human being, one would simply be forgiven, and that karma would thereby have been balanced out again. Thus everything in karma is actually as it should be, that our debt will not be reduced by even 1 penny, but must be paid in full. But there is another aspect to be considered with regard to guilt. The guilt we incur, the sin we incur, is not merely a personal fact, but also an objective cosmic fact. It also is something for the world, for the universe. This is where we must now make a distinction. The transgression we have carried out is compensated for through our karma. But the act of putting out another person's eyes is something that has actually happened. It is a real fact. If we have, let us say, put out someone's eyes in the present incarnation, and then do something in the next incarnation that compensates for this deed, then the fact that we put out someone's eyes hundreds of years ago remains a fact for the objective course of the world. It is an objective fact in the universe as a whole. For ourselves, we make compensation for it later. The stain we have inflicted upon ourselves is adjusted by us in our karma. But the objective, universal fact remains. We cannot wipe it out by removing this imperfection from ourselves. We must distinguish between the consequences of a sin for ourselves and the consequences of a sin for the objective course of the world. It is extremely important that we make this distinction. And now, if I may, I would like to insert an esoteric consideration that can throw more light onto this matter. If one surveys the course of human evolution since the mystery of Golgotha, and without being permeated with the Christ being, gains access to the Akashic record, then it is easy, very easy indeed, to be led astray. For the Akashic record will show records which frequently do not correspond to what one can find in the karmic development of a particular individual. For example, suppose that a person lived, say in the year AD 733, and incurred guilt by committing a serious crime. If one then examines the Akashic record, initially without having any kind of connection with the Christ being, then lo and behold, one cannot find this specific guilt in the Akashic record. If one then draws nearer to the individual in question, who continued to incarnate, and investigates that person's karma, then one discovers the following. One finds that there is indeed still something in this individual's karma that he must pay off. It ought to be there, recorded in the Akashic record for that particular time period, but it is not there. If one investigates this karma, then one finds that there is indeed guilt that needs to be paid off, that one ought to be able to find the guilt related to that particular incarnation in the Akashic record, but that it is not there. What a contradiction! This is an objective fact that may occur in many cases. I may meet a person today, and if through grace I am permitted to know something about this person's karma, then I may well find that some misfortune or blow of fate has befallen this person and is part of his karma, and that this misfortune is the counterbalance to an earlier guilt. If I then investigate his earlier incarnations and review what he perpetrated at that time, then I do not find this actual deed recorded in the Akashic record. How does this come about? This is a consequence of the fact that Christ effectively has taken upon himself the objective debt. The moment I permeate myself with Christ, the moment I investigate the Akashic record with Christ, I discover the actual deed. Christ has taken it into his kingdom and bears its essence further, meaning that if I leave out Christ, I cannot find this deed in the Akashic record. The following distinction should be noted. Karmic justice remains, but as regards the effects of a specific guilt in the spiritual world, Christ intervenes, takes this guilt into his kingdom, and bears it further. Christ is the being who, because he belongs to another kingdom, is able to extinguish our debts and our sins in the world and take them upon himself. What then does the Christ on the cross on Golgotha actually say to the malefactor on the left? He does not articulate it, but it is there in the very fact that he does not speak it. He says to the malefactor on the left, quote, "What you have done will continue to have an effect in the spiritual world, not merely in the physical world," close quote. To the malefactor on the right, he says, quote, "Today you shall be with me in paradise," close quote. This means, quote, "I am with your deed. Later on, you yourself will, through your karma, have to deal with what your deed signifies for you. But what the deed signifies for the world, that," close quote, if I may use a trivial expression, continue quote, "is my concern," close quote. This is what Christ says. The distinction made here is a very important one indeed. It is a matter that has significance not only for the time after the mystery of Golgotha, but also for the time before the mystery of Golgotha. Some of the friends here will remember that in earlier lectures, I have pointed out that it is not a mere legend, but an actual fact that Christ descended to the dead after his death, that in doing so he also accomplished something for the souls who in previous ages had incurred guilt and sins. This is where errors set in. If someone, without being permeated with Christ, approaches the Akashic record and investigates the earth evolution before the mystery of Golgotha, such a person will then misunderstand many things in the Akashic record. For this reason, I was not at all surprised that, for example, Ledbetter, who in reality knows nothing about Christ, made the most abstruse statements about the evolution of the earth in his book titled Man, Whence, How, and Whither. For only through being permeated with the Christ impulse can a soul become capable of seeing things as they really are, things which, throughout the evolution of the earth, even in the time before the mystery of Golgotha, were arranged and oriented toward the mystery of Golgotha. Karma relates to the successive incarnations of the human being. Everything pertaining to karmic justice and its significance must be viewed with that judgment, which is our earthly judgment. What Christ does for humanity must be measured by a judgment that belongs to worlds other than this earthly world. And if it were not so, if this were not the case, what would happen? Let us consider the end of the earth phase of evolution, the time when human beings will have gone through their earthly incarnations. What will then certainly have come to pass is that all debts must have been paid off to the last penny. Human souls will have had to balance out their karma in some way or other. But let us now imagine that all guilt had continued to exist in the earthly world, that all this guilt would go on working in the earth. Then people would approach this end of the earth period with their karma balanced out, but the earth would not be ready to develop into the Jupiter condition. The whole of earthly humanity would then be there without a dwelling place, without the possibility of developing further and passing over to the Jupiter stage. The fact that the whole earth evolves together with human beings is the outcome of the deed of Christ. Everything that would otherwise have piled up for the earth as guilt, all this would have cast the earth into darkness, and we would have no planet for our further evolution. Through our karma, we can care for ourselves, but not for humanity as a whole, and not for what in earth evolution is connected with the whole evolution of humanity. Let us be clear then that our karma will indeed not be taken from us, but that our guilt and our sins will be blotted out with respect to the earth evolution, as a consequence of what has come into effect through the mystery of Golgotha. Now, we must of course also be clear that all this cannot simply be bestowed on human beings without their participation, that it cannot become theirs without their cooperation. And this is shown quite clearly in the words from the cross on Golgotha, which I have cited. We are shown quite clearly how the malefactor on the right has accepted into his soul an inkling of a non-earthly kingdom where things are very different from the way they are in the earthly kingdom. As human beings, we must fill our souls with the substance content of the Christ being. We must have taken something of the Christ into our souls, as it were, so that the Christ is active in us and bears us into a kingdom where, although we do not have the power to invalidate our karma, it comes to pass through Christ, that our debts and sins are blotted out with respect to the external world. This has been beautifully represented pictorially, particularly in painting. How could anyone fail to be profoundly impressed by a picture of the Last Judgment with Christ as judge, such as the one by Michelangelo in the Sistine Chapel? What are such paintings based on? Let us initially not consider the deeply esoteric facts, but look instead at the pictorial image that here stands before our souls. We see the righteous and the sinners. It would, however, be possible to present this picture differently from the way Michelangelo, as a Christian, has painted it, namely in such a way that human beings at or after the end of the earth period would have seen their karma and would have said to themselves, quote, "Yes, I have indeed paid off my karma, but everywhere in the spiritual world there are my sins written on brass iron tablets. They are a heavy burden for the earth. They must destroy the earth. For myself, I have made compensation, but there is my guilt written everywhere." Close quote. But this would not be the truth. It could indeed be presented in this way, but it would not be the truth. For through Christ's dying on Golgotha, human beings will not see tablets inscribed with their sins. Instead, they will see one who has taken them upon himself. They will see, united with the being of Christ, everything that would otherwise have been there spread out in the Akashic record. In place of the Akashic record, Christ stands before them, having taken all these things upon himself. We are here looking into deep secrets of the earth's existence. But what must come about in order to see the true state of things in this realm? What is needed is that human beings, irrespective of whether they are righteous or sinners, have the possibility of looking upon Christ. That they not look upon an empty place where the Christ should stand. The connection with the Christ is necessary, and the malefactor on the right actually bears witness to his connection with the Christ in what he says. And even though Christ has, as it were, commissioned those who work in his Spirit to forgive sins, this was never intended to mean that it would encroach upon karma. What it does mean is that the earthly kingdom will be safeguarded for those who have a connection with Christ from the consequences, the spiritual consequences of guilt and sin, which are objective facts, even when compensation is made for them through a later karma. What does it signify for the human soul when someone who is commissioned to speak in the name of Christ says, quote, "Your sins are forgiven," close quote, Matthew 9:2. It means that the person in question has the insight to be able to affirm, quote, "It is true that you will have to await your karmic settlement, but Christ has transformed your guilt and sin, so that later you will not have to bear the terrible sorrow of looking back upon your guilt and seeing that through this guilt you have destroyed a part of the earth's existence." Close quote. Christ blots it out. But a certain level of consciousness is necessary, is demanded, and those who are in a position to forgive sins may rightly demand it, namely a consciousness of one's guilt, and a consciousness of the fact that Christ can take it upon himself. Then the saying, quote, "Your sins are forgiven," close quote, signifies a cosmic fact and not a karmic fact. There is a specific instance where Christ shows us in a most wonderful way how he stands to this question, so wonderfully that it penetrates deep, deep into our hearts. Picture in your souls the scene of the woman taken in adultery, John 8, 1 through 11. How she is brought before him by those who were condemning her. How they appear before him with the woman, and how Christ responds to them in a twofold way. The one way is that he writes in the earth. The other is that he forgives, that he does not judge at all, that he does not condemn. Why does he write in the earth? Because karma holds sway, because karma is objective justice. For the woman taken in adultery, her act cannot be obliterated. Christ writes it in the earth. But the situation is different with respect to the spiritual, the extra-earthly consequence. This is what Christ takes upon himself. In quotes, "he forgives," does not mean that he blots out in an absolute sense, but rather that he takes upon himself the consequences of what objectively has been done. Now think for a moment what it means for the human soul when it is able to say to itself, quote, "Yes, I have done this particular thing in the world. It does not impact my ongoing development, for I do not remain as imperfect as I was when I committed the deed. I am permitted to regain my more perfect state in the further course of my karma by making amends for the deed. But I cannot undo it for the earth evolution." Close quote. Human beings would have to bear unspeakable suffering if it were not for the fact that a being united himself with the earth, a being who undoes for the earth what can no longer be changed by us. This being is the Christ. What he takes away from us is not subjective karma, but rather the objective spiritual effects of our deeds, the guilt. This is what we must follow up on in our hearts. Only then shall we understand that Christ is, in truth, that being who is intimately connected with all of humanity, with earthly humanity as a whole. The earth exists for the sake of humanity, meaning that Christ is connected with the whole earth as well. As human beings, we have the inherent weakness, a consequence of the Luciferic temptation, that although we are indeed able to redeem ourselves subjectively through karma, we would not be able to redeem the earth at the same time. That is accomplished by the cosmic being, the Christ. We understand why some in our movement are not quite able to recognize that Christianity is in full accord with the idea of karma. These are people who introduce into their understanding of anthroposophy a strong form of egotism, who, even though they do not put it into words, really think and feel, quote, as long as I am able to redeem myself through my karma, close quote. They are quite content if they can speak only of karmic adjustment. But this is not enough in itself. Human beings would be purely Luciferic beings if they were to think only of themselves. We are members of the whole world, and we must think of the world with thoughts of devotedness. The way we should think about this is that we can indeed egotistically, that is, for ourselves, redeem ourselves through our karma, but that we cannot redeem the whole earth existence at the same time. This is where the Christ enters. And the moment we decide not to think only of our own I, capital, is the moment we must think of something else outside our I. Of what must we think? Of the Christ in me, as Paul says. Then we are united with him and with the whole earth existence. Then we no longer think of our own self-redemption, but say, quote, not I and my own redemption, not I, but the Christ in me and the redemption of the earth, close quote. Many believe that they interpret the meaning of Christianity correctly, and that they may therefore call themselves true Christians when they speak of others, anthroposophical Christians, for instance, as heretics. This surely is not very Christian. One may well ask whether it is really Christian to think, as some do, that we may do whatever we like, and that Christ has actually only come into the world to take all this away from us, to forgive our sins, so that we have nothing more to do with our karma, with our sins. I think there is another word more applicable to this kind of thinking than the word Christian. Perhaps the word convenient would be better. It would indeed be convenient if all we needed to do was repent and then have everything we had perpetrated in the world wiped out from the whole of our later karma. No, our sins are not wiped out from our karma, but they can be blotted out from the earth evolution, a realm we cannot penetrate ourselves because of the inherent human weakness that is the result of the Luciferic temptation. But this is what Christ accomplishes. With the redemption of our sins, a certain pain is taken away from us. The pain of knowing that we have inflicted on the earth evolution an objective guilt for all eternity. But we must, of course, have a serious interest in this. If we do, and if we look at things in this way, then we will develop a greater earnestness with respect to many other things as well, and be able to connect it to our true understanding of the Christ. A profound earnestness will be connected with it, and many elements contained in other conceptions of Christ, which will then seem trivial and cynical in comparison, will also fall away. For all the things that have been discussed today, and this can be corroborated point by point with the most important passages in the New Testament, all these things provide evidence of the following. Everything that Christ is to us stems from the fact that he is not a being like other human beings, but rather a being who came from above, that is, from the cosmos, and entered into earth evolution at the baptism by John in the Jordan. Everything points to the cosmic nature of Christ, and anyone who grasps in a deeper sense how Christ stands with regard to sin and guilt may come to realize, because human beings could not, in the course of their earthly existence, blot out their guilt for the earth as a whole, a cosmic being had to descend, so that it would yet be possible for the earth guilt to be redeemed. true Christianity cannot do otherwise than view Christ as a cosmic being. Then the real meaning of the words, not I, but Christ in me, will penetrate deeply into our souls. Then, out of this insight, something will transmit and radiate into our souls, something that can only be expressed in the words, quote, when I can say, not I, but Christ in me, in that moment I recognize that I shall be lifted out of the earthly domain, that something lives in me which has significance for the cosmos, and that I am worthy, as a human being, to bear something in my soul that is extra earthly, just as I bear within my constitution an extra earthly being as a consequence of the Saturn, Sun, and Moon phases of evolution. Close quote. The immense significance of being imbued with Christ will enter the consciousness of human beings. Then we will be able to combine the Pauline saying, not I, but Christ in me, with a feeling as well. The feeling that we must indeed become deeply serious about our inner responsibility toward Christ. Anthroposophy will bring it about that within this Christ consciousness, our feeling of responsibility works in such a way that we would not at every opportunity presume to say, quote, I thought so, and because I thought so, I had a right to say it, close quote. Our materialistic age even promotes this attitude and carries it further and further. But is it not actually a desecration of the Christ in us, a renewed crucifixion of the Christ in us, when we are so lacking in sense that we shout out to the world, be it in spoken or written form, whatever we believe at any particular moment, without having investigated it? A feeling will increasingly emerge if the significance of Christ is taken up in all earnestness, that we must prove ourselves worthy of the Christ by becoming more and more conscientious about our perception of him, of this cosmic principle within us. It would not be difficult to think that those who at every opportunity are ready to repent an offense, for example, telling lies about people, and then hoping to wipe out the lies by repenting, do not want to receive Christ as a cosmic principle. Those, however, who want to prove themselves worthy of Christ in their soul will first ask themselves whether they ought to say a certain thing, even though they are, at least momentarily, convinced of it. Many things will change when a true conception of Christ comes into the world. All those who say or write things of which they have no knowledge will come to realize that they are thereby desecrating the Christ in the human soul. This will also mean an end to the excuse, quote, I thought it was so. I said it in good faith, close quote. Christ wants more than good faith. He wants to lead human beings to the truth. He even said, quote, the truth will make you free, close quote, John 8:32. But where did Christ ever say that it is possible for people to think as he would have them think, and yet at the same time to write or proclaim things to the world of which they know nothing? Much indeed will be changed. A great deal of modern writing could not exist any longer if people proceeded from the principle of proving themselves worthy of the saying, not I, but the Christ in me. The canker of our decadent civilization will be rooted out when those voices are silenced, which without real conviction shout out things into the world or spoil paper with printer's ink without having satisfied themselves first that they are speaking the truth. In this connection, we have had to experience many things in the Theosophical movement. How readily were things excused with, quote, yes, but the person who made the statement was at that moment convinced of its truth, close quote. What does a conviction of this type amount to? Nothing but the greatest irresponsibility, pure flippancy. It is not for personal reasons, but rather because of the seriousness of the situation that I must draw your attention to the fact that there is no excuse for the president of the Theosophical Society to have put before that society the frivolous lie of the Jesuit story. And even though it has now long been dismissed, It is mentioned here to point out the characteristic aspects of such a thing. People then said, but the president withdrew it after a few weeks. Close quote. So much the worse when someone in a responsible position says things which then after a few weeks have to be withdrawn. For this is where world judgment, not personal judgment, begins. This situation must be seen in the light of the distinction that must be made between the subjective karma at work in the I of the human being and that which may be called objective karma. For no word shall be lost. Every person must make compensation for the harm that he or she has done. Words cannot intervene in these things. Rather, we must take the same way as Christ took the facts in the case of the adulteress. He wrote the sin into the earth. It is important to point out that egoism must be overcome in the realm of the spiritual scientific movement. It must be clearly understood that in meeting the world, what is needed is an objective judgment, not just a subjective judgment. A Christian conscience, for in a certain sense that is what we may call it, will gradually emerge as Christ enters human souls. As souls become more and more conscious of the presence of Christ, and as Paul's words become a reality, not I, but Christ in me. Our souls will increasingly be filled with the consciousness that we should not just say what we think, but that we must verify whether what we say holds up to an objective judgment. Christ will be a teacher of truth for the soul, a teacher of the highest sense of responsibility. He will imbue human souls with it when they increasingly come to experience the full weight of the saying, not I, but Christ in me. The end of Lecture 8. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 155 by Rudolf Steiner, 10 lectures entitled Christ and the Human Soul. It's made up of 4 parts, and we're in the third part, entitled Christ and the Human Soul. The fourth and last lecture of that subsection, I have numbered it as Lecture 9, in keeping it that way. These are translated by Agnes Schneeberg de Stoor. This was given in Norrköping on July 16, 1914. Humanity is continuously in need of truths that cannot at any given time be fully comprehended. Taking in truths does not mean something only for our cognition, for our knowledge. Truths themselves actually contain life forces. By permeating ourselves with truth, we permeate our soul nature with an element coming from the cosmic world. Just as we must permeate our physical nature with air taken from outside so that we can live. For this reason, deep truths are expressed in the great religious writings, but in such a way that people will often not understand these truths in their real inner meaning until much, much later. The New Testament has been written down. The New Testament stands there as a record, spread out, one might say, for humanity. But it will require the whole of the earth's evolution to run its course before this New Testament will be fully understood. In the future, people will acquire much knowledge of the external world, and they will acquire much knowledge even of the spiritual world. And all of it will contribute to an understanding of the New Testament, if it is viewed in the right light. The understanding comes about gradually. The New Testament is written in a simple form so that it can be absorbed and then gradually be understood at a later time. Permeating ourselves with the truth contained in the New Testament is not without significance, even if we cannot yet understand this truth in its innermost depths. Later on, truth becomes a cognition force, but it is already a life force when it is absorbed in, one could say, a more or less childlike form. And if the questions we began to consider yesterday are to be understood in the sense in which they are communicated in the New Testament, then we need a knowledge that goes ever deeper, a growing insight into the spiritual world and its secrets. If we want to carry yesterday's considerations further, then it will be necessary to look a little bit deeper into some esoteric mysteries, for they can lead us to a broader understanding of the question, the enigma of guilt and sin, and can then, precisely from this point of view, throw more light on the relation of Christ to the human soul. There is, above all, one viewpoint that we have often encountered in the course of our spiritual scientific, a viewpoint that can be clothed, as we have done before, in the form of a question: why did Christ die in a human body? It is a question that actually expresses the fundamental riddle of the mystery of Golgotha. Why did Christ die? Why did a God die in a human body? The God died because, as a consequence of the evolution of the world, it became necessary that a God would be able to enter into an earthly human being, that a God of the highest worlds could become the leader of earth evolution. In order for this to occur, Christ had to become, quote, akin to death, close quote, German todverwandt, akin to death. One would hope that human souls develop a deep, deep understanding of this expression. As human beings, we generally encounter death only when we see another person die, or in other phenomena related to death that can be found in the world, or also in the certainty that we ourselves must pass through the gate of death when our present incarnation will have come to an end. But this is really only the external aspect of death. Death is present in quite a different form in the world in which we live, and it is important to accentuate this. Let us take our start from an ordinary everyday phenomenon. We breathe in air and we breathe it out again. But within us, the air undergoes a change. When the air is exhaled, it is dead air. As exhaled air, it cannot be breathed again, for exhaled air is death-like. I am pointing this out so that you may understand what is expressed in the esoteric saying, quote, by entering into a human being, the air dies, close quote. It truly is a fact that the living element in the air dies when it enters into a human being. With every breath, death infiltrates the air, because a human being is breathing. That, however, is only one phenomenon. A ray of light too must die in a similar manner when it penetrates our eye, EYE, and we would not receive anything from the light in this world if our eye did not resist the ray of light, just as our lungs defy the air. Any light entering into our eye dies in our eye, and it is because of the light's dying in our eye that we see. Thus the living element in the light dies as it enters our eye. The ray of light is killed in the eye. We kill it so that we may have what our eyes perceive. In this way, we are filled with much that has to die in us, so that we may have our earthly consciousness. In its bodily aspect, we kill the air, and we also kill the rays of light that penetrate us. Therefore, we kill in many different respects. With the help of spiritual science, we distinguish 4 substance elements: earth, water, air, and warmth. Then we come to the realm of the light ether, where we speak of warmth ether, of light ether, and it is as far up as the light ether that we kill what enters into us. We slay it continually so that we may have our earthly consciousness. But there is something we cannot kill as a consequence of our living on the earth. We know that above the light ether, there is the so-called chemical ether, and above that, the life ether. These are the 2 kinds of ether that we cannot kill. But because of this, these 2 kinds of ether are not really part of us. If we were able to kill the chemical ether as well, then the sound waves of the harmony of the spheres would sound perpetually into our physical body. And we would, with our physical life, continually destroy these waves within us. And if we were able to kill the life ether too, then we would destroy and continuously kill within ourselves the cosmic life that streams down to the earth. We have been given a substitute in earthly sound, but this cannot be compared with what we would hear if it were possible at all for the chemical ether to be heard by us as physical human beings. For physical sound is a product of the air and is not spiritual sound. It is only a substitute for the spiritual sound. When the Luciferic temptation occurred, the progressive gods were obliged to place human beings in a domain where death dwells in the physical body, from the light ether downward. But at that time, the progressive gods said, and these words are recorded in the Bible, quote, "Man has come to know the distinction between good and evil, but life he must not have. Of the tree of life he shall not eat," close quote. And in the sense of esoteric science, it is possible to add something to this statement. The continuation of the sentence, quote, "of the tree of life he shall not eat," close quote, would then be, quote, "and the spirit of matter he shall not hear," close quote. Of the tree of life man shall not eat, and the spirit of matter he shall not hear. These are the regions that were closed off to human beings. And it was only through a specific procedure implemented in the old mysteries, when those who were to be initiated were outside the body and were permitted to have a prescient vision of the Christ, that the sounds of the music of the spheres and the cosmic life pulsating through the universe were also disclosed to them. Hence the old philosophers spoke of the music of the spheres. In drawing attention to this, we are at the same time pointing to those regions from which the Christ came to us at the time of the baptism in the Jordan by John. From where did Christ come? He came from those regions that had been closed to human beings as a consequence of the Luciferic temptation, from the region of the music of the spheres, and from the region of cosmic life. It had been necessary for human beings to forget these regions during the beginning stages of Earth evolution because of the Luciferic temptation. At the baptism in the Jordan by John, Christ entered into a human body, and what permeated this human body was the spiritual essence of the harmony of the spheres, the spiritual essence of the cosmic life. In other words, that which still belonged to the human soul during its first stages on earth, but from which it had to be banned as a consequence of the Luciferic temptation. And it is in this sense, too, that the human being is akin to spirit. As a being of soul, the human being actually belongs to the region of the music of the spheres and to the region of the Word, of the living cosmic ether. But the human being had been cast out from these regions. These were to be restored to him so that he might gradually be permeated again by that from which he had been banned. This is why, also from the perspective of spiritual science, we are so deeply touched by the words of John's Gospel. In the primal beginning, when the human being had not yet been subject to temptation, was the Logos. The human being belonged to the Logos. The Logos was with God, and the human being was with the Logos, with God. And through the baptism in the Jordan by John, the Logos entered into human evolution. He became human. Here we have the connection, the all-important connection. Let us leave this truth as it stands there for now, and try to approach the question from another side. Life in all its aspects shows itself to us only from the external side. If life did not show itself merely from the external side, then we would be aware at all times how we absorb the corpse of the light into our eye when we see. What was it that the Christ had to take upon himself to make it possible for Paul's saying, "Not I, but Christ in me," to be fulfilled? It had to become possible that Christ could permeate the essential nature of the human being, But human essential nature is filled with what is slain in earth existence through this essential nature, from the light ether, which dies in the human eye, downward. The essential nature of the human being is filled with death, and what lives in the two highest kinds of ether was the only thing withdrawn from it, so that human essential nature would not be infused with their deaths as well. In order for Christ to be able to dwell in us, he had to become akin to death and akin to everything that is spread out in the world, everything from the light down to the depths of materiality. It had to become possible for Christ to enter into that which we carry within us as the corpse of the light, the corpse of the warmth, the corpse of the air, and so on. It was only because he was able to become akin to death that he could become akin to human essential nature. And we must feel in our souls that the God had to die in order to be able to permeate us human beings, so that we who had taken on death as a consequence of the Luciferic temptation might be able to say Christ in us. Many other things are hidden for human beings, hidden behind sense-perceptible existence. We look at the plant world. We see how the light of the sun conjures forth the plants from the soil. Science teaches us that light is necessary for the growth of plants, but that is only one half of the truth. Someone looking at the plants with clairvoyant perception sees living spiritual elements rising up from them. The light dips down into the plants and rises up again from them as a living spiritual element. The light goes down into the plants in order to be transformed in them and then be born again as a living spiritual element. In the case of the animals, it is the chemical ether that enters into them. This chemical ether is not perceptible to human beings. If they could perceive it, it would spiritually sound forth to them. The animals transform this ether into water spirits. The plants transform the light into air spirits, and the animals transform the spiritual element that is working in the chemical ether into water spirits. And human beings transform that which lives in the cosmic ether, the life ether, which brings it about that we can live at all, and which is precluded from being killed in us, into earth spirits. Yes, we transform it into earth spirits. In a course of lectures given in Karlsruhe, I spoke of the human phantom. There is not enough time to outline the connecting threads between what is to be said here about the human phantom and what was said then. But such connecting threads do exist, and you will perhaps find them for yourselves when you compare what was said on either occasion. Today I must present this subject from another side. There is a spiritual element being created continuously in human beings. What lives in human beings as life is continually going out into the world, as it were. Human beings spread an aura around them, an aura of rays. In doing so, they continually enrich the earthly spiritual element of the earth. And inasmuch as human beings transmit this all across and into the earth spirit element of the earth contains all the qualities, moral or otherwise, which each human being has acquired in life and carries inside him or herself. It is true, absolutely true, that to someone with clairvoyant perception, it is apparent how human beings send out their moral, intellectual, and aesthetic aura into the world, and how this aura continues to live as earth spirit in the spirituality of the earth. Just as a comet draws its tail through the cosmos, so do we draw through the whole of earthly life what we dispense as spiritual aura, what is held together phantom-like during our lifetime, but at the same time emits our moral and intellectual soul qualities out into the world. Life is very complicated, and this too is a phenomenon of life. When in our spiritual research we go back to the times before the mystery of Golgotha, we find that people simply radiated this phantom-like entity, which contained their moral quality, out into the outer world, into the external spiritual aura of the earth. But humanity continued to develop in the course of earth existence, and it was at the time when the mystery of Golgotha took place that a certain stage of this development had been reached, precisely with respect to this phantom-like entity emitted by human beings. One could say that in earlier times this phantom-like entity was much more fleeting, that by the time of the mystery of Golgotha it had become denser, had assumed more form, and that something had been added as a fundamental characteristic to this phantom-like entity, namely the death aspect that human beings absorb into themselves by killing the light entering the eye, the air entering the lungs, and so on, as I have explained. These earth spirit-like entities, which radiate from human beings, are like a stillborn spirit child, because human beings impart their death aspect to them. If Christ had not come to the earth, let us try to picture this. Then, during the sojourn of their souls in earthly bodies, human beings would have continuously rayed out entities that would have had death imprinted into them. And moral qualities would have been bound up with this death. The moral qualities of human beings that were spoken of yesterday, and objective sin, would have been in it. They would have lain within it. Suppose that the Christ had not come. What would have happened in the evolution of the earth? Starting from the time during which the mystery of Golgotha would otherwise have taken place, human beings would have spiritually created dense formations with death imprinted into them. And these dense formations would have become the very elements that were meant to pass with the earth over to the Jupiter stage. Humanity would have imparted death to the earth. A dead earth would have given birth to a dead Jupiter. It would have had to be like this because if the mystery of Golgotha had not come to pass, then it would not have been possible for human beings to permeate what is radiating out from them with the essence of the music of the spheres and the essence of cosmic life. These essences would not have been there. They would not have flowed into what human beings are emitting. But Christ brought these essences with the mystery of Golgotha. And inasmuch as the words, "Not I, but Christ in me," are fulfilled through our taking the Christ into ourselves, and inasmuch as we are developing an inner relationship with Him, life is injected into what rays out from us, into what would otherwise be dead. Because we bear death within us, the living Christ has to permeate us so that He may give life to what we leave behind as spiritual earth being. What detaches itself from us as objective guilt, as objective sin, and is not carried further in our karma, this is what Christ, the living Logos, permeates and enlivens. And as He gives it life, a living earth will evolve into a living Jupiter. This is the impact of the mystery of Golgotha. The soul can receive Christ into itself by forming the following thoughts. It can recognize that there was once a time when human beings were within the bosom of the divine Logos, but that they had to succumb to the temptation of Lucifer. They took death into themselves, and with death a seed passed over into them that would have caused a dead earth to give birth to a dead Jupiter. What remained behind is what the human soul, before the temptation, had been destined to receive for its earth existence. With Christ it entered again into human earth existence. And when we take the Christ into ourselves, such that we feel permeated with Christ, we can say to ourselves, quote, "What the gods had allotted to me before the Luciferic temptation, what had to remain behind in the cosmic universe as a result of the temptation by Lucifer, this is what enters into my soul together with the Christ. The soul only becomes whole again by taking the Christ into itself. Only then am I a complete soul again. Only then am I again all that the gods intended me to be from the primordial beginning of the earth. Close quote. What we are really asking is, am I truly a soul without Christ? One feels that it is only through Christ that one becomes the soul that one was meant to be in accordance with the divine plan. This is the wonderful feeling of home that souls can have with Christ. For it was from the primal cosmic home of the soul that the Christ descended in order to give back to the human soul that which had to be lost on earth as a result of the temptation by Lucifer. Christ leads the soul upward again to its primordial home, the home allotted to it by the gods. That is the joy and the blessedness of really experiencing Christ in the human soul. It was this that gave such bliss to certain Christian mystics in the Middle Ages. Even though much of what they have written may, in and of itself, have been envisioned too much from a sensory perspective, the underlying principle was spiritual. Christian mystics, such as those who were followers of Bernard of Clairvaux and others, experienced the human soul as a bride who had lost her bridegroom at the primordial beginning of the earth. And when Christ entered into their souls, filling them with life and soul and spirit, they experienced Christ as the soul bridegroom who united himself with the soul, the bridegroom whom they had lost in the primordial home of the soul, when it had forsaken this home in order through Lucifer to follow the path of freedom, to follow the path of distinguishing between good and evil. If the human soul really lives in Christ, if it feels the Christ as the living being who flowed from the death on Golgotha out into the spiritual atmosphere of the earth, and who can flow into the soul, then it actually feels itself inwardly enlivened through the Christ. Then the soul feels a transition from a state of death into life. Because we must, until far into a remote future, live out our earthly existence in human bodies, it is not possible for us to hear the music of the spheres directly, or have a direct experience of the cosmic life within ourselves. But we can experience what flows out from Christ, and thus can receive, taking its place as it were, what would otherwise come to us from the music of the spheres and the cosmic life. In earlier times, Pythagoras had spoken of the music of the spheres. Why was he able to do this? Pythagoras was an initiate of the ancient mysteries. He had undergone the initiation process, during which the soul leaves the body. When his soul was outside the body, he could be transported into the spiritual worlds. There he saw the Christ, who was to come to earth only at a later time. Since the mystery of Golgotha, it is not possible for human beings to speak of the music of the spheres as Pythagoras spoke of it, but we can speak of it in another way, even if we are not living with our soul outside of the body. As an initiate, one would be able to speak even today as Pythagoras did. But as ordinary inhabitants of the earth, living in a physical body, we can speak of the music of the spheres and of the cosmic life only when we experience in our soul, not I, but Christ in me. For that is what lived in the music of the spheres, and that is what lived in the cosmic life. But we must really go through this process too within ourselves. We must really receive the Christ into our souls. Suppose we were to resist this. Suppose we did not wish to take up Christ into our souls. Then we would come to the end of the earth phase and would be confronted there with a spirit form that would then have been formed out of the earth spirits developing in the course of human evolution. This nebulous spirit form, which would then have been formed out of the earth would contain all the phantom-like beings that rayed forth from us in former incarnations. They would all be in it. What would be there would be a dead earth, and it would pass, dead, over into Jupiter. At the end of the earth phase, it may be that we have resolved our karma and blotted it out completely. In other words, we may subjectively have taken ownership of all the errors we committed by making amends for them. And we may have become whole again in our soul being, in our I. But the sin and guilt would objectively be present in what remains. This is an absolute truth, because we do not live only for ourselves. We do not live so that by balancing our karma, we may become egotistically more perfect. We live for the world, and at the end of time, the remnants of our earthly incarnations will stand there like a mighty tableau if we have not taken into us the living Christ. For if we connect what was said yesterday with what is being said today, and it is really the same, only seen from two sides, then we see how Christ takes upon himself the guilt and sin of earthly humanity, insofar as these are objective guilt and sin. And if we have inwardly taken up this, not I, but Christ in me, the Christ in us, then he takes upon himself what rays out from us, and the remnants of our incarnations will stand there enlivened by Christ, permeated by his life, and irradiated by Christ. Truly, our incarnations will stand there. That is to say, the remnants of our incarnations will stand there, and taken as a whole, what becomes of them? Because Christ unites them all, Christ who belongs to the whole of humanity in the present and in the future, all of these remains of single incarnations are compressed together. Every human soul lives through successive incarnations. Let us take one incarnation. Certain remnants remain, as we have described. Take the next incarnation. Certain remnants remain, as described. Take subsequent incarnations. Certain remnants remain, and so on, until the end of earthly times. Each single incarnation leaves its remains up until the end of the earth. If these relics are permeated by Christ, then they become pressed together. Whenever something rarefied is compressed, it becomes dense. Spirit also becomes dense, and our collective earth incarnations are thus united into one spirit body. This body is ours. We need it as we are continuing our evolution toward Jupiter, because it will be the starting point of our bodily incarnation on Jupiter. At the end of the earth phase, we shall stand there with our soul, and with whatever stage our karma may have reached. We shall stand there before our earthly remnants, which were gathered together by Christ, and we shall have to unite with them in order to pass over with them to Jupiter. We shall rise again in a body, in an earthly body that has been condensed out of the individual incarnations. Truly, my dear friends, with a profoundly moved heart I speak these words, quote, "We shall rise again in a body," close quote. Young people today, 16 and even younger, are beginning to insist on professing their own belief systems and are talking of, quote, luckily having outgrown such nonsense as the resurrection of the body, close quote. Those, on the other hand, who seek to deepen their esoteric knowledge of the world's mysteries, are gradually developing an understanding of what human beings have been told, because, as I explained at the beginning of the lecture, these things must first be put into words so that people can grasp them as life truths and comprehend them later. The resurrection of bodies is a reality, but our soul must come to feel that it wants to rise again in the face of the earthly remnants that have been gathered together by Christ, in the face of the spiritual body that is imbued with Christ. This is what our soul must learn to understand. For suppose that because of our not having received the living Christ into ourselves, we would not be able to approach this earthly body with its sin and its guilt and unite with it. If we had rejected the Christ, then at the end of the earth phase, the remnants of our various incarnations would be standing there scattered. They would have remained and would not have been gathered together by the Christ, who spiritualizes the whole of humanity through and through. We would then, at the end of the earth phase, standing there as souls who are bound to the earth, bound to that part of the earth which remains behind, dead, in our remnants. And even though our souls would be free in spirit, in an egotistic sense, we would be unable to approach our bodily remnants. Such souls are the spoils of Lucifer, for he strives to thwart the true goal of the earth. He tries to prevent souls from reaching their earth goal, to hold them back in the spiritual world. And Lucifer will send over into the Jupiter evolution what has remained of the scattered earth remnants as a dead entrapment of Jupiter, which will then not, as moon, detach from Jupiter, but rather remain in Jupiter and continually be pushing out these earth remnants. And on Jupiter, these earth remnants will have to be enlivened by the souls from above as a new species of souls. And now please recall what I had told you some years ago, that humanity on Jupiter will divide into one race whose souls have attained their earth goal and will have attained the goal of Jupiter, and a race whose souls will form a middle kingdom between the human kingdom and the animal kingdom on Jupiter. These latter ones are souls that will be present in a Luciferic way, that is, spiritually only. They will have their body below, and this body will be a defined expression of their whole inner soul being. But they will be able to direct it only from outside. There will be two races, the good and the bad, on Jupiter, and they will be very different from one another. This was discussed a number of years ago. Today we shall look at it in more depth. The Jupiter existence will be followed by a Venus existence, and again there will be a balancing adjustment brought about through the further evolution of the Christ. But it is precisely on Jupiter that human beings will come to see what it means to want to strive only for perfection in one's own eye, and not to make the whole earth one's concern. This is something human beings will have to experience throughout the whole course of the Jupiter cycle, inasmuch as all the things we have not permeated with Christ during our earthly existence can then appear before our spiritual sight. Bringing together all that has been said, let us consider from this point of view the words of Christ with which he sent his disciples out into the world to proclaim his name and to forgive sins in his name. Why forgive sins in his name? Because this forgiving of sins is connected with his name. Because sins can be erased and transformed into living life only if Christ can be united with our earth remnants. If during our earth existence he had already been within us in the sense of the Pauline saying, "Not I, but Christ in me." And if religious denominations anywhere associate themselves in their outer observances with this saying of Christ, in order to make souls aware again and again of everything that is connected with Christ, then we must recognize this deeper meaning in there as well. And if in any religious denomination one of its representatives speaks of the forgiveness of sins as though commissioned by Christ, then it means nothing less than that this person, with these words about the forgiveness of sins, forms a connection with the forgiveness of sins through Christ, and interprets this to a soul in need of comfort by saying, quote, "I have seen that you have developed a living relationship to Christ. You are uniting that which is objective sin and guilt, and which must enter as objective sin and guilt into your earth remnants, with everything that Christ is to you. It is because I have recognized that you have permeated yourself with Christ that I am permitted to say to you, your sins are forgiven." Close quote. Such words always imply, although unspoken, that the individual who, in any religious denomination, speaks of the forgiveness of sins is convinced that the person in question has formed a connection with Christ and wants to bear Christ in heart and soul. Accordingly, such an individual is permitted to give comfort when the other person, conscious of guilt, comes to him or her. Quote, Christ will forgive you, and I am permitted to say to you that in his name your sins are forgiven. Close quote. In this way, a beautiful connection is established with the one who is the only forgiver of sins, because he is the bearer of sins, because he is the being who gives life to human earth remnants. When those who want to serve him can give comfort with the words, quote, your sins are forgiven, close quote, to those souls who have shown that in their inner being they feel connected with Christ. For it is in effect a renewed affirmation of the soul's relationship to Christ when it realizes, quote, I have understood my guilt and sin in such a way that I can rightfully be told that he works through them with his being, close quote. If such words expressing the forgiveness of sins are to be words of truth, then they must carry an undertone which, at the very least, reminds the person who has sinned and has become guilty of this bond with Christ, even if he or she is not always forming this bond anew. For there must be an inner bond between the soul and Christ, a bond so inwardly intense that the soul cannot renew its awareness of it often enough. And because Christ is intimately connected with the objective sin and the objective guilt of the human soul, the soul can best remind itself in daily life of its relationship to Christ by remembering, precisely at the moment of the forgiveness of sins and then again and again, the presence of the cosmic Christ in earth existence. Those who take up spiritual science in the right spirit and make it their own, not merely in an external sense, but in the real spirit, can definitely also become their own confessors. It is quite certain that through spiritual science, they can gradually learn to know Christ so intimately and feel themselves so closely connected with him that they can directly experience his spiritual presence. And inasmuch as they affirm him anew as the cosmic principle, they will be able to direct their confession to him in spirit, and in silent meditation ask from him the forgiveness of sins. But as long as human beings have not yet permeated themselves with spiritual science in this deep spiritual sense, we must look with understanding at what is administered as an external token, one could say, in the various religions of the world as, quote, the forgiveness of sins, close quote. People will become spiritually freer and freer, and inasmuch as they become freer, their connection with Christ will become more and more a direct experience. And there must be tolerance. Just as those who believe that they have inwardly embraced the spirit of the mystery of Golgotha, the Christ, in such depth that they can have a direct dialogue with the Christ, just as they must look with understanding upon those who need the positive observances of a faith confession and a minister of Christ to give them comfort with the words, your sins are forgiven, so must there also be tolerance on the part of those who see that there are people who can achieve this independently. To be sure, all this can only be an ideal in earthly life, but those dedicated to anthroposophy can at least strive toward such an ideal. I have spoken to you of spiritual mysteries that are uncovered and that make it possible for people, also those who have already absorbed much of anthroposophy, to develop deeper insights into the whole nature of our human existence. I have spoken to you of the overcoming of human egoism and of certain things we must recognize before we can have a right understanding of karma. I have spoken to you of the human being, insofar as he is not merely an I being, but belongs to the whole earth existence and is summoned to contribute toward attaining the divine aim of the earth. Christ did not just come into the world and go through the mystery of Golgotha so that he might be something to each one of us in our egoism. It would be terrible to imagine that Christ would be thought of as though Paul's words, "Not I, but Christ in me," were only meant to encourage a higher egoism. Christ died for the whole of humanity, for earthly humanity. Christ became the central to save, for the sake of the earth, everything earthly spiritual that flows out from human beings. Nowadays, one can read theological works, and those who have done so can corroborate what I say here, which state that certain theologians of the 19th and 20th centuries have at long last disposed of the popular medieval belief that Christ came to earth in order to wrest the earth away from the devil, to wrest the earth away from Lucifer. Even within modern theology, there is an enlightened materialism, which will, however, not recognize itself as such, but actually imagines itself to be especially enlightened by saying that in the dark Middle Ages, people believed that Christ had to come to the world because he had to wrest the earth away from the devil. But the true enlightenment actually leads us back to this simple, popular belief of the people. For everything on the earth that is not set free by Christ belongs to Lucifer. And all that is human in us, all that goes beyond what is merely confined to our I, capital, all this will be ennobled and be made fruitful for the whole of humanity when it is permeated with Christ. And inasmuch as I am standing before you here at the end of this series of lectures, I would not want to omit speaking a few more words to each individual soul, to all of you who have gathered here. Hope and confidence in the future of our work can dwell in our hearts because we have endeavored from the very beginning to permeate what we had to say with the will of Christ. And it is out of this hope and confidence that we may say that our teaching itself is what Christ wants to say to us, fulfilling his words, quote, "I am with you always, even to the end of the earth," close quote, Matthew 28:20. We have only sought to give attention to what comes from him and what he has kindled within us in accordance with his promise. This we want to take into our souls as our spiritual science. It is not because we feel our spiritual science to be interfused with any sort of Christian dogmatism that we regard it as Christian, but because having imbued it with Christ, we look upon it as a revelation of the Christ in ourselves. This is also why I am convinced that what takes root as true spiritual science in those souls who, together with us, want to receive our Christ-filled spiritual science will become fruitful for the whole of humanity, and especially for those who are meant to receive these fruits. Much of what is good, spiritually good in our movement, and this is how it appears to clairvoyant observation, stems from those who, together with us, have taken our Christ-imbued spiritual science into themselves, and then, having passed through the gate of death, send back down to us the fruits of this Christ-permeated spiritual science. What is being sent down to us from the spiritual worlds by those who have absorbed the Christ-imbued spiritual science, this is already living in us, for they do not hold on to it for the sake of perfecting themselves within their own karmic stream. They can let it stream into those souls who want to receive it. Comfort and hope for our spiritual science sprout up for us from the knowledge that our so-called dead are also working with us. In the second lecture, we spoke about these things in a broader context. But today, as we have come to the close of this lecture cycle, I would like to add a personal word. While I have been speaking to this Norrköping branch of our society, I could not help but feel the continued spiritual presence of a person who was so deeply connected with our work here in Norrköping. The spirit of Frau Danielsson looks down like a good angel upon everything this branch aspires to do. Hers also was a Christian spirit, in the sense described. and the souls who knew her will never feel themselves separated from her. May that spirit continue to hold sway over this branch as guardian spirit. It will surely do so most willingly if the souls working in this branch receive it. With these words spoken from the depths of my heart, I close these lectures, and I hope that we shall continue to work together on the spiritual path we have embraced. The end of Lecture 9. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 155 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Christ and the Human Soul. It's in 4 parts, and it's translated, these 10 lectures, by Agnes Schneeberg de Stoor. And this is the 4th part, the last part, just one lecture, a public lecture, in Christianity. And it's lecture number 10, given in Neuköping on July 13th, 1914. Before anything else, I would like to ask your forgiveness for being unable to speak to you tonight in your native language. But the friends who have been attending my lectures in these last few days, lectures to members of the Anthroposophical Society, have assured me that it would be all right to speak to you in German in this public lecture on a spiritual scientific topic. The local members have also suggested the theme for this evening's lecture. I am to speak about the relationship of spiritual science, or anthroposophy, as it may also be called, about the relationship of anthroposophy to Christianity. However, in order to do so, I must first say something about the nature and significance of what is meant by spiritual science, about the point of view from which I shall be speaking tonight. Spiritual science, as it is meant here, does not seek to found a new religion or a new religious sect of any kind. It aspires to provide and carry out what, in a spiritual sense, is required of our contemporary culture. If we are to make progress today in a realm that is in need of progress, the realm of humanity's cultural development, in the same way as 300, 400, 500 years ago, progress was made when modern natural science entered into human cultural life, then we must say the following. What natural science has become for the lives of human beings through the knowledge of outer nature, through the knowledge of the external laws of physics, this is what spiritual science aspires to become in the present time and in the near future, through knowledge of the laws of our soul spiritual life, and by applying these laws in the ethical, social, and all other fields of cultural life. And as much as this spiritual science is still misunderstood and misjudged, and understandably so, it can nonetheless have confidence in its trueness and its effectiveness for human cultural life when it considers how the natural sciences developed at the beginning of the modern age. Natural scientists, too, had to confront existing prejudices, hundreds and even thousands of years old. But truth contains powers which, in a manner suitable to human life, always help it prevail against any opposing forces. Now that we have spoken briefly about the spiritual scientist's confidence in the trueness and effectiveness of his work, let us turn to the essential nature of the research that forms the basis of spiritual science, as it is meant here. The way in which thoughts and mental images are formed in spiritual science is very much in keeping with the methods used in the natural sciences. However, since spiritual science covers a field that is very different from the field covered by natural science, that is to say, the field of the spirit, not the sense-perceptible field of external nature, it should be obvious that researching the spiritual realm requires a fundamental modification of the scientific approach. And even though the research methods of spiritual science are in keeping with those of natural science, in the sense that any unprejudiced person trained in natural science can accept the premises of spiritual science, it must nevertheless be said that as long as the natural scientific method is conceived one-sidedly, as all too often happens today, prejudice will be heaped upon prejudice when it comes to applying the natural scientific way of thinking to spiritual life. For it is indeed the case that natural scientific thinking and logic must be applied to what most concerns human beings, but what is at the same time most difficult to investigate, namely, to the essential nature of the human being. And it is indeed the case that in spiritual science, we must examine our own essential, and that we have to make use of the only tool that we have at our disposal, namely ourselves. The premise of spiritual science is that inasmuch as we ourselves become the instrument of investigation into the spiritual world, we have to undergo a transformation and have to undertake something with respect to ourselves that makes it possible for us to look into the spiritual world, which we cannot do in ordinary life. Allow me to begin with a comparison taken from natural science, not to prove anything, but merely to illustrate the spiritual scientific way of forming concepts rests entirely on the premises of the natural scientific way of thinking. Let us take water as an example drawn from nature. If we look at water, as we encounter it all around us, then it reveals certain qualities. But when the chemists apply their methods in order to analyze the water, they break it down into hydrogen and oxygen. Very well, but what are they actually doing to the water? As you all know, water doesn't burn, but the chemist isolates hydrogen from the water, and hydrogen is a gas that burns. No person just looking at water can tell that it contains hydrogen and oxygen, which each have properties that are totally different from water. It is equally impossible, as spiritual science points out, to see the true inner being of another person just by looking at that person. And just as the chemist, the natural scientist, splits water into hydrogen and oxygen, so does the spiritual scientist differentiate what presents itself in outer life, a process that must be prepared in the soul's very depths. The spiritual scientist can differentiate through spiritual scientific research methods what is external physical and what is soul spiritual in human beings. Because the first thing he is interested in investigating from the viewpoint of spiritual science is the soul spiritual aspect as something distinct from the bodily nature. It is not possible to discern the true reality of the soul spiritual aspect by studying the external bodily nature, any more than it is possible to discern the nature of hydrogen without first extracting it from water. Nowadays, it often happens that as soon as one begins to say something like the above, people will argue that this violates the precepts of monism, which, quote, ought to be adhered to at all costs, close quote. It is, however, a fact that monism also cannot keep chemists from splitting water into two parts. In point of fact, monism is not contested when something that can actually happen does happen. For instance, when the soul spiritual is recognized as distinct from the bodily nature through the methods of spiritual research. These methods, admittedly, are not of the type that can be applied in laboratory settings or in hospitals. They are processes that have to take place in the soul itself. However, they are not soul processes that represent something miraculous. Rather, they are an enhancement of what we can observe in ordinary life. They are not miraculous traits, but rather the kind of faculties we already possess to a certain degree in daily life. It is only that they need to be raised to a much higher level if one is to become a spiritual researcher. And since I do not want to just speak in generalities, I will now go straight into a consideration of the subject itself. We are all familiar with the soul capacity known as memory, And we all know how much ultimately depends on it. Imagine waking up some morning with no idea of where we have been or who we are. We would lose everything that makes us human. Our memory, which has had its own inner coherence ever since early childhood, necessary human beings. The study of memory unquestionably leaves contemporary philosophers perplexed. There are even some among them who go so far as to deviate from the monistic, materialistic view, precisely when it comes to studying memory, inasmuch as they find, through exacting research, that although sensory perception, to the degree that one can even speak of a soul activity in this way, is bound to the physical body, it will never be possible to say that memory is bound to the body. I would just like to call your attention to this. For even a man who certainly shows no inclination to enter deeply into anthroposophy, namely the French philosopher Bergson, has pointed to this spiritual nature of memory. How do we actually experience memory and the power of recall? Long bygone events enter our soul as images, and although the events themselves may lie far in the past, the soul is dealing with something that involves itself. The soul is actively involved in conjuring up these past events out of the depths of its inner life. And what emerges from these depths can be compared with the original experience, although in contrast to the images presented by our sensory perceptions, memories are pale. But they are closely connected with the integrity of the life of the soul. Without memory, we would not be able to find our way in the world. But memory is based upon the power of recall, and the soul can retrieve what is hidden in its memories through this power of recall. This is precisely where spiritual science comes in. It is not memory as such. Please note how I am saying this. But rather the power needed for the retrieval of the spiritual content from the soul's depths that can be strengthened, infinitely strengthened, so that this power can then be used not only for retrieving past experiences from the soul, but also for quite other purposes. Methods of spiritual research are not based upon any external procedures, such as those pursued in laboratories, or upon anything perceptible to external senses, but rather upon intensive soul processes, which anyone can undergo. The value of these soul processes lies in the limitless intensification of mindfulness, attentiveness, in German Aufmerksamkeit, or it can also be called the concentration of our life of thoughts. What is this concentration of our life of thoughts? Since there is limited time this evening, I can only touch on the principles of the topic under discussion. You can find the details in my book's title, Knowledge of the Higher Worlds and Its Attainment, title, An Outline of Esoteric Science, Chapter 5, and title, The Threshold of the Spiritual World. In reference to these principles, I will outline the basic soul efforts that constitute a limitless enhancement of something that is necessary for human life, an enhancement of attentiveness. Attentiveness, mindfulness, must be strengthened to an unlimited extent so that spiritual research becomes possible. What activity do we usually engage in when we confront our surroundings? We perceive things, we process them through our intellect, which is bound to our brain, and then we form mental images about these perceptions. And as a rule, we are content to hold these external mental images in our soul. But it is precisely at the point where our everyday mental life leaves off that the methods of spiritual science begin. That is the point where concentration of thinking, as we have called it, begins. Anyone wanting to become a spiritual researcher must pick up the thread of his or her soul life at the very point where ordinary life abandons it. We bring certain mental images into the scope of our consciousness, images that we build up for ourselves and oversee ourselves. These should preferably be symbolic images that do not need to correspond to anything in the external world. We can either choose them ourselves, take them from the practical experience of spiritual science, or they can be suggested to us by the spiritual researcher. We place these images at the center of our whole consciousness, so that for a certain length of time, we turn our soul's attentiveness away from everything else, concentrating only on this one single image. Whereas normally we do not keep our attention just on one mental image, in this case we draw together all our soul forces, concentrate them on one chosen image, and devote ourselves inwardly to this image. When we observe someone who is doing this, that person appears to be engaged in something resembling sleep, although it is in fact radically different. For if such concentration is to be fruitful, then the person in question must indeed become like someone who is sleeping. As we are falling asleep, we initially feel our limbs quiet down, how a kind of twilight settles around us, how the senses' activity ebbs away. Then we lose consciousness. In practicing concentration, everything external must become as it is in sleep. Our senses must be wholly freed from all impressions of the outer world. The eye, EYE, should see as little as in sleep. The ear should hear as little as in sleep, and so on. Then the whole soul life is drawn together and concentrated on a single mental image. This is what makes concentration radically different from sleep. One could refer to this state as conscious sleeping, fully conscious sleeping. Whereas in sleep the darkness of unconsciousness expands in the soul, the aspiring spiritual researcher lives in a heightened state of soul activity. He or she musters all the forces of the soul and turns them toward one mental image. The important thing here is not that we observe this image, rather that it gives us the opportunity to pull our soul forces together and condense them. This pulling together of the soul forces is what matters, because in this way, we gradually get to the point of separating the soul spiritual, which is like the hydrogen in water, from the bodily nature, of freeing it from this physical bodily nature. And again, I refer you to my books for the details. What I have just described cannot be achieved in one big surge, so to speak. Most people have to work for years on concentration exercises of this sort. Daily life is not affected by doing concentration exercises, such as these, because they can only be carried out for a few minutes at a time or for a fraction of an hour at most. But they must be repeated again and again until we really succeed in strengthening the forces that would otherwise only slumber in our essential being. These are forces that are present in daily life too, but slumber, so that they become effective in our soul and free the soul spiritual from our physical bodily nature. Since, as mentioned, I do not want to speak in an abstract way, but rather present you with facts, let me say forthwith that if, as spiritual researcher, one succeeds in achieving fruitful results through energy and perseverance, through devotion toward the exercises, then one comes to a special experience, an experience of what can be called a purely inner consciousness. From a certain point onward, one can then begin to make sense of a statement that previously meant nothing. Quote, I know that I am outside my body. In the process of grasping and experiencing my inner being, I am outside my body. Close quote. I will describe this experience to you in detail. The first thing one notices is that the power of thinking, which normally is activated only during everyday life, frees itself from the body. To begin with, this experience is faint, but it occurs in such a way that we are able to recognize it for what it is once we have had it. Only when we return to our body, I would like to characterize this first, and are immersed again in the brain's functioning, do we realize what resistance the brain presents because of its physical substance. We know that for our normal everyday thinking, the brain is the instrument, but we are aware that we have been outside it. We gradually learn to make sense of the statement, quote, "You are experiencing yourself in the world of soul and spirit," close quote. We experience how our head is surrounded, wrapped, as it were, with its thoughts. We know what it means to feel the soul spiritual separated from the physical bodily nature. First, we learn to know the resistance presented by life in a physical body. Then we learn to recognize the body. It truly is just as if hydrogen were to become capable of perceiving itself outside of the water. That is how it is for a person who does exercises of this kind. And if that person continues to practice them faithfully, a great and significant moment arrives, which constitutes the beginning of actual spiritual research. It is a profoundly shattering moment which affects one's whole life in a most significant way. This moment can occur in the most diverse ways, in thousands of different ways, but I will describe it as it most typically comes about. If we have practiced these exercises for a certain period of time, if we have, out of the natural scientific method of thinking, worked upon our souls like this, then the moment arrives, either during waking life or even in the middle of sleep, in such a way that we awaken and realize that we are not dreaming, but rather are experiencing a new reality. This experience can, for example, be such that we say to ourselves, quote, "What is it that is around me?" It is as though I were in surroundings that are receding from me, as though the elements were hitting me like lightning strikes, and as though my body were being destroyed by the elements, and I nevertheless maintained myself, unlike this body of mine, close quote. We come to know what all spiritual researchers throughout the ages have referred to, using a pictorial expression as, quote, "coming to the gates of death," close quote. For what we experience through this image, in other words, not through reality, which we get to know only in death, is that we become aware of what we really are as soul spiritual beings when we no longer perceive ourselves and the world through the instrument of our body, but instead are living purely in the world of soul and spirit. This is to begin with a shattering experience because one recognizes, quote, "You have released yourself from your body through the power of your thinking," close quote. And other forces can be similarly released from the body, so that the human being becomes ever richer, ever more inward as regards the life of the soul. But this one exercise, which I have characterized as concentration, or, quote, "the limitless enhancement of attentiveness," close quote, is not enough. Through this exercise, we achieve the following result. When we have come to the point where the soul experiences itself, images rise up, which can be called real imaginations. Images arise, but these images are vastly different from those of our ordinary memory. Whereas ordinary memory holds only images of what has been experienced externally, the images now arising from the gray depths of the soul have nothing in common with anything that can be experienced in the outer world of the senses. And any objections raised that it would be easy to deceive oneself, that what thus arises from these gray soul depths may be nothing more than recollections produced by memory, are irrelevant. For the spiritual researcher learns to distinguish precisely between those things that memory can call up and those things that are radically different from what is contained in memory. Admittedly, there is something that must be taken into consideration when speaking about this moment of entering the spiritual world, namely that people who suffer from visions, hallucinations, or other abnormal conditions are not well suited to spiritual research. The less one has a tendency toward such things, which are merely echoes of everyday experiences, the more securely one advances in the field of spiritual research. A large part of the preparation for spiritual research consists in learning to distinguish exactly between all those things that somehow rise up unconsciously from the soul in an unhealthy manner, and that which can appear as a new element, as a spiritual reality, through the spiritual scientific schooling of the soul. I would like to point out a radical difference between what is visionary or hallucinatory and what the spiritual researcher perceives. Why is it that so many people believe themselves to be already in the spiritual world when they are only having hallucinations and visions? Generally, people are so very reluctant to learn something really new. They prefer to cling to the old and familiar. The unhealthy soul conditions manifested in hallucinations and visions essentially present themselves in the same way as external sensority presents itself to us. They are simply there, appearing to us. One could say that we do nothing to make them appear. This is not the situation of the spiritual researcher as regards this new spiritual element. I have mentioned that the spiritual researcher has to concentrate, refine, and strengthen all the forces of his soul, forces that are, typically, slumbering. This, however, requires him to exert a strength of soul, an energy of soul, not present in external life. He must constantly hold on to this strength when he enters the spiritual world. It is characteristic of hallucinations and visions that the person in question remains passive, does not need to exert him or herself. But as soon as one becomes passive toward the spiritual world for even a moment, everything disappears. One must stay with it incessantly and be continuously active. That is also the reason why we cannot be mistaken in this regard, since nothing from the spiritual world can present itself to us in the way a vision or hallucination does. We must be fully and actively present in confronting every least detail of what appears to us from the spiritual world. We must know what we are facing. This action, this continual activity, is essential for true spiritual research. When that is present, we enter a world radically different from the physical world of the senses. We enter a world where spiritual realities and spiritual beings are all around us. But something else is needed as well. The process of wresting the soul away from the body occurs in the way described above. But the next thing can again best be explained through a comparison from natural science. When we extract hydrogen, it initially exists in isolation, but then it combines with other substances and becomes something quite different. The same thing must take place with respect to our soul spiritual being after its separation from the body. The soul spiritual must conjoin with beings not of the sensory world. It must unite and become one with these beings. Then it can perceive them. The first stage of spiritual research is this separation of the soul spiritual from the physical bodily nature. The second stage involves entering into relationships with beings that are present behind the visible world of the senses. Speaking of such beings is not really acceptable nowadays. Talking about, in quotes, spirit in general is far less objectionable. Many people today feel the urge to acknowledge the existence of something spiritual. They speak of a spirit behind the worldly realm and are quite satisfied to be pantheists, in quotes. But to the spiritual researcher, pantheism is just like taking someone out into nature and remarking, quote, "Look, all this around you is nature," close quote. Instead of saying, quote, "Those are trees, those are clouds, that is a lily, and that is a rose," close quote. If we lead someone from one scene to another, from one phenomenon to another, and say, quote, "All this is nature," close quote, then nothing has actually been conveyed to that person. The facts must be approached concretely and in detail. It is quite acceptable today to speak of a spirit in everything. But the spiritual researcher cannot be satisfied with that. After all, he is entering a world that consists of spirit beings and spiritual realities. a world as differentiated as the external world is concretely differentiated, inasmuch as it consists of clouds, mountains, valleys, trees, flowers, and so on. But although it is perfectly acceptable to speak of differentiating the natural phenomena that occur in the plant, animal, and human kingdoms, it is not acceptable today to speak of the concrete details and facts of a spiritual world that appear to a human being entering into that world. However, the spiritual researcher cannot do otherwise than point out that entering the spiritual world means entering a world of real, concrete spiritual beings and spiritual processes. The second thing that then becomes necessary is that we enhance our sense of devotion, the kind of devotion felt in everyday life, or the religious piety experienced in a more intensified form of everyday life. And again, this must be infinitely strengthened so that we can actually come to the stage of giving ourselves up to resting in the stream of cosmic events as we rest in sleep. In contemplation or meditation, we must become oblivious to any stirrings of our own body, again as we do in sleep. This is the second exercise, and it must alternate with the first. As we are doing the exercise, we forget our body completely, not only in the sense of no longer thinking about it, but in such a way that we can even shut out all the stirrings of feeling and will, just as in sleep we shut out all awareness of bodily stirrings. But this condition must be brought about consciously. By adding this devotion exercise to the first one, we reach the stage of actually placing ourselves in a spiritual world with the help of our awakening spiritual senses, just as we find our way into the physical sensory world all around us with the help of our external senses. A new world now dawns before us. It is the world in which we human beings always are with our soul spiritual being. And then a certain fact becomes a reality. What becomes real for our inner observation is something that is still rejected by current prejudices, although it is just as much the result of strictly scientific research as is our modern evolutionary theory. The reality referred to here is that we come to know the soul spiritual core of our being in such a way that we realize, quote, "Before I was conceived and born into this life, which clothed me in a body, I existed as a soul spiritual being in a spiritual realm. When I pass through the gates of death, my body will fall away. But what I have now come to know as the soul spiritual core of my being, which can live outside my body, will pass through the gates of death. Once it has passed through these gates, it belongs to a spiritual world and enters into a spiritual world," close quote. In other words, we learn to recognize already in this life between birth and death the immortality of the soul. We learn to recognize that which we know to be independent of the body. We come to know the world which the human soul enters after death. But we come to know this soul spiritual essence of the human being in a way that can be described with scientific clarity. When we observe a plant, how the seed germinates, how leaves and blossoms develop, how the fruit forms and then again produces new seed, we recognize that the life of the plant culminates in the seed. We see how the leaves and blossoms drop off, but also that the seed remains, bearing within it a new plant. In this way, we become aware that the seed, the germ of a new plant, is already living in the plant we are observing. And similarly, we learn to recognize by observing human life between birth and death that what is developing in the soul spiritual element and then passes through the gates of death is actually the germ, the seed of a new life. And just as a plant seed has the inherent potential to become a new plant, so does what is hidden in the everyday life of our soul spiritual being, but shows itself to spiritual science, carry the inherent potential for a new human life. Looking at things in this way, we come to acknowledge the reality of repeated earth lives in a manner fully consistent with the natural scientific way of thinking. We know that the sum total of a human being's life consists both of the life between birth and death, and of the life occurring between death and rebirth, from which the human being then enters into a new incarnation. The only possible objection to what I have just said is that the germinating seed could perish if conditions were such that a new plant could not develop from the seed. Spiritual science meets this objection by pointing out that while it is true that the plant seed, in its dependence on outer conditions, may perish, there is nothing in the spiritual world, where the human soul core being ripens in preparation for a new life on earth, to hinder the soul being that has evolved in one earth life from appearing again in a subsequent earth life. I can only indicate briefly how the spiritual researcher, adhering to natural scientific methods of investigation, comes to this view of repeated earth lives. People have accused spiritual science of being Buddhistic because it speaks of repeated earth lives, of reincarnation. In point of fact, spiritual science does not derive what it has to say from Buddhism. It is firmly founded on the principles of modern natural science. But it expands this modern natural science to cover the life of the spirit. Spiritual science has no choice but to acknowledge, without taking Buddhism into account at all, the reality of reincarnation. It can only acknowledge that in earlier times, Buddhism spoke out of ancient traditions about repeated earth lives. I would like to mention in this connection that the German writer Lessing, having acquired a mature, experience-rich capacity of thinking, came to speak of reincarnation. At the end of a long, work-filled life, Lessing wrote his treatise on the education of the human race, in which he proposed the idea of repeated earth lives. He said somewhat as follows, quote, "Is this teaching to be rejected simply because it appeared at the dawn of humanity, before any academic prejudices could cloud it?" Close quote. And just
use like man, like I mean, God has shown you, like told you, man is corrupt multiple times, right? Right. That's why He said, put your faith in Him, not in men. Like He's so dumb, He can't even. It's like you want to talk about religion, but the same God is telling you stop putting faith in man, putting faith in Him. But somehow He keeps trying to come back here. Well, I've seen the married 12-year-old. Yes, men are messed up. People, human are wicked like that. Like, bro, I can take you around the world of cultures
Man,
where people did
man,
a gruesome shit,
man, no,
cannibalize, like ate each other,
yeah,
like believe
man,
in it because there's like super this magic in eating someone else's heart. Like the Aztecs used to cut each other's heart out, like bro, and sacrifice it to like
hey,
fucking like what a
um,
sun god.
hey,
Like
can we, can we do dark and light at the same time, perhaps?
you said what?
Understood, understood, your representation. Perhaps I can do one for the light.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Well, I heard you.
Yo,
I
this
I'm
what?
not
is
I'm not
Joe.
representing nothing. I'm just talking about like if y'all gonna have these
Oh,
conversations, like
whoa. You represented, brother. You
bro,
represented.
what are you
Oh,
talking about now? See, this is what I'm
Yeah, I
talking
don't
about,
know what
man.
he's talking
Well,
about. I really don't know what
did
he's
you even
talking
hear a
about.
word I said, fam?
Yeah,
yes,
I
I
don't know what he's
What
talking
did I
about.
say? What am I exactly was I speaking about? See, this is what I'm talking about.
tongue tied, hey? Tongue tied on purpose. That's okay. We can move forward with that. How about we just draw a line under the sand?
Bro, you cut me off to say nothing. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm just gonna keep it
Yeah.
1,000.
Hey, listen. We got people here.
You know, you know, it's,
All right,
you know, it's
man. Let
great.
me mute up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
your
yeah.
space is
Okay.
like your brother. Which one? Matter of fact, brother, like
I'm not even
I
sure
think
where
you
we going
need.
with this, bro.
Yeah, I think he needs a timeout, man. I'm gonna be honest with you because
Because I have no idea what's being said.
he's legit on drugs. Like I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Um. Anyways, like I don't know what the fuck is going on, bro. What the fuck? But anyways, AFK was good, man. AFK, I don't know if you've seen, man. I don't know this India Love girl. She's so fire, man. But I don't know. Ma-
Crash.
Yeah, you have bad taste, right? Let me say this though.
Nigga,
Yeah,
me
like
too, nigga.
you're right though. That is true, right? That's true. Shorty ran through, but I think she's objectively pretty though. But
Nah,
Check the
she a kid.
jumbotron, bro.
She
Like
look
I
better
did
without
not
it.
know. I did not know this many beautiful women be working at Amazon, bro. I might have to go get me a part time for that
man, you sound weak, man.
motherfucker.
Um, now he
Look
about
at
to
the
go.
post first. Look at the post
Hold
first.
on, let me see the.
Like it's a little video. He dapping up
Oh,
all the
oh
twins.
nah, oh nah, yeah, they ain't it. Like Kim Kardashian is the standard.
We need to get Tails in here, Hotel,
Yo, yeah.
everybody, bro.
Don't tell him I said that though. Respectfully, don't tell him I said that, please.
No, I was
Never.
waiting. I was waiting on Tails to get here because I think she gonna bring this up. But this shit is funny. Check Jumbo. You gonna love this shit.
I'm gonna check it out now. So never. Yeah, your service, man. We couldn't hear you at all. That's why they were talking over you, and we couldn't hear you. I don't know if you want to try again. Um.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can give it a shot. Yeah.
Okay. Well, they heard me enough to say that I wasn't being honest. I have COPD, so right now my breathing isn't good, and I have to push my words out of my lungs. And sometimes it can seem like I'm angry, but I'm not. Um, I Space God, you would learn a lot if you would listen more before you formed predetermining positions on where somebody's coming from. Uh, Everything I say, I have proof for, and I can even give you where it's at in the Quran. If you give me enough time, I could do that. I could send you links so you could see it yourself. Also, if Islam is a religion of peace, why do they need no-go zones? That's my main point I want to say now.
Okay. I hear what you're saying, but you do realize other people will say the same thing about Christianity based off what happened to them in the past, right? They can say, "Hey, these people
Yeah,
terrorized."
I hear
Oh
you,
no,
but
no,
we're
no.
talking about
Okay, it
Islam.
doesn't. My point again, we're not. We wasn't talking about Islam. We was talking about religion in general. Like, so let's not do that. Like you're being disingenuous. The conversation is about religion. So you can't just say I'm not talking about Christianity. I'm talking about Islam. That's not how that works. Like we're talking about religion.
I didn't just bring up Islam. The conversation went there, and that's when I chimed in.
Right, the conversation was about religion and God. Period. It wasn't really about like one specific religion. We were just talking about like religion in totality. You get what I'm saying? But I get what you're saying. I'm I'm simply saying you can find this anywhere, right? You can go to any other places. There are Africans who hate Christianity based on what they suffered through. Like they will say, I would never be a Christian.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I agree with you, Space, and I appreciate you trying to clarify. But my point is, yes, there are messed up people in every religion everywhere.
What's good, Mo?
What does their book still teach them that is acceptable or expected in that religion?
Okay.
Or cult or whatever. That's the difference I'm trying to make.
Much of a difference because the pastors still, obey, slave obey your, your earthly masters or whatever.
Yeah,
People can take. I'm just telling you, when it comes to these kind of stuff, right? It depends on who. Like it becomes like subjective. It becomes like subjective, right? Depending on who said at the receiving end.
Well, it's always subjective, but you know what? It shouldn't be, okay? Because it is either good or it is evil. And
is
this
good and
whole
evil not
world
subjective?
is either
like
good.
What's good and what's really evil? Who determines that? God. Okay.
God.
So okay. God determines. So you're a Christian. Okay. So those who suffer in the hand of Christianity, do they still view it that way in their eyes? Do they not view Christianity as evil? Like that's what I'm saying. Like what is good and evil, and from whose standpoint?
If they are Christian and they are suffering,
I am not. That's not what I'm talking about. I am talking about those Native Americans reject Christianity, right? Why is that? They consider Christianity to be evil.
Their culture comes from somewhere else. Well, most religions, if somebody has a different form of religion, many people consider that to be evil because it's not of their holy God. And if it's not of their holy God, it must be evil.
Who is your holy God, sir?
So, and that's what I'm.
The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and Jesus is Christ, Father. That's my God.
What's up? Hold on. Let me. Give me a second, y'all. What's up, Mo Wisdom? What's going on? Just wanted to check in, see what's up with you, man.
Hey, I appreciate that. Misfit Nomad, Mo Wisdom. AFK, did I hear you say you want a job at Amazon for the women?
Yeah.
You're cooked. Gentlemen,
listen. All I'm saying, okay.
If you don't like to be around beautiful women, just say that because you don't like being around tails. So I think I see what's going on here, bro.
Hey, Boo, say what's up. Say what's up.
I heard a lot of fat women work them.
You're cooked.
All I'm saying to you, sir, is that when it comes to good and evil, that is really subjective, right? You say who your God is, God of Abraham, but I am saying Native Americans will call that evil. They will call they would just call your religion evil, right? Based off what they endured. And you cannot tell them, well, that's not true. That has nothing to. Those men did not represent my religion. You see, like that's what you're gonna. People end up saying, well, what those guys claim to be Christians were not Christian, right? But you can't convince them of that. Or they saw mass murder of their people in the name of your God, right? All I'm simply saying is, when it comes to point and figure who's good and bad, is it like really like, because if you ask the Muslims, they will call you evil because they will be like, well, you bombed the fuck out of us, you killed hundreds and thousands of us, right? You dropping bombs on our fucking nation. Like, who is you to call us evil? It's all subjective, man. That's what I'm simply saying.
What you're saying is very simple. It's not no major statement. I understand that. The fastest growing religion in the world, there's more in Iran. Christianity is growing faster than ever before, and mosques are closing down.
Let me just get in there real quick. Just as a reminder, guys, before I get back to what AFK was saying, because you're cooked, man. Let me just, before I get back to that, I want to say, hit I mean, I want to say supportstrategicstyleco.com, right? That's Meg's initiative. Show love, read through the newsletters, right? She writes very well and eloquently, and hit those ads, because that's how she gets paid as a creative, and as a creative entrepreneur. So make sure you guys show love, man, whenever you guys get a chance. No pressure. And if you guys haven't joined the community, please do. Now, Never, you can go real quick, since you wanted, since you're
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I forgot one more thing. I see all over X, and I'm getting more than most people, because when I see something about Islam, I click on it. So X is algorithm is feeding me more. So I can guarantee you I'm seeing more than most, if not all of you in the room. And I've watched imams say it's still okay, and I've watched people do it on video. They're still beating their women. Their women aren't allowed to leave the house unless escorted with a man, and their word is not as good as a man.
You're breaking up again, brother. You're breaking up again, brother. Brother, you're breaking up again, brother. I don't know what's going on. So Never, I'm not even trying to be funny, but you work too hard for your service to be this bad. All right. So we're gonna give you one more chance.
Is this better?
Yeah, it's better now. Well, no, yeah, go ahead. Try again. Yeah, it's better. No, it's not. It's not better. It's not better. It's not better. It's not better. Sorry, brother. It's not better. You need to try a different room.
You might have to leave and come back.
Yeah, it's still not good, brother.
All right,
No.
let me try one more thing.
I mean, he's traveling, and that would make sense. But
How's this? Is this better?
We can try. Yeah, you sound a little better. Go ahead.
All right, I'm actually holding my front door open.
That's dedication.
Well, I'm trying to, let you hear what I got to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
We don't waste the time for nothing. But anyway, I've seen here on video of imams stating what the other videos show of that it's okay to beat your wife, and the selling of the children. They're screaming while the Muslim man is taking the girl to a 50-year-old man. Little girls not wanting to get married to an old man and being forced to sign their marriage documents. That's all here on X, because X is now the #1 news source in the world. And it's the reason a lot of people didn't get vaccinated. And it's the reason a lot of people woke up to the vaccines. I'm not. I just think there's a lot of people that are misled, and to me, their beliefs are 1,400 years behind current civilizations. And the one girl said you couldn't compare what they did then till now, but it is still what they practice according to that very Quran. So that's all I'm saying, guys. Thanks for the mic power, and God bless everybody.
Well, Nev, let me just state this though. Even in the Christian Bible, I forgot power may and talking about here. I mean, I don't remember who it was God was talking about, but God said, this will be your land and your people will be a violent people. But not only that, though, we have an understanding of culture. Like there's difference between American culture, Egyptian culture, Australian culture, and so on and so forth, right? So if you were born in that region, then you would not have said what you said when it comes to, like you said, when it comes to the Muslim faith, right? Because that would be the culture that you were born into. You would see nothing wrong with it, especially if you don't have any outside influences. So,
Exactly.
with that being said, of us as Americans, and I've stated this before, I think it was like 2 nights ago, when I said we look at it as being something wrong with it because we're, looking from the outside looking in, right? And we belong to a culture where a democratic culture.
Do you think it's wrong to beat a woman?
Well, in America, to almost 200 years ago, it was legal to
But it
beat your.
sounds like
Now
you
he's
do
asking you,
more.
do you personally think is wrong?
Well, beating your wife is one thing. Correcting her actions is different. Just like beating a child is
No,
actually wrong.
no. You don't correct her actions by beating.
Well, no, beating someone is still wrong according to American standards because I'm from America, right? I would say beating someone is wrong, but spanking your child is different from beating, right? When you beat something, you break the spirit of that said thing. Nev.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up again. You're breaking up again. You're breaking up again. You're breaking up again.
Right.
Yo, what? Like, bro, what? Like, bro, Nev, you're breaking up again.
Okay, so
beating your
You're breaking up again. Never.
Hey, never open your door.
You're breaking up again. You gotta open your door or go outside, brother. You're breaking up again.
Okay, I'm outside again. Beating a woman is, even if it's your wife, is not the same as beating a child to discipline that refuses to listen. And
it is.
all
No,
other
it's the same.
measures
It's
fail.
the same. It is the same.
No, it's wrong.
No,
beating anybody.
I
in the eyes
never.
of
Hold
God
on.
is
I
wrong.
never. I'm not the one saying that it's right to do. I'm just pointing out that if you beat anything, whether it's an animal, child, wife, or man, once you break the spirit of that person or animal, there's no use for it, right? There's nothing you can do with it. So, like I said,
wait a minute. There's no use for what?
if you beat your wife and break her spirit, there's no use for her. Same thing when it comes to a man, a child, or a beast.
That's incorrect, because that woman can still cling to God to restore her spirit.
No. We're talking about for you, though, for a man. If a man beats his children and you break the spirit of that children, they're no good for you. Even if you do it to your wife,
who's no
or
good?
even if you do it to your cattle, even if you beat the family dog, once the spirit of that animal is broken, that animal will not protect you anymore. There's no discipline. There's nothing you can do for it.
Yeah, so what's that got to do with beating women?
You're not catching what I'm saying.
No, you're not catching it. To harm anybody is wrong.
Like I said, I'm gonna say this again. It's not right to.
No, you don't got to say it again.
No, it's not right to beat your wife. It's not right to beat.
Okay, good. Well, that's
to
what
beat an animal, but correct.
They still teach beating of
it's
women.
It's wrong to beat anything or anyone. It's wrong to do.
Okay, good, but that's what the Quran still teaches.
Okay, but hold on. That's
I'm
well.
done,
Wait a
man.
minute. Hold on, because you're not willing to have the conversation. The Holy Quran, even if it states that, it has nothing to do with us, because America.
That is wrong, though, right?
Hey,
Wait a minute.
We lost the soldier, Yoshi. He left.
All right, good. He left. All right, good. He left. Cool. Like it's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, but I'm going to end my statement here. Reason why I'm bothered, bro. The profile pic tells me everything, right? I like these are not even his talking point. It's just based off who the man is in the office is saying. They eating a cat, they eating a dog. Like he'd have been here being talking about Haitians. They eating cats right now. Look, I got videos. Bro, he said like y'all not even looking at his profile pic, bro. Like
I see his profile pic.
But
I gave him a little questionnaire on his profile.
Yeah, like that's what this conversation stems from. Like
but wait a minute. When he said, is it wrong to beat your wife in America? Yes. Over there, no, because it's something that's still allowed. So we're looking at it.
You know, this predates Islam, right? A man be putting their hand. That predates Islam over there. Like I don't know if people understood that. That has nothing. That they've been doing
exactly.
That before even religion. Like shit. Like you know what the irony is that like they do that in so
You
many
know,
places outside of America. Like,
nah,
not even just
it's
Yeah, it's still a difference.
yeah, it's interesting. A lot of these behavioristic patterns, I highly doubt they existed in Africa. Like, I think this I'm talking about, like, I think this idea of beating your wife was not an African thing, right? Like it I think it's more of like an Arab or more of a European thing. But I think a lot of this behavioristic patterns that we today as melanated individuals, the way we act, we got that from other cultures, right? Like Africans, like African, like, bro, they weren't being a wife, bro. Like I highly doubt that. But I could do some more research on that, but I highly doubt that.
I mean, even if they
They were not. Ashaka Zulu was not being women, bro.
I think it's subjective though. It's like case by case.
go ahead back. No, Power, you wrong
Yo,
on it.
Yoshi, can I build for
Mansa Musa was not beating women, bro.
But not Mansa Musa, but
This is a European Arab mindset.
yeah, but no. When you said Shaka Zulu, like you said, you don't believe Shaka Zulu was broke. You need to go back and read that shit because he was. Trust me.
No, I never said broke, brother. I said beating women.
Yes, no, Shaka. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. You need to go back.
No, he did not. No, he did not.
Okay.
He was not. I highly doubt it. I'm saying I'll do my own research, but I highly doubt it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna need you to go do the research on that though, like for real. So I'm dead serious. You think I'm
All right,
bullshit?
hey Yoshi, can I respond real quick? Could I respond, please? So I think it's case by case, subjective. You're gonna see people that have certain genetic makeups or just characteristics that are gonna show that this motherfucker is more likely to be a woman abuser. The African nature, like take it back to slavery. Prior, our people, the melanated people, African people, they enslaved each other at one point too.
Yes.
So to sit here and say that it's more a European thing, I could get with that to some degree, but I think it's more so just, you have your aggressive people in all races.
Yes, it was a
No, I get that. I'm not saying
slave.
I'm not saying that violence is specific to a certain group of individuals. I'm simply saying that I'm even reading here where it says that there's no reliable historical evidence that Shaka Zulu made a habit of beating women. So there are no historical evidence, brother.
No.
The only thing that they say about Shaka, the only thing. Why are you telling me that it's? I'm reading to you. Okay. I'm reading you what it says.
No, I got you.
Right,
I got you.
And you're telling me that I am wrong, and I'm not making the things up that I'm reading.
I don't think you asked the specific question, but go ahead.
I did. I asked the question. I literally asked, "Did Shaka Zulu beat on women?" Verbatim. Okay. So there are no historical evidence. Now I'm not. Am I saying that he did not like he at all? There is no historical evidence. Now they did say that Shaka Zulu did rule through extreme discipline and harsh punishments for both men and women, right?
He did.
And so I don't know what that constitutes. I mean, I don't know what that entails. But what I do know is that the level of violence and barbarism, right? I don't think that it's an African thing, right?
He just learned barbarism.
That's a fact. That's a fact. There is actually historical evidence that certain races are more violent. The woman beating is a specific type. Woman beating is a specific type. But violence and murder on a mass on a global scale, collectively, there's historical evidence behind that. And we can see it time and time.
Yeah, because if you do your research, right, this notion of the mistreatment of women, the abuse, physical, verbal, sexual abuse of women, bro, you'll find that more so in European, like in early European cultures and Arab, right? But not African cultures, right? You know what I mean? Not African cultures. Now, honestly, I was watching a video of a speech with Louis Farrakhan, and Louis Farrakhan was like, he was talking about dieting and food, and he was like, let's be honest, most of these violent cultures, look what they were eating though, right? Africans have always been more vegetarian, more peaceful. like more like guy, and like what you eat influences the way you think, right? And I think that might have to do with why some Arab cultures and European cultures were extremely violent.
Yeah, but I don't.
They were carnivores for the most part.
I don't think more African, either tribes or even nations were on the scale of vegan or just vegetable.
I didn't say vegan, brother.
Okay.
I said they ate less meat.
No, that's a fact, Power. The omnivore diet, that plant-based diet, is gonna definitely make you less aggressive.
Exactly, because I've tried it myself. I've done carnivore and I've noticed a difference in my mood. I was very aggressive. I was very, very horny. I was on 10, right? Like,
You
and
still
so
like that now?
You said what?
You still like that now?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm definitely not.
I don't think that you are pretty aggressive.
I am aggressive. I'm just simply saying that, like, I could do some more research, but once again, I'm just theorizing. But I do think there's a correlation with Arab and European countries and their diets and their violence, and the violence and the abuse towards not only women but other individuals as well, right? And so, yeah.
Yeah, I never heard of African, like, I don't think Africans beat their wives or like historically I never really linked that to them.
Yeah, exactly. FK. No, you're right, FK. So if they do it now, it's because the point that I'm making is that if you do see that happening now, it's because of they've inherited those behavioristic patterns. They from other groups of people. I'm saying early on, right? Like early African civilizations, bro, this abuse of women and raping them was not a thing, right? Like, it was not a thing, bro. Like in Egypt, this notion, this spirit of violating women was non-existent.
Thank you, and that's what they speak about in all the Hebrew texts. They always blame and point the finger at Egypt. They throw the fucking rock and they hide their hand.
That's a lie.
Yeah,
that's a fucking lie.
It's the law of polarity. How is something objectively bad?
That's a fucking lie. I would go further to say early civilizations. Yeah, I would go further to say that, and I'm just theorizing. I got to do my research, but I'll go further to say that men were mistreated worse than women. Right? Pharaoh was out trying to get rid of the male boys, and trying to, you know what I mean? Like, I think women were a little bit more protected and treated a little better, because of competitive reasons, where Pharaoh and a lot of these rulers didn't want to compete. So the best way to not compete with other men is to like kill the male boy. I mean, the boys, right? Like, just get rid of them, right? And so, yeah.
They were probably trying to rebel, like had rebellious spirit. Like, you know how a nation is brewing up a rebellion. So he was like, you know what? I'm gonna kill all the firstborns, because if you weren't a firstborn, you couldn't inherit shit. So that's
exactly.
Like, like the January 6th thing with the people going to the White House. They stormed the White House, right? After that, that's the equivalent. It's oh yeah, since y'all want to throw us out, all right, bet. All the first males die. You know what I'm saying? Like even response to some shit.
And even today, what group of men is leading in grape? It's not melanated men, right? And once again, like I'm gonna grab some data on that. But I think we might it might be interesting, son. Like we might have to look that up.
That's a fact. The data is accurate. We're not leading in the P pedal.
Yeah, we're not leading. Yeah, melanated men are not leading in the P.
Grape. We're not leading in.
Yeah.
We're not leading in homicide. We're not leading in a couple things. But guess what? As soon as we start being violent against one another, because we have 13% of the population, and 60% of us, quote unquote, 60% of us, are being convicted, not committing, being convicted for crimes more than the average majority of whites. They love to use that statistic saying, "Oh, well, there's less blacks, but y'all commit more crimes." No, that's not true. We are convicted more.
And I would go further to say this is good because we can try to find patterns and correlations and connections across the board. I would go further to say even fiction books about weird, strange things. I would
I'm back.
say
My fault.
no, it's all good. Now I was pretty much telling them like this violence, this notion, the violence and the mistreatment of women in early African civilizations. That was not a thing, right? That was not a
Well, I
thing.
mean,
Yeah.
maybe not in mass by you know,
It wasn't a thing at all, brother.
maybe not in mass,
Matter of fact, man, I'll take that back. Yeah, you're right. Maybe not in mass. I don't
maybe
know.
not,
I don't know. I got to do research on that. I got to do that.
but just women in
Even
general.
eating Native Americans, like I don't. That wasn't even a thing there.
That
And
wasn't a
then
thing. That was
right,
not a thing.
and when you bring up the Native Americans, like how do y'all feel about this? The bird heads, all the animals that Egyptian pharaohs or gods are depicted with, they're American animals. Like those are like native to America.
Not
That
necessarily.
hawk of Horus, the bird of Thoth, that ram of I forgot
Yeah,
his name, but all them
but those
animals.
species are all over America. That's the thing, though. Like jackals, we have
What?
jackals too. We
No,
call
I
them.
said
I mean,
America, but they're in Egypt, so I don't think
yeah,
jackals
no,
can swim
but
that far, brother.
but hold on. In Egypt, they have hawks, they have eagles, they have jackals, they have their version of coyotes, they have their version of foxes. Like all
Their
this stuff.
version, you're saying their version. I'm saying the version that they use.
Yeah, but well, but they even the versions that they use is their version.
No, it's no. It was this picture. This guy, he showed pictures of the bird that they depicted, the pattern of it, and it's the exact bird that is a native to America. It's not a native to Africa. And then it was
How
a
do we
ram,
know though?
and then there was that other bird of Thoth. That bird. That Thoth bird is very unique. It's native in America. So like I feel like they didn't
No.
discover America. America's always
Oh no,
been
I'm about to read
Africa.
something here. I'm about to read something here, and I'm about to read. Like, see, you see, my intuition is bubbling. My spidey senses. So so it says here that the widespread of systemic mistreatment of women was not the norm across early African civilizations. It says here, Africa also has some of the most women empowered civilizations on Earth. Exactly, right. And so
And the Native Americans track their heritage, like their family, through the mother. So I would be damned if they was beating a lady.
it gets better. It gets better. It gets better. I'm gonna land here. It gets better. It gets better. It says here, historically, Africa had matriarchal societies, matrilineal societies, patriarchal societies, dual gender leadership systems, female kings, generals, queens, and religious leaders. And so this mistreatment of women and trying to disempower women is a European Arab mindset, right? It's not an
you see it in the Bible. It say that the woman is your property. That leads a man to think I can do with my property as I see fit. And it might be why they structured the verse, how they structured it, so it allows for that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying though, even when you said that, right, as a wife being property, technically, even in America, a wife was technically still is property. Just not in the same sense, right? But just in another dynamic. Just like right now, we don't have actual chattel slavery in America, but do we still have a form of slavery in America?
But I don't believe
the conversation.
Yeah, I don't. I know.
Yeah,
I think we agree. Maybe I just don't believe that you should look at your wife as property. That would lead to you thoughts of correction
Well,
where you think you can beat your wife because she's your property?
well, I mean, if that's the case, then that means, to be honest, and hopefully you can agree, because I mean, Power has agreed to this at one point in time. Then that means marriages should not go through the government. It should just stay at the religious level, right? Meaning through.
This is
No, that would be the opposite of what I'm saying, right? Because
exactly.
religion says that it's that your wife is your property. The
Yeah,
government
no.
is saying, hold on, bro. The government is saying that, bro. You gonna hear me out?
Ooh, this is cold.
Are you gonna hear me out, bro? Are you
Hold
gonna
on,
hear me out,
FK.
nigga?
Go.
No, you keep butting in when I'm talking. Like, damn. The book that religion is saying that the woman is your property, right? And the government is saying that's your partner, right? Partner, that's your co-pilot. You don't beat your co-pilot. So governmental wise, that would be that's your partner.
That's not
marriage and religious is saying that's your property.
Yeah, let me say this, right? This
time.
is let me say that. Yeah. Let me say this, right? And so and I'm doing some research here. So in Kush, Nubia, they had the Kandaki warrior queens who fought Rome. Then in Central Africa, Congo women held positions as priestesses, clan leaders, and landholders. Then also Zulu women in Southern Africa, they had economic influence, and also now I'm reading here, and I think I'm going to have a space on this. I think this is very good that they made a distinction between African patriarchy, which was more flexible, communal, and balanced, and European patriarchy. So you see, my intuition is cooking.
Oh, I'm
and so
too.
That's gonna be a good
I was
space,
I was really hoping that gentleman here so I can cook him. One of the most visited places where we go to vacation, Dubai. It's up there. This man has all these strong opinions, right? Why Americans go to Dubai so much, bro? I'm confused. All this rhetoric about you know they are barbaric to this day. They do this, but they love going there. And you know the irony is too. I'm not gonna lie, but for whatever reason, Muslims household seems to perform better than American household in the United States. By far,
They do.
right? We're talking about discipline. See, it is. So this idea that he wants to like, and I get it where he's talking from. It's typical wrestling Donald Trump. I'm like, Donald Trump decided a submission about Somalis, but in every metrics they're beating them. Like we're talking about education, we're talking about like marriage, like statistically. So I mean, is it me or is it? I mean, no offense. If a woman is under her husband authority, right? There seems to be a level of like progression. But I mean, yeah, we can say there are parts of Muslims that takes things extreme, right? I mean, that's no different than here, right? You have Christians who's doing the most crazy shit to this day, right now in America, right now in the fucking America, like bro, we still see. But all I'm saying is that he doesn't want to admit the fact that I think a lot of times most people in America, especially the Christians counterpart, envies Muslim, right? And because the fact that how they kind of do get this full-on loyalty and submission out of their women, and they wish they can do that. Because mind you, these are the same dudes that's crying about their women to this day being disrespectful, all kind of shit. Dumb guys over there are not saying the same thing. They're not having that issue. So what are we talking about here?
Nah, and I mean, let me jump in, and I agree with you, Space. Let me just say this quickly, right? And so this is why I just wanted to add this because you was away from your phone, but this is why we making the distinction of African patriarchy and European patriarchy, though African patriarchy was more flexible and communal. It's so interesting how most women nowadays, most melanated women, they have a very Eurocentric mindset because they want a man to pay all their bills. That's not an African mindset. Like if you do your research, African women they had economic influence. African women went to war. African women were also kings. And so a lot of these melanated women nowadays, they think they're following African Black tradition when it's really Eurocentric. This I want to rest in my femininity is European. It's not African. This lazy parasitic mindset isn't African. It's a European mindset. But go ahead, AFK, I'm
Oh
sorry.
no. Hey, let me get in there. I was trying to get in there for a moment. He had his hand up, but you know how it is. We typically
I
see
was
a
out.
couple
Go ahead,
people
bro.
speak about the Neanderthal gene that nature is expressed. You got your 6 ether beings, and then you have your 9 ether beings. Typically, the less melanin that you have, the more that you cannot experience higher levels of emotion. So empathy, compassion, peace, bliss. That's not easily accessible to someone that doesn't have as much melanin. Young Pharaoh broke this down.
It's not true.
All right, you might say it's not, but can you prove it?
Yes.
Prove it.
Can he prove it? Whoever Farrakhan you said
Prove
said it.
Yeah. Okay. So even in European kingdoms, loyalty, even though they lack melanin, those people were still loyal to the king or the queen that they serve.
That wasn't the point. The point was that they are more likely to be aggressive.
No.
So
Because
I think to be honest, bro, I hear what you're saying,
Because
Wisdom. I think
it's
that's a misinterpretation of. I think it's more to do with what Power is saying. Like culturally, they didn't want to be aggressive because it was a thing culturally that they had. I don't think it was anything genetic. I don't think anybody can prove.
It was
Hold on. I don't think that young Pharaoh dude can prove that the lack of that melanin is the reason why they beating people.
Exactly.
Okay. He actually has lectures on it, and you guys need
just because he has lectures on it. If he's not is he
okay?
Is he a DNA is he a person that studies DNA? Like need to go to school for it? Like does he have academia in it?
AFK 1, he has lectures on it. 2, Yoshi didn't prove it. That you didn't prove me wrong. And
I said, brother, does that brother have? I don't care how much you talk, nigga. We got lectures on this space.
Okay, real quick.
Does he have academia?
Yoshi.
Did he scholarly go to school for the shit, bro?
Yo, Yoshi didn't prove me wrong. You didn't prove me wrong. You also said that you want to work
yeah. Now I'm finna go, bro. Your turn is up. But Space Guy,
your logic is crazy. Your logic is mediocre at best.
Shut up. Fuck, this nigga made me forget.
Yeah, because you weak-minded.
Nah, nigga, you stupid. Listening to a young Pharaoh when it comes to melanin, when that nigga ain't studied nothing scientific in his life.
Nigga, you talking about
what is wrong with you, bro?
I mean, young Pharaoh,
you fucking stupid.
Is it safe to say that young Pharaoh has been under a lot of scrutiny though, like recently?
Right, but he's still listening to that subjective truth shit, bro. He's here with that bullshit, bro. And then want people to prove that wrong. No, nigga, he got to prove that shit right first.
Exactly. Young Pharaoh does not have as much skin in the game as what's another person what's his name from New York as well that's in the same field as he is.
Bro, based on that claim alone, I would listen to Power's. I would subscribe to what Power is saying versus what about the subject and what young Pharaoh talking about.
Look. There's actually no genetic, right? Environment does that, right? Environment can make you aggressive, right? And we've noticed about European history, their environment, right? Resources, scarcity does that, right? Scarcity will bring the most low version of any human being on this planet. It doesn't matter who you are. If I took all of you guys and put you in a spot and then let you starve, and I put a drop of a food, bunch of grown men, they would tear each other up. Like this has literally been the case, and it's been studied.
So that's cultural.
Scarcity.
Will bring. Not true because you got to
hold on. Let me say this.
That's a proximity.
And that's on Yoshi. We also got to remember, as human, we do have that instinct just as much. The only difference is that once it's satisfied, there's no need to resort to that. But this is why they say, right, at a brink of dawn, when shit is bad for human, you will see the most vile side of humans.
The animalistic side.
The animalistic that you've never seen. Because that survival instinct, like once it kicks into overdrive, bro, people really would shed fucking blood and not think twice of it because if it
Okay,
needs to
and then
survive, bro.
Right,
Have you
it
what if I
has nothing
told
to
you
do
that
with melanin.
what if I
Nothing.
told you that certain people have more animalistic DNA? What
No,
if I told
no,
you it's
Bro,
genetically
no, you are
proven?
missing. Bro,
It's
where are
listen,
you
no,
getting
genetically
this
no,
proven
information
no,
from, bro?
no,
Until
no,
that
you
certain
cite
no.
some
That
people
information, I'm
have
not
more
believing
hold
nothing
on,
you
animalistic
hold on.
saying
DNA.
about DNA, bro.
Let
It
me
is
explain that to you.
genetically
It
proven.
sound like that
No,
race shit where they say it's a black
Let
gene.
me
It
Mo,
started
let me
sound
explain that
stupid,
to you,
bro.
right? If I live in a let's say I live in an environment where food is not scarce, um, it's abundance. We're allowed to flourish. I will be less aggressive than you are, right? Because your whole entire life been around cold, damp climate where food hardly grow, where you can barely harvest shit. So every day you gotta fight, kill, even fuck around and eat one another to survive. Like there's a literal books. The reason that made them aggressive like that because they came from a climate where like they wasn't living long simply because they couldn't like
So who's the
And
most
that leads to a
no
bad
who is
culture,
the most aggressive
right?
race today?
That
Who's the
leads to a
most
bad
aggressive race
culture,
today?
not lack of
right now you would
melanin.
say who's the most
Who
aggressive
who is the most aggressive race today?
who's the most aggressive? I mean, that can be debatable. With
No, just give me
Chinese
your
or
answer.
no,
Who
You
no.
do you
can
think?
You
say
know what? You know what? Matter of fact, I can,
Mexicans.
I
It's
can. No, no.
debatable, bro.
I can. No, I
Who
can.
do you
Actually,
think?
watch this. Watch this.
Actually, a
Watch this.
tribe,
We no, 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 no. I got you. I got you. AFK. History has shown this change. Once upon a time, believe it or not, Japanese became the most aggressive. They have done the craziest shit. Mind
Oh
you, you would think
yeah,
you would
you're
think the
right, bro.
Germans, but no. If you read about the Japanese history,
oh
what the
yes,
fuck they did to the
Hey,
Chinese and the
answer
Korean?
the
yep.
question
I'm
The
gonna,
today.
bro. I'm
Orientals,
going.
yeah,
I'm
the
gonna answer your
Mongolians.
question.
We
I'm
don't
gonna.
need a
Yeah,
history
no, we
lecture
do. No,
today.
yes, we
Nigga
do.
said,
No, let me
oh my
finish.
god, bro.
It's important, right? Once upon a time,
This
you had
nigga wow.
you had Genghis Khan, right? Who would be considered the most like Napoleon. These like I'm just showing you history goes on. Like
Okay, I said today. Just answer the
okay.
question.
So today, I mean, niggas got nukes. So we can look at China. I mean, who's aggressive? I mean,
You could say
really? I mean,
Mexicans, bro.
you could say Mexico. You could say the cartels. I mean,
No,
the shit
I
that they do
just
on the
answer
street.
the question, bro.
I mean,
Who is the
He's
most
telling
aggressive
you
today?
it's subjective, nigga.
right. I mean,
It's
right.
not
As
subjective.
a,
All
It
right.
is very
right. No, no,
subjective.
Who
right.
who
With the,
controls majority of the money in this world? Then which group?
which group?
I mean,
Jews.
Which
You
group?
said Jews, I
yeah,
guess.
no,
Okay, so what do you
Hold on,
think?
Yoshi, watch this.
How do you think that they did that with a lack of power or with
The power that
aggression?
was given to them by
Power.
British and America.
Man, this
Man,
shit
you niggas
stupid.
is fucking
wait,
This
mediocre.
shit
hold on.
sound dumb as
No,
hell.
wait, no.
No,
So
no,
wait,
no,
what do you
no.
mean?
Remember what you started this off with. You started this off with lack of a certain melanin, right? And now you're trying to go to who got the most
Yeah,
money.
like,
And
no,
then
no,
when you say
I'm-
Jews, I want you to tie this all together and sound how dumb this shit sound, bro. And all Space Guy said was it's because of environmental factors that caused them to be more like violent because of scarcity of food that turned them to beating each other, eating each other, and for food, for survival, right? And then I was saying cultural, so I'm agreeing with him because if that environmental factor leads to a bad culture, right? Versus what Power was saying in Africa, where they have sun, they have all the things warmth, they can actually grow shit, they have abundance. So those people are less.
Oh, Tels, what up?
They're less aggressive and demeaning to people because they have a lot, so they can divvy out resources amongst each other and have a good culture.
And to be honest,
so does
like,
aggression and power not correlate? Because hold on real quick. If Jewish people have the most power in America or in the world, that means that they're willing to get the most aggressive, right?
But they didn't get the most aggressive though. Like that's my
point.
Sure? They didn't. Hold on. Jewish people did not. Okay, Jewish people did not.
Yo, Tels, what's good, Tels? And I got you, Space.
Hey, y'all.
Watch this out because I gotta kill this.
Hey, Crown.
Where in history? Where in
Hey.
history have you seen Jewish people
Holocaust.
on the mass murder? Holocaust was done by the Germans. What are you talking
No,
about?
you're a fool when you haven't done any research.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're one
Bro,
of those,
all
I
your
guess,
research come from
You're
Young
right.
Pharaoh, bro.
So Jews. So wait. So you're gonna tell me. So you're gonna tell me that. So Jews,
Nigga, you made a claim without evidence.
Wait. So you're saying Holocaust? Jews was putting Jews in the gas chamber, correct?
Yes, nigga. Who do you think fucking set it up, buddy?
So okay, so Jews set up Jews to be in a concentration camp.
You think this is the first time you're hearing that shit? Don't tell me this is the first time because you.
Was Hitler? Hold on, was Hitler a Jew?
Oh my god, bro!
Hold on, Space Guy. I seen this post. I seen this post where they was like, I seen this
Mm.
I seen this post where they said AI translated Hitler's speech. So I went and saw the whole speech, and he was against the Jews, talking about basically what the fuck they do today. You know what I'm saying? He literally was like saying like. And then I seen a post of Kanye, and he was playing the clip, and he was like, everybody's on the wrong side. Basically, he was trying to do the same thing that we speak about, getting rid of the Jews for the same reasons today. And he said when the world when America figures out, or no, he said when the world figures out that the Jews are these type of people, that's when it'll be World War III, right? So like, how are you saying that a Jew, Hitler was the one that did that to the Jews when he was totally against the Jews, 100%?
Look, I understand that Hitler had a contribution to eliminating the Jews, but what you don't understand is the core foundation of who was the coach, the leader, and who had authority to execute that plan. You should do some research, because honestly, I don't even like talking about this shit. They don't
Now
even.
let me say this. Let me say this, right?
even
And
even if it was a Jewish person that orchestrated all of this, right?
Yes,
It wouldn't.
nigga.
It wouldn't.
Hey, dude,
Hold on. It
hold on.
wouldn't. Okay. It still wouldn't change the fact that
Oh,
if a
really?
Jewish person,
Really?
okay, watch this. If a Jewish person orchestrated it, but it wasn't the Jewish person that was going out and causing mass murder, right? Like I mentioned, Genghis Khan, Japanese, and all
Okay,
these
so
other
if
people
I
around the
fucking
world.
get if I get a double kill on Call of Duty, it was the motherfucking the screen, or was it me, nigga?
Bro, again, that's still
oh,
wouldn't
that
change.
yeah. Let me
That's
jump in here,
my
bro.
fault.
Let me. No, that's all good. Let me jump in here. I just wanted to.
What is
Um.
this? Like gun owners are the killer, or the person
No.
holding the gun is the killer? Like
Nah.
what?
Yeah. Just to give you some context here. Tails. I mean, earlier you guys missed it. I completely destroyed Tails, BJ,
Me? I know I cooked your ass.
and pop culture. And I'll tell you guys soon what we were talking about. And then just to give you some context here, Tails, we're having a conversation about violence. And I was pretty much saying, thank God I have a strong intuition. I was like, yo, you know what? This notion of mistreating women and being violent towards women, it's not African, it's European and a very Arab mindset. And so I did some research and come to find out, yes, right? And in most African cultures, um, African patriarchy were communal and very flexible, and women had political influence, economic influence, and there was no there's no historical evidence that African men were beating on their women.
Are you
In
sure? Are you account for Caribbean men as well?
I'm talking about in Africa, early civilizations.
Okay, so you're not talking about black
Yeah,
people.
yeah,
You're
exactly.
talking
Now,
about
this is
certain
before.
ethnics. Okay.
I'm talking about African civilization. Though. That's where everything began.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. And so this mistreatment of melanated women, right? The reason why I think black men mistreat melanated women, some of them do. It's not an African. It's not an African thing to do.
So
It's
you think
more
we adopted the ideology?
not everything. I mean, honestly, like black people always want to talk about their original, but we've adopted and inherited a lot of our behavioristic patterns, right? Like a lot of them. A
Like I mean,
lot.
like how we beat our children and things like that.
Correct.
Stemming from how I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I hate that,
Go
I
ahead.
actually have to
ahead.
agree with you on this one.
Mm-hmm.
But I
Yeah.
don't think we adopted being abusers. I think it's just something that's within you. So, but when you talk about the specifics, like how we like to beat our children and things like that, how we like to discipline them, I'll say for sure. I've actually
Now
I made a
I was really
tweet about
specifically
that.
talking about like the mistreatment and violence towards women. It's not an African thing. Okay?
But abuse, you can't put that on a specific ethnicity though, or group of people power.
No, I'm saying yeah. I'm not saying that like it's like abuse is like culture specific. I'm just simply saying that
That is what you're saying.
I was saying that it was less pervasive in Africa. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't like I'm not saying Africans didn't beat their women. I'm just simply saying that it was happening. It wasn't happening as much as it was after Europeans colonize Africa. Yeah.
Maybe they told him like, okay, well, you need to get them black bitches in line.
Now you just hate
So
black men. You just hate black men. I'm literally telling you.
what?
I'm telling you, it's not. It wasn't an African man thing to mistreat women.
Because
And you're.
where's your support? Like I feel like this is
What are you
just an
talking about? I'm like,
opinion.
no, it's not an opinion. I'm reading it right here. Like I'm literally
Okay,
reading.
so give it
Okay,
to me.
Okay, fine. I'll tell you what I'm reading here. Give me a second here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right here. So, Africa. Okay, yeah. Africa also had some of the most women empowered civilizations, and so the mistreatment of women and abuse of women was not a widespread systemic. It was not widespread and systemic in Africa, right? Because Africa also had matriarchal societies, matrilineal societies, female kings and generals and queens. And even many African societies gave women significant power, right? Like the Ashanti, Ghana, the Akan, the Yoruba kingdoms had a lot of powerful women. Ethiopia, women went to war. And so a lot of the attitudes that we have of Eurocentric and Arab, very Arab, right? Even this idea that women want to get their bills paid, that's Eurocentric, because in early African civilizations, women had economic power. They were working. They had influence. They were going to war. Now this lazy ass bitch, I'm sorry, fuck, that's slipped.
I've
This
never seen you
lazy,
act like that, but
no, because I'm a little upset, right? Because now that I'm reading all this, right?
I would love to
yo,
get
you're a
into
nut.
what you read into, bro.
Yeah,
I would need that link, bro. Or you can say
oh
what
yeah,
you
hold
got.
on. Now, matter of fact, I got you. Right, let me just. I got you.
Hey,
It's
Carl.
it. She said
So
I'm a nut.
basically, you're saying the religion, patriarchal laws, stuff like that is what made
European patriarchy. We have to make
a
that distinction.
distinction.
Yeah,
Okay,
European
but I'm
patriarchy.
saying like you believe these things is what caused us to be, I guess, mistreated
Correct.
at the
Exactly.
front row. Okay.
Exactly.
I can't disagree with that, but I don't like it.
Because you don't want to like black men, right?
No,
And so
yeah, like they must burn. But no, in all
exactly. There you have it.
seriousness, I'm fucking lying, nigga. I mean, I can't argue with that. Like I said, when I'm with you, I'm with you. I can't really pick a fight with this
It's
one.
yeah. No,
Yeah.
absolutely. No, I mean it's irrefutable. Like, and I'm gonna like let me grab this link and send it over and put it in the
Thanks.
jumbo. But
How
yeah, I
long you
can
gonna
read
have this
that.
face up?
Yo,
My
yo.
homegirl pulled up. I'm about to go eat.
No, no. Yeah, I'm here. I'm here
You here tonight?
for till like 1.
Okay, I'll be back
Yo,
to terrorize you guys.
yeah, pull up. Yoshi was trying to push back, and I'm like, man, it's giving you 8 women, right? You trying to, because I'm reading you what it says here, and like, you're trying to push back.
No, it's
So you
Jay,
gonna
interesting.
be
It's interesting on how
okay?
the Africans view
if you 8 women,
patriarchy.
it's cool.
How the
Yeah, say that
Africans
again.
view. It's interesting how the Africans view patriarchy versus the Europeans. Like you said, like these Western women view patriarchy in a very Eurocentric way. You know what I'm saying? Versus
Mm-hmm.
the African way, which was very favorable for them.
Exactly, but they're so fucking stupid, and they don't know how to think. And this is why when Hotep says, "Oh yeah, I think women are smarter than men," sure, right? They're so fucking stupid. They don't know how to fucking think. They don't even understand how they're still under this colonialistic spell,
They don't even know where
right?
to think power. That's funny.
They that was heavy. They don't even know where to think. I like that. Yeah, Mo.
No
All
wisdom.
right.
Go ahead.
No,
No
I was
wisdom.
gonna start dropping verses on motherfucking
Oh God.
turbulent slave because she fucking wanna start beef. She lucky she got up out the way. It's still funky, and I'm about to keep it.
Go
Fuck
ahead. No
that.
wisdom. Go ahead. What was you about to say?
FK, You exited yourself out of all of fucking logic as soon as you said you want to get a job to motherfucking be around women.
Yeah, it
You
was called a
fucking
joke.
simp ass
It was called a
nigga.
joke, but you don't get them, and plus you don't get jokes or women. But go ahead, bro.
You're a simp.
Yeah, the simp is crazy. Yo, I don't even get simp vibes from AFK. But
What, you don't? Are you sure?
nah, you get that? You get those vibes?
Bruh, listen to this nigga. Not just right now, but like at
Nah, I
length.
get the vibe that he
No,
likes women. I don't get
listen
no
to him
simp
at
vibes.
length. At length. This
Bruh.
nigga is a fool.
What the fuck?
Listen to him at
Wait,
length.
Yoshi, you get simp vibes from AFK?
Give me an example. Talk to me.
Yes, I do.
All right.
I do.
Let's talk about this, Jumbo. Let me see what he think about this, right? Let's just see. I'm financially saving my money for marriage, right? So I said, if a woman says I'm saving myself for marriage, should a man say I'm saving my money for marriage? Meaning women pay for dates until she's ready to give up the box, and men pay for dates until he's ready to give up the bag. When men just go on dates until she's ready to give up, until he's ready to give up the bag. Or are you paying for, like, if a woman say she's saving herself for marriage, you paying for the dates? No wisdom.
If I'm interested in the woman, I'm gonna do my job as a man, physically, mentally, and spiritually.
Financially?
What do you think, nigga? Is
Are
that
you
part
are
of
you if she say I'm saving myself for marriage, are you paying for dates?
What do you, bro? I just answered the question. If
All right,
I'm
sure. So
interested
I'm a
in her,
simp. I'm not
yes.
paying for dates, but you will pay for the date. So I'm the simp.
If I'm interested in her, of
All
course.
right, simp. So I'm a simp. Okay.
So you equate sexual gain to being a simp? Like, if I'm not having sex to her,
Sexual gain, you're not getting the sex.
If I'm not
but
having
you're,
sex with her, then I shouldn't pay for her. Is that what you're saying?
Bruh, if to
You're
be honest
weird,
with you,
bro.
I'm
You're low
not paying
level.
for shit unless I'm not paying for shit, bro. I'm not
But
paying for shit, bro. It's a waste of money. Like, it's a waste of money, bro.
No, I highly doubt that, bro. I highly doubt that because the way that you be acting up in these spaces contradicts all that bullshit.
Bro, you crazy as hell, bro.
Nah, I'm calling you how I see it.
So
nigga.
you seen me like falling over for women in
Pandering.
these spaces.
Pandering, nigga.
When have I pandered?
Pandered. You forget, nigga. I record content anonymously.
Bro, I don't give a fuck what you record. Pull the clips, nigga.
Listen,
I've been waiting on a nigga to clip
to
me,
it, and
bro.
I re-listen to it when I make mistakes. Hold on.
I'm linear, bro. I'm probably the most
hold on.
linear nigga on this bitch,
Nah,
other than Power. He's extremely linear, and it's funny as fuck because he's standing on what he say. But I'm dead ass, bro. Whatever I say, link up with what I said before, even if it's different. You see when I changed my opinion and merged the two. So I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
All right, well, I want you to know I re-listen to the content, and when I make a mistake, I'm objective about it. And when you make a mistake, I also hear it. I'm trying to get better. You're trying to just be right. That's the difference.
Bro, I'm not trying to be right. I'm trying to learn. And you the one that want to win.
Okay, so if
it ain't
I have
nothing
an
to win
opinion,
here. Like I'm like I don't understand what you mean.
If I
you
have
the
an
one
opinion,
made a claim on me and you don't even know me, bro.
If I have an opinion that you're a panderer or a pandering simp and that you poked at me in the previous times, and now I'm going to tell you what I think about you.
Bro, you the one that started this whole shit. And now you want to like,
I never started.
Oh, you're bullying me. You're bullying me.
Oh, is that how it went?
Shut the fuck up.
Never start that shit, nigga. This is the thing. When you poke, it's like twigs getting broken on my body. When I poke at you, nigga, it's like a sledgehammer.
Bro, it don't hurt my feelings that you think I'm a panderer or a simp at all. I promise you it.
All right, so why you feel some type of way?
I don't. It's just funny that you think that. I really don't care. We can move the topic.
Why are you looking for my validation that you're not that? If you're not,
bro, I just told you I don't give a fuck.
Okay, yeah, you're welcome. I hope you get that job at Amazon, nigga. But back to the
y'all niggas don't know how to. Y'all niggas don't know.
Back to the motherfucking topic at hand. The art of asking better questions. AFK, I can be objective, even though I think you're a pandering simp. You do ask pretty decent questions, but you know
I give better answers than I ask decent questions.
Nah, you're definitely a way better question asker than you are an answerer.
That's
way better.
That's subjective. Okay, cool.
No, that's it is subjective, and that's
that's either way. Either ways. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm being objective, man. I'm being honest. I'm being honest.
Okay, great.
Because you said that I didn't cook you yesterday too.
You did not cook me ever. Never in your life have you cooked me.
Okay,
never.
So I forget
Pull
exactly what
all
it
your
was I
recorded
cooked you on.
clips over there and go find it. I want you to clip me of you cooking me.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just think, because I remember what I cooked D-Man on and Tap Tap.
Yeah, but
I
you
know
can't
for a
remember
fact
what
I
you
cooked
cooked me about because it didn't happen.
No, I know. There's just a lot going on, bro. I don't have time to be waking
Bro,
up.
I've asked you this 3 times because this is not the first time you said it, and you never give me that the even the topic of not even what you said, but the topic, right? You never gave the topic of what we was talking about of when you cooked me.
Yeah, I told you, man. I can't think of it at this moment. Yesterday, I think I might have been able to.
That sounds like a you problem, bro. So until you can find that proof, stop making that claim. Just like you cited young Pharaoh when it comes to melanin and people because of melanin that made them more aggressive. Lack of melanin that made them more aggressive.
Hey, hold on, real quick.
I said was dumb as fuck because you're citing young Pharaoh who has no scholar in anything biology. Right?
All right, well, real quick. Hold on, real quick. Misfit and Nomad More Wisdom. If you guys haven't noticed that we got this Misfit and Nomad community going on, if you want to be a part of it, check out Power. He got the stream and the space going on currently. Join the program. If you haven't retweeted the space, please do. Like the content as well. Yeah, we got to consider just because we might be at disagreements at times doesn't mean that we're not trying to continue the growth of this group. So AFK, if you want to debate a topic of any hand, how about this? Better yet, let's debate the topic of why and why not men should approach women. You choose either side, A or B. How about that? Since you want a battle.
I don't see the purpose of that, though.
Yeah, because you can't intellectually articulate yourself better than me, nigga. That's why.
Hold on, who's Opus? Opus, who are you?
Yo.
Oh, that's mad. What's up, bro?
What's down?
What's going on, bro?
That's Opus now. I'm gonna call him Opus from now.
I was in that space the other day when dude was rage baiting and shit. Yoshi.
Yeah, Yoshi's a genius.
Yeah, but he was rage baiting. He said, "Goddamn, we was better off. We actually benefited from the human traffickers that sold slaves from Africa to Americas and shit."
Who said that? Yoshi said it or somebody else?
Yoshi, I said that shit.
Damn, Mind Studio. What do you think about that? You said that, bro?
I'll say that again. I said what now?
Yeah, you don't remember, huh? You was like, we benefited from the transatlantic slave.
Oh yeah, no. Black folks in America did.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no, we did.
Okay, did black people benefit from that or America benefit from that?
Right.
Both did.
But there were black people what we classify as black people. They were already here. They didn't benefit off of it. Actually, they got misplaced. Hold on. Actually, they got misplaced.
No, I'm talking about the ones that actually came from Africa on the boats.
Well, those aren't black people. Those are African people.
Well, that's what I'm saying. America reclassified.
Even that. How did they benefit?
Black Americans.
Hold on. Even that, how did they benefit from leaving their land where they were, whether they were slaves over there or captives or undesirables or whatever? How did they benefit by being in a situation that they were sent to in America?
Even during and after they were freed, right? Well, even during slavery, towards like if you look at the patents, right? The invention patents that were credited to said, Black American people. There were patents that was credited during slavery and after slavery. Now, my whole premise or my whole principle is, would they have the intellect at that time because of what happened?
Oh my God, brother. Have you, oh my God. So you mean to tell me they weren't inventing anything in Africa when they were in Africa?
Let me finish. To push them to where they are now, had they stayed in Africa, is it safe to say during the same exact time in Africa, would they have had those same patents?
My fuck up.
I'm just saying, would they have had those same patents?
Yes,
bro. Yes, bro. As materials like as they got their hand on more materials, they took the same ingenuity and just kept creating. Hold
So,
on,
like,
nigga. They have always been creating. Have you seen the pyramids? Have you seen the structures?
Have you seen what they did with what they have done with River Nile?
Bro, have you seen
They don't
they had sewer
you
systems.
think they were walking through the River Nile with a basket?
But wait a minute.
They had hydroplanes
like comparing old technology of that.
No, nigga. Old technology is invention.
AFK. He think them niggas was going to the River Nile with baskets on their head and singing hymns and shit, bro.
Right, nigga.
and gathering sheep.
What the fuck? Did you see what they was doing to mountain carving? Bro, they was creating buildings out of mountains. Like they carve away the mountains and leave a building, nigga.
What year was that? What year was that again?
I don't know, but it was not during slavery, nigga.
What year?
But way before slavery.
Okay, so with those same people, had they not been transported as slaves, will they have the patents if they were still in Africa? Would they still have those patents?
Nigga. Bro,
do you know how many dynasties existed in that region?
It's a very good question because I answered y'all questions. Why are you scared?
Bro, hold on. I remember I made this point. I remember this day, Opus. When you look at Roman architecture, like the shit that they invented, right? They borrowed. I ain't even gonna say
they didn't invent nothing.
Hold on, nigga. They were inspired by black dynasties before them. Before Rome, all of their architecture and their structures and all that shit was inspired by black people. So, like, are you saying that Rome benefited off of the black people? And then, like, would you say that?
No, they didn't. I'm gonna tell you why.
Yeah, you're an idiot.
No. I'm gonna tell you why. Because the Moors were the one that handed down that technology to Rome and to certain parts of Europe when they actually went to Europe. So it's nothing to inspire when it was given to them. That's different. Now, if Rome was to go to Africa for some reason, as they were, traveling and they were asking, kings and dynasties through Africa because they had to travel through Africa, we have a war on this specific side, but we need to, pass through here. Can you give us, food, shelter as we go along our way? If they would have said yes, and those Roman soldiers and the Roman soldiers and the people that were in control of those soldiers seen the architecture, then I would say yes. But that's not what happened.
Well, who are the Moors?
Rome alone?
The Moors are Northern Africans, bro.
And they gave what? What did they give to Roman civilization, Greeks, and everybody else as they came through? What did they give them? Science and what?
They passed down lectures to them, and I don't know if you remember, but you also do you remember that the Greeks are very open about this. They would tell you that they went to Egypt to learn certain mysticism,
and that's fine. So like I said, it was passed down to them. It wasn't something that was inspired by just because they were, like I said, marching through. And was given leadway to cut from one country to another to go to a battle, and they were in awe and shock of, oh damn, look at that palace there, look at that. Can we integrate that into our shit? No, that's not what happened.
Why would you try to make a distinction between them being inspired and something being passed on to them? That's like saying if I pass on something to you, what you would consider remarkable, you would be inspired by the knowledge that I passed on to you, whether I pass it on to you or you come up on it. That doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is whether or not were you inspired. And they were inspired.
But that principle, what you even just said, has nothing to do with what I said. What I said was, is it truthful or not truthful that the slaves who were brought here from Africa to America and the time that they spent in America, it actually made them or inspired them to come up with certain patents that has been designated to African Americans after slavery or even during a time of slavery in Jim Crow, that they were credited with certain inventions and designs. And my question was, because of that, if they were not in the same predicament, had they stayed in Africa with those same inventions be given to them had they stayed in Africa?
Can we answer your question on the whole spectrum? Can we take everything into
Yeah.
consideration?
Just answer what I asked.
Yes, I
Just
can.
answer
I
what
can. But I have a feeling that you would dismark some things that I would say because you try to look at it. You're looking at it as like something that's linear, tunnel vision. But to answer your question, though, brother, yes, they would, because you have to take in consideration. You have to take in consideration the collapse. You gotta remember that a collapse happened. What happened was they failed in civilization, right? They got captured, but that doesn't mean that doesn't throw out everything that they already made.
Collapse, though.
I'm telling you, the collapse right now. So they had great civilizations in Africa, bro. But what happened was what happened? They lost this shit by being captured. So what happened when captured?
No.
You lose all your mathematics. You lose everything that you knew in mathematics. You lose everything you knew in science. Niggas in Africa, bro. After the collapse, them niggas they felt the shit. They felt the shit.
There wasn't no collapse, sir.
What you mean there was no collapse?
No, there was no collapse. I'm going to tell you exactly what has been noted in history. What has been noted in history, had Africa at that time, before they sold their own people into slavery, had they at that time kept up with the outside world because they decided to shield themselves off from,
bro, if there wasn't any collapse
news of the world. Wait.
If there wasn't any collapse, then can you tell me why there is a Catholic capital in Coptic Egypt? Why is there a Catholic capital in Coptic Egypt, bro? Why is there a deity named Serapis? Why is there a deity in Egypt named Serapis that they worship as a sun god? They literally brought in their Greco-Roman deities in Egypt. They tear everything down and they brought their whole fucking
but there was no
into Egypt, bro. You have a whole Catholic, you got a whole Christian capital in Coptic Egypt, bro. The collapse happened.
No, there was no collapse. No. If they were able to advance from one thing to another, that's not a collapse. A collapse would be everything like the bubonic plague. That was a collapse. The Spanish flu. That was a collapse.
It doesn't have to be a disease for it to be a collapse.
Hiroshima.
But Yoshi, my whole point is, bro, they've always been intuitive. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, inventive. They always been that way. And the fact that you said that Rome got their was given
from the Moors,
architecture by the Moors proves the fact that you are aware that Africa has always been inventing and been into it. Like, they've always been that type of people. So
but
what are you
that's
saying, bro?
But wait a minute. That's when it was free roaming for Africa. But at a certain point after that, and we're talking generations, a couple hundred years, maybe a couple thousand years, even after Mansa Musa, right? Even well after him. Right, because that's when the Moors were actually traveling all over, giving science, giving mathematics, giving other inventions like streets, paved streets and roads at that time of what a paved street and road was. I guess more primitive version of plumbing. That's what they were doing, right? But outside of that, so many years and generations after that. Africa shut themselves off from the world, and the reason why I say that is because during the invention of gunpowder, thanks to the Asians, because they were the ones who discovered gunpowder in general, and it has been credited to them. Had it not been for the Asians even having gunpowder for their fireworks and stuff like that, which is where the Europeans got the idea, well, wait a minute. We can make new weapons with this. Hence the flint rifle. Hence the cannon itself. On ships, right? Thanks to gunpowder, right? But Africans at the time, the nation of Africa chose to seal itself off from the rest of its surroundings and only wanted to focus on themselves. Now, from that point on, that kind of sealed their fate in the future, because had they already known about gunpowder, had they already known about everything else, about the world when it was coming down, especially when America was going through its revolution and all that other shit. When all that shit was going on, Africa, like you guys said, were already inventing and doing all this other stuff. If that's the case, then had they known about gunpowder, they would have invented certain weapons or certain things that dealt with gunpowder before the whites.
Bro, you're all over the place,
They
bro.
didn't know what the fuck gunpowder
He
was.
always all
Bro,
over the place, bro.
first of all, hold on. You made a mistake when you said when America was in their revolution. Are you mentioning the Civil War? Brother, they wasn't building pyramids while America was going through the Civil War.
That's
That
not
was
what
way before.
I'm talking about during the time of slavery, right? If
Be more
Africa
specific.
ever shut itself off from the rest of the world, they would have known the news about gunpowder. They would have known the news about a lot of other technological advances, and they would have actually been on the forefront of it, right? Since the Moors. But years, 100 years, maybe a couple of centuries after the Moors did everything that they did, Africa chose to shut itself out from the rest of the world. They chose to focus on themselves, which was a good thing, but it was a bad thing.
Bro, you're talking about Africa in its tribal form.
It
That
doesn't
is
matter
after the
what
collapse.
they
You're
chose to.
talking about Africa. You're talking about Africa when they fell to their
That's
tribal form.
It doesn't
Motherfucker.
matter, sir. It doesn't matter. At the end of the
Bro,
day,
do you know the difference between a tribal and a dynasty?
here we go.
Do you know the difference between that?
Did
Do you
any
know the difference between a tribal, a
Did
tribe, and a dynasty, an empire?
any African dynasty know anything about gunpowder? Yes or no?
Bro,
No.
was there any gun?
Yes or no?
Was there any gunpowder in the time period of any dynasty and empire? Prove that to me right now.
Okay, so the Tarkata dynasty knew about gunpowder. The Khan dynasty knew about gunpowder.
What time period was that, bro?
I asked you a specific question.
What time period was that? What time period was that, bro?
The same time period when Africa decided to shut itself off from the rest of the world.
You're not answering my question directly, bro. You're clipped.
And you didn't answer my
that,
question directly. I asked you a specific question because you was talking about
bro.
dynasty
You are rambling about gunpowder, and I'm telling you that during the time of African empires of the Horn of Africa, when they was in their prime form, when they was having dynasties and empires, there was no fucking gunpowder during their time.
And hold on, but
prove
yet,
that statement wrong, bro.
No. But yet you guys want to argue the marvels and technological marvels.
Oh my God, just prove that point wrong.
Of Africa. My point is, still to this time and day, right now, you guys still don't want to answer the question honestly. Had it not been for slavery, could the direct ancestors of the ones who came from Africa, thanks to slavery, thanks to what they were given through slavery, thanks to the education, thanks to the modern marvel,
thanks to the education
in America, it doesn't matter. Thanks to the modern marvels in America, they were able to do what? Apply their own genius to things that existed and did not exist, which they were credited for. Could they have done the same thing if they stayed in Africa alone? That's the question. No one has truly answered that question. You guys went to, well, did you know that the Egyptian pyramids? Yeah, that was at that time. We're talking about when Black Africans who came here through chattel slavery, decades, generations, maybe a couple hundred years later, which was a couple hundred years later, if they did not get captured, if chattel slavery was not a thing, would Africa still experience those same marvels? Would they,
bro? I don't even think you know what time period you're talking about, bro. I don't even think you know. I don't even.
Slavery.
Listen. You're rage baiting, bro. You don't even understand, bro. Listen. First of all, Africa didn't cut themselves off from the world, right? Because the Ashanti tribes in Ghana, they traded with the Europeans. They had gunpowder. But that's not even a point.
They never knew what it was until slavery.
Bro, You don't let nobody speak, and you just
You
shout
you
over
gotta
everybody.
let. Nah, he right. You gotta let people speak, brother.
Okay, yeah. But hold on, Power.
No,
Why
no, no.
are
You
they
gotta
not
let people speak.
answering my
Nah, you got.
question?
Yeah, I know, but he'll answer your question once you let him speak.
Bro, we could literally get down to the premise of this shit if everybody just speak, bro. You feel me? What I'm trying to get to you to understand is that, bro, what you're mentioning a whole bunch of time periods, bro. What I'm trying to get you to understand, right? In the prominent history of African
I'll give you
dynasties,
one.
wait, bro. In the prominent history of African dynasties, bro, there wasn't no gunpowder around during that time. Only till after the collapse and they fell into a tribal form. Now in the 9th and 17th centuries, around those time periods, they started trading with the Europeans, and then they started getting gunpowders and shit. But what you're trying to tell me is that, oh, if Africa didn't get traded to the west side of the world, they wouldn't have nothing. They wouldn't know shit. They wouldn't invent shit. Woo woo. But that I don't see anything. I don't see any value in that what you're saying, because bro,
Okay.
because bro, you have to look into history. You have
Mm-hmm.
to look at the beginning of African dynasties and empires. Look at all the shit they created. Look, they had mathematics before the world even knew mathematics. They invented wheels and shit, bro. They had hydroplanes and shit, bro. But what happened? Because of war, because of slavery, because of conflict with Europe, they failed. They got captured. Now, what happens when you get captured? Everything you own, everything you created, they steal it. They burn that shit down, and they take from that shit.
Yeah.
Now, what
Yeah.
happens after
Go
that?
crazy, Opus.
You
Go
become a
crazy.
prisoner of
What's
war.
good? Albert. What up, Albert?
What's up, y'all?
What happens
What
when you
up?
become a
Who got
prisoner of
captured?
war?
Who
Well,
got
no,
Now
captured?
they're
let him finish.
having a conversation
Yeah,
about
let him finish.
Africa.
Because I can kill him easily, but let him finish. Let him finish.
They got so they got sold. They didn't get captured. Anyway,
Me, so whatever. But the point is that they were prisoners of war, right? Can we agree that they became prisoners of war? What would you classify,
No.
Albert?
Finish what you're saying, because I want to stick on
Oh
topic.
yeah. As I was saying though, bro. As I was saying, bro, you cannot say that you cannot say that this slavery benefited them, because if it wasn't for them getting captured or whatever y'all want to classify it as, they wouldn't invent shit when they already invented shit prior to that date.
Okay.
what?
Hold on. I just want to make sure you're done. Are you done?
That's the point, bro.
Okay. So, like I said, going back to my premise and my principle, which you still haven't attacked, was this: because of slavery, a lot of patents came from freed slaves and some that were still in captivity before they were freed. And we know this by looking at the patent date, time, and all of that, right? Who's been credited, what patent, right? So with that being said, if these people in America, these Black Africans in America, had they not been captured at the same time that these patents have came out in America, if they were still in Africa with those patents still came out in Africa at the same exact time that those patents came out when they were here in America, would that have happened in Africa? Would those patents exist in Africa?
You gotta ask better questions, man, and you gotta like get to the point.
No, I don't know.
It's bro. It's all right. Look, bro. When you say patents, bro, can we agree?
Inventions,
which are right. Can you give an example? Can you give an example of what invention that a Black African made that they wouldn't have made in Africa?
You ain't even heard the whole. Hold on, Yoshi. Take 3 deep breaths. You ain't even heard the full question.
Yeah, let me get in there real quick. Yeah. So, Yoshi, what are you driving at?
What I'm saying is, because chattel slavery existed, right? And because Africans that were sold and were sent here to America.
West Indies, go ahead.
Yeah, but they still came here to America, right?
Not
and they
all
were
of
sold.
them. Majority of them stayed there, but okay.
Well, that's why I said the Africans who were bought in Africa and sent here. That's
Who
all
sold them
number
though?
of Africans that were actual slaves, when we actually know that a lot of dark-skinned Native Americans or African natives were actually changed to be Negro because of their skin color. But we're not getting into that. I'm just talking about Africans who were bought in Africa and sold.
Sold.
That's all I'm talking about. African
All right,
descendants.
cool. All right, so what's your point? What?
Question. Oh, well, this is my point / question. I said it was good that it happened to them only because of this. America has already said that they attribute a lot of patents in general. Doesn't matter if
What do they attribute these patterns? Like, what do you mean by attribute?
well, black people or black Africans that come from chattel slavery.
No, I get that. I
have
get
a
that.
lot
You saying America attributes these
No,
patterns.
Black Africans
Patents, I
contribute
mean.
to inventions, meaning patents, inventions to America.
Okay, so cool. Okay, I get your point. You're saying that chattel slavery was good because it also produced
inventions.
inventions
Yes.
and innovation. It was good for
Thanks.
innovations
And
and
hold on.
inventions. Okay, we get it. We get it.
Give me two.
We get it.
Thanks to education, right? Even though they were slaves, and then the patents or inventions that came after slavery had ended, they were able to go to prestigious
But
academies.
well, okay, so
right?
so going back to the title, The Art of Asking Better Questions. The only issue with what you're saying is that everything you're saying presupposes that all those things couldn't happen without chattel slavery, right?
Yes.
No.
That's a bad point.
That's a terrible point because there's no way to truly prove that, right? There's no way to truly prove that if chattel slavery wasn't a reality, that all these great innovations, patents would have never existed, right? Because it's not what's on you, it's what's in you. And so even if chattel slavery wasn't the thing, right? Like ingenuity is human, right? It's something that with or without chattel slavery, you're always going to have people who innovate, right? That's the only issue with what you're saying.
Yeah, no. But Power, this is my thing though. I understand it would have happened anyway. But for the time of when it happened to the time that it could happen is two different things. Could it have been other white people that would have invented the same things that African Americans through chattel slavery that had already invented at that specific
Can you
point in
give an
time? Yes.
example, brother?
Give me two inventions.
Yeah. I mean, you have. I mean, and you have to.
Give me
Yeah,
two
you have to give
inventions.
examples, man. Do you have two?
Oh, well, I mean, the first active street light.
Bro, did they have during slavery, bro?
That was well after.
Thank you. I knew he was gonna go to street light.
But that's what I'm saying.
Do you
The
have?
traffic
Did
light,
that
the
solve a
traffic light in
problem in
general.
Africa, bro? Around the time with cars driving.
Here we go. There we go.
So, all right, brother, do you know in the pyramid that they have found
Oh God, here we go.
And all
Okay,
that shit.
we're past the pyramids. We're
right?
past that. We're past the pyramids, though.
Bro,
We're
even
not
though Yoshi, okay, a black person invented the cell phone, great. Was the technology and all of the information?
Yes.
No.
Give me a second. No, Opus made a good point. Opus made a good point, and so I'm gonna build on that point, right? And so, Yoshi, this is why your argument is fallacious, right? Because because innovation predates chattel slavery, right? What happened? I mean, so we could use Egypt as an example, right?
There we go.
Yeah, Egypt. Yes, Egypt. Yeah.
Just even use America or just use Africa in 19 or 18.
Correct. Before chattel slavery.
Right. Like you could use it. Nobody invented anything over there.
No, that's not true. No, that's not true. Right. And so
not traffic lights.
So Albert, no, that's not traffic lights, but that's not true. So if you're
Yeah.
gonna do what Yoshi
They didn't-
do, hold on. If you're gonna do what Yoshi do, Albert, and just throw things on the wall, hoping that it sticks,
Sorry.
right? Like,
Okay, go ahead.
that's why. Hold on.
Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
Yeah, that's why Google is free, right? Because even before these traffic lights that Yoshi is talking about, right? Africans were very innovative, right? And so we have to seriously start using Google to
Yeah,
to
but
to
Wait,
to,
so-
to
okay,
reinforce
if
reinforce our arguments.
well, okay, hold on.
if innovation was so prevalent before any kind of slavery showed up, well, it was there before America even existed. They sold slaves and dealt slaves in Africa well before America was even thought of. But
Okay.
why are there so many undeveloped countries
That's
over
that
there?
no, that's
Exactly.
it. No, so yeah. So that's
Exactly.
yeah.
This is
Yeah.
the appeal to
No, that's fine.
ignorance,
That's fine.
and this is a Texas
No, that's
sharpshooter
fine.
fallacy, bro.
That
This is
No, hold on. That's fine. So hold on. Just because those countries are underdeveloped does not mean the people. Does not mean the people that live in these countries are not innovative, right?
Okay, but hold on, power. Nope. I'm not gonna let you do that.
No,
I'm not
I
gonna
mean
let you-
your
No, no.
argument. Your argument needs work, right? You're saying that
Hello.
chattel slavery is the reason why we had we had more black productive innovators, right? That's your
Yeah.
point.
Yes, and I'm gonna tell you why.
And that point is fallacious because
It's because of education.
I'm saying in Egypt they were educated, brother.
Back,
Bruh.
yes, for that time period, yes, they were.
And that's what I'm saying. That's why what you're saying doesn't make any sense. You're saying that no, I'm saying correlation does not imply causation. You're saying that chattel slavery is the reason why.
Okay.
Like it's not the reason why.
It could be the reason why America benefited because they got those inventive people
about?
to come over here to give them inventions. But you can't say that black people benefited because of chattel slavery.
No.
You gotta watch him, bro. He's a Texas
You're saying what I said and moving the goalpost. What I specifically said was chattel slavery for Black Americans here was a good thing, and this is why. Because you can take a negative, if we can believe, even through our own religious belief, that you can take a negative and turn it into a positive. That is exactly what happened through history in America.
I'm gonna say this, right? And so, yeah, metaphysically, I agree, right? Everything that every bad thing that happens, there's some good in it, right?
Did you just say metaphysically?
I know that was a big word. Let me dumb it down for you, right?
Yeah, you gotta, yeah.
Let me dumb it down for you, right? I keep
less than 5
No, I
minutes,
keep forgetting you're black, right? And so I have to
see. That's my point.
Yeah. So let me dumb that down, right? And so I get what you're saying, right? You're saying that chattel slavery, there was some good that came from it, from chattel slavery. No one can disagree. If anyone disagrees in here, let me know. I'm gonna ask everyone in space a question. Were there good things that came out of chattel slavery? Yes or no?
For who?
There we go.
Hold on. I'm fine, K.
For everyone.
No. K. Hold on. That's a great question.
You gotta.
K. For black people, were there any good?
Hell no.
Okay. So hold on, K. I'm gonna ask you this one more time. Were there any good that came that came out of chattel slavery for black people?
Zero.
Okay.
Nothing.
Oh.
Explain.
Okay.
Hold on. Can you explain? Can you explain?
You want me to cook?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Hold on, let me warm up the oven real quick. Hold on. Let me stir it up real quick. Okay. Listen, you lost as let's say you determine black people is a race, right? And all black people are actually black people. They're not African American or whatever. You lost 200 years of progress. 200. Think about what 200 is real quick. In 200 years, America went to a farming country, right? And making cotton. to like the biggest industrial country like in the world, right?
Mm-hmm,
In 200 years. That's how much time you lost as a culture, right? That's a lot of time. Like that's how far behind you are in terms of that, right? But I would say there's no benefit. Like if they left you in Africa, man, like you'll probably be
You'd
chilling.
be so
You'll probably be chilling.
no.
But
There's more. There's more.
let's get into depth. Let's not create a false sense of notion that it would be like a utopia in Africa. They had their own conflict in Africa, but at that very moment, they still had their own
They
educational
still
system.
they still sell child slaves in Africa now in 2025. They still do it.
But that's
I mean,
we
But
understand.
that's
Like
what.
that's the thing, though. I mean, we all do it. Even
he's
American.
not.
I mean, well, yeah, but Albert,
Yeah,
but
like
Albert, even in America, people are being human trafficked.
Yeah, it doesn't
it's
matter.
like one of the
Well,
On the
biggest
highway,
So,
the
tragedies
trucks
in the
we
so
drive
world.
past every
America,
day. We drive past
Albert,
them. We drive past them
Albert, you
trucks
make it
every
seem
day
as
with
if
the child in them
you make it
motherfuckers.
seem as if America is such a perfect environment,
no perfect. No, not
environment
perfect.
when it's not.
I get where Albert's saying. Albert's saying that it's safer, and I do understand that. But like at the same time, like let's say that like shadow, like transatlantic slave trade thing didn't exist, right? I'm not sure if America would be like what it is
I
today,
mean,
bro.
well,
I'm gonna
that's
keep it a
debatable,
buck.
right? How's America so safe?
No,
I
it's
mean,
not
how's
debatable
America?
because like
How's America so
that
safe?
was the main
Hold on, how's that? Hold on,
that was their
how's
main
America so safe? Hold
economic
on, how's
driver.
America so safe where you have people where you have the suicide rate is much higher than most underdeveloped countries.
Oh, you want to debate
That's a
about that?
goalpost move. That's totally
Yeah,
different.
No,
he's
no, no. I
moving
mean,
the
it's
That's a
true. I
goalpost
mean, we're
move.
talking about
He's
well, no, we're
moving
talking
the
about how
That's
America
a
is
goalpost
safe,
move.
right? And how
because it's a choice.
what's the choice?
You have a choice.
What's the choice?
Like you don't have to do the rat race in America if you don't want
That's not
to,
true.
but you choose
No,
to do
and what's
it.
the and hold on, and what's the alternative?
You can move to
You're
Wyoming.
missing the point. And when you move to
You can
Wyoming, you still have to work.
okay, and you got to work
Duh.
everywhere. What are you talking about? Yeah, you still got to work
That's what I'm
anywhere.
saying. Like,
But
that's
if you live,
what rat race are you talking about?
But if you
but if
move to
you live in the
Wyoming, you're
Congo,
not gonna be in a financial situation where you feel distressed and then you're depressed or anxious or anything like that. You're
I
gonna be
know,
in a
bro.
financially safe situation and be out of
There
the
are
rat
people
race.
in Wyoming committing suicide right now.
That's heavy, bro.
Checkmate.
that's a goalpost move.
Checkmate.
That's a goalpost move.
Yeah, I
Checkmate.
know.
Checkmate.
That's
No,
Suicide has
checkmate,
nothing to
because
do
he's
with
saying that.
trafficking.
Oh yeah, like
but I can say
there are no
but
guarantees. I'm
that's
saying there are no guarantees. You're saying that. Well, you could escape
but
the rat race,
people everywhere are committing
and that's my
suicide.
that's the point.
What are we talking about?
That's what I'm saying. I don't get the correlation.
The suicide rate in Africa is less than America. I guarantee that.
The suicide rate in Africa is less than America.
Yeah,
And what does that
absolutely.
tell you about America?
That it's just a different
No,
mindset
it's a different
here in
mindset, but
America.
the quality of living is trash.
Okay, but the child trafficking is 10 times
Okay,
more in
hold on,
That's
Africa
hold on.
than it is
fine, right?
in
I get
in
that. I
America.
But
understand that.
how many people die from starvation in America versus like Africa? Right?
Exactly.
Let's keep it a buck. Like let's keep it a buck.
And
We're
it's
only
okay,
looking
it's okay. I will give you that, right? It's most likely going to be Africa, but the very fact that people are out here dying of starvation anyways is a problem.
That is a
in
problem.
America.
Yes.
Yeah, it is a problem.
Yes.
It
Matter of fact,
definitely
I'm gonna
is a
say
problem.
this. That's even more pathetic, right? Like I can understand
Yes.
if Africans are dying of starvation, cool. But America?
And
I
also,
totally
America
agree.
motherfuckers is living check to check?
can I correct something too, bro?
This is
Check to
crazy.
check is crazy.
Yo, can I
That's
correct something, bro?
pathetic, man.
I want
Check
to
to check
correct
is
something what we said
crazy.
about Africa and human trafficking, because even though Africa do have a high volume of human trafficking, Asia has the highest. Asia has the highest volume of human trafficking.
Can we get
Can somebody
can we
fact
get
check
back
that?
on track?
Yeah, you can fact check it.
Bro, I just looked this up. This is actually crazy. Human trafficking is a massive global crime, estimated to be $150 billion a year industry. That is insane.
That's insane.
That is insane.
The Asia has
It's
29.3 million victims.
Can we get back on topic though? Like we were not
What?
talking about
I mean,
suicide.
no. What? No,
50
give me
million
a second.
individuals.
What back on topic?
What?
What topic would you like to get back on?
No. I'm saying let's get back on topic. My question was basically, had it not been for chattel slavery,
You made that point.
No, because nobody wanted to answer it. Everybody.
Had it not been
all
for shadow
did.
slavery, what?
Let me. I'll help this out here. Here you go. So in America, the child slavery and
Chattel.
chattel slavery benefited that culture moving here more than if they were left back where they were.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yo,
This is
Right?
this is
That's, I
like
think
wait,
I'm
this
just
is
helping his
like
point.
this
I'm
is
just helping
like
his point.
wait.
hold
Are
on,
you
like
speaking from this point of view as a white person or as a black person?
it doesn't
It
matter.
doesn't
Like,
matter.
Oh,
It's
it
just
doesn't matter.
history.
It doesn't matter.
It's just
listen,
history.
Black, white.
It's unnecessary. So wait.
Like,
Okay.
World.
I have a question for you, Pilgrimer. Would it have benefited you and your
Pilgrimer is
ancestors
crazy.
in Europe before you had came to the Americas in Jamestown, in Virginia, and Florida?
uh-oh.
Would
Uh-oh,
it have
wake it
benefited
up.
you before you had to run from
Wake it
Europe
up.
to America?
Wait. There was too
Wake
much
it up.
overtalk. There was too much overtalk. Go ahead, say it again.
I'm asking you, Pilgrimer, would it have benefited you and your ancestors for you to stay up in Europe and get hunted by the Catholics before y'all had to run to the Americas, into Jamestowns, into Florida, into the Virginias? Would it have benefited you and your ancestors?
I'm pretty sure it did benefit, but I'm Catholic, so like it did
Okay.
benefit. Yeah.
So are you saying it would have benefited you? It did. It benefited you.
We're talking about the inventions of black folks in
No,
America.
hold on. Let me say.
Oh,
Hold on.
we moved on.
Let me.
We're
Hold on.
speaking about whether or not something would benefit you.
Okay, breaking news, guys. Breaking news. All right, I just want to say this quickly before we go back to the conversation. So, countries by OnlyFans spending. United States, the average on for spending on OnlyFans in the United States 2.63 billion. United Kingdom 531 million, Canada 355 million, Italy 355 million, Mexico 291 million, France, hold on, brother, France 237 million, Australia 237 million, Germany 237 million, Brazil 194 million, Spain 194 million. I see why every woman want to get. I see why every woman want to get butt naked now.
That makes me want to vomit. It makes me want to puke.
This is lucrative.
So
like, bro, and then Miss Andrews, you look like Miss Andrews, you look like you do OnlyFans. Grab a mic. Look, bro,
it's the simps, bro. It's the simps, bro.
Yo, this is crazy.
Wait, I don't see a problem.
That's insane.
Yo, okay, you don't see a problem because you probably spend your last night.
God, bro.
Exactly.
Right?
What's the problem with that?
You're paycheck to paycheck because of
you probably spend your last night. Okay, now just give me a second, right? So hold on. And I really want to talk about this, right? Because I want to talk about Miss Andrews. What's going on, Miss Andrews?
Can I say something real quick?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I took that as an insult. I feel like only females with poor self-esteem who hate themselves will put their pussy on the internet. I'm so sorry.
Amen.
Oh, my fault.
Yeah.
Amen.
No, Miss Andrews, like.
And you don't look like one of those.
Oh, my fault, Miss Andrews. Yeah, I just because of your name, I just assumed you were a sex worker, right? Give me a second.
I can't hate my baby daddy in peace. Damn.
Oh
okay.
shit! Oh, Miss Andrews is hilarious. I can't hate my baby daddy in peace. Okay, Miss Andrews. Okay, cool. I'll take that back. It was a joke. Now, let me say this, right? So, Miss Andrews, because I really want to know, and I want everyone in here to help me, right? Because what's the psychology, right? But we don't need a Google and a Chat GPT. Let's just freestyle. What's the psychology behind the amount of money being spent here? Because
on
OnlyFans, I'm talking about OnlyFans. Oh, the consumer.
You want to go back to the suicide rate?
The consumer.
That's why.
Yo, Power, that
you want to go back to the
Okay, so I
suicide rate?
have a problem.
Loneliness. You can just get fake pussy on the internet for money,
but it's not
instead
just
of actually going to
loneliness.
try.
It's not just loneliness. There's like a level of social unawareness or social ineptitude. Like there's a breakdown when everybody started getting online and they stopped meeting people in person. When everything became internet, that's kind of led to it, right? I can't necessarily pinpoint it because I'm young myself, but there was a point in time where people stopped linking up in person, or at least meeting and like introducing themselves in person.
In the majority, not everybody, right? Yeah.
Online, and at that point, everything went online. I said this before. I don't agree with OnlyFans. I don't think women with children, especially, should have an OnlyFans because everything. Once you put it on the internet, you can't delete it. It's there forever. Like you're fucked, right? That's how I feel. A lot of people don't feel like that, or at least, they don't care about their booty hole being on the internet for their kids to see. I remember when You feel me? When they was saying that one of the Kardashian kids was getting bullied and they was sending him his mama.
Yep.
Nope, no thank you. No thank you. But that's me. You feel me? That's me. Everybody don't feel like that, you know?
Someone.
I feel like it's because like
Hold on, Mo gotta go.
No, I had my hand up before you.
Okay, it's all right.
Oh, okay, if Power said it, then all right, cool.
All right,
Go
so
ahead. No worries.
yeah, don't worry about it. You can get the smoke whenever you want. I mean, I told you, I'll debate you on any topic. So I'll say this real quick. Those numbers, for one, are disgusting. That is representation that the devil has definitely taken growth as we progress. That's representation of a declining society, mental illness overall. I don't blame women for making money in an easy way. Just because there's a high demand on sex doesn't mean that the customer should go ahead and purchase sex. I don't blame the women. I blame the men. We got to do better. Why the fuck are we paying for cat?
The woman shouldn't do that anyway, though.
Hold on. Let's be honest, right? And let's keep it real. And Miss Andrews, your profile looks very familiar. Yoshi, check the ban list and all the images we have. We want to make sure she hasn't been in any spaces that's on our ban list.
I hope you're good.
No, I know y'all, but I don't think I've been banned from any of y'all spaces.
I'm saying, have you been in?
No, she hasn't.
Okay, have you been? Have you been in the past few days? Have you been in? Matter of fact, I'm about to go on your account.
No, not in the past few days. I haven't really been in spaces for some months.
Perfect.
You might have to go back.
Yeah, so while we talk about this, I'm gonna go on her profile and see if she's been in anybody's spaces who's banned on all.
I think I've been in with her with Will Worker from Houston.
No, he cool.
Yeah, Will's okay. Will's good. She's been in there with us.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm about to say, no, she's not.
Okay.
Okay,
cool. Well, I'm glad.
But when
the white boy vouch doesn't matter much. But
you're right. Not over here, brother.
When it comes to to be honest, though, I mean, yes, America.
It wasn't your turn. I feel like that shit has always been here. Porn has always been a thing. Shit. Sex work is the oldest occupation. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it was going to make its way to the internet. It was already on the internet. It's because people were able to, like, say if I'm following somebody, you would wonder, like back in the day, you would pursue a girl and be like, how fast can I get a naked picture? How fast can I get her to say I love you? Like that was a sport to niggas. And all it did was just come online because you got people that you follow that you actually like. And for $5.99, you can see nudes and them fucking, you know what I'm saying?
Before cell phones, that never existed, though.
Right. They didn't ever exist. Right. So the simps was like, I don't have to put in no work to see some naked pictures of the people that I like, the bitches that I like. Fuck it. I'm finna pay $14.99 to see these bitches. That is the problem. It's the simps are funding these motherfuckers, bro.
It's not the problem. That's
Yoshi was the bomb.
The wave of feminism that we are in now, that actually is the problem. The wave that we're in now, that is actually the problem. Because
if men don't pay for it, what occupation do you have?
Well, but hold on. If the wave of feminism that we are in today, if they were against it, then men cannot pay for it.
Why are you expecting the women to lead you?
No.
The woman, she can go get any other job than be a whore.
That's
any
not
other job.
We're saying women.
And so
I think men are jealous.
Well, yeah, I think
men are jealous that y'all can't make money on.
He definitely got an OnlyFans account, and he probably spending like $120 a month.
I really think y'all are jealous.
This nigga be on OnlyFans shaking it like a salt shaker. Like
if y'all could have been on OnlyFans making money, y'all would have been on OnlyFans. Let's keep it up.
Whacking shit.
All right, so hold on. That's okay. No. And K's right. I agree with K. I agree with K.
Wait, is OnlyFans only women, or is it also
dudes do OnlyFans.
That's why I said
OnlyFans.
Yeah, that's why I said people.
Hey, dudes on. So I'm gonna say this though. It's mostly women though. I'm going to say this. K is right.
True.
But also, because I talk about this all the time, because I'm obsessed with sex work, right? And I say this all the time. What's the alternative, right? Because working at McDonald's is just as demoralizing right?
Be a nurse.
Hold on, give me a second. Working at Walmart with them ugly shoes that they give you, I might as well pop pussy, right? Like I might as well like, and you guys don't understand. Like, you guys don't understand that it's easy to tell somebody, well, go get a conventional job, but a lot of those conventional jobs are soul crushing, right? Soul crushing.
Well, yeah. You think you would go be a plumber for $100,000 a year, but you don't want to be a plumber. You'd rather just pull your cooch out.
Well, power. If I was being like fair, I would say I feel you, because men, they don't want to work either, so they go fucking use their mind, right? Their valuable asset, and go create money, like go trade or go find a job that they can create. You know what I'm saying? But women have a job that was already created for them.
That's fine. Hold on. That's what I'm saying. Like, and
I get that.
No, exactly. I'm gonna let Miss Andrews go, but think about it, man. If you really think about it, right? Like it's the essence of the thing that we're really after. Most people, they don't want money. Perhaps like most people, right? They don't want to work a job where they're getting paid to do something they hate. If that was the case, we wouldn't be on here talking for 7-8 hours without getting no money. Right? So it's not the money that really motivates people, right? It's something deeper than that. And I'm gonna let Miss Andrews go. Go ahead, and then we'll spin it back.
I just wanted to disagree with you real quick. Forgive me, my baby up.
It's all good. It's all good.
Hey, baby.
Congrats.
When you said you made the statement that like why not just go work at Walmart, because Walmart or being a plumber or working at fucking McDonald's is equally as dehumanizing as sex work. Y'all are men, so I don't think y'all y'all would not understand or know what it feels like to experience being pumped and dumped. That shit does not feel good at all. It's not validating. It doesn't feel good. It's very different from punching a fucking clock at Walmart versus a nigga fucking you and throwing $40. You think you're worth more than $40, and this nigga decides that he's only going to give you 40 because that's what the fuck he got. That's what the fuck he feel like giving you. Oh my God, no.
I got, hold on, Miss Andrews. Hold on. Yoshi, I got you.
Rip up the work that you put
Exactly,
down.
Yoshi, I got you. You see, I have female friends who do OnlyFans. And this is what I'm saying. You guys don't know what you guys are talking about. The reality is that a lot of these OnlyFans girls, they're very strategic about how they do their content and how they create content.
No, but you're talking about OnlyFans. I'm talking about sex work.
Oh, okay.
Period.
Okay, well, my fault. I'm talking about specifically OnlyFans, right? I'm talking about, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so these OnlyFans.
Well, I don't have too much experience with OnlyFans.
Okay.
If we was talking about sex work,
My fault. Yeah, that's different. Yeah.
Like, I know bitches who sell.
No, you're right. Now that's different, right? I'm talking about specifically sex work where these women are like in like some random guy's living room or their boyfriend's living room. All they're doing is sell it. Yeah, all they doing is sell it. And sometimes, right, it's the same dude that's fucking them in these videos. It's not like they're getting fucked by 8 different guys, right? And so these OnlyFans girls are very clever, right? They're very clever. Anyways, go ahead, Kay, and then Opus, you can go.
I think Opus was first.
Opus, go ahead.
But I want to bring this shit back to the initial talking point.
No, yeah, we're not bringing that back yet. Right.
No, like it's about OnlyFans though. It's about.
Okay, great.
Yeah. I want to say, bro. It's just the man's weakness, bro. Like if you read Friedrich Nietzsche, he actually talk about this shit, bro. Like the man's weakness is literally what institutions capitalize off, and lust is the man's weakness. So I wouldn't say woman, but I say institutions capitalize off these uncontrollable emotions that men emit, right? So I feel like I feel like this shit is inevitable. It's like it's no problem. It's just the way of life. And these wheat is like a natural selection, bro. Them weak niggas is going to get found and destroyed by who? By the woman who's selling this shit on OnlyFans. You can stop this. You cannot stop this shit. It will forever happen as time progresses and as we enhance in digital society. These niggas will forever get consumed. Nobody's gonna figure out why these niggas think like this. Nobody's gonna figure out the psychology meaning behind these niggas thinking like this. It just won't happen. These niggas can control their lust.
Just don't be weak,
bro.
Don't be weak.
You're not gonna, bro. I'm not. No. I'm just.
No,
saying,
not you.
I'm just
Not
saying,
you.
man,
I'm just saying in general.
I'm just saying it's a very it's the population of men is very vast, and in that population of men, you're going to find these type of weak men. But it is a natural selection, and as we progress as a society, they will keep being consumed by any new institution that comes forth and takes their emotions. It's inevitable.
It's ironic that you say it's natural selection when in natural selection you're made to reproduce. That's what allows you to like move on, right? So is it actually like bad to be naturally selected and be lustful like as a guy? No, like this is
Yes,
this is
what
what hold on, like if that
you are
didn't
being
exist,
siphoned.
you wouldn't be here.
You are being siphoned.
Let's keep it a buck.
You're
You
not
wouldn't be
You're
here.
not fucking your girlfriend
Like,
that you have on OnlyFans. You would never
and
meet
hold
her.
on, like let's be honest about this OnlyFans thing, right?
Bro, you're not going to meet
this.
the e-bitch.
Hold on,
You're not going
like,
to meet the e-bitch, bro.
Just because OnlyFans, like we're seeing these numbers on OnlyFans, I think it's actually this is actually
that
like
shit money laundering for real.
No, hold on. I think it was probably more than this before OnlyFans started, but because OnlyFans is like a marketplace, it actually sent the price way down, right? Because when you're competing with people, like the price goes down, right? But before this, like OnlyFans already existed, bro. Like as AFK said, like it's a whole bunch of stuff that you could have got this stuff from already.
That's
Like,
How
this
many
is not a new
babies?
thing.
How many babies has OnlyFans produced? Zero.
How many
Okay.
babies?
Hold on. Whoa.
That's a very good point.
Zero.
That's a very good
No.
point.
I got you.
Wait,
zero.
why is that a good metric?
Hold on.
How many single family households have OnlyFans prevented from happening?
Answer his question. You say that
That's a
it's a
good
natural selection.
I gotta let you.
Hold on. How many single parent households? How many single parent households had OnlyFans prevent from happening?
How many
right?
babies did OnlyFans produce, brother?
How many?
Okay. I like.
Exactly.
I don't think these are like nobody
no
did the census on this. Like y'all are asking questions nobody has the answer
I mean
to.
that's the hold on. That going back to the title, the art of asking better questions. And I'm gonna let because Kay made a good point, right? Like it's all about perspective and how you're looking at it, right? Because one can make the argument, hey, OnlyFans haven't helped anyone produce any kids, and then Kay's like, well, OnlyFans have probably helped with single not having single families, right? Like
exactly.
And I'm saying because
that's different, dude. If you're gonna knock up a girl, you have to be a dad, and the mom has to be a mom. That's different than just jerking off to OnlyFans.
Yoshi, you ready? I mean, you got kicked out when you were talking about feminism.
No. What he just said was like, yeah, that is different from knocking up somebody and then to like jerking off. Like, yeah, that's two different things. But I mean, in general, though, we keep saying that it's the guy's fault of why these women are getting paid. Like it's the simp's fault. But no, I'm still going to say no. It's still the women's fault, right? Because they can choose not to do it, and if you choose not to do it, then that means
why would they choose not to get money?
No. But hold on. But then
do something else.
Wait. If women made a market for it, but the men subscribe to that market, then who's really at fault? If women,
you're caping for weak men.
Yes, but the weak men cannot sign up and pay them money if they choose not to do it.
What? Yes,
we'd have less weak men
easily.
If there was only five, hold on. If there was only 5 women that did OnlyFans, I guarantee you, because of how many men there are, like you said, how many simps there are, it's only 5 women you can choose from. And if if those 5 women do not fit in the category of what majority of men or majority of simps, because there's a lot of simps, if they don't fit in the category of what simps find attractive, or either simps in general is like whatever their kinks or fetishes are, if those 5 women don't even fit into it, then you're not even going to have half of men paying them.
Yoshi.
They would just find it somewhere
If
else.
that was the case, when it pertaining to your eternal salvation, God wouldn't hold you in regard. He would say, no, it's the devil's fault for tempting you because the devil knew better. If that's the case,
no, he doesn't blame the devil for that. No, he doesn't blame the devil for that, because God says, in darkness, good and evil.
All right, let's do it like this, Yoshi. With that same logic, right? you have two choices, right? You have a job, you can make $10 million a year, right? You hate the job, you don't like it at all, but you can make $10 million a year, okay? And then you have the job that you really like, right? You only make $100,000, but you actually enjoy this job. It's your purpose and stuff like that. Which one are you choosing?
100,000. I will still take the 100,000 because guess what? I'm not going to kill myself and go with all the negativity that goes with something you don't like, even though you get paid more for doing it.
So you're not going to take the $10 million job?
No, I would rather
degrade yourself. Degrade yourself for $10 million.
No, I would rather take the $100,000 a year job and be happy because that's what I like. Because I don't want to put myself.
And how often do men do that? How often do men do that?
You're right, men don't do that.
How often do they have the opportunity to? How often
now it's about
exactly. And I'm gonna say this though, right? And I hope everyone's hearing me, and including Miss Sanders. One of my colleagues, he left my company a few months ago, and he messaged me on Slack before he was about to quit. He said, "I would much rather do OnlyFans than work here," right? And so
how's that working out?
I don't know, right? Because I haven't spoken to him since. But what I'm simply saying is that a lot of these jobs, right, are dehumanizing, demoralizing, and matter of fact, when we're having a conversation, when we're trying to moralize these conventional or non-conventional jobs like sex work, like OnlyFans, I would argue that a sex worker is morally a better person than a person who works a job that they hate. Hold on.
Absolutely.
Hold on. Than a person who works a job that they hate and they have to wake up every day and deceive themselves, which is a lie to themselves. And then the Ten Commandments said, "Thou shalt not lie," right? And
That's
so,
not true.
right?
That's not true. Bear false witness.
Hold on. It did not say that. It did not say, "Thou shalt not lie."
Well, it says bear false witness.
Okay. Fine. My bad. What I'm simply saying is that I don't believe what you're saying. I'm gonna look it up. But what I'm simply saying is this, right? I would argue that someone who does sex work, right, and who's honest about what they do is morally a better person, right? Mind you, most people who work their conventional jobs, they're unhappy, they're lying to themselves, they're saying affirmations in the morning, trying to make themselves feel better about their shitty ass existence. And so let's call it what it is, man. Like, you know what I mean?
But do that mean that you have to? Do that mean you have to degrade yourself in a form?
You're degrading yourself, like, bro. Bro, you're metaphorically sucking dick every day.
Metaphorically, wait. What's the difference between metaphorically?
You might as well just really. You might as well do what the OnlyFans girls do it and really do it.
Absolutely not.
Like you do, like you're symbolically sucking dick every day, right? And so,
but are you sucking dick though?
No,
symbolically and doing it.
No, give me a second.
What if your boss is a woman? What if your boss is a woman?
Then you're symbolically eating her out every day, right? And so what I'm saying is that either way you put it, you're degrading yourself. Like this notion that you can only degrade yourself through sex work is crazy. You can spiritually degrade yourself, emotionally, right? In a different sense. Right. And so I don't understand like that.
Tell me a job that's as degrading as it is to showcase your pussy on camera.
Well, first of all, a lot of these sex workers, the ones who are really successful, one, they travel, right? That's one, right? They're in Vegas, Miami, right? They're not like in one place, stagnant.
A man selling his soul.
Power.
And he
The
gains the world,
consequences
bro.
are
You
way
know the whole
worse.
story, bro.
No, give me.
A man sell his soul and he gains the
Okay,
world, bro.
a man. Okay, and that's what I'm saying. People are selling their souls at conventional jobs.
No, you're not.
Yes, they are.
The consequences behind sex work are way worse. Overall, the consequences behind sex work are way worse than clocking into an under.
Okay, so
they're depressed.
Exactly. Oh yeah, hold on.
There are literally a lot of sex workers online on Twitter who comes out on Twitter and be like, "Oh my god, my love life."
That's cap. You're a liar, right? Hold on.
Bro, I have seen
Opus. Hold on, Opus. Before I let Miss Andrews go, Opus, I take that back. You're not lying because I'm not gonna sit here and say you didn't have those conversations. I had a sex worker who came into my space. I got to get her in here, and she was telling us she left. She used to work at the hospital. left the hospital, and one of her colleagues at the hospital, a nurse, used to do coke because the job was so stressful. So the sex worker came into my space and said that, yo, sex work, bro, is mad chill, mad cool. Like dudes be, very respectful. They be buying her gifts. She travels a lot, and so
Hey,
yeah.
Power, you would you marry a girl that's been ran through 100 times because of sex
Yeah,
work?
well, most men, white wives will probably be ran through.
That's a fact.
But I mean, I'm talking hundreds and hundreds of times on
No,
film,
no, 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 no.
on the
But
internet.
Albert, that's the problem. You're assuming that they ran through. A lot of these sex workers are very strategic. They don't fuck a lot of guys like that, man.
Oh, but they
Yeah,
fuck one guy multiple
they do
times.
kind of,
Exactly,
yeah, they fuck
multiple
one guy
times.
multiple
Just
times.
like
Okay, that sounds like previous
exact
relationship. What the
relationships,
hell?
bro. I mean, Sandra's guy. Before you forget, go ahead, Miss Sandra.
Oh, I wasn't gonna forget. No, I had two questions. There was the little white girls that did like and they recorded it where they let like 1,000 or 100 niggas line up.
Yeah, Bonnie Blue.
Right? Cool.
She just got arrested.
Remember
He's a
her,
rare case.
pin that, right? Wait. Remember her, keep that in mind, pin that. And then the second one, it was damn. I just said I wasn't gonna forget. Regardless, right? Okay. There are people who, when you meet them, they tell you what they do for work and they're proud of what they do. These bitches are not going to tell you that they're going to Dubai and getting shat on. They're not going to tell you that shit. Stop it. They're not going to tell you that. They're not going to tell
That's
you that.
true.
And even
So
when
you're
speak
gonna
to
end
sex
up with that
workers,
bitch, but she ain't gonna tell you.
just let me finish. Just let me get the last sentence.
Now, go ahead, Miss Sandra. Take your time.
Even when you speak to sex workers on the TL, even when you speak to them in spaces, they're not going to tell you the worst of it. They're not going to tell you that she had to stick a sponge up her coochie just so she could fuck on her period, just so she could pay the rent. She's not going to tell you that. They're not going to tell you that. It sounds great. It sounds great, but it's not the truth. It's not real. It's not real. And I need y'all to remember that.
And to her point, who's marrying Bonnie Blue?
Hold on. And so AP. So give me a second. If you type in on Twitter search box sex workers who are pregnant and who have rings, there are a lot of sex workers who have rings right now who are pregnant getting married. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Less than 1,000.
I mean,
300 million.
Brother, there are non-sex workers who aren't getting married right now. What's your point?
Hey, Power, can I
I kind of feel like that goes to the kind of man, though, because like, what kind of man is going to marry a sex worker, and is that the kind of man that you want? Because I don't want a man who would be okay with that.
100%.
Can I get my submission real quick? Misfit Nomad Mo Wisdom.
What up?
I was actually proposed this offer by a sex worker. She told me after, I had liked her at one point. We used to date, and then she told me what she was actually doing behind the scenes, which I already knew. I just thought it wasn't really like worth of me bringing it up to her about, it's gonna eventually show. But she goes, hey, like this. She told me from start to finish what she does. She gets the client. She pretty much goes about her business, and once she gets in there, she has the conversation. She flirts for a minute. She might give a little bit of oral sex with a condom on, go into the bathroom, waste like 30 minutes, come back after the last 15 minutes and be like, oh, well, the hour's up. Should take the payment or make the dude have to, really get desperate to continue further. And I just thought, that seems like a whole lot of work just for the amount of money you're getting paid. I don't think any amount of money in that form of sex work would be worth it because, one, the consequences of the spiritual, mental, and physical aspects, and also, lastly, the energy transfer. I don't want to fucking date a woman that has just been dealing with several men's genitals on and on and on again. Then you come into me and making it seem like, all right, well, yeah, you just gave oral sex and the pussy's still tight, but guess what? I'm on my purpose. You think that I want a demon in my vicinity? Fuck no. You about to have to deal with that shit on your own time. That sex work and that dollar amount of value might be cool to you, but guess what? That's just one form of wealth. There's spirituality, character, creativity, career, family, health, self-love. Like, come on, man. We can't sit here and say that monetary value is going to add up to what you might get back in the return.
Would you marry her and let her continue the sex
Let me
work?
let FK get in there before I answer that.
I would use her like she's using me for a couple months.
Right? Yeah, you wouldn't let her continue.
FK, what you got?
You wouldn't let her continue the sex work.
All right, so not all of the sex. Let's just remember, all the sex workers have sex on OnlyFans. Some of them just post news and videos of them playing with themselves and shit like that. So you got them. Then you got the ones who are just fucking like 5 people. You know what I'm saying, in rotation. When you talking to a bitch, do you think that she gonna tell you that she got one nigga for every day of the week helping her pay, one nigga pay her rent, one nigga pay her car note, one nigga help her pay her phone bill, one nigga get her hair done? You know what I'm saying? She got 5 niggas that she could hit at any time, and she don't want to hit up one nigga all the time. So she just, here and there hit up multiple, you know what I'm saying? And she got her roster like that. You think she gonna tell you, and what makes her different from the sex worker who is posting it online? That's really the only thing, is one is visual, one is not visual.
I agree with that. Before I let Mo get in there, Miss Andrews, you were right earlier, right?
So, wait, did you say I can get in there?
And I said before I let you get in there.
Oh, for sure.
I appreciate your enthusiasm. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but don't do that again. Right?
Oh boy, you pay him $10.
But let me say this quickly, right? And so, Miss Andrews, yes, I agree with you. These sex workers aren't going to tell you a lot of things, right? They're not going to tell you how they took a sponge and with Clorox and did whatever you just mentioned, right? Like
Clorox.
Oh, whatever.
All strippers put sponges in their pussy to go dance when they on their period.
Well, yeah, that's
I
yeah.
dated one.
And I know prostitutes
Of
do
course
it
you
too.
would,
They
AFK.
put a couple. It's makeup sponges. They
one.
put them hoes up there just to.
It was my simp days, bro. It's long
Yeah,
gone.
nah, but dating a dating the sex, dating a strip.
Simp days.
Nah, hold on.
Mo Wisdom, you're currently in your simp days.
No, give me a
now,
second. Dating.
nigga. This
Hold
was
on.
years ago.
Hold on.
2015,
Y'all
nigga,
know
when I
y'all
was young.
cut off somebody who was actually talking.
Yeah. Dating a stripper does not make you a simp, especially if she's bringing the money back to you, right? That's pimping, not simping, right? Anyways, let me just say this quickly. But in your case, AFK, you're a
Nah, them bills was getting paid, bro. Them bills was getting paid. But if Mo Wisdom want to play it like simping, like, nigga, that was 2015 when
Right.
I was young. My quote unquote simp days way over. Yours is still.
You don't gotta validate shit to me, simp.
Oh shit! All right, let me say this quickly, right? So yes.
Well, don't come up your mic.
So Miss that's all good. I ain't tripping. So Miss Andrews, right? Everything you said, yeah, that's true. Like, I mean, there's that happens as well. But like, Yoshi might disagree, but what's the alternative, right? Like, working a conventional job that's demoralizing, or you can sell you some news on fan base. I mean, on OnlyFans, and you can find a simple OnlyFans to, give you $5,000, help you travel the world, things of that nature. Like, what I mean?
But you feel clean about it though, because like one, you're working an honest job, even though you may not like it, still an honest job. The other one, is it really that honest?
Okay, so hold on. You see, this
more implications than just working a 9 to 5. Because hold on, let me ask you this: when you work your 9 to 5, is there anybody stalking you? To be honest,
you never know.
That's a good question, but no.
Your supervisor is stalking you, bro.
No.
No. That's a good question.
Oh, that's
Yoshi.
true.
No, that's a good ass question, Yoshi. So yeah, go ahead, Yoshi. Keep going, but that's a good question.
Hey, wait.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Trust me, I know. I be playing hide and seek with
Yoshi,
people at work all day.
What happened?
Are you getting unwanted messages? Like every time these chicks log into their OnlyFans, they get a lot of.
But they can log out as well, and they could block them too. You can block them.
Yeah.
Bro, your girl go to work at Amazon
emails.
and get people hitting on her every day, bro. You got your girlfriend might have a work husband.
Exactly.
Uh-oh.
So hold on.
No. I mean,
hold on.
If she's dropping
No.
it on
So
who the fuck
no, hold on.
cares?
Give me a second, Mo. Before you go, we need to be very careful with this honest work, right? With this, this person is making an honest living. If you're lying to yourself every day, right, to go work your job, you're not making an honest living, right? If you have to convince yourself every day to get out of bed and go work that bum ass job, you're not making an honest living. We need to be very careful here, right?
If you're doing
Shawty got OnlyFans link in her bio, that's her
Thank
honest
you.
living. She's telling the truth.
yo, hey,
Now,
No, if you're doing your
yo, real quick, Misfits and Nomad, my wisdom. Misfits and Nomad on Twitter. Search up the group. You can
Misfits,
join it.
no, misfitsandnomads.com, brother.
Misfitsandnomads.com. Sorry for that.